was like about a week and a half or 2 weeks ago, or maybe a week ago. I did see that. He was like, "Good thing, because then they would have they would have done me like Michael Jackson or or Prince." I think he said. I forgot who famous he said.
One thing I've noticed is they'll allow truth to come out as long as the orator looks crazy. I think that's what's taking place here.
Like, I don't know, just the way he went off, it just reminded me of my cousin who, he sometimes the mind just goes that way when it's not, when there's something off. And in this case, it's proven that he had handlers before and they did that to him before, because remember his trainer said, "I'll do that again and then it will be worse." So obviously they had to handle him before, so to speak. And but in this case, I don't know, it just seems like then he pointed out that Chris Paul cheated on, caught him with Kim Kardashian, like, and he's like, says something like, break one last window or something like that, he wrote in that tweet. But I don't know. What would be his reasoning to get kicked off of Twitter? What would be his reason to get suspended from Twitter? If that's a platform that he could have used with, what he's been doing, exposing and telling the truths, and you know, why would you wouldn't want to get kicked off of a platform if it's giving you a place to speak of these truths? So I don't see why he would.
I don't think he intentionally got himself like banned. That wasn't the goal of him. Like, he didn't go with I mean, I don't know, I'm not him, right? But my understanding was he didn't go with the intention of getting banned off. It didn't.
No, he definitely did, because remember he said, "Let's always remember this is my final tweet," and then he posts something, and then he got kicked off, and it wasn't because he knew that he was going to get kicked off because of the things that were being put before that picture of Elon Musk.
How many times has he been kicked off? Like, I thought he was back on it, and then he got suspended for a few days.
Yeah, he's for right now. I guess he's kicked off, but he knew he was going to get kicked off. Or at least maybe he knew that he wasn't going to be using Twitter no more. I don't know, because he literally posted, "Let's always remember this as my final tweet," and it's Elon Musk getting, looking, the way he was on that yacht. But I don't know. Again, just seems like he, within an hour, he posts all these postings about, the cancel culture and about Kim Kardashian cheating on him, and then Elon Musk looking overweight. Like, I don't know. That's kind of just like a downward spiral, it looked like, in that last hour. But I don't know. I mean, could be wrong, but I'm just saying it. Who knows that that's even him tweeting that stuff. It gave more of a reason for people to call him crazy, which gave more of a reason to discredit the truths that he was spreading. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, it seems like they got to him to make him look this way, or to allow him to be this way, just so that way the public or the masses could, just point and laugh at this point. I don't agree with it, but I could see that being more of a reality, that when they try to destroy somebody in that limelight, that's speaking truth, that's exposing truth. I mean, they do that all the time. The media does that all the time. They demonize people to discredit them.
Right, and then they usually apologize, right? But he hasn't done that yet, to my knowledge.
Are you saying Kanye hasn't apologized?
Yeah, I don't think he has he? I don't know. I haven't been keeping up the last week because honestly, I mean, it is what it is, right? I mean, it's entertainment. Sit back and watch the show because I mean, It is what it is. But yeah, I don't think he's apologized yet. And I mean, when you listen to him talk, he doesn't really have any fear besides God. He's went from what, being a billionaire to 400 million overnight. So
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just, it is what it is, right? We know it's a show. At what point is it part of it real? Who knows, right? Who knows? But it is interesting to see either way.
Yeah.
But the funniest thing that I came well, not the funniest, but one of the most interesting things I came across was that fun fact, Adidas was actually founded by the guy who founded Adidas was part of the Nazi party. So that's a
Yeah.
twist of events.
Yeah,
Who really knows?
that's interesting, right?
Yep.
And then just kind of like that funny story too that people are pointing out how Alyssa Milano was like against Elon Musk, and then goes and trades in the Tesla for a Volkswagen, which was also a Nazi company. Or that's interesting.
Yeah, it's all just a show too, right? I mean, do these people
Yeah.
even really care? They're just, I mean, she's pretty irate from my understanding about a lot of stuff, very opinionated for does she even is she like even in Hollywood anymore? I don't even know. She's an actress, right?
Yeah,
Alyssa
Alyssa
Milano?
Milano. She's been since Who's the Boss. Yeah, she's been around for decades.
Hold on, real quick. As far as Volkswagen being a Nazi company, I don't know why you said that, but I did see this thing where if you spin the logo really fast, it looks like the swastika. You guys see
Oh
that?
wow! No,
Yeah,
I
if you
haven't seen that.
spin the Volkswagen symbol really fast. It
That's
was just
pretty
like a
interesting.
TikTok. I don't know if that's even true, but it was a TikTok thing I saw. So I mean, maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a lot of interesting stuff. A lot of stories going on right now. A lot of entertainment in this world.
Oh
It's
yeah,
almost like they're trying to distract us from something.
Google tells me that Volkswagen was founded in 1937 by the German labor force under the Nazi Party.
Yeah.
Somebody do the thing where you spin the symbol really fast. See if it's a Nazi symbol or not.
Well, I don't have a
Because
Volkswagen,
like I
but
said, it was just a TikTok. It was just a TikTok. I mean, you could do it in Blender. I don't know, something. Make a GIF, spin it real fast. I don't know, but like I said, I did see it in TikTok, so who knows if it's true? But
I'm going to try to figure out how to do that without having a. Let me see.
if you spin something real fast, it can look like something else.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just posted it in the chat.
Yeah.
One Big Pond posted it. Yeah, it does look like that. Wow. That's crazy.
It's crazy. Yeah.
They're just all about the sky clock, guys. What are you guys talking about? It's all good.
Yeah, there's some. Did you guys hear about the I forgot the number, but like a discredit of, they did an audit for the government. They're way off. There's quite a lot of money missing.
Something recent you're talking about?
Yeah, just yesterday or 2 days ago, they there was an audit done, or maybe it was the beginning of the week. Sorry, we're already at Friday. Man, this week flew by so fast. They did an audit, and there's like billions of dollars, or if not $1 trillion of dollars, just missing. They can't account for it. Let me double check. I was reading earlier. I was like, wow.
This is leftover. This is leftover from 9/11. They're still going on about now.
Let me double check.
Because I've been seeing a couple TikTok things on there. They've been talking about it recently. I think it's from the leftover from 9/11. Like they're still trying to figure out where that 3 trillion went. They could only count for like 2 trillion of it or something.
Let me see here.
Why would they have done that, or why would they have to do that for the 9/11 event? Something like, what would be the motive of doing that and then publicly releasing that?
Yeah, I don't know.
What would be the? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What would be the motive for what?
Like right before 9/11 for Rumsfeld coming on and saying they just, $2.3 trillion was missing or whatever they said.
Oh, you're saying like, why would they announce it and then blow up the the Pentagon part?
Yeah.
Maybe. I mean, that's a good question. but maybe it's just part of the show. Maybe they get a kick out of putting it in our faces like that. Hmm.
I mean, either way, they got to account for the money. They got to account for the money at some point, right? So maybe they come out and say it like, "Oh shit, we're missing fucking $3 trillion." And 20 years. Maybe they needed a few years to get their shit together. I don't know.
Yeah. Hmm.
Oh, hey, the guy from Germany's in voice check-in.
Gio, you got that?
Sure, yeah.
Hey, Jeremy, how's it going?
Gio? Good looking. No, what's up?
Are you at a computer perchance, or where we could do a screen share thing?
I'm literally almost never at a computer.
Ah, okay.
What are you going to screen share?
Well, you and I had discussed this idea of yours for establishing a horizontal line, and I had some ideas which I think would make it a lot easier, but I wanted to see if you thought they would still maintain the integrity of the method.
Remember growing up as a kid, and I don't know about you guys, but my dad always used to say sometimes you can't always take the easy way out. That held true. But I mean, yeah, I mean, any ideas you have would be great. Can you just like say them?
Well, I could try. You remember how we had constructed this thought experiment with a series of stakes about whatever 50 meters apart or whatever, and then we were going to sight from each pair to the third and then move forward and the last pair to the third and so on forth to extend it on out a mile or whatever.
Yeah.
So
Remember that? Yep.
So my question is, if the path of the light shoots right over the top of 3 in a row, and then it also shoots right over the very tops of the next 3 in a row. Why wouldn't that same path of light line up perfectly with all 4 in a row? You see what I'm saying?
Because the longer you go, the more non-straight that line becomes. Because
But
refraction.
but each subsection is still following the same path as it would in the overall path, right? I mean, light doesn't take one path if it's only going 100 yards and then take a suddenly different path at 200 yards, right?
No, that's exactly what it does. Yeah. It takes a different path because there's more refraction involved. Exactly what it does. You nailed it.
But if it passes through points B and C and hits D, then why does the fact that it also passed through point A and B and C cause it to not hit D? Or would you need to see that on a diagram?
Well, I mean, what are we even doing all this for? Then we can just get our theodolite or whatever out and just look down the thing and see the whole shot. I don't know what was your idea to make the thing better or easier?
Well,
Just to look down the whole length of it, or
I think there's no difference between looking down the whole length versus doing it sections at a time. And
well,
I
all
want to
right,
understand why you think it would be
that
different, basically.
because because of how refraction works. That's why. You know how it works.
But it's a consistent angle change per mile, right? Or whatever. Like a curve.
I mean, I don't know what's happening with the light. I know that in your guys' model, you think that the longer of a line you make, the more straight it's not becoming. So from your eyeball to your hand, the light's not going to be bent that much. You're going to get a really straight line, right? Now it's not going to be perfect, but it's going to be really straight. If you extend that out, I don't know, 5 miles, you're going to have this way curved, fucked up line, not even close to as straight as that first line.
Right. I mean, the total deviation does go up exponentially, but let's just say the standard atmospheric refraction is said to be roughly 1 degree every 1,000 miles. Actually, it's every 932, but let's just call it 1,000. So if you had a 1,000-mile line, it would curve slightly, and the ending angle would be 1 degree different than the starting angle. If you had a half of that 1,000 miles, 500 miles, then you'd have a half a degree, and so on and so forth. And if you look at any section of that path, it's going to be curving at the same rate. It's just going to be a smaller section of it, right?
I mean, if your idea is to look the whole length of the shot, and that's going to make it easier, it's been duly noted. Thanks.
Well, anyway, I would like to understand why you think it would be different. But anyway,
You'd have to know how refraction works. I mean, that's gonna. I thought I just explained it. If you look from your eyeball to your hand, you're gonna have a super straight line. If you extend that line over 5 miles, it's gonna be this curving, fucked up line, not straight, way off straight.
but will any subsection of it be curving at any different of a rate than any other subsection of it?
If the light's okay, listen to me. If the light's curving at an exponential rate, to where it's not actual globe, it's not actual Earth curve, but it's the light curving. By doing it in segments, you get rid of that. If you just look down the whole thing in one shot, that doesn't solve anything.
All right. Well, thank you.
I mean, I don't know about the rest of these guys, but I think it's not Earth curve and it's some optical exponential, apparent optical drop. So, like, just looking at it for one whole shot, that ain't gonna do it for me. I don't know what else they could think it would be other than that. Honestly, if it's not Earth curve, it has to be an optical thing, obviously.
It's definitely an optical thing because yes, the light is going straight, but as it goes away from you, it goes down towards the ground. No different than a plane flying away from you. It looks like it's going closer to the ground before it gets to so far you it's now out of sight. But I mean, light poles, and I mean, we go over and over and over about how that focal point there, and then there's a vanishing point beyond that. So yes, naturally when you're looking through something, it will arc down. So if he's saying that you can just take this shot and it's not hitting the one all the way down at point D, well, yeah, because like you're saying, it's an optical thing. And that's why these instruments that you use for taking those measurements, they say you can only use them so far before that optic, you know, phenomenon now affects what you're looking at, what you're trying to measure.
Yeah,
I don't.
yep. Let me just say one more thing to Jesse. I mean, if you want to look at it all in one shot, I could come up with observations where the Earth looks concave. Your guy George Hanichuk gave us, a picture of him looking through a theodolite with the horizon above level. So, I mean, do you want to just use that one? And now we're on concave Earth.
No, I've observed, filmed, and published those scenarios myself, actually.
Yeah. So,
But
whose long range shot do we go with? Who's going to be the arbiter? Are you the arbiter?
no. Um,
Yeah.
obviously we have to find conditions which yield consistent results as a very minimum. Like when you
How do you
shoot.
know? Hold on, Jesse, real quick. How do you know those consistent results are the actual positions of the object, though? Who's the arbiter of this now?
Well, that we all have to study and figure out what could be causing a consistent error.
No, it doesn't matter what's consistent. It matters what's actually happening. Like,
Right.
where is the actual position of that object? Not where does it show up on average. We need to know what's the actual position of it before we go making any geometric claims on the shape of Earth or anything. You'd have to have the actual position. And now, who's the arbiter of that in this scenario where we just look one shot down the whole thing? Is it you? Is it somebody else decides where the actual position is and how the light's bending? Are we going to do a test long range in the atmosphere to see which way the light's bending? I mean, if that's the case, you're going to just need to do some kind of force the line thing or something with that.
I would love to do a sighting inside a vacuum tube like LIGO, but I can't afford it.
Yeah, so I mean, looking the whole way down one shot, that's not the answer at all. That's as good as, you know what that's as good as? That's as good when Kozlowski said, in order to make a straight line, he's just going to measure up from the water and make a reverse chord. That's what that's as good as. Remember, Bandsaw was going to have the great survey off, and Kozlowski was like, "Yeah, well, I'll make my straight line. I just measure up from the water," because he knows how much the water is bending already. Just like you know how much in which direction the light's bending in the atmosphere. You know, it's all a big presupposition.
Well, but we can do stuff to try to figure out what's going on. And I did an experiment in a fish tank where I had warm air and cold air, as the warm air as a layer above the cold air, and light does bend towards the more dense region in air. So whatever the density gradient of the atmosphere does do, it makes the mountains and stuff look higher, not lower.
That's dope. We're going to determine reality on what's going on inside this fish tank. Is that what you want to do?
Well, it's a start, isn't it?
Because I'm going to measure it. My next step is going to be, all right, that's awesome. Well, I'm just going to measure how much the water is curving inside that fish tank and tell you it's not curving.
You know how Whitsitt always shows the quote of Einstein where he says, I've come to the conclusion that there's no optical or terrestrial experiment that shows that the Earth rotates or Earth's movement. I think you guys can just go ahead and throw up a quote with my beautiful mug next to it and have the quote say, I've come to the conclusion that there's no optical experiment that can prove the surface curvature of the Earth.
I think there is an optical experiment that can tell us that. Honestly, it's the one Moyak came up with.
I don't think so. I think it needs to be physically. We're going to have to lay down the line physically, and it's going to have to involve water in some way, shape, or form. And we're going to have to make the assumption that water lays flat and level. And if there is a deviation from flat and level of the water, then maybe we've got curvature. But anything aside from that, I don't know what we can do, because the problem is,
of course you got to compare it to water. Yeah, but I personally think there is an optical experiment, and the one Moyak suggested is the closest one I've seen to something that could actually be done.
I don't know if I'm convinced too much on that. I mean, because here's the thing, you're constantly, you can't remove perspective from your optical measurements.
Yeah, but perspective, the thing is with perspective, things on the horizontal stay on the horizontal.
Sure.
Yeah.
Is that what Skunk Bay footage shows in the time lapse?
No, that shows a massive amounts of refraction causing things to maybe not stay on the level line. But just perspective, that's not even an issue, because if you're making a horizontal line, things on that line due to perspective will always be on that horizontal line. That's how it works.
Sure, until you get to a certain point where they're not.
Yeah, due to refraction, not perspective. We're knocking out the refraction thing here, where you can't not take out perspective. That's not an issue, because like I said, things on a horizontal line will just stay on the horizontal line due to perspective alone. Refraction is the thing you got to get under control.
All right, so then there's going to have to be a conclusion drawn as to what we deem as refraction and where we can see it noticeably, right? So this goes back to you saying you have to know something's actual position. And if you're viewing things optically, their actual position is dependent upon refraction. And we, as much as people like to say it's just this silver bullet of, we just take a temperature and a pressure measurement and then boom, we know for sure. Like,
I don't agree to that. The thing is, with the thing I'm talking, okay, when they look and they have something dropping in the distance, that has to be an exponential thing, right? The squared, 8 inches per mile squared, optically. So if you take out the exponential part and you just do it in small chunks, you'll see a difference between what they claim it should be dropped and what is actually happening. Think about it like this: a plane's only got to drop 8 inches every mile to stay, if it's on the globe, to stay on the same elevation, despite all the crazy numbers everyone just throws out. It only really needs to drop 8. You're taking out the exponential part of it if you do it every mile, so. Whereas if the plane just flew straight and then had to drop all the way at the end, you have this exponential thing now where, oh my God, all it has to drop this huge amount. Whereas if you do it with the way Moyak's talking about, you won't have to. You're doing it every segment. You're taking care of the exponential part gets knocked out like that. So, I mean, I don't know. I personally think there is an optical way to do it that is actually definitive. I used to not think so, but people came up with I'm privy to new information now, and we've had a lot of ideas kicked around. I said what you said basically about, I don't know, for the past 2 years, I've been saying what you just said.
Yeah, I feel like it would have to be really small sections to eliminate any type of refraction, because if there, even if
You're
there
never
is the slightest bit of refraction over, say you're shooting like a quarter of a mile, but you're off by 8 inches, you're not going to notice 8 inches in a quarter of a mile optically. I mean,
you have to do it you have to do it in segments, yes, but yeah, you got to do it in small segments. So if you have some kind of refraction happening that's making things drop, let's say it's making things drop 8 inches per mile optically, right? That's what the refraction is doing, let's say. So if you do that and you just use enough small chunks, you might have some drop, because if you, let's say you do it in 200 meter or eighth of a mile segments or whatever, yeah, there's going to be some drop at the end, but it's not going to be anything near what the globe says, because you've gotten rid of the exponential part.
Right, but I'm saying there's a possibility of error, right? So what is the rating on like theodolites as far as distance that they can accurately or claim to have some sort of accuracy within a certain degree? Because if you think about it, the reticle within the theodolite, at some point, that reticle, just that thin line, if you're looking out over the horizon, that thin line could represent 10 miles.
Yeah, but you're not going to go that far. The measurements we're talking about was like 100 meters. Larry suggested 100 meters. I believe our people are cool with 100 meters. I'm not sure on that, but
so the reticle, the reticle at 100 meters, what is the equivalence of the thickness of that reticle?
yeah, I'm not sure.
Hold on a second.
See what I'm saying though? Like if that's something like the thickness of the reticle, meaning it's blocking a certain amount of information. If it's blocking 8 inches at 100 meters, how are we going to get an accurate measurement?
Hold on just a second.
Our people and our people and the globe people are fine with 100 meters, I'm pretty sure. So very accurate measurements within 100 meters. Maybe we could check with Rocky on that or something.
Here's the thing. Before you start claiming our people, I think you should probably come to a better consensus as to what is being proposed and whether or not people agree or disagree that would actually give us any type of accurate information that would be a definitive claim one way or the other.
Sure, Rocky, are you there? You up in here? Anyone that does the theodolite stuff? This is on our side, Jesse. No offense, but
no. But he asked a question earlier. The crosshairs would obstruct about 1 millimeter at 100 meters, maybe 2 millimeters.
Hey, that's why you're right about that. But that's why on the other light, you can get the crosshairs right to line up, but then there's a little switch where you could actually vanish them or thin them out, should I say, or lighten them, so that way that way you're not off, especially when you have to take like really, really, really good measurements. You don't have like a tolerance of like a quarter inch, so they don't care.
Right.
But when you have to have like very, very specific, like within an eighth of an inch or a 16th, then you could actually lighten the crosshairs, and it gets very, very, very thin. So I get what you're saying, but not necessarily.
Yeah, Apocryphon, you do the measurements, right, with this auto levels and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, how far could you extend a horizontal line could you do it at 100 meter clip, a clip section?
The farthest that you usually use them is what is suggested in the manual. Let's say no further than 1,000 feet 500 feet's usually the max, really, because anything beyond that, you're starting to go off, like you're saying. You know, you start getting this. Your measurements aren't going to be as accurate. So just like you said, you would do it in increments. So if you had to go 1,000, sure, you can shoot 1,000 feet, but it's better
I don't
to
know what
shoot it
1,000
like
feet
every
is. What's
100
it?
feet.
Yeah. So is 100 meters out of range for an auto level or a theodolite or something, or what?
I don't go by meters, but let me check.
No,
Let
it's
me-
not.
How many feet is 1,000 meters? I do feet here, so that's 1,000 meters. I'm sorry.
I
What did
think
you
he
say?
said 100 meters.
100
Okay,
meters.
100 meters.
It's
Okay,
like,
yeah. I was like, well, that's a little bit too big. How it's 328 feet. So yeah, that's perfectly fine.
There we go. Boom.
Yeah, that's fine. You can do that again if you want, but once you get beyond 500 feet, you can do it, but it's
Cool.
not
We ain't going
recommended.
past 500. We're only doing 100 meters. Perfect. We good. We're good, Napalm. Our peoples are on board with it.
Yeah, that's only 328 feet. You'll be fine.
Yeah. So I mean, it's good. And that
So what-
method. Go ahead.
roboting.
Bro, you're roboting. Yeah.
Going to ask, what is the full extent of the test or the method that you're doing? What is the full extent of the test that you're doing?
The full extent is we're going to extend a line over a few miles. We're going to try to get as straight of a line as possible. And then we're going to put water under it.
Yeah.
We're going to put still water under it and see what's good. Maybe a water level, still water. I don't know.
So that's going to be kind of crucial to the setup there. Still
What's
water
crucial?
or water level, or what are you doing on that?
Either one. Either one's fine. We get some non-flowing water or a water level.
All right. So is your plan to kind of do this over some sort of stagnant body of water and then tie measurements back down to the water?
Yeah, or a water level. Yep.
Well, and even if it's just within 100 feet or even 300 feet of water, then you can simply use the auto level to do differential leveling from the one end to the water and from the other end to the water. It's no.
We're probably just going to get a water level. They're not that you can transpose a water level. You go get 100-foot water level. You can easily transpose that over miles and miles. Not difficult.
What do you mean transpose over 100?
Transfer
miles
it,
and miles?
whatever. So you get a 100-foot water level. You get 2 stakes. You go mark out where the water's level. You bring the other point around. You bring it. Leave it at the last stake. Bring it forward. Now you got 3 stakes in the ground where the water level is, and you just keep leapfrogging it like that, and you got a water level.
Okay. I don't know if I'm convinced about the accuracy of that, but maybe.
Well, I mean, that's the most accurate thing you can get for making a level. They actually have micrometers on it. You can make water levels with micrometers.
I got a question. What if you guys fucking do the experiment and the water level ends up above the horizontal?
So what, concave Earth, or I don't know what you're saying.
I guess so. Like, what if you do it and it's the exact opposite? Instead of being just flat, it's the exact opposite.
Concave Earth, baby. That would explain how they always try to replicate gravity and a gradient, a density gradient. They always try to give the example of a centrifuge. Concave Earth, spinning around.
I'm with concave, or if the Earth was concave, I have no problem with whatever it is. If it's the globe, whatever. I just want to get this straight line out there with some water next to it. I mean, as a community, we should have been fucking done this already. I don't get it. You guys been doing this for 7 years, right? It was good.
Yeah, it's not as easy as you think to try to do these things. You know what I'm saying? To be able to set it up and actually.
I mean, Larry said he could do it. Larry said he could do it in a week. He could do this optical thing in a week, he said.
He could do it in a week, huh?
Yeah. He said about a mile a day you could go, and we need to go. The point you start at, you have to go both ways. You can't just start and make a level and then just go out from one spot. You have to do it on both sides to make sure you have symmetry, so you can measure it, because you want to measure it on both sides of level to make sure you're symmetrical. Because no matter what it is, no matter what Earth is, it's got to be symmetrical on either side, right? Like you wouldn't want to measure, oh, okay, I'm 7 inches above the water on this side, but then I'm 20 inches above the water on this side. Like that'll also tell you if your straight line's fucking fucked up crazy.
Right. You could come into the possibility of slope Earth or whatever.
Yeah, that's why you go out. That's why you go out from your middle point on either side with this.
Are you guys doing it over a lake where there's no
No, you're definitely not. This is definitely not going to be done over water, no matter what. That's the worst place to do it.
Oh, okay. That's I thought you were talking about water for some reason.
Well, there will be water involved. There's obviously going to have to be water involved because you got to have something to measure your line against. So yeah, we're going to either have a water level or we're going to do it next to a still body of water or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it needs to be like a stagnant canal of a long distance, but I don't know where you would find a stagnant one, because the problem is if you have a canal that is straight and long, typically it's flowing. There's some type of flow, some way, shape, or form to it. So
the easiest thing is probably going to be to just do this over land somewhere and then get 100-foot water level, and because you can transfer whatever it's called, you can carry that water level out for infinity easily.
I know you say that, but I feel like there could be enough margins of error over that small of a distance that exponentially you could get inaccuracies. If you're just moving a water level. Yeah, if you're setting up a water level and then you're moving it, setting it up, moving it, setting it up, moving it. Are you moving it like, what are you doing? Setting it on stakes and then putting
you got 100-foot water level. You put 2 stakes out there. You mark where the water is level. Then you keep one part of the water level at that last stake, and then you go out in the distance and you make a new stake. And you just keep doing that until you have however long you want of water of level.
Well, the water level has to span the entire distance, because if the lake is curved, then the water level will curve with it. So you can't just measure 100 foot at a time and keep moving, because if the Earth is curved, then the water level will be level at a slightly different angle at each point along the way.
Yeah.
What?
Jesse gets me.
No, but it's
true. Hold on. What?
But the point though, Jesse, is water don't curve though.
Well, that's what we're trying to find out.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Even if the water is curving, why would that method not give us a measure of where level is?
Because you're readjusting your, for lack of a better term, like a fulcrum point, right?
Oh, never mind. No, I agree. No. I agree with Jeremy. We are using the water to establish the shape of water, and that would work too, to hop it along.
That shit works fine.
Yeah, it works fine.
No, it doesn't.
Why not?
Because you can have slight differences, right? If you're talking about 100-meter water level, do those even exist?
Yeah, Bev did a 200-meter one, I think. I'm not sure, but
like
you get 100-meter water level.
Himself?
Yeah, it's a hose. You put a tip on it. You can even get a micrometer on the tip to get it down to the micrometer.
So
Just the tip? Not like just the tip. There might be some tiny error, but I don't think it's going to be enough to be mistaken for Earth curve.
Yeah, but you're repositioning it every time.
Right,
yeah, but that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter though, the repositioning of it, because it's always level.
You'd really need to. Well, here's the thing. I don't know if you'd be able to. I don't know. Let me think about this for a sec.
I'm telling you, you can transfer a level like that with a water level indefinitely.
You should be able to. Yeah, that's the whole point.
Yeah, you can. You can. Yeah, it's not. I mean, you might have like I said, you might have a slight human error involved of where you're putting the marks or something. Like I said, it's not going to be anything that's going to be mistaken for Earth curve, though. As long as you go take it far enough.
So let me ask the Globers a question. Would running a tube from one end to the other of the whole entire experiment or test or whatever, and then having Jeremy's sensitive tips on the end of each, would that give us any indication as to whether or not from end to end that is a flat surface, or would it just give us an indication of it being a level surface that is curved due to gravity?
We would need a T in the middle of the water tube level to also compare the height of the stakes to the water surface in the middle of the run.
Well, if
water alone doesn't tell you
water
anything,
is curving. Well, here's the thing, though. If water is curving due to gravitational forces, a T in the middle of it could be at the exact same level, and it could be curving.
The water alone isn't going to do anything for you. You need something to compare it to.
Right, and we need to compare it at 3 points.
What?
I just think about like how if you were just to take anything and 2 miles long and just run along it on top of it, 2 squares, and just keep flipping them back to back and back and back and back and back. And if it was curving, eventually those squares won't line up because
we got multiple ideas kicking around on how to make a straight line. That one's a little tough. I've thought of that having, like, what a spirit level looks like.
Yeah,
you get 3 of those machine precision engineered, and then there's a way where you can overlap them so that they're always flush with each other, and just make a line like that, like keep leapfrogging those. There's a bunch of different ideas, but that one might have too much human error in it over a long range. There's ways to get that out of there though, but by flipping them upside down every time you move one. But yeah, that's one of the ideas we've had. You need a wall for that or something to put the stakes on, right? You need some kind of structure.
Yeah, you would have to build something that's like 2 miles long, and in theory, like if you did it 90 90 90 90 90 all the way down in both directions, then the center, when you measure the top to bottom of that thing that you made sure was straight, it should have a different distance than all the way to your left and right.
Why couldn't we just use a shortwave radio and a Yagi antenna? I mean, those things propagate in a direct line of sight. There's no deviation.
True.
So here's my thing about even doing like a force the line type thing and doing something at long distance. I think optically you could have a starting point on the ground and increase in elevation as high as the Burj Khalifa over something like, I don't know, 1,000 miles. And it would be increasing in elevation even on a flat surface. And optically, I don't think you would notice any deviation.
I mean, that's the problem, because the human eye is, it has a threshold of error. I think it's only up to about 45 miles that we can optically see from one point to the next, given the conditions. So, I don't know. I mean, is that enough? I think so.
I think the antenna and the would be better, because line of sight obviously is better than our eyes. So
they're gonna tell you refraction. They're gonna. I mean, they can use whatever little bullshit tactic they want. That's why it's like, I think having a radio wave, there's nothing to account for a direct line of sight radio propagation.
So there's no refraction involved with the radio waves?
There is.
No.
What is a radio wave?
It's just light, but it's at a larger spatial footprint.
Yeah, so you're going to propagate light through an atmosphere.
Well, it's not illumination. There's a significant difference, Jeremy, between visible light and light in general.
Does the non-visible light not refract?
No.
You sure about that? It sounded
I'm pretty
like you were
sure.
guessing. It sounded like you were guessing, and I know that's not right.
Well, I could be, but at the end of the day, it proved me wrong.
That non-visible light refracts?
I don't know if it does through the atmosphere.
Yeah, I don't think it does.
It does.
Okay, so then if
non-visible light refracts, that's your claim?
Yeah, any electromagnetic frequency refracts, yep.
What is the refraction of radio waves? What's the refraction rate? And how has that been measured?
Right, what's the
that's a
refractive
good question.
index?
It's a good
Well, you got to
question.
support your claim, Jeremy.
No, I'm at work. I can't do that. If you guys want to look it up, go ahead. I'm fairly certain. If it doesn't refract, if the shit doesn't refract, then show me it's showing the same thing day after. Like, go to the Black Swan site or something. Let's see it not refracting.
You're talking about optical, visible light. I'm not talking about visible.
No, get your non-optical, non-visible thing. Go to the Black Swan site and show me it showing the same position day after day and not appearing to move.
Why does it have to be the Black Swan location?
Well, I mean, that would be a good place to check it, because we know shit's moving crazy optically there, and there's a lot of refraction or sound. What's that bay? Skunk Bay. That's a good spot to try it at. Anywhere where there's a lot of refraction, where we know optically we're not seeing it in the same spot. So that's where I would go to test something like that to see if there was refraction with it.
If it refracted, don't you think they could just arc a radio wave and get a longer distance instead of bouncing
I don't
it
know,
off the
but
ionosphere? Yeah, triangulation.
Is there anything
if that was possible?
Is there anything we have of it showing it not refracting?
I would say
either way,
would be a good indicator.
Well,
I mean, even the mainstream claims that there's refraction in GPS, so that's non-visible. It's a non-visible spectrum.
Yeah.
Well, one thing I want to point out, for instance, like, remember when they did that transcontinental shot from, like, what was it, somewhere from Europe, hit to New York or wherever it was from, like, just crazy long distance, like back in the early 1900s, whatever. So when that happened, like, they said, oh, it's refracting, that's how it got so far. It was off the ionosphere, and they just said that that's what it was. But they, now today, someone looked into it, and they're just pointing out, like, no, it had line of sight because of the mountain that it was on. It was high enough to reach, it wasn't obstructed by anything on the ground, like the hills or whatever, wherever else it was at. But I don't know. I just feel like they say that it's refracted, but I mean, is that really something that's testable?
I mean, sure. If there's a way to show that it's going straight, like Dyslow just said, we can see if we can bring this to the Skunk Bay or the Black Swan site or one of these sites where we know for a fact that day by day there's heavy, or week by week or whatever, that refraction is changing there. Test it over a while, compare it against the optics, and see if it's refracting or not.
Yeah, I cannot find anything that says that they don't refract, and the reason they would refract is because radio waves and light take longer time to go through more dense media, and more dense air is more dense, so it would slow radio waves down for the same reason it slows light down and curves light, basically.
Yeah, I mean, Dyslow, we're going to use this to see if it's flat, right? So you can get a position on something in the distance.
What was your question?
I don't. How are you going to use it to see if the water is not curving?
Well, you're going to get at a certain elevation above the water, closer to the surface would be ideal, and then go out, whatever set distance, and send your signal out and see if it modulates or not.
What do you mean? See if it modulates?
See if the signal is received and modulated and transmitted to the
antenna.
Oh yeah,
the
that'd be
antenna.
dope. That sounds like it'd definitely be testable then, because you could go right on the edge of the horizon, like. Well, I don't know. Yeah, I guess you could go to where the beach is on the Black Swan site, and then you can go to the second oil rig with a boat or a buoy or some shit, and then see if it, see if when you can see it, is it getting the signal, and then when you can't see it, is it getting the signal? I mean, this sounds testable.
Yeah, it's not an optical test rather than that of a sound test, more like, like it's either going to be transmitted at the set distance and received, or it's not. And
Well, if
if
it's not subject to refraction, you're going to be able to go to the bottom of the second black oil rig at the Black Swan, and you're always going to get the signal, right?
that would be the idea.
Yeah, that would
right.
tell. And then if there was a day where you couldn't get the signal, then we would be like, oh shit, it is refracting, right? That would, one way or the other, we'd figure it out. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, sounds doable. I mean, I don't know if anyone's ever done that, but
it just seems like they would say,
actually in World War II, we had signals being sent out by our naval fleet and picked up by China, and they were trying to decode it. So how could they receive those signals from that distance if it wasn't flat?
Didn't the Germans have some
I don't
sort of radio transmission as well that was pinpointing their planes for bombing?
I'm not sure. I haven't heard that one, but I wouldn't doubt it.
I can't remember what the name of that. I'll try to remember that.
Yeah, but I think a long time ago, though, Dyslow, I remember we got into a discussion with Zanuck about it, and he simply said and argued, I think extremists too, they argued, well, radio waves, they're light, so they'll bend over the curvature of the Earth, and then that was one of those, okay, well, then in that case, then radio should be able to just bend all the way around the Earth, then, if that's your stupid logic. But that was their conclusion, their justification.
Well, a lot of it too depends on how the strength of the signal being transmitted.
Yeah.
So yeah, if it's not strong enough, it won't be picked up. But depending on the strength of it and whether or not there's an obstruction, i.e., the surface curve, would either interfere with it, or it would be picked up. There's only two options.
Yeah, it was just one of those things where if you look at it like logically, like if I'm on a boat and I cast out a signal, from my transmitter, and it shoots out, okay, but there's a ball curving because I'm on a brown ball Earth, then they're in their world, their mind, for some reason, that signal's going to start to go down following the curve as opposed to just shooting straight out into the sky above the person on the other side of that ball, like overshooting them, because now it's like line of sight. Remember, again, it's line of sight. That's the key.
Right.
So
I'm
for
pretty
some
sure it's the opposite way, though. They'll say that it's bouncing off the ionosphere and being picked back up.
yeah,
But
well,
that's
that was the
the
original
point of
one.
the
Yeah,
Yagi antenna, because the Yagi antenna only works through direct line of sight.
yeah.
So wherever you point that thing is going to pick up whatever signal's being transmitted from that direct line of sight.
Yeah. I mean,
The
okay.
the German system in World War II was called the Knickebein system. Starts with the K. Knickebein.
Yeah, but so I think line of sight was another huge argument. Let's say even like maybe a year or two ago with these guys, but they always just went back to it's refraction.
Well, it's like
We used to
tea
argue.
hunting. You know what tea hunting is, right? Where guys get in their vehicles and they got an array of antennas set up on their vehicle, and they've got CB radios, and somebody will broadcast the signal, and everybody goes and tries to triangulate in on where that signal's coming from, and it's kind of like playing tag, right? But in cars. So if it wasn't being a direct line of sight, then how would you ever find the individual? You know what I mean? Like, it has to be.
Yeah. We've gotten discussions too with line of sight, how there's military weapons that lock on a target, line of sight, and then the missile hits it, and then they're like, well, the laser bends and hits the physical target over the curve. Like, I don't know, man, they just they stand up for some cartoon type belief. But
so if radio waves work line of sight, then we should be able to pick up everything from, if you're on a body of water and I'm on the other coast of the body of water, you should always be able to pick something up.
depending on the strength of the transmission.
Yeah, like I said, the strength of the signal.
Yeah, so like if I have a boat and I have like a 5-watt radio, and no one's hearing me, right? I'm like, mayday, mayday, no one heard me. Well, if there's a way to crank up the power of that transmitter, then someone could probably hear me, because it's casting out farther now. You get what I'm saying?
I mean,
Okay, so how much power would you need? So how much power?
Our government is launching signals deep into the depths of space in the hopes of locating some terrestrial civilization somewhere, far off and beyond. So if it wasn't a direct line of sight, how would they ever pick up that signal to begin with and be able to detect where it came from if it was just being pushed around by any old object out there?
All right, I don't know the answer to that, but how much wattage do you have to have? How much wattage do you have to have? You don't know what? I didn't. My question.
You're saying how much strength do you have to get it to go the distance we need it to go? I don't know.
Nah. How much strength do you need to have to get it to go a mile, and then 100 miles, and then 1,000? Like, how about if we try to do something from England and New York City? How much strength would we need?
That's a good question. I mean, I wish I had the answer. I don't.
It also changes from day to night. Like, there's more interference during the daytime with your signal from the radiation from the sun, right? So
exactly correct.
Cool. So do the numbers for nighttime and let's see what we got. We could do it at night.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, this stuff has been done. right? Like Marconi has done transmissions that were impossible on a globe. So it all just gets dismissed, right? That's the ionosphere came into existence because Marconi was able to
Yeah, because they
shoot
started
radio
saying, well,
over
that's the thing,
distances
though.
that were not possible on the globe. So they had to figure out a way to make it possible on a globe. Enter
Exactly.
the
Ionosphere.
ionosphere.
That's what I said earlier when they did that transcontinental signal, and they're like it was literally just a line of sight. He got the antenna, it was able to put enough power into it and send the signal all the way to America. And they're like, oh, well, luckily, there's this, thing above us that it bounced off and then bounced down. But that again, that's part of the brainwashing. So now we're supposed to believe that they're bouncing signals off of something. But my question would be, well, then why do relays then? Why put up relay antennas if you could just bounce it off everywhere? Because they're like, oh yeah, we could bounce off a signal off the moon, and we'll talk to the Philippines from San Diego, California, if we just bounce off the moon. And it's like, okay, then why have repeaters? Then why is repeaters in business? Because if you could just easily bounce off a signal off the ionosphere that's always there, for some reason it's not there sometimes. So they have to rely on repeaters. But this is the nonsensical world that they have been told what is and what isn't, and then they believe it, and then they don't want to, they can't pull apart from it. They can understand that no, it's repeaters. That's why, like cellular antenna, even like you have a crappy signal when your city only has one antenna, right? But then if you put more antennas, more cell towers, it increases the signal. You get more, less dead coverage spots because it's able to cover more people. Like, I don't know, man. Just you think logically.
So how come instead of hold on,
Go ahead.
real quick, how come instead of building like millions and millions of towers, do they not just build one really high tower and then just crank it up with a lot of watts? Like I feel like you could run the whole country off like one cell phone tower instead of having a million. Wouldn't it be cheaper?
Well. Unfortunately, each tower has a capacity. So, like, let's say one tower is only able to handle 10,000 phone calls at once, right? Because that's as much as it can handle. It's like saying, why can't you put gas in your car and you could drive from here to New York, from California, New York? Well, because your gas tank's only so big. Technically, you can't. That can be if you build a big enough gas tank. You're right,
They
but you can
do that for those races. Then they race across America and shit.
right,
Ever see that?
yeah, you have a huge ass fucking gas tank, and you
They'll
do
just have
that.
the whole trunk will be gas, so they don't have to stop.
And then you hope not to get hit in the car wreck because you might blow up.
FYI, my friend helped that guy break the world record from New York to LA.
Really?
Yep. He was part of scouting a portion of the guy's route for law enforcement.
Oh, that's pretty cool. No, but so going back to the cell tower, like each cell tower has a capacitance, so it can only hold so many. Now, as the systems upgrade, like you get an update on your phone. Well, cell towers also get updates, and they get parts replaced. No different than like a computer that could only have like 1 gigabyte of storage, and then all of a sudden you have 1 terabyte of storage. That's because you're able to replace them, and now it could hold more and it could do more. It's faster, all that stuff. Well, cell towers are the same way. So, like, let's say like back in the '80s, it had X amount of people that it could hold. So when it was really busy at the unlimited minutes time, a lot of calls started dropping because the cell towers couldn't handle all the people on it, and someone had to be dropped. That's why you had a lot of drop calls. So they started putting more towers and upgrading those towers, and you increased it. I think like it got up to like 50,000 or 30,000 people, so it tripled its capacity. But then you still had to put more towers, not just upgrade them, because now you have dead spots and dead zones because when they do the handoff, let's say you're in an area where it's not a good handoff because it's no longer getting that line of sight, that direct, you're not in the field, if you will, to receive that or to have that connection. But like, that's why Sprint, if you remember Sprint PCS, like their coverage was the worst, but that's because they weren't piggybacking off of everybody like everybody else. Like, you had AirTouch and you had AT&T, and they would use each other's cell towers though, and that's why they had that good coverage, because both companies kind of like joined together. But Sprint was by themselves, and so they built up slowly, and then next month we're gonna have 5 more towers in Southern California. So eventually, though, they got to a point where then now everyone just shares out. Everyone just piggybacks off everybody now. But yeah, that's explaining why you can't just put one cell tower in the middle of America and let everybody use it. It would be nice, but no.
So you're saying it's not about the area they can cover; it's about how many calls each tower can handle.
It's both. It's both, because you can have a tower that can handle 50,000 people, but it's in like a valley and it's surrounded by mountains, and then you go over the hill and you no longer can get a signal. That's why people that go through hills, the signal always drops, unless they put a tower. Like, that's when they started making these trees, right? These tree towers. So your signal covers, but it's because they put them in the hills. So that way that signal could keep relaying. And again, going back to repeaters and relays, it's transferring over from cell tower to cell tower as you travel through. So now you have tree towers. They look like trees, and they're killing the wildlife all around them, though. They have videos and pictures of these towers that they're putting in the forest or in the mountains, and the trees around them are turning brown and they're dying from the radiation that's casting from the antennas on them. And matter of fact, I just saw a video last week of, in China, they have city workers. They're going and they're like putting fake leaves on trees that are in the cities, because they have like a heavy presence of 5G in the city, but it's killing all their trees. So they're literally going and like putting fake leaves on the trees, to make it look, like not like a dead city, but technically it is definitely killing the wildlife. It's pretty interesting if you look into it.
Blaze, you here?
Yeah, sorry. Geo got him.
Oh, all right.
Thank you.
I just saw it.
Mm-hmm. Thanks.
So if the cell tower did have line of sight, it could just crank up the wattage and cover the amount of calls it can handle. I mean,
well, it's not just the wattage would increase the distance that it can carry a signal. So like when, let's say you're right next to a tower and you have full coverage, but if you drive away from it and there's no towers that it's handing off to, then your bars are going to drop and drop and drop because you're getting further away from the source. But again,
so if you're on like Lake Erie or something, and you build it and you have your tower, I don't know how high they are, 200 feet above the water. Everyone on the water, as long as you have high enough wattage, everyone on the water and the coastline, everywhere around the whole lake should be able to get cell service.
Yeah,
with just one tower.
Yeah. In that area, within that reaching point of that tower, then theoretically, yes. But
wouldn't it be just smarter to just build the one tower then and just crank up the watts instead of going around? Because you got to do maintenance on those. You got to do maintenance on those towers, bro. It's not like you build them and then just bounce. Like, You got to keep going back and doing maintenance on them and shit.
Yeah, but there's also regulations. You can only put so much power into it because it's a radioactive signal that does cast out and it is harmful. There is a federal regulation that
No doubt.
they could only be cranked up so high. This is why they have to, instead of cranking one up, they will just build another, and that will help with giving everybody a signal. Yeah, if you're too far away from the one originally, then you can just pick up from the other one. But they can't just turn it up because there is regulations of how much power they could put out to the air, because it will literally
no doubt
kill animals and people even at that point.
I saw something with trees where this shit was fucking the trees up or something. You ever see that?
Oh yeah, no doubt. It definitely is doing that. It's killing wildlife in general. Yeah.
That's why I was a big fan of Tesla. But that thing that he wanted to do was kind of scary. Like, you wanted to send this wireless electricity out throughout the whole fucking earth. I mean, that could have had some kind of detrimental effects or something. You think?
Yeah. It will have it. It will come with its problems.
I mean, that shit sounds like it could be like cataclysmic or some shit. I don't know. You might want to test that out on a small area first before you just go fucking buck wild with it.
Yeah.
So, does the radio waves travel in straight lines? Does it not? I don't know. I'm still not convinced. I think it does. Or sorry, I don't think it does. I think it's subject to refraction.
I'm sorry. Say that again. I'm sorry. What was that?
I said I think the EMF waves, the radio waves, whatever kind of non-visible light thing you're doing, I think that is all subject to refraction. Personally.
I mean, I guess if you're taking a shortwave antenna and broadcasting, and again, because it's just light, and he's saying, Dysel said that non-visible light though isn't isn't affected by it, but I think maybe you're right too. Maybe it is just not as bad. I don't know. Maybe it goes farther. I don't know. Like for instance, if you think about, like, it's also the way the pattern is, or the way it travels through the air, through the medium. So it light, if it's a certain pattern that it travels down, and then it might have a different, it might have uh uh what's the word I'm looking for, it might be affected by the medium differently than, let's say, a shortwave antenna, because it just travels differently. The way it's broadcasted, it travels in a different path, and maybe that path will have not as much as an effect because of the way it's traveling. I don't know, but I'm just putting it out there that maybe that's why he's saying that. Like, if you think about it, like AM radio compared to FM, it also depends on like what frequency you're at, because different frequencies also travel different ways. And like AM seems to travel much farther, right? And even in areas where FM can't. Like, I always just trip out. Like, if you listen to FM radio and you go into a tunnel, it cuts out 100% of the time. But if you listen to AM, you'll still get the signal. And I used to think, like, how does that even happen? But it's one of those things where it's affected differently. Yes, because it's a higher frequency, so it's able to travel. able to reach you.
We got tons of people in the house tonight. All right, nice. What's good, guys? What's good?
I know everyone's quiet. Like, you guys speak up. I'm tired of talking. Chime in.
What do you guys got? Anything good? Nothing? No one's got nothing? Come on, guys.
The only thing I've been really focusing on lately and looking into is the whole Artemis stuff, like how ridiculous it is. And it's funny how they're like, oh, we're going to have all this live footage and video, blah, you wait till it comes out. You guys wait till it launches, and then womp, womp, womp. Like, well, what happened to all your live coverage and all your live streaming? Ended up being a whole bunch of nonsense. So I was really into looking into that stuff and all the excuses now they all say and have for it.
Well, like SC Montreal was saying that he's sort of noticing a lot of the globe earthers are sort of not talking about it very much because the footage is just such shitty footage. Like, it looks like 1970s at best. Like, it's that bad. So it's sort of like not maybe just don't mention that.
Right? Like definitely not like they're not prideful about it at all. They're not like, aha, they're not like, got you guys. You guys shut up now. See, here's a proof. Like, they cannot take that road. It's almost like they'd rather not talk about it. It's
If they're going to claim, when are they claiming to send people in this Artemis thing?
Next year, I believe next year.
So, because right now all they're giving is just like these shots of a little globe out in the blackness, this little like deformed little ball thing, and then some of those flyby ones of the moon or whatever. But that's sort of nothing different than they even had in the 60s. So when they claim to put people there, like, what kind of CGI are they? Are they going to actually show people walking around on the surface and all that?
Who knows? I'm sorry, 2024, not 2023. They're going to do a flyby in 2024 and then land in 2025. But I don't know. At this point, I think they're just switched from Mars. What happened to Mars? What happened to people going to Mars? Like, they switched from that, and now they're like, oh, let's put people on the moon now. It's just a new carrot for people to chase. It's a new generation, so they had to switch up the gears. I'm pretty sure by the time the new generation gets to the older generation's age, then there's going to be, a new goalpost.
Yeah, the biggest... My bad.
Yeah. I was going to say, but they haven't completed anything, but go ahead.
The biggest thing you can do for humanity, if all this space shit is real and we can really go and travel and fly out there and land on other planets, the biggest thing you can do is get a colony going on another body to make sure that we don't get wiped out by disease, by virus, by a meteor, whatever. Like, you'd secure our future, humanity's future more. Like, if we got all wiped out tomorrow, it'd be our own stupidity, basically, that we didn't do that. I don't know why they wouldn't do that. That'd be the first thing you should do, is go get set up on another body. That way we're good.
Yeah, but now we're going back to can you really land on a light in the sky? Can we really truly land on it? And, goes back to that age-old question. Did we really land on it? Or were we just saying that because we wanted to be first in the media show of it? I was just watching something yesterday. They're talking about, I guess, the photos, they have crosshairs on them. But then a lot of the pictures that NASA has, the crosshairs are being covered by, like, the moon lander and by the American flag and by the astronaut. So they're saying that clearly these pictures were doctored, because the way they used to take those photos with that camera that they used, there was crosshairs on the photo, and that's just the way it worked. That's just what it was. So when they look at these photos, with an eye, with the sideways eye, like, they're saying, wait, how are the vehicles and stuff on top of the crosshairs? That's not the way it works. So there's just some more fraudulence fraudulent things to point out
You
and
mean
explain.
objects in the actual image are in front or like are blocking the crosshairs, but the
Yeah.
crosshairs are supposed to be on the actual lens?
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
Huh.
Yeah. So like, let's say when there's a shot with the camera of them with the American flag, right? But you can tell when you zoom in on the picture, the crosshair is behind the flag. It's not in front of the flag. Like, like, I mean, I know you get what I'm saying. If you layer something on top and everything else is a layer, but all of a sudden the image is on top of the layer, then that means it's been doctored. That means it's been, manipulated. Watch, I'll pull it up for you. I'll show you in the chat. Let me find it. Yeah, that's even if I could find it. That might be one of those things where it's been scrubbed from the internet. Let me see. Okay, so like for instance, let me show you. Let me put this one up. This is one that actually shows the way it's supposed to be, because that's the way it works. That's just what they do. And then now let me. Oops. Hold on. I gotta. Oops. Oh man, I gotta leave. Just saved, so I gotta leave and come back. Hold on. Gotta close and reopen. All right. So like, see how the crosshairs are on the photo, so it's always gonna be over the picture, right? Because that's just the way it's what it is. And then let me find you the other ones though. The ones where they're behind. So it doesn't make sense.
And what is their explanation for this?
They don't have one. They don't have it. It's one of those like, oops, let's not talk about that. Let me see. Gotta find them. It's hard to find. It's like saying, can I find a good video on YouTube as a new person? You're not really gonna find it easily. You gotta really, really know exactly where it's at. Let me see. No, I'm not gonna find it on here. See, I knew I should have saved them. I was too, but I didn't. I should have.
Also, if they claim this Artemis thing is orbiting the moon, have people been able to pick it up on their P900s? I mean, of course not, but why wouldn't you be able to if it really was going to the moon?
Right. I don't know. It's a good question. I mean, if they can see the International Space Station flying around, shouldn't they be able to see Artemis flying around? In theory.
You should definitely be able to catch it transiting at least. Yeah, definitely transiting. I mean, if it's orbiting the moon, it'd have to be orbiting it at least somewhere. I mean, maybe not if it was going around there'd be one path where you wouldn't catch a transit, but any other path, you should be able to catch a transit of it at least.
It's a lot of stuff they're planning to do. They're saying they're going to set up a whole base on the moon. So, I mean, it's a lot of CGI they're going to have to come up with. Unless they already have some kind of indoor facility or some huge green screen setup or something that they're already working on.
Well, you know, there's a lot of, I mean, there's movie sets where they make TV shows about space and, you know, movies about space all day, every day. So it wouldn't be hard. It definitely wouldn't be something too difficult to do, to create a whole, you know, there's movies where there's guys doing that, like selfie videos, like, oh, look at, I'm here, guys, you know, with my friends, and oh wait, oh my god, there's Godzilla, right? Like, I mean, there's movies that show this amazing realistic looking environment that they are, you would think like, wow, that's pretty good. If you didn't know CGI existed and you're in a coma for 50 years and you woke up out of it and you saw a movie of this guy, and you would believe it, like, oh my god, that is, look what's happening, if you didn't know that CGI existed. Here, I found a couple of them, but I know there's a lot more, but let me post them, what I have so far, just so that way, if you were wondering. Hold on, I gotta leave and come back. All right, so like, here's some of those photos where it's behind. Oh wait, what the heck? It didn't save it.
You know what, Apocryphon? I'm glad you brought up these pictures where the crosshairs are behind things on the moon. This is actually proof that we went there, because this was a prediction that was made about gravitational lunar refraction by Arthur Photo Shoppington prior to the lunar excursions. So we actually predicted this, and since it was predicted and came to pass, this is obvious evidence as to why and how and the validity of the moon landings. So I really appreciate that flat earthers are bringing this up to prove that we landed on the moon. Thank you so much.
Well, here's the fun part. The fun thing about this is that if you would walk with me down a road where this whole photograph of the lunar lander, you know, the lander, you know, them driving around, them planting a flag, if all that was recorded and filmed and then they released these photos out to the public, it doesn't mean that they were filmed on the moon. It just means that they were filmed, and that we were just talking about it, there might have been a set, you know, there might have been a whole studio dedicated to what. Matter of fact, this is, you know, I know I've put this up before, but when you think about it, it's not hard to manipulate people's views.
Yeah, I mean the DoD, you know, in all seriousness, not joking around like I was previously, the military did have an installation in, ironically, Laurel Canyon in California, where they processed not only propaganda films but also the images of atomic testing, and it was a film studio.
Yeah.
It's called Lookout Mountain. Used to be Lookout Mountain Air Force Base, I think is what it was. Ironically, turned into a residence that was eventually purchased by Jared Leto of 30 Seconds to Mars. So maybe they did some lunar film processing there too. I'm not sure.
I mean, speaking of that, what would be a better place? I couldn't think of a better place to have a military installation than on the moon. No one can get at you. It's fucking perfect spot.
You could keep an eye on everybody from the sky, literally.
Oh my god.
There's no reason for that. No reason at all. There is no use strategically for the moon. at all.
What about golf?
Yeah. Where are you going to
Dune
be able to
buggy
swing one
courses?
out and let the ball float crazy?
Extreme dune buggy racing?
If it could help me drop below 80 in my round, I would be all for it.
It's interesting that we have an actual ISS replica on, I think it's in Texas, on the ground in a studio in a warehouse, like literally just like the way movie studios do it in Burbank, California. And it's interesting that they have that, and they like to film things for like publications, like no different than when you are making, like when a corporation builds a mock store and they have like training videos inside these stores, and for sales departments, and or they have commercials, that they shoot for the seasons, but they build a mock store. It's not necessarily the real store. So it's funny because NASA does the same thing. They build these mock things and they film using them. But why can't people say, well, wait, what if they're just filming all the other shit and saying that it is?
There's so many anomalies in ISS footage. Like, it's hysterical. My wife doesn't really look into any of this shit at all. But we've had conversations, right? And I showed her just a video, no like commentary, just a video of ISS anomalies. I'm like, just watch this. And we're sitting at the table, we're like eating and we're watching it. And she's just like, what? What is this? How is that happening? Do people think this is real? And she's just like, there's no commentary. There's nobody leading her to assume anything one way or the other. It's just all like fail after fail after fail on the ISS from original NASA footage. And she was like, this is ridiculous. I'm like, yeah, allegedly this was taken from space in the International Space Station. She's like, people can't just fade out of film. What the fuck? Like, it was funny.
Yeah.
Hey, Wits, are you there? Yo, Wits, you there?
Maybe he stepped away.
If you don't have enough gravity, you just fade out on film. If you like go somewhere, like on a video camera, you just turn into a ghost.
So Elon Musk started releasing he has somebody in tandem releasing the information. I just posted the link if y'all want to read up a little bit.
Oh yeah.
Releasing what information?
About how they suppress the Biden information.
Yeah, how they were protecting pretty much the DNC and everything that they were doing to censor those that were trying to spread the truth, and then essentially they're covering and protecting for that information not to come out, and but then allowing disinformation to go out. So like if you were to post something like, oh, I don't believe that Hunter Biden's laptop has anything on it, well, they won't ban you, or they won't block that. They want that to go out. And then if you said, hey, we should look into Hunter Biden's laptop, and then that will get censored. Like, they didn't want people saying, anybody that was against them, they blocked it. Anyone that was for them, they allowed it. So pretty much that's what they were doing. They were creating the narrative.
Yeah, but like, as per usual, right? The substance or the meat of anything that's transpiring gets lost in the kind of back and forth rhetoric, at least in my opinion, right? Do you know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, because there gets to a point where, like, let's say there's a truth, right? Like,
everybody's concerned about, is it right or is it wrong? Did it happen or did it not happen? And people lose track of what they're actually trying to prove happened. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like for instance, like if you were to post what's on his laptop, you can get banned because it's against community guidelines and it's criminal acts. But then you got a question like, well, wait, how does he not get in trouble for it then? Like he actually is doing these things, and he's he's the one that. If I'm just showing you what he's doing, why am I getting in trouble if he's the one that's actually doing it? Makes no sense. Like if you repost
Right.
it,
There's so much of that takes place, right? Like it's
yeah,
obvious, and I think they almost intentionally do that kind of stuff so that people are like frustrated that these politicians and these powerful corporate heads and things like that basically get away with stuff that the average person would never get away with. And I think that's kind of like a power move on their part, right? They put it out there as a story. Nothing ever really happens. These people never actually get brought to justice. And even though people might look at them as like, oh, they're doing all these evil things, in the back of the mind, subconsciously, people also are understanding how little power they have, right? Because nothing can happen to these people. So it's like a fucking power move.
yeah. Like if you think about it, there's like he has videos of him with underage girls, okay, doing sexual acts. Now, if you were to like show that on your, if you were to download that to your phone, or if you were to repost that on social media, you're like, hey, look, check out what this guy has. You can go to jail for posting kid porn. But then how the fuck is he not in jail for doing kid porn? You know what I mean? Like it really is ridiculous if you look, but he's being protected. He's Joe Biden's son, and they're protecting him. The FBI is being called out on it. They're like, "What? You had this information even a week before the election. Like you hid this, and you actually didn't come out. You denied that it even existed, even though they had that information because it was given to them. And so now the FBI is getting grilled. Like, wait, so how the hell is the DNC now controlling the FBI? The FBI is supposed to be for for America. It's for the betterment of it, not a political party using it to to hide information that's detrimental to them. They probably would have lost the election at that point. No one who
Right.
the fuck wants to vote for that.
But you have like out of
I mean,
all
they
of
lost
this,
anyways,
when
but
this
it's another
whole
story.
narrative is like said and done, you may have one scapegoat in the whole entire situation, right? You know what I'm saying? But how many steps of people actually did something wrong or incorrect within the realm of what is allowable for their job or their position, right? Multiple people should be fired. Multiple people should be jailed. Obviously, if he was doing these things and there's evidence of it, he should be jailed, obviously. But if none of that actually happens, subconsciously, you understand where your place is in this world, peasant.
Yeah, you're right. Like, yeah, like so they can do those things and not get in trouble, but you can't. You're definitely going to get in trouble if you do those things. But that's why, like for instance, I still don't get, like there's a video literally of Joe Biden at this in this this discussion, and he's bragging about how he told the Ukrainian government, hey, fire the guy that's investigating my son, or you're not going to get $1 billion from us. And he's like, then they fired him. He's like, son of a bitch. Like I have the video if you want me to post it, and he's on like video saying that. So how? And this is when he was vice president. So how does that not, like, he's literally admitting to a government like blackmailing another government and then protecting his son in doing so. Like, I don't know, dude. Like the corruption is so self-evident, but how people and why people turn a blind eye to it and simply just don't fucking care, I guess, because they still believe in the Democratic Party somehow, some way. Like, I don't know. It just baffles me. Like how how stupid are we, dude? Like how
It's not even the Democratic Party; it's the democratic process, right?
Yeah. Oh
you
yeah.
have
Yeah. That too.
you have obvious like people who kind of run shit, and you're either in with the in crowd or you're not, and it's fairly obvious. But
I mean,
people think if they don't participate, then, well, I don't know if we don't vote hard enough, things aren't going to change. It's like they get this idea that like all this bad shit is going to happen. And if you don't vote and you don't participate and you don't support these obviously evil fucking people who do fucked up shit, it's going to get really bad. It's going to get worse if you don't vote for them. Like that's
I think
always the fear tactic. That's how
Yeah.
my parents vote out of fear that it's going to get worse if they don't vote for this person, regardless of what this person's done. If they don't vote for them, all these bad things are going to happen.
I think we already know that bad people do bad things, and it's no doubt that we got bad people in high-ranking positions of authority. The fact of the matter is we've got a lot of good people not doing anything. So I don't even know what's worse at this point. The fact that we've got all these good people that are aware of what's taking place, not doing anything, or the fact that bad people are doing what bad people do. Like, it's kind of, I don't know, I'm like torn between.
Dyslo, do you think there is such a thing as good people seeing things transpire and not doing anything about it? Can they technically still be a good person? Right? Because
Well,
here's my thing about, there's only a few bad cops, right? But then you have a bunch of good cops that cover up for the bad cops. Does that make them good people? Are they still
right.
good cops? Not in
Exactly.
my
That's
opinion.
the point that's the point I'm making. It's like we're just as bad by letting this shit go on day to day and just staying stuck in the rut and turning a
Yeah.
blind eye to it all. Like, we're being cowards. They're
Yeah.
they're
I was
evil
watching a
by
video.
nature.
I was watching a video earlier today, and it's this guy's filming these cops, and they're shutting down. The date said December 2nd. I don't know the validity to that, but they're shutting down like this guy's restaurant because he wasn't going according to the mandates. And then the man in there, I don't know, and was more likely probably from 2020 or 2021, not from December 2nd, not from yesterday or today. But anyways, he's saying like, hey, you're shutting this guy down, but you shouldn't be doing this. And the cop says, hey, we're just doing our job. And then the guy goes, Nazis were just doing their job too, like, and
I'm pretty sure it says in the Bible that a coward is worse than a murderer. So if we take the analogy that I just laid out in conjunction with God's word, it's almost like the good people that are aware of all this shit are worse than the people that are committing these atrocities.
yeah, well, it does say that they're going to be held out accountable just as much because, if you just stand by and do nothing, like what more are you than the guy that's doing it?
Well, that's a
You're
coward.
yeah.
That's what a coward is. A coward is ignorant, willingly ignorant towards someone in distress or whatever the situation may be. They just turned a blind eye to it, and it's like I kind of feel that's worse than the actual person committing the crime in a lot of ways.
Well, unfortunately, right now we have an entire country that's being ran to the ground, and everyone's just not doing anything. Both sides, left or
Well,
right.
you got people that are just drowning themselves in sports and just trying to like do everything they can just to fucking feed their brain full of nonsense to like not be cognitively aware of what's happening. Like, it's fucking bad, dude. It's really bad. We're in a bad position. And
Yeah,
don't get me wrong, like I'm not ragging on sports. Like, I like sports. But if you're gonna choose to watch sports versus making yourself aware of the issues at hand, it's certainly not a good thing at that point.
yeah. And
I play
unfortunately,
sports.
it takes better.
I
Go
just
ahead.
don't watch them that often.
Yeah, I'm same way, man. I'd rather play sports than watch it. But I'd way rather be aware of the corruption and evil transpiring than acting as if it doesn't exist than just living my happy, simple little life. I could easily fucking do that. You know what I mean? I could easily just drown myself in activities and fun things to do, but it's like, am I really being a good person at that point?
Yeah, but where's the line between, indulging yourself in what you know is obvious propaganda in some way, shape, or form? Like there might be small nuggets of truth within the information you may find or you may look into as to what's taking place in the world today. Like, isn't there kind of a fine line between drowning yourself and trying to be abreast of the situations that are currently taking place and also like having that consume so much of your life, even though you're not effectively changing any of what you're taking in? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. And I think we're all doing a service being on here and conversing about it. Because our conversations bleed outward to other crowds and other groups and other people that hear this, and they start kind of waking up. I think whether or not you're at the front lines fighting the good fight, or whether or not you're in the background preaching truth, I think they're both commendable. I don't know if I'm on what you're addressing, but I feel like I am.
I just really wonder if there's going to be a civil war if Biden wins again.
But what would any of that accomplish, right? Here's the thing, like there's a large group of people who have a very good understanding as to the deception that's being pulled.
Yeah.
And then there's a much larger group of people who just kind of have this itching feeling that something's not necessarily right, but they don't know what it is. And then there's a group of people that don't have any idea that anything's askew. Everything that the television tells them is 100% factual. The government is here to look after their best interest. Whatever side of the politics they're on, that is the gospel. That whole thing, right? So
Yeah.
there's these groups of people, and I think the ones that have realized like that are hip to the deception are almost like looking at the mountain of work that needs to be done to kind of right the ship in the proper direction for the benefit of humanity, that it's like, oh man, where do we even begin to grab the wheel to try to, deflect the rudder and get us moving in a proper direction? Like, where do we even start? Like, how do we
Yeah.
even lift our leg for that first fucking step?
Yeah. And I think it would have to start with taking out the system that is in place to begin with.
Well, I
Somehow.
would say it starts at the doors of academia, because in all reality, that's what's controlling the entire paradigm. Because if you think about it, science and law, everything's adjudicated based on the principles laid out through academia. Like that's the governing factor of how we perceive our reality today. And I really think that's where the fight's at. That's where the fight should be at. Like, we shouldn't take no for an answer. Like, we should be beating down the doors of academia for a formal debate upon our reality and the logical issues and perplexities that are ever so present within our conversations daily. Like, this can't just go unannounced, unaddressed. We have to get to the source of it all that's promoting this nonsense, and that's where it's at.
Yeah.
Yeah, like if you think about it, like if this literally happened, let's just hypothetically say we knocked on the doors of academia, we got a formal debate, and all of physics changed based on the outcome of this debate. Just think for a second how that would trickle down to every other facet of our lives.
True.
I mean, that would affect how we perceive illnesses, from how we perceive law, science, the fact that, you know, we're throwing how much money at NASA to further our expansion of, quote unquote, the outer extremities of space and whatnot. Like, what use is that when society is collapsing upon itself? Like, it feels like it's only serving the demands for a few rather than the majority.
Yeah. I
I
agree.
don't know.
Yeah, well, this is kind of the theme for the day, right? Relativity. We need to walk back the scientific academic idea of relativity in hopes that the social aspects of, you know, moral relativism can somehow be reeled back in as well, because we're starting to see the adverse effects to a society that has these moral like the viewpoint of moral relativism, and how, you know, whatever they feel is reality, whatever they feel is the truth, right? That the feelings are the truth. There is no ultimate truth. There is no ultimate morality. But yeah, that's just my opinion.
Completely
Yeah,
agree.
no, I agree. I agree. Morality should be of importance, and it's really not anymore. It's been bastardized.
Yeah.
There is no objective truth. There is no objective morality. Everything is subjective. It's based on your viewpoint. It's from your, as Xanax keeps talking about day in and day out, it's from your frame of reference. It's your reference frame. As long as you change the reference frame, then it changes what you're actually looking at. You know?
Well, that's why I like one of Ken Wheeler's quotes, and he says, "You should never assert yourself upon thoughts, feelings, and opinions rather than that of the facts, logic, and wisdom." Um, like, if we just hold ourselves accountable to that alone and base ourselves on that as to how to perceive reality, like, you're never going to be steered wrong, or even how to live one's life. You know what I mean? Like, this even goes back to the kids identifying as animals. You know what I mean? It's like, again, that's all being asserted off of feelings and thoughts rather than the facts and logic. You know,
Yeah,
it always
exactly.
goes
And
back.
I think it all blends together, and it's all relevant to one another. And I think it started in academia through these sciences, through the ideas of relativity, this relativistic mindset. I think it's also been implemented socially and psychologically through certain um, philosophical standpoints that some philosophers had put forth in the past, and it's all kind of coming to a head now. I think we're just starting to see the first of major effects of some of this programming that's been instituted over the last 100 or 200 years.
I think even way before relativity, just with the implementation of the heliocentric model, as the universe became like infinitely big, and stars infinitely big and the Earth small. And I think
Yeah,
this in a way induced this in the psychology, which
that
just
was the
relativity.
first
Yeah,
that was the first step to remove the creator. That was the first step. You start to remove the creator, you start to remove the morality, or at least people's ties to morality or ideas of morality. Yeah, I agree.
I missed what you said. Sorry, I stepped away for a second.
No, the gentleman said that he thought it started, even before theories of relativity, and I agree 100%. And he was talking about the implementation of the heliocentric model, and yeah, I agree 100%. That was those were some of the first steps towards removing the idea of a creator and this realm being created. And
Oh yeah,
yeah,
yeah. I mean, this goes back like even before the Greeks, but the ancient Greeks were fucking battling materialism and atomism. Like this is a long-standing battle. Like I've said, it's the longest-standing battle ever fought, and it really boils down to monism versus dualism. And like I've always said, it's the longest battle still being fought today that nobody really knows about, and it's all based on the perception of reality, and goes back to a single creator versus this duality, which is what mainstream academia has been promoting since day one. Like even within the Einstein's Das Lichtwand, like that's based on a duality, and there are no inherent dualities within nature. That's just a fact.
yeah, and I think the people have a hard time understanding it because of timeline, right? I think it's been said that like 1,000 years is like a blink of the eye in God's eye, right? So the time frame we can't comprehend. That's why you see most of these, even in our lifetime and within our recent history, you see these families that have set up like dynasties, right? Because they have plans that are 100 years long. Now, if you're dealing with powers and principalities that have plans that are thousands of years in the making, like we're only seeing a certain portion of the plan, but the average human
Right.
being can't comprehend, past tomorrow, let alone 100 years or even more
Yeah.
so 1,000 years.
Yeah, this is all macro level, and we're like scratching the surface on the micro level still, like as far as how we perceive reality, and like what you're talking about, timelines of plans and in operation. Yeah. Yeah, people need to wake up.
So how about that football team? No, I'm just joking.
Speaking of that, I had a customer give me a brand new Rams hat today. He's like, just walked up to me. It wasn't even a customer, actually. It was the neighbor. Like, walks up to me and he's like, I don't know if you're a Rams fan or not, but I got this hat. Like, I just, being a nice guy, accepted it, but and I thought it was kind of random. I had a Navy guy. I don't know. He works on the Navy base, or he's a part of the Navy or whatever. Give me one of his flight patches off his flight suit or whatever. Yes, the day before, and then last week, I had a customer give me. He didn't even know what he had, but I did. I recognized it. He had a Monstera Thai constellation, which is a variegated plant, and I asked him for a cutting, dude, and he like gives me this huge, massive cutting of like 5 leaves, and I diced
What
that
type of
up in a
monster?
5-step. Thai constellation.
Fuck. Ship me a cutting. No, I'm just joking.
I totally will, dude. If these things root, because basically I had to propagate it, and they only had aerial roots, so I'm
Yeah.
like, yeah. So I'm trying to get them to do their thing. So if all works out in enough time, yeah, I would be more than happy to send you one.
Yeah, I've got a Monstera that some of the aerial roots, like I have it on a shelf that's about 6 feet off the ground, and the air roots have gone all the way down to the ground, and they've gone across probably another 4 feet.
Oh, nice. That's just the regular deliciosa, or
Yeah.
right on. Yeah, I got a couple of those. Those are actually gone up in price significantly. What you could have bought at Walmart for $30 a few years ago is now gone for like $50 to $100 on the internet.
Yeah, I have some that are pretty clumpy that I'm thinking about separating.
Yeah. So they're trailers. They like to climb, and if you don't have something vertical for them to like extend themselves upon, then yeah, they're just kind of get messy and like, essentially just kind of grow at whatever direction they can for stability. They like
Yeah.
to attach themselves to things, but yeah, if you were to put like a moss pole or even just like a wood plank.
Yeah, these little coconut stakes that I just recently got, but they're the two that I want to do that to. They're pretty clumpy as far as the pot that they're in. They're like 2.5 gallon pots that are just completely like filled. So I might separate them before, because I don't really have room in there to put the spikes in there, the stakes.
Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, they look bitching on like vertical poles and stuff. They really get to start putting out mature leaves with like bigger fenestrations and stuff, and that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I want to separate part of one plant and try to train it up some of my trees here and leave it outside.
Yeah, I got mine outside. I've actually got 3 deliciosas that are outside doing really good. Now, they don't like to be in like direct light, but like if you have them in such a way to where they're gaining some morning or evening light, it's not a big deal.
Yeah, north side of my house, so they're not getting any direct sun at any part of the year.
Gotcha.
But I had them inside. I had the 2 of them inside for a long time, and they just looked so freaking droopy. It didn't matter. Like my watering didn't matter. Moved them outside, and being down here, like it's so humid, they just love it and have been taken off.
Oh, cool. Yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, they don't like to be watered all too often. And you typically want to have them in something that's like a chunkier medium versus like a compacted soil, because they like air. They like to breathe a lot in the rhizosphere. But yeah, I also got
I got to roll, man. I hate to cut the plant conversation short, but I got to roll.
All right. No worries, man. Catch you later, Nate.
All right, see you, bud.
You got a hot mic there, Fear. Yeah.
Really? Wow. I've been on for a minute, and I can't believe I hadn't hot mic like crazy. Thank you, dude. Sorry about that.
Oh, you're good.
Cool. Oh, yeah. Good to know. I thought I was muted. Appreciate you. Good on the plant talk. What I missed, I was couldn't hear what the plant was in question y'all were talking about though. What was that sucker?
Oh, it's called a Monstera Thai constellation.
What makes it special?
So it's got a 1 in 100,000 chance of having this genetic mutation called a varigate, which essentially is just an area on the leaves where there's no chlorophyll, so it has like this typically a white color, but you can have variegates that are yellow or lime green. But yeah, they just got these pretty cool colorful leaf patterns and stuff, and it just makes them super rare and desirable. So like naturally existing on their own, they'd probably just get smothered out because they got a lot less likeliness of a chance of surviving compared to other plants because of the lack of chlorophyll. But beauty's in the eye of the beholder, and with that being said, it's dramatically increased the value of a lot of these plants, fact alone. So like you could see some of these things going for thousands of dollars, if not tens of thousands of dollars.
So
Wow. Yeah, I always wondered
Yeah,
like how dark succulents with like really dark leaves, how their chlorophyll system works. It's interesting.
yeah, yeah. Plants are a trip, man. I kind of got into collecting rare plants and shit. It's like a little side thing.
What's the main thing you do?
Oh fuck, I got too many main things, but right now I'm just being a dad and raising some kids.
Yeah, that's a lot of work.
Yeah, yeah. A lot of things I'd like to be doing, but once priority sets in, it's it's what it is.
Yep, that's relatable. I'm a father myself. Like I'm out, like I just worked a full day at my job, and I'm going to pull side work just because it's like there's so much work to be done right now. It's like I can't turn the money down. We need it, so here I go back for another hour and a half somewhere else just to wrap up the project.
Right on. What do you do?
I'm an electrician,
Oh, okay.
so I'm doing like a little, what do they call those, like granny unit remodel, and they're getting all new electrical panels. So 2 new electrical panels and a single unit dwelling unit remodel. I'm doing all by myself. So it's stretching out for like weeks. And like I'm doing pretty good on the time frame. Like I'm really good with like talking to the clients and figuring it out, but it's dragging so long, man. It's taking forever. That's why I'm going right now. So hopefully I don't have to come back in a couple days and work on it some more.
Right on, man. Well, that's good. You're busy.
Yeah, can't be mad at that.
Yeah, that's the truth. Yeah, gotta make that dollar.
Yeah, for me, I feel like I've gone through kind of different like modes of thinking of like because I was not listening that closely when you guys were talking earlier, but I was hearing about getting distracted with news and sports, and like meanwhile the decay of society is happening slowly around us, and it's just like the elephant in the room that people are like, haha, yeah, but those Mets, all right, give me some beer nuts. uh People are just trying to
Yeah, totally true.
cognitively dissonantly sleep on it. Anyway, I feel like I go through
Yeah, like
modes of thinking different like that.
it baffles me on like what makes people tick in that sense. Like, is it fear? Like, what the hell would cause somebody to just stay blind to the danger surrounding them and just like ever so encroaching upon them?
Yeah, I think it's a spell. I think it's actually like literally mind control. Like some people, like they know that reality is different from what they think, but they just like what they have. They're like content and confident that this is good enough. I don't want to dig too deep and find too much truth because then I have to like live. That would be my new reality. People are entertained enough by their paradigm. They're bred in circuses, they would say.
Yeah, you guys seeing this Elon shit?
Yeah,
The like right now he's like busting out this thread from Matt Taibbi.
I missed that last part.
He's like I guess he's like releasing this thread by this guy Matt Taibbi about all the election interference in Twitter, like the internals. Like it's going on like right now.
Yeah, I didn't know about that. I'm just thinking about like the bigger scope of, you got your whole people living in the left right political paradigm, and then eventually both of those will be proven false, and we'll have to bring in, the final solution, which will be an AI algorithm that can vastly outthink any human, right? And then Elon will be there to provide the solution to that as humanity becomes more enslaved by technology. But what's going on with this current thing?
He's just showing emails between Twitter and like the Bidens. I guess Biden and the Democrat Party were like messaging Twitter and telling them not to run like the Biden laptop story for one. And then like they were showing how like they would send them links to people that they wanted suspended. And then they would type back like, handled, like just different like intricacies of what it is. Not too much. I don't know. It's just interesting because Elon Musk, I guess, posted earlier today at 5 o'clock. I'm dropping all this shit, and then like everyone was waiting around for like 2 hours, and then finally just started dropping everything. But it just happened. Like it's happening right now.
That makes sense too, because like everybody will see Elon as the free speech, like doesn't choose a side, like he's our guy kind of player in the game,
Well,
just sets these people up, just
yeah.
for
Well,
the
I mean,
narrative whichever way they want.
yeah. I mean, like you could look at it like he's gonna bring in, all. I mean, who knows really? But for the landscape right now, it's kind of interesting because like you have like Americana kind of society set up and pitted against like the World Economic Forum and their goons, right? So like aside from our like discussion on the side about the shape of the earth and all the rest of it, this is what's going on in mainstream world regardless, you know what I mean? Now granted, if Elon's going to come back and make everyone get Neuralink, that's different, but for right now it's interesting that he's exposing whatever. I'm sure you're not wrong though. They could play it right into the hands of whatever. But I thought it was funny because he went to like some Halloween party dressed up as like he had Baphomet on his chest.
Yeah, they're showing
Well,
you who
no,
they
hold on,
align with.
hold on. He had just bought Twitter, right? So it means like everyone knows like Twitter's like a den of devils at the time. So like he wears like Baphomet thing, like he's in control of all the devils now, which I thought was kind of hilarious if you look at it that way, as opposed to being so obvious about it. You know what I mean?
I like the angle. I appreciate it.
Yeah, because we all know, like, okay, yeah, Baphomet, okay. We know, like, all this whatever agenda shit. But outside of that, that's what makes it even more tongue in cheek. I mean, Elon Musk, if anyone, is a fucking flat earther, probably extraordinaire, who's just milking anyone who will give him money. But like, and so for that,
they
it's like
know.
it's Robert. Well, in that regard, it's Robert Anton Wilson esque, which is appreciative. I almost don't want to fuck up their hustle because think of it like. I feel like a bunch of guys in the 50s and 60s were like, we got to create jobs that are just going to get the government to give us millions of dollars. And they created the moon missions, the fucking, they did it all on like, with cardboard and shit like that. And we're getting paid through the nose. Now it's all CGI and they're still getting paid through the nose, which is hilarious. And I wouldn't want to fuck up the grift, kind of. But, because I mean, Elon Musk, looks so real. It's, you know what I mean? You look so fake, it's real. Like
So
that's
fake,
hilarious. That's
it's
fucking
real.
hilarious, bro. Like he's a
Well,
winking nod to
it's
us.
not hilarious because it's sad that people can't see it. To me, it's pathetic, not hilarious.
Well, right. I mean, you could look at it like that, but who's really pathetic? Anyone who accepts this bullshit.
It's so hilarious that it's not hilarious.
Yeah, it's absurd. It's absurd to some extent, but at the same time, when you're familiar with terrain, it's still kind of funny because, to me, it is anyway. Like I can at least get it because I just don't think that like, the jewels of wisdom of mankind aren't going to be like just given to people either. You know what I mean? Like the ability to have the discernment to recognize certain shit for what it is. Like it's a blessing. You know what I mean? And not everyone has that. So I don't know.
I agree with you, dude, for sure.
You know what I mean? But also like even to the point where like if you tried to tell somebody, some straight up normie great friend of yours, all these wondrous ideas, they'd call you preposterous and wouldn't even want to be your friend on Facebook anymore, right? So it's like,
of course,
what care I if they've accepted the bullshit? Do you know what I mean? Like that's why it's funny when Elon Musk says it's it looks so fake, it has to be real, or whatever, because these people accept it whether you like that or not, bro. Whether you fucking like, whether you could rail all day long how Santa Claus ain't real. Santa Claus is still at the mall every fucking year, dog. You know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't matter.
I'm with you, but I still got compassion for my friends in the dark. You know, I'll just try to shine a light as much as I can, because that's what living's all about, man. It's just loving people
Oh
as
no,
much
I
as you
agree,
can.
but
If they want to stay in the dark, dude, keep the lights off. I can't help you, but I'm here to come and try to wake your ass up. That's my
right, but there's
role here.
but also it's like I mean, I hear you, man, and I tend, I really do lean towards your, you know what I mean, what you're saying. I just also I'm a cynic also, so I can't help but see the humor in the depressed. You know what I mean, in the fact that like no matter how hard you try, they're gonna fucking yell at you and tell you like they played golf on the moon, bro. You're stupid.
Part of the Yeah, it's part of the game though. You gotta know what you're getting into. What was your
Well, I
name,
think
man?
that's what's that?
Oh, what was your name?
Issa.
Issa, cool.
Yeah,
Good
man.
name.
And you?
Oh,
And you?
my name's Damon.
Right on. Yeah, I never know I never know. Ah, after the year, yeah, I've never heard your voice before. That's cool, man. It's good to meet you, man. But yeah, it's interesting. Like take for instance, like this whole Elon thing. This is why I focus on the mainstream of like politics. Is more interesting to me than the niche, like flat Earth shit at this point. Is because like ultimately it's about free speech versus censorship right now, and it's about like American ideals versus like communist fucking World Economic Forum agendas.
That's
So
technocracy. If you want
right,
to put it
well, you
under
could
umbrella,
label
we
it a
call it
whole bunch.
technocracy.
Right, and like but at the same time, like you could either have the freedom to join the technocracy or the freedom to not join the technocracy. That's the environment I want to live in. It's when they're trying to force you to live in the technocracy is the problem, and it seems as though there's a distinction between the two parties. Take like the juice, for instance. The distinction is that one party wanted to mandate the fuck out of it. The other party was like, get it if you want to. Do
I'll
you know
be
what I
right
mean?
back. I gotta run inside somewhere.
Yeah,
I'll
do
be
you think,
back,
man?
bud. Be right back.
Being an overachiever.
I'm doing garbages in the open section.
It's all done.
Why are you? Why'd you?
Hot Mike and Jeremy. Hot Mike and Jeremy. Over here and interrupting this important conversation we're having, Jeremy.
What do you think, Diesel? You think the truth about the shape of the Earth is going to sort of hit the mainstream on a larger scale in this lifetime?
I mean, if it doesn't happen, I feel that not. because the fact that as technology increases, I think people are going to find more vices to kind of like detour themselves from reality. And I think we're just like we're on the cusp of that at the moment. And like metaverse wise speaking, I think once that kind of kicks off, I think people are just going to be like totally detached and like willingly detaching themselves from reality. And so yeah, we're just kind of at a fragile point right now. Like this shit needs to pick up and catch on. And but you got so many people afraid, I think, to talk about it publicly, and they might not be aware that there's platforms like these where they can come on anonymously and interact with others that are like-minded. So they're just kind of maybe keeping it to themselves, or maybe get interested for a short period of time until life catches up and they move on to other things. But I mean, it's really hard to say like how widespread it is with the fact that it's so censored. Like it's hard to gauge how many people have even come across the topic.
Yeah, I know what you mean about both those points. I mean, yeah, the one of like the kind of metaverse, virtual reality, distractions, and technology that sort of like already disconnecting people from nature in general. So talking about the earth, what the earth is perhaps even would be less on their priorities when there's all those distractions and the video games and all the rest of it that people are engaged in. And then the idea of like smart cities where that's even going to be more locked down and more disconnected from nature. And then, like you said as well, yeah, there's not very much like there are places that people can talk about it, but yeah, I know what you mean too. There, a lot of people don't even know where to find them and where to even find other people to talk about it with. So, like you said, it's maybe just something they think about within themselves, or maybe their friend mentions it to them or something. And whereas in other areas of life, there's like all kinds of social support networks for things. Like if people are into knitting, there's knitting groups everywhere. And if people are into bowling, there's bowling teams or groups you can do, so yeah, there's all kinds of like ways that with the other categories of things that people can be able to find others, whereas it's
Right.
harder with this one.
Yeah, I think once somebody sees like a major inconsistency with what's been told to them by the mainstream or promoted by the mainstream, and they kind of figure it out, like whether it be, I mean, I'm sure there's a multitude of topics we could throw out there that people are like, yeah, that's not adding up to what the news is putting down. And depending on that specific individual, how deep they're willing to go down the rabbit hole and look for further inconsistencies, I think kind of determines the end result for that particular individual coming across this topic. That's kind of how it went for me. Like I started seeing a lot of inconsistencies with many things, and kind of led me to this, and hasn't stopped there.
Yeah, so Discord is a great outlet if people actually find it and utilize it, right? So I kind of went on my journey for a very long time before I really discussed it with too many people, because I think, as most of you have probably experienced, when you first start to realize that something's afoot and you start looking into things, you just want to talk to all the people around you, like, bro, look at this, and you start to realize real quick that the people around you aren't very receptive to some of the information, if not outright like vile against you. So you start to go
Right.
kind of inward with it, right? So I spent like 8 years of kind of inward, but taking in a lot of information and speaking only so often with people in person. And it wasn't until like I actually met some people who we interact with here on Discord, a couple of which I think are in the room right now, like in person, having them say like, oh, you should jump on Discord, blah, blah, blah. And even after talking with them in person and interacting with them, it took me a few months to even get onto Discord, because even after 8 years or so of researching and looking into the topic, I didn't really know if I had much to contribute to the community, to be honest with you. And I didn't realize that maybe I did have something to contribute to the community until I started actually like talking with people in Discord and realized, oh, maybe I do have some contributions that I might be able to add, even if they're very small.
Oh yeah, I think you play a bigger role than that. Don't sell yourself short, but yeah, that was humbly put. Sure, I fucked that up still, but regardless, I think everybody's got something to offer. Like, as long as you're like, genuinely seeking something and sharing what it is that you determine, and kind of weigh that upon others. I think everyone's got something to offer in that sense, at least. And, not everyone's got all the answers. So it's kind of a collaboration of input that really builds the bigger picture.
Yeah, it's interesting to think about like how they kind of took the wonder about what the nature of the world is in a lot of the ways with the globe and just replacing it with that. And kind of like you really just, in terms of what the Earth is, you're supposed to really just kind of follow the mainstream. Like this is NASA. They're the ones out there taking pictures of it. And so it's almost like there's really nothing to contribute in a way, unless I guess you go work for NASA. But even that, you're not really, I mean, that's a whole story in and of itself, but kind of interesting to think that actually like once, as this deception sort of unwinds more, that actually there's a lot more that people could have to offer in terms of like discovering more and rediscovering and, all of that, rather than just here's a globe in the classroom, believe it, and just move on with your life kind of thing.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's not just the flat earth though. I mean, there's a ton of topics that are going against what they're putting down. So, and they all kind of build to a bigger picture. And, why would they want to deceive us on so many levels? Is really what it boils down to. And it's the question everyone should be asking and trying to come up with a consistent, rational answer to. Yeah, I think at that point it always kind of boils back to religion. So I don't know. Kind of this repetitive cycle.
It's funny you mentioned that because I wasn't going to chime in, but since you did say it, it does boil back to religion because it boils back to the fact that truth is just not going to be tolerated. It's going to be lies. That's lies going to be the narrative. And it's like they took truth. Truth that got taken out of the churches, like when they were setting up the new Roman Empire. So, pretty crazy stuff.
Yeah.
You're saying that like a spiritual or religious quest would actually be founded on truth, and that would actually be part of the entire structure of it. You're saying versus like in modern day, they've in a sense like there's been an agenda to remove that and replace it with sort of a like not in all cases, but like a kind of like a replacement that is based more on control and less on an actual quest of truth.
Yeah, that's more or less the point I'm stabbing at for sure. It's not to say that like good can't be done there. I guess like people can have spiritual awakenings, but there's a lot of people that just get into what we call religion or religious doctrines or systems of doing things to get forgiveness or penance or feel good. And it just becomes an emotional. It just becomes an emotional experience, an actual genuine physically spiritual experience. Where you're connecting your spirit with yourself. Yeah. Understanding that you're a created person and all that. I don't know. Seen like I don't know, the world's weird, look at the way it all has to happen the way it's happening though for a reason.
Well, how much in your mind does the shape of the earth and just like the actual cosmology, how much in your mind does that correlate with this spiritual quest or with one's own religious or spiritual? Like in your mind, is it foundational, or is it like what is the importance of it, of being aware of that part of it?
Yeah, I think it's important, yeah, because it's in Yah's word, right? So like anything that Father spoke on, we know is important. And he gave us the design of the earth in the first part of the book. That means he put it right up front. So he wanted us to know. So I'd say, yeah, it's very important just because of those reasons, the fact that God put it in his own word and put it right in the beginning of the book, the shape of the earth and how it's kind of works. And, he gave us a lot of info. He gave us a lot of information to kind of explain this. And so that's why it trips me out. You're talking about like somebody's talking about like friends scoffing at us. It's like, it trips me out that people just won't want to reason and like look at a Bible. Hey, you say you believe this book, you want to look through it and see a few things that it says. And even with showing people flat earth cosmology scriptures in the Bible, people still are just like, no, but now we have science. Now we have the experts. It's like, okay, well, are those the experts, or is the creator the expert? Like, which one is the real expert? But people want to live in that reality. That's why when dude was talking about like, they're doomed to their own devices. I'm like, well, it's not going to stop me from trumpeting the horn if I see if they're sitting in the dark room because dark is more comfortable with them. Well, if there's an axe murderer coming into the room, I'm gonna still be like, hey man, turn the lights on. You're right. You see what I'm saying? We dang old killed it. You can't bring up religion in these servers, man. Tell you. I was playing.
Oh no, man. We talk about all the time, but yeah, no, it's just interesting. Like I'm just thinking about how, like, I know a lot of people that would certainly say they're very spiritual in various different ways, but then they still believe in the globe. And I'm not like dissing them or criticizing them. I mean, that some of them may not have even looked into it or know much about. But it just makes me think like how in touch with yourself or with the nature of the world can you be if you're believing something different than what it is?
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, the world's got a lot of lies, a lot of deception. It's all layers, right? Like you can see still pretty clearly with the gaslit room, right? You can still see pretty clearly at 50% illumination. But if you get used to that, then 20% or 30% doesn't seem so low. And it's just these layers of like deception in our eyes, and the veil getting lifted as the truth gets revealed. As the light gets brighter, the Father's glory shines on us, and yeah, we get shown the truth. But like I forget the dude's name. Yeah, I was driving when he said it. It's like I was distracted, but he was saying, I can't think. It'll come back to me. I'm setting up to do some work at a job site, so I'm like walking around with my stuff, and it just makes me think like how close people are ready to put chips in their heads. It's like, oh, I've got this Bluetooth. If this Bluetooth radius were longer, I wouldn't have to hold the phone between these two areas. And like, well, you could just put it in your head, just implant it in your brain. And people are like, really like, yeah, I could. It blows my mind, man.
I think they have ones that you can put in your ear that stay in your ear. Like you go to a doctor and get it installed, like deep in your ear.
Heard of that.
Yeah. I think there was one on like Shark Tank actually. I don't know how like readily available it is, but it's like a Bluetooth like headset that gets installed in your ear, like in your inner ear. But yeah, I mean, if there is like a process coming where, and the way I see it is that, I mean, a lie can never stand forever. It always will crumble. It's like the nature of lies. They always have an end date. So that would include, you know, of course, in my viewpoint, I don't think the Earth's a globe. I think that is a lie. So that has an end date as well. I guess the question is that in our lifetimes, or is it, you know, hundreds of thousands of years in the future? I guess that would be the question. But
The brain chip thing?
what's that?
Are you still on the brain chip thing? My reception cut off for like a second.
No, I was talking about, I was just saying that like lies always crumble. So the globe lie, being a lie will crumble as well. So I was just thinking how there'll be a point from that perspective that humanity won't think the Earth is a globe, on a mass scale at some point. Once that,
I agree.
The question is, when will that be? Yeah.
Talking about some galactic experiences of like time and space shifting for everyone in the whole world, So that's like, what you're talking about though is like, we'll change the whole world, So that'll be a big event because it will happen. I agree, but probably not as close as we think.
Yeah, will that be slow? Will it be fast? Will it be dramatic? Yeah, this is like just from that basic idea, that lies always crumble. They always have some sort of an end point that where people are convinced by it, and so in that perspective, then the globe lie would be on that list, of things that are, yeah. So it's just like, I mean, I tend to think that a lot of us that are so many people that are aware of this, that there's a purpose for that in and of itself, like that we're not just aware of it just for no reason. Like there is a purpose as to why so many
definitely.
are, yeah.
I can agree with that too. I think something to consider too is, if you're a Bible believer, it says the Messiah will clouds and all will see him. That only happens on a plane. That's not happening on a planet. People like to argue away, oh, well, there's people that have satellite TV. It's like, not everybody in the world has satellite TV. There's still tribes that live without that stuff. So it has to happen in a way that even without satellite TV, everybody can see it. People argue like electronics. Well, that I don't believe that either. I believe it's because of the way it'll happen. It'll be a monumental event, like when the flood of Noah happened. People knew, oh crap, it's going down. This is really going down. So I think it's going to be similar. I think that might be the event, but I think an argument it could be the second coming of Messiah is when that deception completely gets lifted. But who knows?
I don't think it's going to be like a single event that's going to like be a fix all for everyone to have this grand awakening. I think it's just based on individuals and the total amount, if the total amount, exceeds, the majority, then that's when you're going to, technically have by definition an awakening. But what's that going to amount to is the question.
Yeah, I just don't see it as being.
Even if 70% of the population, even if 70% of the population was to be aware about it, like what would that amount to?
Definitely exploration, because when people understand that they're inside of a pen, when they really understand they're inside of a pen, then they want to get outside of it, and they'll stop at nothing to see what's on the other side.
Yeah, I mean that's
we head.
That would be the most logical, outcome. But I fear for humanity as a whole based on the fact that they're just very illogical and they've been programmed to be such a way. I mean, they've just been programmed to be that way. So it's like, I think if everybody, like, if it were to come out tomorrow that, yeah, the earth is flat, like, I'm just worried that it wouldn't make a difference to the majority.
I agree. I think, you know, it's all the speculation, but yeah, I think a lot. Oh, okay. Why'd they lie to us? I don't know. It'll wake a lot of people up. But hypothetical.
No need to die on that hill, Dice. Though I mean, you know, there's a chance it could be a wonderful thing. You know.
Well, if you were to stand out on a street corner and base your average on the amount of people walking by and telling them about the topic, whether they accept it or not, you know, just at least introducing them to the idea, and based on their reaction alone from right there, I think you could make a fair assumption on what would happen, hypothetically speaking, if it were to come out publicly.
Well, you're probably right, but I'm gonna go ahead and be optimistic about it, anyways.
Yeah, I mean that's fine.
Like there's an idea, like the idea that the truth sets you free. So from that perspective, like, not to say that there couldn't be some turbulence in certain ways. I mean, but just the perspective that the truth coming out will only improve humanity or improve people's lives rather than hurt it or damage it in any way.
You know, when the comedian says, like, as long as I made, you know, one person's stomach cramp and I, you know, made their night, they can feel good about themselves. Like, who cares if the crowd has a, you know, who cares if on your comedy tour you have a bad crowd, right? And 90% don't laugh. It's like, well, that's on them. I came here to do what I had to do. I did a good thing, and someone enjoyed it. Now, of course, the more the merrier. But still, I don't know. You can't value things based on you know, everyone else, how they react to it. But I know what you're saying about like the world isn't going to get saved by one truth coming out. Now, it is a big truth, so hopefully it had the biggest impact of any.
Well, let's just say it did, and let's say they didn't lift the 65th parallel south border crossing.
That would have to happen. I mean, you just got like that has to happen at that point.
Well, let's just say they didn't. Like,
that'd be messed up. Oh, that'd be. I think enough people just wouldn't stand for it. I think there's going to be a whole rearranging of people's like way of thinking about society and culture at large and the institutions. I mean, it'd be a revolution probably. Although maybe not. Maybe everyone's like, yeah, okay, back to work.
Well, see, we were talking last night, and I was saying this, and I'm kind of still thinking about it. Where, like something like cannabis, for example, you know, back in the 70s and 80s and 90s, there was this definite mainstream story that okay, marijuana, cannabis is just terrible for you and just damages your brain, and it's just all the propaganda around it. Whereas now, it's pretty much the mainstream that, well, actually it's medicinal and has, you know, certain medicinal benefits and the legality, of course. And it's just way, I mean, the amount of like social sort of shaming and suppression has been pretty profoundly lifted in a way to where obviously back in the 90s, if you got caught with a joint or whatever, you might go to prison for life. Whereas now the cop, you know, tells you have a good day and you drive on. So there's definitely been huge changes there, but at the same time, that hasn't really changed. I mean, it has changed people's perspective on things, and then people that use cannabis obviously can use it now without the legal repercussions. But for the most part, the world's just going along as is. You know, like Conan O'Brien jokes about it on his show, or you know, stuff that's on TV or whatever. So it's just sort of integrated in that. There's way more leniency and acceptance of of cannabis and the medicinal uses of it and all of that. But I was thinking about, like, in terms of like the shape of the earth, I don't see how it could just be integrated in a smooth, simple way like that, where just Conan O'Brien joking about, oh yeah, the globe was a lie. That's funny. Remember those days? You know, I don't see how there could be that smooth of a transition where life just goes on as it was, and people just realize the earth wasn't a globe. It seems to me like if the truth of the earth is, you know, starts to come out more and be known by more and more people, it seems, I mean, I'm not saying the whole world would just stop overnight or anything, but it seems like there's so many foundational part of science and of the education system, and so deeply written into society at this point, that I don't see how people, like, I see what you mean, Daiso, that maybe some people would just kind of be like, oh, you know, not care and go on with their lives. Like, certainly there'd be a good percentage that would do that. But I think there also would be a huge percentage of people that would be asking so many questions. And yeah, like the exploration thing of the North Pole and the Antarctica, and then who's in power? How do these people get in power? Who are they? It just seems like it's like pulling the mask off the wolf and realizing it, you know, it's a wolf or whatever. So I just don't see how you can kind of put the cat back in the bag, or how like something, you know, life could just go on as is if this truly comes out. It just seems like it would sort of stop the whole global matrix that we're in a sense. And then what would that mean for?
I don't think so.
No?
I think people are really dependent upon their persona non grata that they've created and attached themselves to and identify with. Like, they enjoy their lifestyle. You know, they enjoy having that car to drive around the neighborhood that might be nicer than other people's, like, whatever it may be. Like, sure, like if you're down and out, then it's like, holy shit, you know, maybe there's hope still. But for the majority that are doing good, I don't see them separating from their lifestyle.
I only play devil's advocate here on behalf of Dicelo. You know, it pretty much came out in the consciousnesses of the masses. Like, we all understand what conspiracy theorists were saying about elite pedophile rings and private islands and sex trafficking, right, involving really high profile people, right? I mean, that's basically come out. Not that anyone's got, like, but that's the thing. Now, you know, then what happens? People just kind of tell jokes about it. Like, oh yeah, this person, you know, stayed there 5 times, and this prime minister and this government official, and I mean it came out, but you know what happens? Nothing really. Just a new thing to joke about. Nothing. You know what I mean?
No, I hear you. But so you think they could just like throw NASA under the bus and then change the education system to not teach a globe, and then other than that, things kind of carry on? Or
well, that was me trying to play devil's advocate, but I'm more with, I'm saying major things can get released, and it's a very smooth transition, right? Like the Epstein stuff. But I am with you at the end of the day and saying, well, I don't know, I can't see it transitioning smoothly when it comes to cosmology. I mean, that's your entire worldview ripped out from underneath your feet, not just one aspect of culture and society.
Well, it's not a worldview that was your own. It was the one that you were given, and that you were laughed at for having anything different to the contrary. So, like, that's what's been shoved down our throats, right? And so, sure, your instant reaction would be to, like, kind of turn your heads back to the authority figures, right? Whether it be NASA or what have you, and there would be some major backlash. But like Gio said perfectly, it's like pulling the mask off the wolf, and the wolf exposing himself, right? And if that were to happen in that sort of a way where it's like, yeah, we don't really give a fuck. Yeah, it's flat. NASA's been lying to you. What are you gonna do? Like, we got all the world's military against the civilian population. Like, do you really think that the civilian population, with the military industrial complex being so powerful, do you think that we could make a difference in any way, shape, or form? No, you got to go along with it. So So
I don't know. A
you're
lot
either
of the
gonna
soldiers would kind of be with the masses. I mean, I don't know. There's been some really incredible uprisings in I think China and lots of other places lately. People like way more people than you think would turn out. Like people by the hundreds of thousands have been storming the streets and overthrowing stuff. So I don't know.
well,
I think
that's based on suppression. That's not based on the fact that they've been deceived. That's based on the fact that they're being literally fucking
yeah,
barred in their own
starved.
homes.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. One way they could make it go smoothly is there's like, it's flat, but it's just an endless ice tundra. There's nothing out there for you. Just stay here in the cozy pond. Nothing to go do, nothing to see. You're not going there. There's no point. Just carry on as usual. Although I don't know, like, is there oil out there? Is there what you know what I mean? Like the resources part of it. Oh well, it'd be too expensive to go mine out there. I don't know.
Well, like, the word global is thrown around so much, and then you got the globalists and all that. And I think it's connected to sort of capitalism and this whole system that we're in currently. If it like I was calling it a global matrix, that kind of idea. And that comes with all of these components. Now, the people, in my viewpoint, who are doing this lie, or the entities that are behind the lie, I think they did it because they had the agenda that they wanted to roll out to create the world the way it is right now, I think for control and harvesting our resources and a lot of different reasons. But to me, it's like, I don't think they could have gotten this level of control over people if it weren't for the globe. Like, the globe was needed to completely just debase people and fracture them from their nature and from nature and from their nature, spiritually, mentally, information wise, and the physical earth as well, to the point to where they went that bold with it. They're like, we're going to do this lie. It's going to be that extreme. And it's such a bold lie to do. And then they've carried it out the way that they have. And to me, it seems like that lie unraveling and people becoming aware that it isn't true. To me, it seems like that whole global matrix goes with it, goes with that. The globe, the understanding that the earth isn't a globe will supersede the initial lie in order to keep people controlled, to the point where that lie and then that global matrix that goes with it will no longer be able to sustain. Now, I don't know what that means, like how that will dissolve, because like Deisler said, if they have control over the military, and perhaps that's what they've been trying to do, is to get that level of control. So it depends on whether the military goes with them or goes with the people. But if it goes with the people, then what do they have? They really have nothing at that point. So yeah, it just makes me think that with the globe lie being understood by more and more, the global matrix kind of sinks with the ship.
Yeah, I mean, like, even if you were to even if it were to, like I said, come out tomorrow, and they were to say, sure, it's flat. There's more lands out there. Go ahead and leave if you want. Would you be willing to go tomorrow? And just take off into the unknown, family, or leave your family? Like, what do you do
It
at that
depend
point?
on the technology available, and how much I trust in these like icebreaker ships and planes and stuff like that. But yeah, I'd sign up. I do have the benefit of not having kids, or but sure, I'd love to go on an expedition.
Well, also with the technology we have, if the amount of money and resources that we have, like, you could actually do it in comfort. And I mean, look at this, cruise ships and stuff. I'm not saying those cruise ships are the right thing for doing that level of exploration, but I'm just saying, like,
No, this isn't going to be a Sunday drive, dude. This is going to be a one-way ticket. Like, you're fucking not coming back. You know what I mean?
what if there's more land? Like, what if you just go, okay, what if, first of all, if there's not ice all the way around, what if there's just icy areas? So what if there's just more water? And what if you just can go somewhere just on a boat?
Yeah, exactly. Let's just hypothetically assume it's a fucking straight shot. You'll make it. There's no fucking ice. It's habitable. It's just desolate in the terms that, and in the idea that you have nothing that you're used to, right? There's nothing. There's no structure. There's no infrastructure. There's nothing. What are you willing to do that? Leave your whole what you got going now, some fucking random ass continent in the middle of fucking nowhere.
Okay, so in this idea, like, okay, the vibe I'm getting from what you're saying is like this. This would be a good movie plot, by the way. This is a good movie script. So you go out, and you don't hit ice. You just go cold water. You keep cruising. You keep going. It's cold for a while. A couple hours, couple days, whatever. It's cold, very cold. But then what if just after you go through that, it's just like a couple days, so hours or days of very coldness. And then what if it then starts to get warmer? And there is like another sun or another more land that has a sun under it in that sense, then in that case, it wouldn't really be desolate ice at that point. It perhaps would be anything your imagination could imagine. I mean, it could be tropical.
It could exactly pick your ideal situation. You know what I mean? Whether it be tropical, mountainous, what have you. It's there. It's waiting for you. They might even have fucking mermaids or something. I don't know, but I'm just saying, like, are you going or not?
Well, but then in this scenario, is there no, like, do you have to bring everything you need, or is there already a whole civilization there? That's another question. We
don't know. There could be fucking two-headed fucking giants that are fucking barbarians. Who knows, dude? You don't know. We don't know.
Why are you imagining it as a one-way ticket? Like, if we can go there, we can come back, or like, I don't know, like call people on the radio, or just maybe.
Well, I'm just saying.
Communication.
Basically, the governments came together and decided that, like, you have the option to leave if you want, but you can't come back. Like, once you give up your citizenship, you can't have it back. Would you go?
That seems a little unnecessary. but sure, I'll go. I mean, that's a once in a lifetime chance right there.
Well, what if you got there and it's just more land that is just like the land here, and it's just, you know what I mean? Because there's so much land here that there's all, islands and things and all kinds of places that one can explore and go to. So what I'm saying is that if you went there and it was just more land, like it looked like Fiji or something, then what? Like, is it even that? Well, then might want to go further. But what I'm saying is that would it really be that if that's the case, it's sort of like, okay, it's just more, rocks and trees. But it could be interesting. There could be different creatures, different animals. I mean, if there's a different sun, in that scenario, we're saying it's like a whole different sun. So that would, of course, you'd have different stars, if there even are stars. I mean, of course, that would be amazing. But I'm just saying at the same time, we already know what land is like. So if it is just land in that sense, then it would be different land, but more land nonetheless.
Hell yeah. I mean, I don't want to go if it's only like 30 people. Or something, I'd like enough people to go to kind of like make a life for ourselves out there. So what's that like? How many people do you need for like a stable gene pool? All right, like 500 or something. Let's just go with that.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like if you took a big enough ship with all the equipment that you would need, all kinds of materials, and seems like if you went, depending on how many people, but yeah, you could probably go and just set up an entire new way of life.
But I'm just saying, you gotta ask yourself honestly, like, is that worth it to you to detach yourselves from the comfortability of what you have now? Like, there ain't gonna be no PS5 and fucking flat screens and whatever shit you're into.
Yeah, it's a great way to get rid of all the flat earthers too.
But Dice Low, there will be PS5s. Why the hell can't I bring my PS5 with me? A big library of video games. Maybe I won't get any new.
How are you gonna make it work? There's gonna be like no infrastructure to fucking keep this thing going. There's no server to connect to.
I don't need an online. I got 500 people and growing to play with on the same TV, old school style, side by side on the couch. I got people to play with.
You're not gonna have all the amenities that you were once comfortable with. That's my point.
Well, there's no Walmart, sure, but I mean, like, how are we going to go out there and not first take care of some sort of ability to harness electricity? Like, we can't just set up a little paddle in the river where we settle down. Like, yeah, we got electricity. We'll set that up first day.
Yeah, I mean, you can get it going. I'm just saying it's going to take
I'd
some
love to
work.
get it going.
Whatever you build, whatever you can dream up, you can build. You know what I mean? Fucking, there's no
Sounds amazing.
regulation. No one to tell you nothing. You can just willy nilly.
Well, I don't know about
man.
that. I'd like a little bit of law and order of amongst the 500 crewmates of this ship. I don't want it to be total chaos or anything. People murdering each other.
Point is, dude, I honestly don't think there's a great amount of people that would be willing to fucking detach from the current system, dude, even if they knew that there was something different.
Yeah, no,
How
that
many
is
people? Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking about that. Yeah, because it's cool you brought it up again. Because that's exactly what was on my mind. I was thinking about that. That how many actually would want to? Like, let's just say, just for discussion's sake, like, totally comes out like there's absolute physical measurements of the Earth all over the Earth that are tangible and physical, that are not even optical, and it's just 100% that there's no curvature. And let's just say that it's even comes out, space is not what they told us it was, and all of that. And in addition to that, there's more land now. There's actually, and we found it, we did it. They lifted the or whoever is in power that's doing the Antarctica stuff gets dissolved of their power, hopefully peacefully without any violence, and whatever that means. And then humans, are, let's say there is more land out there, and whether these people in control now, whether they already have stuff on those lands, that's a whole question, or whether they've even found them. But either way, let's just say that all happens and it's completely in a place where there's freedom on the earth, or we have our sovereignty in that sense. And let's say people are starting to go to the other lands. How many would actually want to even do that? Like, would it be 10% of people or 50? It's not to say that even everyone would want to. And then, like Daiso was saying, like, people still want to kind of be in the world here because people have, there's all kinds of stuff here as well. So how many would actually not even want to even do it at all and make the trip?
I mean, there's plenty of people willing to do the Naked and Afraid show, but they all know they're coming back home so they can fucking boast about what they did. That's generally most people's fucking reason for even going, is because they wanted to instill confidence within themselves or prove to someone else something. Point is, dude, is you don't get all that. This is fucking Bear Grylls fucking no return. You know what I mean?
I think your scenario is a little unrealistic, though. Like, if it takes like a 2-month trip to get
think
to
about
like
this.
the next tropic zone underneath the new sun, then it's only a 2-month trip back. I mean, what's the big deal?
I mean, think about this. Put it in this analogy. How hard is it to transfer citizenships to another country and then back to the original country, and then just go back and forth every time you feel like crossing that border and living on that side of reality? Like, it's kind of a big deal, dude. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just saying, like, in my hypothetical scenario, like, what if they were to like just say, yeah, it is flat. So what? What are you gonna do? Like, what's the big deal?
Well, before I left, I'd definitely try to get a movement going to dissolve any sort of arbitrary, like, border laws and stuff like that. I'm still the same guy who used to be an American. Is there nowhere I'm allowed back? I mean, I understand if one country's butthurt, I'm like, I'm leaving you. I'm starting my own country out past the ice wall,
Well,
But I mean,
look at Iran. Look at all the banks, or look at all the countries that turned down the central banks, right? And look how they were, essentially the whole UN turned on them and shit. I mean, all of them have fallen, dude, to war based on that fact alone, that they've willingly turned down the central bank. And you look at you look at those countries, and you look at how they allow their citizens to exit and how they allow foreigners to enter. And it's the same exact scenario I laid out with this flat earth exposure.
Man, you might be getting black pilled a little too much lately, because I find this to be an extremely like pessimistic like scenario about the future after the world has been discovered to be flat. I mean, I just don't think it would be to that level of like systematic control and oppression of freedoms of people's traveling across this beautiful plane of existence after that comes out.
Really?
It could.
After your government's lied to you about various things and like literally done science experiments upon the fucking citizens, the free populace of this nation, multiple times.
Yeah, we put an end to that
You really
shit.
did we?
No. I didn't say we have. I was saying if the world, if everyone understood it's flat, there'd be a whole restructuring of all that bullshit. We get to once you got to the bottom of that. I mean, I feel like it's inevitable that people would get to the bottom of other things and uproot, these stupid, corrupted institutions.
Yeah, like I don't see how the people currently in power, if we call them the controllers or the whatever different names people use. I mean, if we're thinking of them just in a singular sense, like, whoever they are kind of thing, because there would just be people that would be in that group. It's like a group of entities or people. I don't see how they could remain in power if enough people know that the earth is not a globe. I don't see how those two things could move forward together, that they could keep their power position. I know people have said different ideas, like maybe they could admit it. And then, I know like New Perspective talks about like the outer ponders and the idea that they're going to like, in some way, they have some whole other agenda, or the idea that they would admit it and then say, yeah, but, we are your creators, try to convince people that they are God, which kind of gets into the like, worshiping Lucifer and some of these different kind of ideas of like, what their spirituality, or it's not even spirituality, but let's say what their occult black magic kind of leanings are, and that they might try to use that to try to roll out some other agenda or something. But I guess what I'm saying from my perspective, I don't see how the people in power that are behind the whole kind of global system that we're in, and this whole, the central bank system, the way that it's all built right now, I don't see how they could remain in power if the globe, because I just think enough people would get to the bottom of what happened. And if you get to the bottom of it, then there's definitely a group that's lying, because you look at NASA and all that, what they're doing. So there's definitely guys sitting there making that CGI. And once that's like uprooted to a degree, I guess that's where the military comes in. Like, is the military on the side of the people at that point, or is it on the side of them? If it's on the side of them, then now they're using the civilian military to go against the rest of us. And then some like New World Order type idea, some 1984 kind of future potentials or whatever, those kind of ideas start to be the case. But if the military, if they don't have that kind of power, then, and if this military is on the side of the civilians, then they don't have that kind of muscle power anymore to be able to. I think that's what they're kind of afraid of right now, really, or that's what their biggest concern is. And I think that's why they're pushing so hard to try to get whatever their agenda is. But I think they seem kind of listless right now. I'm not sure they really know what to do.
Yo, dude, you seeing this shit I'm posting in the chat? So, like, Kanye posted that flag with like the Star of David and the swastika.
Okay.
I
didn't know he posted that, but yeah, I hear you.
Turns out it's a symbol for this thing called the Raelian movement, which Elon Musk is actually a part of.
Really?
Been around forever. I've been around for a while.
Real eating right now?
Really, it's just like realism. It's probably like it's a religion for atheists. It's just funny that they came out and said, Kanye was a Nazi for doing that, and then turns out the image is from this like atheist group.
It says it's a UFO religion.
Well, it's fucking Elon Musk, up in the mix.
Apparently, that's a thing, a UFO religion. It's any religion in which the existence of extraterrestrial entities operating unidentified flying objects is an element of belief.
Well, yeah, that's the anti-flat earthers, man. They'll accept aliens are ready to beam them up quicker than flat Earth. So It's like Scientology for space believers, you know.
Star Wars, Star Trek.
On this page I just found, because I'm linking through it because I clicked on your thing and I linked on something else. There's something called the Aetherius Society. Like the word ether with IUS at the end. Aetherius.
Interesting.
The Aetherius Society was founded in the United Kingdom in 1955. And he's claimed to have been contacted telepathically by an alien intelligence called Aetherius, who represented an interplanetary parliament. According to Aetherians, their society acts as a vehicle through which cosmic transmissions of advanced metaphysical significance can be disseminated to humanity. And it says these transmissions were recorded on magnetic reel-to-reel tape by persons present during each telepathic transmission by George King sat in a state of samadhi, and the transmission was delivered via his own voice box. Wow.
I got a sign-up sheet if anybody wants.
I'll post the link to it. I never even knew this existed. At least not this. This says the Aetherius Society is a new religious movement founded by. Yeah, this is the page for it, huh? But I got to that through the realism thing. So how did? Oh, it's because I clicked on UFO religion, which is what they said that realism thing is. The Raelian Church.
But like, talk about where we're headed and shit, you know.
Well, that's my whole point, dude. Is like, you're like in their fucking hands, dude. They can do whatever the fuck they want. There's like, not too many people are willing to just separate from the
you know what,
fucking
though, bro?
lie, dude.
Bro, the thing is this: regardless of what other men do, I love this line. You know what I mean? Or what's that? You know, what is it? What's that? Well, I'm trying to think of. You know, the for I know not what other men may do, but as for me, give me liberty or give me death, kind of thing. Like, no matter how many people go into bend the knee, you know, you just stick to your guns, man. And I think what's interesting with law is that you actually have recourse to do it. You know, I really do believe that, and I think that's going to be the saving grace of for all of us. You know what I mean? So there is hope. There's no reason to be totally black-pilled. That's why the law shit matters to me so much, because it's like that's the hope, that's the good news, that's the forgiveness of your sins, that's the the debt, all the craziness, all of their authority derived from that debt is lost when you discharge it.
What do you think about this, though? What do you think about this, though, Issa? That they have a certain control over the legal system right now that kind of takes the legitimacy of it puts it into like it.
Well, no,
it weakens the legitimacy because they have the control. But what if we could get our sovereignty back from their control? Then the law, then legal, then it would actually.
No, you already have it. You already have it. That's the point. Is that it's already there. Like it already exists. It already happened.
But I think the way I see it, that it's co-opted though. There's
but that's right, because if people go in there and get an attorney, and you're going in there and arguing, which is against God, what do you expect for when you go against God? You think you're going to win? You think you're going to win when you go against all the principles that God has laid forth, and you're just going to deny every single one of them, but in the court of law, but you're going to give lip service to it on fucking Discord? Where is it when it matters?
Chill, bro.
Where is it when it matters, man? Where is it when, like, it's like, everybody talks about being a tough guy until it's time to do tough guy shit. And it's like, and that's the difference, bro. And you can take somebody's heart.
Yeah, I'm willing to go through all the, like I want access, I want the knowledge, I want to know how to do this stuff, and I'm willing to learn. But one thing that would make me feel a whole lot better about it is seeing like a 10-hour compilation of people who know the stuff and like showing it at work, like visual examples of like, yeah, they tried this, I did this, boom, one example. And just example after example after example.
Yo, Gordon Hall has a whole list. It's used to be on this thing called TalkShoe. he used to have all the people come on that he was trying to help. And what's interesting is if you understand this process and the shit,
I mean, like
all
in court though.
no, these people are in court, like, you know what I mean, like after the fact, like just got out of court, like, you know, talking to him after court, like, you know, this, that, and the other thing. And the problem is, all you recognize, and this is why it's so good to do that, is the shortcomings of the people he's trying to help. And once you can recognize their shortcomings and different shit like that, you know what I mean, you start to realize what to do, what not to do, and why you can't argue, why you can't say no. And then you hear, like, you know, example upon example of how somebody did say no and how that fucking worked out for him, or, you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
but
But
I want to see it done right.
right. It's
I
like,
want
well,
to.
see, and like, and I'm not going to get all religious, but it's like Doubting Thomas type shit to me. It's like, you know what I mean? Like, I can't, like, you know, and nobody can help
Yeah,
anyone.
it's just a video of some court proceeding gone correctly. It's not a big deal.
Well, no,
I'm
it
not
goes
questioning
private. Let
God.
me explain. You're not going to get the video because it's gone. It's like, the idea is that if you do it correctly, it's like it never happened. And that you wouldn't want to turn around and rub it in anyone's face or show anyone even. This isn't for whatever. It's for, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, I talk about some of the principles of it in the way that I see that it goes. And I've had my own personal experiences with it. And, like, you know, and I just look at it like, if we understood, like, the Uniform Commercial Code and what our rights are and who and how they're protected, like how the citizens' rights are even protected, and also how the priority security interest holders' rights are protected, and the language to use and the understanding of why, you know what I mean? I think it becomes really I mean, it can be overcomplicated, but it's almost as simple as, like, me and my What World used to discuss it. It's got to be as simple, and I've tried to boil it down so that the little old lady can just go in and say the right fucking thing. But that's not how freedom works. But essentially, it is like a Christian doctrine of forgiveness. We're an ecclesiastical system. Like, there is this, you know, in an ecclesiastical system, all your debts are paid and all your sins are forgiven through Christ. So you're in an ecclesiastical system. They're telling you there's a way through, except Christ. Well, what did Christ say? Matthew 5:25. Agree with thine adversary quickly. Act like Christ. He says, I'm the fucking way.
Is it the same thing in all countries? In all, like,
All
first
countries,
world countries?
any system under the IMF. Because
I
every
Okay.
country under
What
the
does
IMF,
that mean?
the International Monetary Fund, which is like the kind of like core hub of the banking system as it is today. And it, like,
Okay.
each country has its own like federal bank that issues currency, but all of that shit kind of funnels through the
Countries have different laws, though, right?
right. But
But you're saying
right.
there's a deeper essence that they
Well,
all have in common?
we all share a certain set of the same laws, which is, i.e., if you owe me, you should fucking pay me. And if you owe me and you're
Okay.
trying not to pay me, I can take you to any one of the courts and any one of those things and get my fucking money from you, or you're
All
going to
right,
be
but
held
does this help if, like, if you're smoking a joint in China and you get life sentence in prison? It's like, does that information help you there? That's just their law.
I tell you what, you know, in China, I don't know. I honestly think that it would somehow, because if you
Okay.
did things correctly and you showed how they broke protocol, right? Like, they wouldn't be able to move forward on the case in a way. Now, granted, in fucking like communist China, you live under, you know, it's a dictatorship. You know what I mean? Granted, I don't know how they run their shit, but I
Well,
know
they're part of the IMF, aren't they?
they should be. Yeah,
I
that's
mean,
why.
you're
What
relying
is,
on
That's why I say.
you're
That's why I say I think it would work.
you're relying on people to make the right choice and do the right thing still at that point, though.
I mean, fair enough. You're dealing with honor and the rest of it, but so's going to fucking, you know, flat Earth country and creating your own 500 people village so you can have a good fucking gene pool. Like, I'm saying, like, fucking, you know, this shit it's what it is. It's what humans, you know, what man is we're social. You know what I mean? And this is why our nation and why I stand so proudly as an American is the idea that we have the rule of law and it's applicable to the commoner. The commoner has access to it. That was the real reason of the United States, was that the commoner was actually an intelligent enough person to
Well,
be your own. Be their
It's
own
all
banker
based on morality, and over there in
Yes.
the Far East, they don't base their
No, but it's
laws
not
on morality.
right. But it's not based on morality. It's based on technicality and the rules. And the rules are in any bankrupt system, which they all are. They have to provide a charging instrument should you fucking ask for it. And if they don't do that, then it's a denial of rights. And they can't move forward on the case, or else everyone who's licensed by the fucking court could potentially be sued. That's
Well, it
why
kind
they
of
don't.
brings up a good point.
What's that?
I mean, it's kind of off topic, but I'm just saying, like, if people were to like basically take off every which way they wanted to, knowing that the Earth's flat, looking for new land, and let's just say like other people from other countries started bumping into the same continent, let's just say, and like what kind of laws would reign at that present time? Like, you know, everyone would kind of be on their own way. Like I always kind of imagine the Constitution and Declaration of Independence were you know a good start, but you start getting people from China landing on your new land with you, and now you got a neighbor that's like from a total different way of life. Like, what kind of laws are they willing to accept or implement? You know, and it's just problems start all over again, I guess.
Well, that plays right into what I was thinking. Right? Yeah, Daisley. We're like telepathically connected because every time you say something, it's like the exact thing that was right that I was thinking as well. But what I was going to ask, like Issa as well, with that, like Issa, do you think the United States is so do you agree with the tenets of it to the point to where if you went to this new land, would you want to have like a United States of America version 2, or would it be something totally different? Like Daislo was saying, like what would sort of reign on that land in your mind that would be ideal or most harmonious? And would it be what America already has, or would it have parts of it, you know, and be like a hybrid?
I think it would be, you know, for me anyway, you know what I mean? Like, there's the potential for me to just plant the American fucking flag and fucking take it from there, man. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I do think the principles of what we have are fucking amazing. And if we stuck to them, yeah, they'd be, you know, that's why I espouse it so much. And I would hope, yeah, if I moved to like the flat earth fucking land, it'd be like, you know, the same rules, same law apply. And I don't, you know, I think that's a good thing, but I'm not the one to implement it. I'm just saying this is what it is. Like, you know what I mean? Outside of like, I'm not talking about, you know, trying to formulate a new government. That's a whole nother fucking thing. But I'm just saying the founding fathers of the states did it pretty good. It's just they're in debt. So all of it goes null and void because of the debt. And that's where but then, you know, there's so much false history. Like, i.e., like the Magna Carta. Like, people think the Magna Carta has legal validity, which it does not. It was considered to be null and void by the Pope. And that's the other thing too, is it all goes back to the Pope. Therefore, it's ecclesiastical. Therefore, you have the rules of forgiveness apply in our system. Like, am I saying that if I showed up on a new flat Earth soils, that I'd like, you know, want to have the Pope be in control of the minerals of the soil? I don't think so. But I'm just saying that I think the ideals of what we have in our legal system are actually what's valuable, because it allows for us to disagree and yet not have the authority to fuck each other up. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? There's certain rules apply. You know. But yeah, I think it would probably stay. I'd be down with that. You know.
Well, what about the idea of not even having one?
Well, you can't have no government, because the idea is, first off, is the term government, right? It's like the idea that if you cannot govern your, like Roosevelt said something in the Jamestown 1916 fucking debate, you know, thing or whatever. It was just like, you know, I think it's like, it behooves us to remember, you know what I mean, that man cannot escape from being governed. Either he must govern himself, you know what I mean, from the inside, or he must be governed from the outside. So there's always government. Now, having like a body politic, right, is just good if you have a community, because then you can address your needs. You can address.
Right.
You can get redress for for what somebody's maybe done to your land or whatever.
And organization and cohesion.
Right, like you're gonna inevitably fall into some version of it, and either it's gonna be based on like I don't know if any one of you guys have ever like lived on the streets, right? I don't know if any, you know what I mean, or like, and had to like deal with like, like
Let's say I have.
okay, right, like you got certain people that are violent, so they take control, and they're more violent than the other guy, so everybody kind of just bows down and sucks it up, right?
Sure, might makes right. That's the same thing at play with countries.
Well, I mean, to some degree, yes, but also to some degree, no, because you still have you still have like the right of like you still have the right of like you can't take somebody's shit without there being a repercussion just because you're stronger. We still have that in laws. Now, granted, some people
That's
don't.
what we got with war.
Yeah, but usually wars, if you look to it, are created because of people failing contracts. Which is like, and I know that's like, I mean, it doesn't justify it, but, it doesn't give morality to it. But I'm saying like, it's usually contractual related. Somebody failed in a contract. Somebody is refusing. That's how it happens. And if you look, that's how they do it. But now,
Yeah, it might be.
you've got corrupt versions of that. You do have corrupt versions of that, though. I don't, you know what I mean? I'm not trying to put morality where there is none.
Where are we going here?
What? We're talking about just government in general.
Okay.
Like, how you have to have government, because if you have no government, you have no control. And either you govern yourself, or somebody has to govern you. That's all.
Well, okay. So one time I was having a conversation about like America, whatever, law, legal system, democracy, anarchy, capitalism, all that jazz, right? And someone was saying like things could just never work out without one overarching ruling system. And then after that I didn't have this I didn't respond with this on time, but later I was thinking, well, aren't there like 195 countries who don't have one ruler over all of them? Isn't the whole idea of countries and like a higher fractal level of anarchy where none of them all bow down to, I mean, you could say the UN or something like that, but disregarding that, isn't the whole country system of dividing land in the world an anarchist system?
I mean, I agree with you to some extent, because like I agree that the states are like that in the United States. You know what I mean? Each state has its own
A little
set of
bit, yeah,
laws.
to a degree.
No, each state is classified as its own country.
But it doesn't really work like that. I mean,
Oh no,
like
that's
they're all,
brother. That's like
yeah.
I'll get the code for you if you'd like it. Like there's a code.
No,
It's like,
I'm just saying we have these governors or whatever, right? And COVID comes. Sorry, I said it. But that comes out, and all of them force their citizens to have curfews and shut down their businesses and bars. Like it's an illusion of operating separately at this point. They're like the people in positions of power are all on the same team. No one's going to stray from the pack.
well,
You might bring up. Go ahead.
I think there's a certain group of people that have infiltrated all these governments. I also think there's going to be a comeuppance for them, but
So it doesn't really work on an independent state level anymore at all. Really,
no, it
it's more
still
of like an
does.
illusion of choice.
I think it still does, because I mean, look at like Florida. Florida never did it. You know what I mean? Like,
All right, you got one example, but I'd say that's just all part of the plan, really.
Maybe.
Well,
I mean, we could
each
get
state
back
has
into
its own confederacy. The Confederates actually won. If you haven't noticed, each state has its own laws and bylaws and statutes and codes. The Confederates actually won that war. Each state is its own entity. We're not the United States as a whole. California makes rules that Pennsylvania doesn't have to abide by, which
The smallest of differences. Smallest of differences, man.
No, there are some differences.
You know how the past
Go to
2
North
years
Carolina, you can't
went.
spit on the
They're all on the
sidewalk.
same page.
Go to North Carolina, you can't spit on a sidewalk.
Oh yeah, like I said, the smallest of differences. We're at the core of it. They're all on the same page. There is no actual separation of like the important matters of rule and law.
Yeah, but that's the way I look at it. We're all separate entities. We're not, if one state makes a law, not the entire country follows it. That's the way it should be, but that's not the way it happens.
Okay.
Well, the issue is the nature of what law, because there's federal law and there's state law, and like for instance, like, and this is why I always use this point to point out that the state has more rights than the federal, like more authority than the federal government. Colorado legalized pot, right? Even though it's a class whatever drug on the federal side, and the state was like, "Go fuck yourself," and they legalized it. Same thing with Cali, right? But so the state has more authority than the federal government, and I just think that
But
that's
why did they illegalize it? Why did everyone make it illegal? You
well, I'm
know?
saying they made it federally illegal, I think, and I'm sure the states maybe complied with the federal law, or they had their own
Well,
state laws. But it's kind of interesting.
why the hell would 50 out of 50 comply to something with no good goddamn reason at all?
Because it's
Probably
another
because they're
crime.
all on the
I'll tell you
same
why.
page at the end of the day.
Because U.S. citizens are classified as enemies of the states. So anytime a U.S. citizen gets in trouble doing something in a state, that state can hold that United States citizen and charge the federal government for what the United States citizen has done. And so the more
So a
laws,
money making
so the
so
more
a
laws,
money making scheme?
yep. So the more money or the more crimes are on the books, the more possible it is to get U.S. citizens entrapped in, jail, basically.
Okay, so that just means that they're all corrupt and on the same page and they're thick as thieves.
I mean, you could look at it that way, yeah.
And then they allow the slightest of differences, sometimes worse, sometimes better, where it really makes no sort of difference. I mean, there's no such thing as a separation of states. They're all on the same team. They maybe convince you of the like illusion of separateness, by allowing little tweaks to the rules here and there. But no, I mean, they got no personal control or individual control. What daddy tells them, they all say, yes, sir. Especially if they can make a buck off of it. I mean, I don't know, man. All this legal system, I think there are ways to, all the research you've done, I think it does have ways to apply it on an individual level. Like you'll be better off in lots of scenarios knowing what you know. No doubt, I think that you're way more prepared than I am. But I don't think it leads you to the land of milk and honey ultimately, because I think even the allowances of like a well-studied individual on law still is still within their system and just operating within these margins of allowances to make you feel like you've mastered this thing. When really, as long as you stay between, like, you feel like you can move around and operate freely and you're not like chained down because you're like, oh, well, what if I do this maneuver? Ha, gotcha there. And they're like, oh, you got us there. Good for you. You really got us this time. Oh, man, you win. We lose. But overall, it's like he thinks that winning one battle is winning a war when the war is so fucking one-sided and we just got you by the balls.
Well, I mean, I just look at it like, it's an individualistic, liberty is an individual sport. You know what I mean? It's not something you're going to have a team with. You know what I mean? In fact, liberty would be, having a team would be antithetical to what liberty is, where liberty indicates like individualism. So it's only you that can go through it.
Shouldn't it be a team sport, though?
Well, I mean, I don't know. God made it that way, man. You know what I mean? That's how it is. I don't know. It's like no man can be his brother's keeper on the day of judgment, man. You know what I mean? And I think that all these kind of things, like I said, it's ecclesiastical. It's like and I'm going to use this word. It's a microcosm of the ecclesiastical system. I know. But yeah.
Who do you think made this? Just the American legal system. Like, where does it come from?
Well, historically, I mean, it goes back to the Library of Alexandria. It goes back to the Hammurabi Code.
That's a big leap. There's got to be some, things in between, right? Like a person or a group of people, or like where did this whole legal system come from? Like, whose legal system am I participating in? Because
Well, they
I'm
say
kind of
there's like
forced
a
to,
check it
you
out.
know.
There's like a thing called Stat 19, and it's a tax law, right? Alleged, like from what I've read about it, it's called Stat 19, and it's a code that goes all the way back to the Hammurabi Code, man.
That's a tough sell, man. That's that's
Whatever.
that's some Sumerian stuff right there.
Well, that's who, like, that's where cheese comes from, right? Fucking, like, the shit is ancient, man. I don't know. I mean, that's what, from my research, I mean, like you said, it's been refined over the years. Like, have you heard of, like, Sir William Blackstone?
A
You know,
little bit, but not
like,
not not
but
really in detail, just the name.
yep, it's just like those guys helped, like, craft stuff. Like, even Bacon, Francis Bacon, and, the Royal Institutes and all these fucking, you know what I mean? I'm sure that they've helped along the way, formulate the ideas of
So you're
what a.
saying America's legal system isn't created by Americans for Americans?
Well, let me ask you a question. Did America win the Revolutionary War?
Well, geez, I feel like the answer that you would feel corrected is no.
Yes, I would assert in private, of course, that the United States may have lost the Revolutionary War, as evidenced by the Treaty of Paris.
Okay, so that's bullshit right there. I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong. That's not what I meant by bullshit. I mean, are we not a country? Are you saying we're just a tumor growth out of Europe or something? Or,
it's just a company of Europe. Yeah.
all
I
right,
mean,
so
look
that's
at
fucked up.
have you ever seen, like, for instance, have you ever seen the flag of the British East India Company?
I mean, what are the implications of what you're getting at? Because I mean, right there, that's a very disturbing thing to tell
Yeah.
someone
Oh, I know.
that
I know. And
America.
that's why the globe going to flat Earth would not be a smooth transition, because this shit offends everybody's what they think their intellectual fucking reality is, bro. Because I could show you like this 2 points. Who writes a fucking treaty at the end of a war? Well, the fucking winner does, right? And he lays out the terms that the loser's going to fucking take. Even if he's being nice and he's going to say, hey, you know what? You could use this land and I'm not going to tax you. You could use that land and I'm not going to tax you, right? Even if he's saying that, he's still making the dictates, especially when in the first fucking paragraph, he calls himself the King of the United States. So what kind of hubris is some fucking, person gonna think when they come? You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck did you think happened? What, you just didn't read the document? You just thought it was all fucking kosher? Like, nah. First fucking paragraph, the King of England calls himself the King of the United States. Outside of that, I don't even care what's in the fucking document. The fucking thing is, he calls himself the King of the United States, and that's never rebutted nor relinquished.
Well, if there's a king, then the whole legal system is bullshit.
No, it's just a monarchical fucking thing, which is ecclesiastical. And
All
that's
right,
the thing.
well,
The,
didn't
the
you say it
crown. How about
traces?
this? Check this out real quick.
Okay.
The crown lost to the Pope. Okay, that's why the Magna Carta is considered null and void, because the barons. The way that the Pope explains it is that King John signed the Magna Carta under duress, because when King John signed the Magna Carta, the Pope said, "You fucking what?" And they fucking excommunicated him, and they said, "We're going to starve you." And then he made fucking a motion and went back to the fucking Pope. He said, I'm not going to kill all my people. I'll fucking say that it was done under duress. And they were like, you damn right it will. And he came out with a papal bull that nullified the Magna Carta.
Okay, so if I'm having legal issues, uh, I'd assume the highest authority I could go to would be, the Vatican or something. But I don't have access to call the
You don't need
Vatican
them. You could
to
go to your local
get their
courthouse.
judgment on the case.
You would just go and use the emissary of the Vatican, which would be your local judge at whatever fucking courthouse they told you to go to.
And if I disagree with them, I can't apply. I can't
Disagree
ask
how?
the Pope
Disagree how?
because they're fucking corrupt or bought off. Or total bullshit going on.
That sounds like a really coherent fucking argument.
Well, what do
Well,
you
Your
mean?
Honor, you guys are
Judges
real
always.
corrupt and shit, man. I just fucking think you should just fucking dismiss the charges because you guys suck.
Well,
That's what that
sure.
sounds like
Well,
to me, man.
sure. You might get to the Supreme Court and explain your cases how they're not following protocol. When they say, "Oh, well, who else are you going to go to? You going to call up the Pope? We won't even admit that we're in service to any ecclesiastical system." Like, they're not going to admit that. They got you trapped within America. You can't get a,
No, you know what they're gonna say to you, dude? You know what they're gonna say? They're gonna say, "That's nice, sir. How do you plead?" And you're gonna go, "Well, you know, the 1933 Federal Reserve Act." And they're gonna go, "Sir, how are you gonna plead?" And then you're gonna go, "Well, you guys are just so corrupt," and da-da-da, and they're gonna throw you in contempt and put in jail. And then the worst part about it, you're gonna be stuck in contempt jail, and you're gonna be wondering why you're there, and you're not even gonna know that you got to purge the contempt charge before you can even go handle the original matter that you were in there. And that's where you're gonna ask somebody for help, and they're gonna go, "You probably need an attorney." And they're going to give you a public
yeah. So
defender, and the
then,
public
so
defender is
then you
going to
say
fucking.
no. So then you say no,
I'm
right?
just saying, I
You
know
say
how it
no
goes.
because right. So I mean, then I mean, do you feel like you have what it takes to get yourself out of that situation? Just your words can work
God
such
willing,
magic.
yeah. God willing, man. I put faith in the God. You know what I mean? And I do. You know what I mean?
All
It's
right,
like
man.
I mean, but hey, that's all right. It's like kind of like fighting. It's like, if somebody's like, "Oh, I'm fucking real badass," and I'm like, "Well, let's fucking do it then, bro." Some people don't have that in them. Some people do. And like, and I just think like I've been there. I fucking stood in front of the judge after sitting 3 days in a fucking hole asking for the charging instrument. I'm not playing around, bro. I don't give a fuck what anyone else is doing. I'm not asking anyone to come with me. I'm just saying, hey, this is fucking interesting. And this is why they're going to keep going with the space program, because y'all never going to discharge the national debt. So suck a dick with all your crying. Go write a song about it. I'm saying like, yo, here's a here's to my, in my, the way that I look at it, brother. And I'm not trying to, whatever. I've cut a lot of people the wrong
It's all
way.
good.
You know what I mean? But like at the same time, like, it's like I used to come out and kind of try to debate this shit. And then I just got into the mode of like, I don't debate this shit because I don't know anyone else even fucking is interested in this subject or can like,
Well,
challenge me on
like
these
a 10-hour compilation will get a lot of people interested. But you said
Right,
that's
see, that's,
questioning God or something. That's
I mean,
fucked up, man.
what is it?
I said if you want people to be interested, you gotta present them with some real good stuff. Here's my knowledge at work. Here's some like on tape success stories
Right, but
of like
here's the other thing. I don't
applied
know.
knowledge.
But I look at it like this, man. Only like I don't even need to be. It's like, yo, dude, this shit is like only God decides who gets this shit, dog. I'm done publicly trying to convince anyone. Like, if anyone thinks like, what I'm saying is like, I come here to vent and hang out a little bit. I really don't give a
Sure.
fuck about telling everybody about this. But my point is that I think that like there's certain brothers in here that I know it. Like, where's my boy Hank Hill, man? You know what I mean? I got dudes that are have straight up just taken some of what I've said and used it in real world, and that's all the evidence I need and all I like to do. I've helped people with court cases. I've helped people with foreclosures, medical bills, college school bills. Like, I've done those things, and I don't need to parade my successes or anything. If anything, I talk about my losses because that's where I fucked up, and that's where we could all learn. And this is the kind of shit you want to know. It's not just fucking, like I don't know, man. I don't know what to. I'm not trying to, really. I don't give a shit enough. And I think it's too like, right now, like it's a lot of hubris. Like I sound like a megalomaniacal dickhead because I fucking know something that you guys, and I don't want to sound like that either. I'll do that if fucking occasionally come and hang out, talk shit, but I'm not doing like a 10-hour video for like the benefit of like a bunch of people that are gonna hate me when they're fucking done and they fucked up. Because I've had that happen too. I've helped people out before. They don't fucking study and they lose. And then they get mad at me. And I remember telling one lady, I was like, you know what? This is why I don't take any fucking money from people. Because she was over there, oh, you didn't do this. I did everything I was supposed to do, bitch. You didn't do it. You didn't go study. You didn't read the 5 books I told you to go read. You didn't do shit for 2 years, kind of thing, right? I've come across that too. Motherfuckers are lazy, man. Freedom ain't for the lazy. But I love coming in here and rapping because I think like Geo gets what I'm putting down. I think a couple of y'all, I think you get what I'm putting down. But it's also this negativity, the black pill shit too. Like that's what I'm up against. I look at it like, no, you don't have to be so negative because there is this way through. It may seem a little complicated. It may seem whatever like that, but there's a way. Do you give a shit enough? That's all I'm saying. Is like there is a way through, and like I think that's beneficial for people to hear because everybody's telling them there's no way through. Like, how are you going to get if hyperinflation happens? How is anyone going to get out of it without the notion of discharge? I fucking wonder because there ain't one. And if there's not any other way through, then you already owe $200,000 on fucking the interest, right, of the national debt that they'll try to hold you liable for. Like, it's like the ramifications of not knowing this shit are fucking insane to me. That's what's scary to me. Is the ramifications of the idea that the UN would try to collect on their fucking collateral on the property, which is the U.S. citizen. Which, if you ask every other motherfucker, hey, are you a U.S. citizen here? They're gonna be like, yeah, of course, I'm a proud U.S. citizen. Cool. Get on the fucking train. You're going to fucking the next Auschwitz because you're the collateral on the national debt. If you don't understand this, if your kids don't understand this shit, the consequences of the economic problem of this fucking country are fucking severe, dude. And people can put their head up their ass all they want, but this is the fucking subject matter that needs to be understood, in my opinion. I don't give a fuck about flat Earth even. Because until people get this shit, like there's always the potential that whoever is the person who's supposed to collect on that debt, like if y'all think China owns that fucking national debt, then it'll be Chinese troops coming in saying, hey, fucking get on the bus. That's why I'm hoping that fucking, different shit's going to happen. I hope what they're going to do is actually blame China for the last 2 years, which will nullify some of our national debt, which would actually give strength to our dollar. It would do a whole bunch of great shit. But because people can't understand discharge, they're forced to go through this fucking shit show of fucking the whole last 2 years. That's what I think. It's all to deal with this national debt. And people think nothing of it and therefore miss the whole fucking boat. But that's my opinionated opinion.
Well said, man. Yeah, that was awesome. And yeah, I hear what you're saying with that. It made me think about this though, like in terms of like what really is the national debt, and why do we really owe it to anyone, and what really is that, and what is even our own debt? Because I was just thinking of this.
That's the whole point. That's the whole point, though. The whole point is that the United States is doing their accounting. All they're doing is they're accounting to show ultimately you and every one of us, each and every one of us that gave over a birth certificate, that they didn't squander your money. And they're the ones who owe you the principal and the interest on the national debt, but they've got you thinking in a limited capacity as only strictly the United States citizen that lives at 123 B Street, which if a judge turns to you and says, where do you live? And you say 123 B Street, he might as well throw you in the hellfire for denying God. So that makes the judges righteous because they fucking destroy those who even preach and go to church on Sunday, but they disavow God when it matters most in their life in front of the
All right,
court.
so there's gotta be like 50 hours of footage of a compilation where a judge says, where do you live? What's your address? And someone says, I live in my body. And the judge says, all right, moving on. I accept your answer.
Well, of course not, because you didn't settle the charges even if you said you lived in your body. And if you said you lived in your body, it's just you sound like a fucking nut job that needs lithium, dude. You wouldn't go.
That's not what you're supposed to say. I heard the other day that's what you're supposed to say.
Well, why would you do that? You're supposed to go. Why would you do that when you're supposed to go in as the priority?
That's what you told me yesterday, man.
Can anyone back me up and verify that I would never tell anyone to go into court and do that? Could someone please give me an amen? Because
where do you live? Where do you live?
Well, don't I live in my body would be the response for me. But my point is this: is that if I was going to a courtroom,
that's what I just said.
Listen, if I was, you just asked me on a personal question on a fucking Discord channel. If I was in fucking court, bro, and the judge asked me, where do I live? Well, I'd already have my paperwork in the courtroom, right? I'd already have all of my proceedings and the thing. I'd have a motion before the court, and you'd be like, Your Honor, I'm so and so, appearing specially, not generally, merely for the moving party to show, or merely for the moving party to show cause why they shouldn't accept the motion before the court.
So you're saying it would never even get to that point?
I would never fucking bring up my spirituality, or I'm dealing with the Uniform Commercial Code, which
Okay,
says
it
that,
would never even get to that
how
point.
about this?
Gotcha.
Which like, so my spirit, right? My spirit, and where I actually live, that is the priority security interest holder. And the priority security interest holder doesn't even have to identify himself, which is so interesting in court. The creditor doesn't even have to identify himself. So if it's in my paperwork that, Issa, the priority security interest holder, is appearing specially, not generally, and the judge says, well, where do you live? I'd be like, Your Honor, doesn't the courtwork say, or doesn't the paperwork say that, I'd be like, Your Honor, am I not Issa, appearing specially, not generally, before, pursuant to the paperwork before the court? I might address it simple that I'm answering. I'm not trying to, be a dick. You're going to have an ebb and flow with the gentleman. But he is honorable, and he fucking knows what's up, and he knows what you're trying to do. They don't not know, man. They know exactly what you're trying to do. But especially when you come in and you got class, like the judges, like they had to give me what I wanted because it was honorable and it was owed. Like, you know what I mean? Like I just, it's not about going. This is where I look at it like this. There's a philosophy, right? Then there's like procedure, and then there's like kind of like a filter process of how to respond to things. And like, they're all different, man. There's like, procedure and philosophy are different. You know what I mean? And then there's morality. And then there's like, there's financial morality. And then there's like, emotional reality or morality. Right? Because financial morality doesn't give a fuck about your emotional morality. And your emotional morality cannot pay the financial morality side. But you could issue a document that would allow the United States to turn around, and when the day of recompense comes and they have to pay you, they would give you all the things. It's like that's what probate, from what I gather on certain things, is like that's their balancing of the books. And so, like, if you had given them paperwork saying that to, like, let's say a document to offset, it's too complicated for me to get into, dude. I know you're not going to get it. Like, if you used an instrument versus cash, you could pay, and you're paying because you're giving the debtor, i.e., the United States, an instrument of value, which tells them they no longer have to pay you back this much. So it's not that there's wealth. It's just that this is why forgiveness is key, because you're forgiving their sin. You're forgiving their debt. Can you forgive your enemy? This is why it's biblical. Can you forgive this fucking beast that you've recognized is trying to fucking wreck you? But it's trying to wreck you as the citizen, in the capacity as a citizen. It cannot wreck you in the capacity as the priority security interest holder. However, you have to have decorum and knowledge of procedure as far as the courtroom goes. And this is why man was given dominion of the earth. You can't just come in there and say, I'm a spirit, I'm a descendant of Adam. Because a proper descendant of Adam, a child of God, right, would come in with everything in order perfectly, never stepping out of bounds, always within the rules, man. Because you would be smart enough to understand it. That's the goal. And that's for any of us the goal, is to learn it well enough so that we can come off. And then you start learning how to have fun with it. Because it's really a big show. It's like a big, the whole world be a stage, right? Hold on one sec, guys. Hold on one sec here. But yeah, I'm still here. I'm listening for a second. I'm just busy. But Gio, does that answer the question? I don't even know what it was anymore.
Yeah. Well, yeah. No, Yeah, that is interesting. And what I was good, the next thing I was gonna, it's interesting the way that he laid that all out, and it kind of took me on a journey there. And then I was kind of also trying to like linking it back to kind of the second part of what I was thinking, which is like in terms of debt, and you can let me know how you think this might link in. But if you have like two different systems, like let's just use Discord servers for an example. If you're on one Discord server, you could be server muted, for example, in the VC, where if you leave that Discord or just you don't use that one, you just go to another server, you're not muted, and of course there's like different roles and all these different things. So just using that as like a general sense in that way, if somebody claims that you owe them a debt, do you actually owe them that debt? What I'm trying to link it to, I didn't really say that in the full way, but what I was trying to link it to, which is that like on one Discord server, if you're server muted, like you could almost view that as like a debt. Like, okay, now you're muted on that server kind of thing. But if you go to another server, that's not the case at all. It's a totally different thing. So what I'm saying is that like in terms of this governmental system that claims this national debt, and you have this debt under your social security number, and that's everything that, that you were describing too, and the way that whole system works. And you're right. They are saying it's debt on us, rather than the debt owed to you. They've definitely inverted that. And I see what you're saying with that. And then they've exploited that through multiple ways. But I'm also just trying to link it to the idea that don't we only owe something to them because they've claimed it so? Like when I was born into this life, I didn't really ask for that kind of thing. So like if the whole idea of linking it back to when we're saying like going to other land or something, like, isn't there a way just like if we could disconnect from this system to where you really wouldn't owe the debt? Now, I also think there's debts on like a more spiritual or karmic level. So that's another question, because I do think that's a real thing.
Look at the way I look at it is like this. Imagine like your father left you a business and he's got a big building, right? And like, it's the only business in town, and like, a couple years have gone by and, everybody forgets the guy who started it, kind of a thing, right? And, you need a job. You know what I mean? Like, actually, like, even better yet, like, you got a piece of paper that says it's all owed to you. But instead of, like, recognizing that piece of paper saying that this thing's all owed to you, you go in there looking for a job as the janitor. So now, like, let's say, like, or better yet, like, the starter of the company is just not around. You know what I mean? Like, and it's actually you who's supposed to fill that position as the owner of the company and all the duties that come with it. But instead of doing that, we're operating like we work as the janitor. So instead of actually like allowing and permitting ourselves the authority of like actually walking in late, you know what I mean, and walking in the office and smoking a fat joint and having a coffee, we deprive ourselves of that for the sake of, well, Julie gave me a job and I've really got a chance at this big company down the road, and I'm going to really work my ass off down at this company. That's how I feel about this. And people are like, I hate this company. They just work so hard. Da-da-da-da-da. And like someone comes around and they're like, yo, nigga, don't you own, like, aren't you the owner of the company? They're like, no, don't say that. Shh. The owner might be somewhere around here listening. And like,
because they've inverted it.
You're the fucking owner of the company, but you've got fucking some dipshit who's a power hungry asshole who's like, the clerk at like the fucking welcoming desk trying to tell you need to do the fucking bathroom better. And you're listening to him instead of being like, excuse me, sir, am I not the owner of the company? You'd be like, well, da-da-da-da, you're not the owner of the company. They can show him like, I'm just saying we don't do that. We sit there and just take the fucking beating from the guy at the clerk when we really own the whole fucking business. And that's the hope in it.
Yeah, but do we really? That's the thing.
Yeah, you fucking do. Because
well, we do it in the we do in the spirit of it, but I just don't know that we do with our actual
Look, let's check it out. Basic banking.
The word
okay,
implementation. The implementation of it versus the theory and the philosophy. That's what I was.
I mean, I hear you, but my problem is that they gave me what I wanted when I fucking stood my ground. So I got no fucking doubt. You know what I mean? In my head. But like I can't give that to somebody. But like what I'm saying is that you gave them a birth certificate. You started it. You gave them something of value. Therefore, they owe you. And what they gave you to signify that was a social security card number so you could go do banking. The issue is you're supposed to also take the money as a U.S. citizen and pay it with an instrument that tells the United States that they are not liable for this much on the national debt. If that makes any sense. Like, we're supposed to give the United States like permission so that they are not liable for the amount of money they just gave us at the bank.
And
because ultimately,
say it again. Although I do have a because but that's where they've inverted it with usury. They've turned it into a usury system.
No, it's usury anyway because there's interest. But the point is that the interest is owed to you. So the point is that instead of you never being able to pay back on the interest, the United States can never pay back on the interest to you. That's why you can always win because they're always in debt to you. But they're in debt to you in the capacity as a fucking intelligent man and the priority security interest holder. You know, the prodigal son returned kind of a thing. You realize what your kingdom is. And you know how to operate it and walk in it and control it.
Yeah.
Because they don't have to check this out. Check this out. In the
In
courtroom.
spirit, if it wasn't corrupt, then that would be upheld, but it is corrupt, and then that doesn't seem to be upheld.
Right, no, but they're
At least
bound
not
by
fully.
rules.
Maybe not
they're
fully.
bound by but they're bound by rules of the court. Like they're these people, and also you're the only person with firsthand knowledge of anything if you're in court anyway, because everyone else has got an attorney. So that those attorney is like hiring somebody who doesn't have any firsthand knowledge to go argue your case. Like that's almost retarded. Because they can't rebut anything. All they can do is deal with what you gave them as a deposition. Whereas if you have firsthand knowledge, you can bring up any issue again and again and again. And as long as the other party's there and the judge is there, it's allowed.
If you could push a button right now and discharge all debt that every single human and country has and just go right down to just have, trading dollars for things, and we could erase all the debt, would you push the button?
I mean, I'd like to think I would, but it also just resets all the economy as it is. It's just like, there's kind of a beauty in this, admiralty shit. I don't know, man. There's something like, I look at it like, dude, God made it. I didn't, bro. I'm just trying to figure it out, dude. But yeah, I mean, I guess I would hit of course, you don't want anyone to have debt. But like, that's, I don't know, man. Life is not like that.
Well, all the people that are giving out the loans would I guess that would really put a break in that.
Well, I think just like, if your hyperinflation were to happen or something like that, there's no other way around it. And that's what gives me, that's what I think it would be used. That's what I think would be the most effective kind of a thing, like, but at the same time, like, if you had outstanding credit cards or an outstanding loan or a medical bill, you could also discharge it. Like, you know what I mean? You don't have to go kill yourself and like be worried about what, you know what I mean? Like, there's hope. Like if you had like a big financial mortgage or whatever like that, you could discharge the mortgage, nigga. You could discharge the mortgage and keep the house. Have them show cause why it would, dude, and then sue them on top of it.
I don't think I'd ever feel right ever suing anyone.
Well, I mean, like, I'm just saying, like, if you were to like try and keep your house, and they try to like give you paperwork saying you owe this much after you've settled it, which may very well happen, you would have to go get a court order and stuff like that. And I'm just saying, like, you could do it. There's a way through, is all I'm saying. It's not the easiest way, it's not the way, but there's a way.
Yeah.
But if you owe on a mortgage, you owe on a mortgage. I mean, you've entered into a instrument to borrow money, right?
Right. I mean, right. But you
Interest
also
discharge it.
you gave over a birth certificate. All of the
Regardless
wealth.
of the birth certificate, I still have I have a mortgage on my property because I bought the property and I borrowed the money from the bank. Irregardless of the birth certificate and everything else, even the national debt, that's still an individual debt that's tied
But
to my
well,
property.
real quick, that's where your money came from when you got the loan. The money you got the loan from is the money you gave to the United States through the birth certificate. That's what they're tapping into. Is they're licensed to tap into the funds that you gave to the SEC. So, like, and then the problem is that, like,
The
when you equate
SEC. I'm
the what?
sorry. I'm sorry. SEC. You said. I mean, who?
Yes, Securities and Exchange Commission. Yeah, that's the SEC is like who's kind of like in control of the foreign bonds and shit like that. In the U.S., our bond they've monetized these instruments, and that's the point is that now they're using instruments like pieces of paper to create money, which is something you're also allowed to do. And obligation creates currency. So
But
obligation creates currency. Like, and now you're more. I'm not gonna. And it's like it's complicated, but it's not complicated. It's like, look, dude, you gave them something. They gave you money in return for it at interest as the United States, in the capacity as the United States citizen. The United States citizen is an employee of the United States, and the United States collectively owes you. So what you're doing is just offsetting what the citizen has received from the line of credit with an instrument that tells the United States, hey, don't worry, you don't have to pay this back to me. Now, usually it'll get brought to the courts because the courts and the judges are where the only place I think you can, in some regard, get effective banking done. In this way. I was going to make another point, but like.
Well, okay.
The other thing, too,
Let's
let me
say.
get an idea
Sure.
across. Maybe just try to grab this idea. Like if I give you a piece of paper that says I'm going to bring you 2 bananas on Tuesday, and if I do not bring those 2 bananas on Tuesday, I owe you $1 million. Right? Now, let's say I give that document to you. Tuesday rolls around, and I never bring the bananas. How much is that piece of paper worth, bro?
Only as good as your promise.
Well, I mean, as good as the face value of the number on the instrument, which is how much?
Well, it's ultimately good, as good as what I can get back from you in judgment. If you're only worth $100 and you give me you sign over $1 million that you don't have, then that $1 million is basically worthless.
Well, I mean, dude, if we're making an agreement, if we're going to get into the serious nature of how much bananas are and, like, me bringing them to you or not, as though that's a
No,
serious issue, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about, I said I was going to bring you 2 bananas on Tuesday. And if I don't bring them to you on Tuesday, I owe you $1 million. And it says it on the fucking note. Now, when Tuesday rolls around and I don't bring any bananas, how much is that piece of paper worth?
I don't know what's back in the piece of paper. Is there $1 million bond that's back in the paper?
Well, did I say if I don't bring the 2 bananas, then it's worth $1 million?
But is your promise worth $1 million? Is there something that I
Okay,
I
look,
can
the
enforce that on?
instrument itself. I mean, I get it. It's kind of hard to wrap your head around after work. I mean, trust me, man, after work, I get it, man. But the point is that instrument in law is worth $1 million because I failed to bring you those bananas. That's all I'm trying to get to the point of. I'm not trying to get into the severity of how many
Okay.
bananas. And here's the problem: is that most people want to argue about, well, bananas are only worth 25 cents. Like, you know what I mean? Like, no, it's got about the fact that I said I would give you $1 million. I said it, so therefore it's a promise. Therefore, I'm owed. I've created an obligation, and that instrument is worth $1 million because that's what's on it. That's the face value of the instrument. So if I were to say to you, prove to me that you didn't create the mortgage from my social, from whatever, you know what I mean? Or let the record show, and should you fail to respond in 10 days in a notary seal, it's agreed that it's discharged pursuant to this instrument. Like, if they fail to respond, or they just come back and say, or they respond to me not under notary seal, When I go to the courtroom, it's called acquiescence. They acquiesce that instrument covered the debt. And if they try to continue to collect, let the record show that they'll owe me $1,000 for every letter and treble damages that I have to seek formal resolutions. You know what I mean? We have remedies, bro.
Yeah, but okay, you're going quick, and I can't catch all the points.
Forgive me, I got a lot going on around me, man. I got dogs going, I got fucking all kinds of shit.
That's fine.
But I mean, even though you may not quite fully grasp what I'm saying right now, brother, all I'm trying to say is that there is something to grasp at, and it's real. You know what I mean? In my estimates, I just say that from my experience, that the value in it and understanding it is really quite interesting. You know, like take for instance this whole last couple of years, they wanted me to put a mask on my face going into one of these places, and I was like, I'd love to, so long as you know. And I agreed, biblically. I'd love to, so long as you can show me that you're a medical professional, or upon proof of claim you wouldn't accept liability for giving medical advice with not being a medical professional. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's just ways to deal with these people.
This is a bit like drinking through a fire hose right now. So
fair enough, man. I gotta slow down anyway. It's all good, brother.
Yeah.
Forgive me for the barrage.
City, you work in law stuff, right? Or you've said, yeah.
I will put it out there. I am not a lawyer, so I will not give legal advice. but I have worked in the legal field now for 28 years. I've been appeared to court. I've done investigations. I've been in federal court, state court. I've worked on international matters.
Are you familiar with charging instruments?
Basically, it's a complaint.
Right. It's the complaint from the state, right?
It's the complaint from whoever. I mean,
well, fair enough. Good point. Because it could be civil or whatever it is. But I'm saying, like, if you were in, like, fair enough. You're right. But the charging instrument would be the complaint. That's a great way to put it. Yeah. So here's the thing, right? If I ask you for the complaint, let's say you were working for the state, and I ask you for the complaint, and you failed to provide it to me, is that not a deprivation of rights?
You have to have the complaint in order to proceed. There's nothing to answer to without a complaint.
Right. So if I were to, let's say if I was dealing with like some like an entity, and I said, well, where's the complaint? And they never gave it to me. Then I could, let's say, get that case dismissed because they failed to provide the charging instrument, right?
Absolutely. I mean, not only.
Thank you, bro. Does everyone hear that? Do you get it now? Like, Gio, you get it?
Well,
like, or I don't know. I've been talking about this for fucking years, but I'm so happy to hear you just say they'd have to. Of course, they'd have to, because they can't deprive equal protection due process of law.
Basically, every action, whether it's civil, criminal, even if it's as simple as a traffic ticket, the traffic ticket serves as the complaint. So if you're being sued in civil court, if you're being charged in federal court, there is a complaint. That the charging instrument, if you want to call it that, and that charge, that complaint sets forth the facts in their view, not necessarily in the court's view or in your view, but in their view, their allegations, what went wrong. Gio promised me $1 million for 2 bananas. I gave him the 2 bananas and never saw the $1 million. That's my complaint.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that would be. Yep. And you're right. And all I'm trying to say is like, is that if one were to ask for the charging instrument and they failed to provide it, you'd be able to get the case dismissed on the grounds that they may have denied equal protection. And
I don't understand how you'd even be in court without the charging instrument.
Well, that's the thing, dude.
Why are you even there?
Fair enough.
Yeah.
And as most people do, they never go in and ask for the charging instrument. They never actually ask of these things. Therefore, they, when an officer doesn't understand what you're talking about, like, you know what I mean? You can never just bring it back up later and be like, Your Honor, I asked the officer for the charging instrument. It appears that you've denied me equal protection due process of law. Therefore, I motion the court for a dismissal. You know what I mean? So you're setting yourself up for a certain nature of their lack of protocol, even though they think to themselves, oh, this is how I always do it.
Yeah. And that might work in certain civil or certain criminal cases. But if it's a serious criminal case, I mean, if they failed to serve you, then you shouldn't even be standing in the courtroom. I mean, you
Right.
shouldn't even have to appear.
Right. I mean, well,
It,
that's the thing though, and
because
this is why. I mean, I agree with you, but I'm saying like they do bring people in, and they just say well, how do you plead?
yeah,
And nobody ever puts up any kind of an issue about any of these issues. That's why I'm bringing up the charge instrument is to just try to inform the general public, or not the general public, but our crew over
yeah.
here,
No, I
that
agree.
these
That
things
it's
even
absolutely.
exist. I mean, I've
I mean,
literally had a fucking
I mean,
attorneys come on here like years ago, and they would tell me there's no such thing as a charging instrument. Are you fucking
well,
serious? I'm listening for a sec, but I'm on mute. Yeah.
Don't you think all the money that they've made from interest on debts would actually be more than everyone's debt in the first place, to the point to where it could just all of it could be reset, or not even reset, but just it's cleared? Because reset implies that it's going to reset a new system where there's more debt, whereas clearing it would just mean that it just that same system is not in play, which is built on the inflation in the first place.
I mean, I don't know how they're gonna play. It's interesting to me. Like, I think, I think something's gonna happen where they're gonna blame, China for the last 2 years. Something big's coming. I don't know what, but it's like it's either going one of two directions, and it's either positive for the population or it's not. And I think the one that's the least positive for the fucking population is going to be the World Economic Forum. The United Nations trying to collect on this collateral. That's where that's where we enter into the great technocracy, man. And that's where I think even further it's better to know the law, because you're going to be dealing with like AI bots that are going to know the law.
all nations have debt, though. I mean, even China certainly has debt. Japan's massively in debt. There's a lot of nations that are worse off than the U.S.
Yeah, but this just well, I mean, this just happens to be a time, and you're right. I don't really know the inner workings of all of it, man. It's not for me to know, but like at the same time, from what I gather, is like there's a certain time period coming up for the United States where they could potentially be absolved of some of the debt. I think on the private side of the banking system. I think the public side is going to make it look as though it's because everyone thinks China owns the national debt for the U.S. or a lot of it. China being potentially responsible for the last 2 years, they would have to then like discharge their debt that they owe. And I don't know how much that is, but I believe it's quite a bit. That's why.
Ultimately, any a discharge of debt would have to be done in some manner of fairness. Could you like I say, for instance, we both have the same job. you choose to buy a $500,000 house and go in the massive debt. I choose to buy a $200,000 house and have minor debt, and then all of our debts are discharged, and all of a sudden you got a $500,000 mansion, and I got this crappy 2-bedroom.
Well, I think in regards to the U.S., like as a collective, like in regards to national debts, I don't see it too much as the like mortgages like
Okay.
that. But
Okay.
but I know what you mean, like different
Yeah.
countries mortgages, but at the same time, I just think it's each individual contract. And as far as I could tell, the U.S. has been in this been in the last throes of the third term of a 70-year contract. So it's 3 terms of 70-year contracts has come to an end for the United States, and therefore there's this theory, and I'm not talking about Nasara, Gassara, or any of that hippy dippy alien bullshit. I'm talking about Jewish banking. There's a thing called the Jubilee, wherein after these 3 terms of international contracts for 70 years, there's a discharge of the debt because it's been going on for so long. It's called the Jubilee in Jewish banking. Now, whether they follow through with that, I don't know. But according to the way I see it, it's lining up as though they're going to blame China so that the public side can, on the private side, they'll discharge the debt however they do it, maybe because of the Jubilee, whatever paperwork, I don't fucking know. But it's going to look like, on the public side, like China is paying the debt for the last 2 years. Because the public can't handle the truth and all the rest of it, but the private side, it almost necessitates this discharge. How they're going to do that, I don't know. But I think it's why also Biden is out there spending as much money as he possibly can, because it's all going to be forgiven.
Yeah, the federal system is complicated, difficult to understand. Ultimately, it's too big to fail. I think I don't see where it's gonna.
But isn't it the most corrupt as well?
I'm sure there's something that's more corrupt, but
therefore the most likely to fail.
I think it's too big to fail. The whole system would turn upside down.
Yeah, I think there's actors within it that are destined to fail, but the system itself, like I said, too big to fail kind of a thing. And also, I just don't, I don't see it, I don't see the system going anywhere, but I could see the people who fucking were corrupt with the system, having to deal with that. I don't know when or how or any of that, but
even when we had the bigger financial crises and stuff, the smaller companies were failing, small brokerages and stuff like that. But like when a company like AIG got threatened, all of a sudden, the Fed started pulling 24-hour days and finding ways to fix it because AIG is just behind everything. And if AIG fails, the whole system is going to collapse. There are companies, there are brokerages, there are banks that are simply that big that if it fell apart, there would be serious shit going down that won't happen because they just can't have it.
here's the thing though too is the United States can absorb that debt because all of the creditors, all of us, you know what I mean, are not discharging the debt. So nobody's ever coming to collect. Therefore, they can just, keep it going and going and going. And then they devalue the dollar, after they feel like, your normal NPC economist thinks like, wow, they should be really valuing the dollar. You know what I mean? But they're just totally doing whatever the fuck they want, in my opinion. But I also think they are having an accounting system that, that accounting system is based on the idea that they owe us and the interest. We just happen to be thinking in the minds that we're strictly a U.S. citizen, i.e., an employee of the United States, and on the hook for the debt, when in reality, in the capacity as a priority security interest holder, we're the one that's owed. And we have the right to authorize instruments that would settle that. Because it's like, I look at it like this. It's like if let's say you owed me $500 and I take my truck and I run donuts through your front lawn. And then you're like, dude, you fucking ran donuts through my yard. You owe me $120 to fix it. I could say to you, well, where's the bill? And you're like, okay, here's the bill. This is what I paid for it. I could take that instrument, turn it over, sign the back of it with my unique signature or whatever the fuck, right? And give it back to you and say, hey, knock it off the $500 you owe me, right? Because if you owe me
Yeah.
$500, if you owe me $500, and let's say I just fucked up your shit for 200, then okay, give me the bill. Okay, $200. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Knock that off the 500 that you owe me.
Oh,
And that's
ultimate.
that's what I'm saying is going on.
Yeah.
Is that we have not recognized the fact that they owe us the $500. We might have just done donuts or smoked a joint and fucking, whatever, and broken some kind of law. And they're like, dude, you got to pay. And you're like, no problem. Where's the bill? Okay, let me put my signature on it. Knock it off what you owe me.
Your analogy works if everything is equally it's an equal priority. Let's say
Well, it's also, are you
equally
willing to?
enforceable.
Well, I mean, I look at it like, what
Because
makes it enforceable? What's up?
I was just gonna say, like, say for instance, you owe me $500, but the terms are you don't have to pay it back for 10 years, and you just did $200 worth. I just did $200 worth of damage to your lawn. You may not be willing to take $200 off the primary note. You may want that money up front and say, I'll pay you back the 500 whenever it's due. But I want my $200 now because you caused damage that it makes me fix
Right,
it now.
and I might just say, hey, no problem. I'll pay you the $500 after you pay. I'll pay you the $200 after you pay me back the $500 in that much amount of time, 20 years from now, bro. It's all good, right?
I may not accept that if I want the money up front.
Right, and then I would show cause. I
Yeah.
would show cause how I wouldn't be absolved from owing you anything because you've refused to accept my my terms.
I don't think I'm obligated to accept your terms.
Well, no, I know, but that's why judges are so
Yeah.
good. Because
Yeah.
if you acquiesce or you say no or you do some other silly shit that
You got to
attorneys
take it to the judge.
that are known to be doing, you know what I mean? Like, I just like there's rules to the game, and that's another part of the conversation too. And that's why I say like I don't even debate some of this sometimes because it gets into like, well, I didn't hear that before and I've never seen that happen, but there's rules of the game and like if you were to come, like if you were to be, I mean, I don't know, we could go into any imaginary idea of what the contracts could be, but I just think like if you can if you're in the right, like for instance, if I did donuts and you owe me $500 and you're like, well, that $500 is supposed to be paid in 20 years. You know what I mean? Well, what's that got to do with the fact that you don't owe me $500 and that you can't knock this debt off of the debt in 20 years or whatever it is? Because like, and I could reestablish that and, make it, because you remember, ultimately, you're still the one that owes me. I might have done donuts in your yard, but you're still the one who owed me first. So as a priority of liens, even, I would have authority because you're the first one who owes.
It depends on the terms in the contract.
I agree.
Because at the same time, you inflicted an intentional tort on me. Maybe I can get more than $200. Maybe I can say, hey, I was emotionally distressed when I went outside in the morning and I saw the damage to my yard, and I had,
Well, you know what I'd say? Maybe what if I went to the judge and be like, hey, well, maybe he shouldn't be owing people money, Judge.
We had a contract. I owed you $500 according to the terms of the contract. Yeah, I know. We can go back and forth. There's, I mean, I've
what I mean. Right. We can nitpick it, but I guess I'm just trying to allude to grander points. But I feel you're doing.
I've seen it all. I've seen. It. Whenever you have a witness and you testify in court, you tell your client, you tell your witness, answer the question that was asked, not what he should have asked. Let's do his question and answer the question. And some people don't like silence. They'll answer and they'll keep talking. Every so often you get a good witness that does exactly as he's told. Those are your best witnesses.
And right, my thing is also like the idea that if you're going to trial and like bringing in witnesses and all the rest of it, like for instance, if you're an attorney, all you can do is argue. So the jurisdiction between two parties with attorneys goes right to the judge. Whereas before court, you might have opportunity, if you didn't have an attorney, to maybe make an offer outside of outside of the purview of what an attorney could do. But I don't know. I'm not gonna. I don't know where to go with it. I'm kind of losing train of thought. Hold on one sec.
No worries. And ultimately, most cases settle outward anyway. So, or settle before trial would be a better way to put it.
Yeah. So and that's what I'm like saying is like if you're doing it, if you're going into, it's like if I offer you some paperwork and I say, hey, this hearing is going to be about this, that, and the other thing. And if you have a problem with that, respond under notary seal with evidence to the contrary of X, Y, and Z, right? And if you don't, it's agreed that my motion before the court for a dismissal or for a summary judgment is to be granted. Well, if you fail to respond, that's kind of it's like acquiescence, right?
Well, if I fail to respond to your summary judgment motion, then your motion is judged as if all the allegations you make are true. So if your motion pleads enough facts that the court's going to agree and grant your motion, then yes, you win by default. But if your motion doesn't contain enough facts, if you maybe it's enough to make some inference in your favor, but not necessarily sway the court, you don't win hands down, but by making a motion. Even if the opposing party doesn't answer it, it's still what you plead will be viewed in a light that accepts your charges, but your charges better be sufficient to win the case. Well, good discussion.
Yeah, forgive me, man. I'm like just busy as fuck over here.
No worries.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, I forgive me. What was we were just talking like about settling before court, but yeah, I agree with that.
And I'm making a summary judgment, filing a motion.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Again, I mean, that's all. It's the other party does need to answer, right? I mean, it's just like everything else. It's the same as like the complaint. It has to be served, has to be filed with the court, has to be served. The other side has to have a chance to answer. There's usually some amount of time that has to be answered, and that could be extended, et cetera, et cetera. So,
I just look at it, it's what the IRS does every fucking day, bro.
yeah. Well,
That's
they
what
play
they
with
do.
it.
Well, they send you a letter. The person either fails to respond appropriately or whatever. They send them a second letter. Then they don't respond, or they do whatever the fuck, rip it up, say I'm not doing shit. Actually, check this bit out. Then they send a third letter, right? And then if you got one of these sovereign types, right? The guy doesn't respond, so they go and arrest him. Then they bring him into court, and then fucking the sovereign guy tries to go, this isn't constitutional. This is a violation of my constitutional rights. There's a gold fringe flag. It's a military fucking 1933. All the bullshit in the fucking world. And the judge goes, if you bring up the Constitution one more fucking time, I'm going to throw you in jail. And then the sovereign goes, oh my God, I live in a fucking total fucking, a dictatorship, right? You know what I mean? But in reality, what happens is your constitutional fucking rights went out the window when you violated the contract of not responding for something that you were already involved in, i.e., taxes, IRS, whatever.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So they're what they do is they
Does
say,
that work for credit
so
debtors? Like if you default on a credit
well,
card?
check it. How about this? It works on attorneys. It works in the other direction. It works on them. So you turn around, you ask the fucking prosecutor for the state, do you have any firsthand knowledge that this, that, the other thing didn't exist? Do you have any firsthand knowledge that the officer didn't fail to provide genuine accusatory charging instrument for my inspection? And if you can't provide any firsthand knowledge that the officer didn't provide any genuine accusatory charging instrument, then let the record show that the court agrees to the motion before the court, which is for a motion for dismissal or a motion, whatever the fuck, right? And so when they don't respond, they come to court and the judge goes, well, this is what happened to me. They go, how are you going to plead? I go, Your Honor, I'd love to plead so long as you show me I'm not the priority security interest holder, looking for the whatever. And that's where they have to give it to you, right? Because the failure to respond by the attorney grants, like you followed all the court procedure necessary for them to grant you your wish, and the attorney has failed to respond. Now the judge is going to side with the attorney because that's normally how things go, but you can hold them to account. You can hold them to account. By what authority would you not accept the motion before the court, which has been accepted by both parties as evidenced by this certified mail or receipt?
Well, and you also have to make that argument timely. You have to make that argument at the appropriate point. Like if you're being arraigned, that may not be the point where you can argue jurisdiction. I mean, it may not be the point where you can
You're not
argue
arguing
evidence.
jurisdiction, though. You're not arguing jurisdiction. That's not. And first off, here's the other thing: you're not arguing anything. That's the other side of it too: is that you're not arguing. You're coming in there with your paperwork because the other party failed to respond because they thought your paperwork was stupid. Well, fucking, they're just as stupid as the sovereign guy who got the letter from the IRS who said this doesn't matter. That's what I'm saying, is that you're going in there and you're making it matter. But you got to know how to do that. And you're right. You have to have your letter crafted a certain way. You have to have it poignant, everything perfect. Process everything correct, always.
You make the
I mean,
argument at the appropriate
dude.
time. Yeah.
I've taken some money from some pretty fucking bureaucratic institutions quickly because of the way I write letters.
Many people have that talent. Let me tell you. No,
Dude,
that's why, and that's why attorneys make the money they make.
Oh,
Because
dude, I could have fleeced so many fucking people by now in a certain, on that sovereign angle. It sickens me. That's why I want to punch anyone in the face that's going to be like anyone that's going to be charging people money for this, kind of shit. Because it's all philosophy. And it's like, you got no right to charge anyone for this. I don't know, in my opinion. But as an attorney, I've thought about it going for the bar. You know what I mean? And even or whatever, you need a 4-year degree and then the bar or whatever. But the problem is that the lawyers are also kneecapped because they can't do certain things that the citizen can. But I also wonder if you couldn't push the limits and if the judges wouldn't show you leniency. You know what I mean? Because if I came in there doing my, I would have a blast being an attorney. I think, but I don't think I'd be allowed to do half the shit that I want to do because you're really just an agent of the court at that point. You're just following court procedure.
That's true. You are
Like
an
so, like
attorney is an agent of the court. Yes.
right? That's right. The corpus juris secundum. You know, and I always find this interesting. The corpus juris secundum is only called the secundum because the premium was burned in Alexandria. But so like, you know, it's like it's interesting how like all this shit I find that fascinating to me. But yeah, like in the corpus juris secundum, like it's like volume 4, section 7, or the other way around. It's like, you know, the court or the attorney is the agent of the, you know, he's the like the attorney works for the court, not the client.
Well,
So
the attorney is an agent of the court, but he does have a client, and he has to work in their interests. You
well,
know.
the thing is, he can only see, this is where it makes sense to me. It's like the idea that all an attorney can do is argue. And as soon as you've got two parties
Well,
arguing like little children in front of the judge is given jurisdiction to make a decision on which party is right. Now, if you don't have an attorney, you can offer up different paperwork that kind of asks the other party who doesn't have any firsthand information for firsthand information. So the point is that if you can ask somebody for firsthand information that they can't give you and they can't respond, you're always going to win. What's so bad
the
about
other
the
party,
system?
other party always has the opportunity to bring it firsthand
Oh,
evidence.
dude, I've dealt. Yeah, but I mean, I know what you're saying, but like, I've dealt with attorneys on this, and it's like you know, I even had an attorney tried to make an affidavit about something. I mean, attorneys are so stupid and go in so many directions in so many ways. I've seen so many attorneys just. I'm like, how the fuck did you pass the bar? But yeah, I understand. Like, I understand what you're saying, but you know, the judges don't agree with you. Like, you know, in the sense of like the judge, because they'll respond, but it's not under notary seal per request. Because if I'm going to come under notary seal, then you better be willing to come under notary seal. And if you're not willing to come under notary seal, then my paperwork trumps your paperwork because I'm coming
I,
under notary seal.
I don't th- I don't agree. You have to come under notary seal. I mean, if you
Well,
swear it,
there's a maximum law. An unrebutted affidavit stands as fact or stands as the truth. So if I have
it's
an affidavit that's unrebutted, or let's say it's rebutted by someone's but it's not under notary seal, it's not an affidavit, it's not good enough.
it has to be addressed by evidence, right? I mean, or some sort of an argument. I
Of
mean,
course, no, of course.
you know,
Like, check it like this, right? If I had paperwork with, like, let's say somebody took something from me or whatever, like I've done in these cases, right? I write my letters to the certain party in the organization or the certain member, whoever it is, right? I get my paperwork with them. Then I move to the court and I file in the court based off of the record between the parties, which is my record of letters that they didn't respond to with all the notary seals and certified, you know, all this. So all my cases that I've ever gone to court, they get their hearing, or we figure it outside of court because the attorney realized it's probably better because I'm
but
looking for treble damages if I go to court. So it's like if we're going to seek formal resolution and I got to get a judgment, you're going to pay treble damages. Cool.
but at the same time, you know, your affidavit
No, I'm saying like I'm not.
has
This
to
isn't.
have. I mean, an
Check it
affidavit
out.
is
Check it out.
it's
This is
basically
not
a
about
statement.
frivolous shit, bro. I'm talking about. You're right. Like shit that I've done. It's not like you're just inventing shit out of thin air, writing letters to people. What I'm saying is, if
Yeah.
somebody is denied X, Y, and Z, like for instance, like I've been like when you get arrested, it's like I'd like to ask for the charging instrument. Well, the guy says I don't know what you're talking about, and I want it just then I might say I want it duly noted that I've asked for the charging instrument, and they go duly noted. The cops don't give a fuck; they're just doing their job. But it's duly noted that I asked for a genuine accusatory charging instrument. So when I stand before the judge saying, Your Honor, didn't I ask for a charging instrument? Didn't he fail it to give it to me? It's duly fucking noted in the report. So your
Yeah.
officer failed to provide me equal protection due process of law knowingly, Your Honor. Are you going to fucking stand by that? Are you going to make a judgment based on the faulty grounds that your officer just did? That's the conundrum anyway on one level, right? That's the legal independent fucking charge kind of thing like that, whatever, smoking pot. Like, fuck yeah, I'll help people out with that. If you did something dirty, go fuck yourself. But like, You know what I mean? For smoking pot, shit like that. Like this shit works all fucking day. I can't. You know what I mean? There's no reason why it wouldn't. And because because they have fucked up protocol and they have to follow the protocol to the nth degree. The problem, no one knows what the protocol is, so they never actually question them on the correct issues to establish that they have not followed protocol. And when they've done that, you can show that to the judge, and the judge can't make a ruling based off of that because you're going to bring it up in an appeal process, and the appeal process can only deal with the structure and the way that they brought you to court, not the, you know what I mean? It's about they have like appellate courts, from what I understand, are only there to hear the process of service and make sure that everything went to protocol. So in an appellate court, I could win. You know what I mean? Because they failed to provide a charging instrument. It's duly noted. There's all kinds of like legal shit that they fucked up on.
So
So they
I was
don't
just
want to
curious.
do it.
Can you go to jail for credit card debt failure?
I don't know.
Probably not. Probably
Yeah, I
not.
don't know. I don't know.
So
They break your fucking. You wouldn't be able to do shit because they'd kill your fucking credit. But they might start collecting on your shit too.
put a lien on
Yeah.
you. I garnish wages, that kind of stuff. But
Yeah,
I don't
garnish
think.
wages. They might fucking come take your. I mean, they could, depending on whatever aggressive, they could come take property. You know what I mean? But I don't know if they would put you in jail over credit
Well, I
card
think
debt.
they would have to. They'd have to sue you in order to start that process. But
Yeah.
what if? So at that point, they'd have to send somebody to serve you, like you said. And what happens if they fail to serve you?
Dude, check this out. I was at a like a
Not going
little
to be in
gang.
court if they don't serve you, right?
I was
Yeah,
at a little.
if they sue you in court, then yeah, they have to serve you.
Yeah,
right?
that's the first step.
Oh, what's up?
I'm just saying, if you aren't served, how do you even know to show up in court? That's
right.
That I mean,
Well, that's my
wouldn't be
point.
there.
But ISIS said before that they would try to serve you, and if they failed to, then they would just put out like an APB on you and arrest your ass.
Well, it's not that they would serve you. They could just send it to your
If it's
mailing
civil,
address.
they aren't
If
going to
they
arrest
send it
you.
to your mailing address, it's considered served, pretty much, man.
It all depends what it is. If it's an IRS tax lien, it's probably served. If it's a civil complaint, you hurt me and I'm suing you for damages, you better believe I have to have a process server do it. I can't even do it myself. And maybe certified mail.
Right, but that
maybe.
process, I was going to say, that process server can just do a certified mail thing, too. Like, I mean,
it
and
all
here's the
depends.
interesting, too. Like, if you could even, it's all about just as long as you follow the protocol of whatever the court, but it does matter, like the brother said, about, what you're dealing with. Like, if it's an IRS thing. Like, I have thought, like, with the IRS thing, I was at a party and this guy worked for the IRS and I'm learning the shit at the time. And I was like, dude, let me run some shit by you, And I was like, so you're at the door to get my papers, ready, go, like that kind of a thing. And I beat the guy. And the way that I beat him was, I was like, he's like, because ultimately the IRS is going to come and say, well, we'd like to have a look at your books. And that's where, you turn into, well, do you have a charging instrument, you know what I mean, or a warrant to see those books? And they're going to say, well, no, we need to see the books to know what crime you've committed. Right? That's the catch-22 of it. So it's like the idea is like, well, I'd love to show you my books as long as you're willing to show me a charging instrument. And if you can't show me a charging instrument, then wouldn't it be agreed that you're just trespassing?
And that's when they'll just make an allegation that you owe money, and they'll create a charging instrument. It isn't hard to create a
that's where
charging
you
instrument.
check your mail. That's where you just check your mail because they're going to send you a letter, and you would conditionally accept that letter upon proof of claim that they have to provide you a charging instrument. And then here's the interesting thing is that those guys at the IRS are like, no, it's not how we always do it. Well, good, motherfucker, because you're going to meet somebody who's about to school your ass. Because, like, the thing is that they've done all this shit by acquiescence. They do not have the lawful authority for these things. That's why it's so nice, because the system is set up to put a boot in their ass when they thought they were coming to get some lunch. It's great. It's fucking awesome. Because they're trying to get something out of you, which they have no lawful authority to get out of you because they're not providing any instrument from any authority figure that you've committed a crime. Therefore, it's a fucking violation of your privacy. But they just, well, this is how we always do it. Well, good for you, motherfucker. Pay the price then. I remember sitting outside of, the cops wanted to search my vehicle. I was like, so this is a deprivation of rights under the color of law for failing to, pull me over for, without probable cause of a crime having been committed. He goes, well, you were speeding. And I go, do you think one of the honorable judges doesn't know the difference between a crime and an infraction? And I said, I'm just going to need, do you guys to agree that you're going to pay? You know what I mean? I was like, you agree I can file a UCC1 in the county that you live in, and you agree that I can get the dash cam footage, you know what I mean? So to help prove my point, and it's just like, they're sitting there like, they're not, that's not how we normally do it. You know what I mean? And after a little bit of back and forth, like, they let me go. All good. Because they had no grounds to hold me. Because I knew what I was doing. And God willing, they were intelligent enough and honorable enough men to understand what I was doing.
Yeah, not all your troubles go away that easily, though. I mean,
I don't know, bro. I've had it happen before. I don't know, man. You win some, you lose some, but at the same time, like, there's always this code that seems to prevail throughout all of it. That's what I'm getting at, is this idea that there is this like this code of some sorts, and that's what I think we need to learn.
well, and like you're talking about filing an affidavit, and if the affidavit isn't rebutted, well, your affidavit has to be truthful, right? And it has to be something that's,
of course, that's why I said earlier, it's not frivolous.
Yeah,
I'm not doing something.
Yeah.
This isn't no fucking bullshit. This is because somebody came on the property and like I've got video footage of them on the property. So you're sending them notice saying, "Hey, look, dude, I saw you did this. I saw you do that. Pay me for this. Do that." You know what I mean? It's nothing like, it's like even, it's. I mean, some people are just ridiculous and outlandish, and I know that's maybe where you think I could head with this, but I don't think that's the case. I'm the most. Like I think there's no reason to sue anybody, to take anything from the cops. Like there's none of that like shit. Like it's all because it's correct. And the best thing you can ask for, because I know some people that are like, if they have trouble with the cops, they want to sue all the cops and the judges. And no, you got a motion for fucking dismissal on the grounds of forgiveness and a whole bunch of other shit, and also the charging instrument shit. But ultimately, you're promising the court, hey, forgive me, Your Honor. I don't even like. You know what I mean? I motion the court to forgive me on the grounds that this has been discharged or whatever, and I promise to never act a fool or be smoking a joint in your good state ever again. You know what I mean? There's reason and logic behind what I'm doing, not any just frivolous bullshit, bro. Just so you know. I just feel that obliged to say that. I don't know.
Affidavit has to be truthful. Affidavit has to be something that's possible.
Well, you could be thrown in jail if you have a false affidavit. Fucking right. Perjury, dude. Perjury.
Yeah, exactly. You can't file an affidavit saying I'm a cat, for instance, right? Obviously you're not a cat.
Don't tell the Democrats that.
Yeah.
I hear you, man.
But the point taken that it has to be a truthful affidavit. It has to be something that's within your knowledge. You can't
that's
say,
why
I know he was thinking this or something.
That's why it's so nice to hear you say that if they don't give you the charging instrument, then how the fuck can you know what I mean? Like, then of course you have the right to dismiss the case because you were never given the charging instrument. And that's
shouldn't even be standing in the courtroom.
That's right. And that's why I'm saying, if you're asking, like, I always use this analogy of like, you or whatever, I got it from Robert Menard, whatever. It's like, you go out to dinner and you have a fine dinner with you and your wife or your old lady, and fucking, the owner comes out and says, okay, now you got to wash the dishes. Well, okay, what's the first question that is the most logical, most responsible question you could ask at that point? You just had dinner, just had a big, nice dinner. The cook comes out or whatever, the owner comes out and says, you got to wash dishes. What's your first thing that you say that makes the most sense, that kills all of it?
Why the hell am I washing dishes?
Well, what else? When I tell you the answer, you're gonna be like, "Holy shit, that's the most simple, most obvious fucking answer, dude." You just had dinner with your old lady at a restaurant.
Mm-hmm.
The guy comes out and says, "You got to wash dishes." What's your first fucking question?
Why the hell would I? My question is gonna be, why the hell do I have to wash dishes for? I mean,
well, just because how about this? How about this? Because I said so. Now go wash the dishes. What's your first fucking line that's gonna make sense and stop me?
That wasn't our commercial contract.
Well, it is now, bitch. Go wash the dishes. What else you got?
You don't get to change the contract in the middle of it.
Well, I just did. Go wash the dishes. I just did. Go wash the dishes. Okay, so now listen to me. Listen to me. What's the logical answer that shuts me down, dude?
Logical answer is that our contract didn't anticipate that. I came here expecting to spend money for food.
Oh well, you fucked up. Now you got to wash the dishes. What's the fucking right answer, dude? Come on. I'm
I
gonna
don't
give
know
you
what you're
one more
looking.
crack, and then I'll give it to you.
I don't know what you're looking for.
Okay, the answer is this. Excuse me. Where's the bill?
Oh yeah, okay,
Okay,
fair enough.
fair enough. Because that shuts me right down. I'm supposed to have a bill with the whole thing on it. Oh, you want the bill? Oh, no problem. I'm supposed to get you the bill. Now, if I fucking make you wash the dishes, what's that make me? A fucking criminal. So if an officer pulls you out of the side of the car for smoking a joint, and you say, and she's like gonna arrest you, and you say, "Excuse me, where's the bill? Where's the charging instrument?" And he's just like, "That's not how I normally do it," and throws you in the back of the seat.
Well, he
Well,
well he doesn't have to write the ticket right then and there. I mean, he can charge you. He can put you in handcuffs, put you in a car, and charge you whenever he gets to the station or to the court. I mean, he doesn't
well,
have
hold
to
on.
issue. He
Hold
doesn't
on.
have
Do
to
you get?
issue a ticket right
Well,
there.
okay. This is my point. This is my point. If do you only have to wash half the dishes before you get the bill? The point is, as soon as you go do something to me, the fucking that is not part of the fucking show. If I ask you for the bill, it's supposed to be in my hands. If the judge, like these cops, the cops are like, I don't know what you're talking about. Well, there's a great maxim in law: ignorance is no excuse of the law.
That's
So
true.
all I'm doing is saying, hey, I'm just using the mirror of the law and looking at them and looking at all of their discrepancies, and that's where they
But
fail.
but at the same time, let's say Joe is beating the hell out of his wife, and the cop shows up and puts Joe in a handcuff. He goes, "Where's the bill?" And the cop says, "I don't have to give you a bill right now. I don't have to charge you right now. I'm putting you in handcuffs because I saw you committing something that's an act that is chargeable, illegal, and I'm going to take you to the station, and the DA will charge you." I mean, the cop doesn't have to write that ticket when he's seen it when he's seen a crime committed. He has the authority to arrest you for breaching the peace and taking you in. He doesn't have to produce it right then and there. He has to read you rights and stuff, certainly.
Well, I mean, I mean, I get what you're saying, and I could see that the logic in that to some extent. However, they usually never give you the or they try not to give you the charging instrument. The only place I've ever seen the charging is from the judge. The judge gave me the charging instrument, but
Yeah, and
the attorneys
th-
won't give it to you. None of the and the point is like like if you're held for a certain amount of time, even like let's say you get held overnight, and the whole time you're asking for the charging instrument. That's a denial of equal protection due process law. They should have given you the charging instrument after they booked you or after whatever, and they don't. And that is a violation of of equal protection. And all I'm trying to say is that like this idea of the bill is that it's the same thing. Like now granted, at what point does that clock start ticking? I mean, fair enough. Like, I'll give you that if you're in a violent situation and they apprehend somebody and they do whatever like that. And I'm not even interested in discussing those issues because I don't, you know what I mean, want to help anyone in those kind of
yeah, yeah,
positions. You know what I mean?
I understand.
But like, when it comes to like herb and shit like that, like, and like comment, like, no victim really, other than the state's code. This is where I think this applies the most. And I think the judges even, the judges do have a discrepancy over what they're going to allow and not allow into the court based on whatever they want. But I think if you
Oh,
behave,
certainly, yeah.
if you're smart enough to behave in the right way to know this shit, you're not doing stupid shit anyway. And you should be, you know what I mean? Like, and also like, and you're going to be correct. I don't know. There's a weird, like I've often felt like I could talk about this openly because like it's almost like there's a seal on certain people's ears that'll never get
Hmm.
this. Those fucking sick bastards that would do something stupid, like they'll just never understand. They'll never give any credence to what I'm talking about. Anyway, to
Fair
try
enough.
it.
I enjoy the exercise. I enjoy talking about this stuff because this is my day. What I work in law. I work for. I don't work for the court system, but that's where my work ends up.
That's cool, man. Actually, I mean, I was thinking it'd be cool to be a paralegal and work for an attorney or something, but what I get is also too is it's just protocol for the court. You're just a cog in the wheel for the court system. Whereas that's why I like you know, I like that I'm not involved with law because I'm not in that. I'm not confounded by all that and bored by it. But I do find it intriguing in the sense of like how to, you know, maybe be able to save a house, save somebody's home.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And like, and use these things to be able to outmaneuver these fucking bastards because we're, I think, well within our rights. Um, I've seen how the courts react, and I've seen how big businesses react when I go to town on these people. They react really fucking interestingly. Like I've got a couple different issues, a couple different cases where it's just I've been always surprised at the efficiency of what I'm like of what I'm referring to. Like it works. Like I'm just that's why I just talk about it as confidently as I do because I've seen it work. I've broken these people. I've made them pay.
Yeah.
Because they have
And
to.
like I said, I've worked in the field. I've seen the high priced attorneys. You know, I've met and been on conference calls daily with attorneys that bill at $1,200 an hour. You know, there's so much money in the courts. There's so much money being made, and it's a problem. I mean, it's a drain
Oh, dude, you
on.
know what's crazy? Oh man, me and a buddy took a very big company to court last year, and the ineptitude of this very high-paid attorney was just amazing. It was fucking unreal. Dude, I got him on the phone call, and I had him so dead to rights. He was so scared I was going to go to court, like because I don't go to court. I'm not an attorney, right? But I could go in like I could attempt to go in, let's say, as like amicus curiae or something like that, right? I could attempt that, but I wasn't going to fly out there to do it. But yeah, they're so fascinating, these attorneys, man, because they really are. I don't know, man. There's like I have a lot of respect for them, but then I also have zero respect for them because they lie. They're so stupid. They're so obvious. Like, and they're so obvious when they get caught. I don't know, man. I've dealt with a couple of them, and no, I haven't dealt with anyone that has like the juice, as far as I'm concerned. Like, they're all fucking limp-wristed, fucking order-following fascists that would just lie for their client. Like I have almost zero respect for them. I love judges, but the attorneys and not so much.
I've seen some pretty corrupt judges myself, though. I've, I've
I'm
that
sure, but you know what
you
though?
know,
You're in a courtroom where two attorneys are going at it, and
yeah.
the
Well,
judge is just like the judge is like, you know, fuck you bastards. You're both getting paid high retainers. Give me some money too. Fuck yourself.
well, you see it more with state court judges because state court judges are typically elected, and federal court judges are appointed for life, so they don't have to cater to voters. They don't have to cater to boosters and locks and that kind of stuff. I mean, I, we were opposite a judge that when he was being elected or he was running for the election, he watched the returns with our opposing counsel, who was like his biggest booster. And it's obviously, when we got to court with him against him, every discretionary ruling went against us.
So it's interesting. I'd love to even like see what I'd love to like almost like have an attorney's ear and be like, hey, try this. Do you know what I mean? I'd love to try that. Like, because I always think like because they're so uncreative, some of them. I just would love to see if they would operate, or if some of the ideas I have might work through the attorney position. Like, which I don't think they would because I don't think you can do this shit for a client. That's the other thing. I don't know if you could. I don't know if you could. I did, but it's again. I don't know.
I
I'm
know there's some
fascinated.
shady attorneys out there. Look
Oh
at the
no.
attorneys for Alex Jones. I mean, that I mean, if you ever want to see what not to do in a court of law, watch Alex Jones's attorneys
Oh,
and
for
watch
sure.
Alex.
I'm
It was
sure.
just, I mean, that judge was extremely patient, and I'm surprised the attorney didn't end up in jail. But
Yeah. I mean, I'm not. It always fascinates me when somebody's like, No, I got a lawyer. He's a real good friend of mine. I just want to kick him in the kneecaps and be like, shut the fuck up. You know, because it's like I've heard that so many times, and then they, you know, it's like because the attorney's just your best friend while you sit in jail and somebody to cry to. That's who your fucking
Look,
attorney. That's who your attorney is. And if people don't know that, I don't know what the fuck to tell them, man.
if he's taking your case for free, then he must be your friend. But if you're paying him, he's not your friend. You're his
Yeah,
client.
no, and even then, you know, I don't, you know, they ain't taking no pro bono cases. You know, I don't know, man.
Most attorneys take pro bono cases because it makes them look good.
Right. I mean, I get it, but I'm just saying, like, you know, even then, I just don't. I know that they can't win. You know, really, like assuredly, because they're arguing, and as soon as you're in the court arguing, you lose. It's a dishonor. Have you ever heard about that? I've talked about that a little bit. The four doors. I don't know if you've ever heard me talk about that.
I'm not sure. I don't recall.
It's like I've heard it for like just like this idea of like, you know, there's only four ways to respond to anything, and it's either acceptance, conditional acceptance, argument, or silence. And so, if you go through any door but acceptance and conditional acceptance are honorable, whereas argument and silence are dishonorable. And I've always noted that any party who says no or makes an argument, i.e., door three, they're in dishonor immediately. And the first party to say no loses. Maybe you can get reference to this, and maybe if you think back to some of the cases maybe you've observed, it's like the first person who says no loses. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I think both sides are saying no to their own, to the opposing argument, certainly.
Well, don't they offer another offer? They don't say no. They offer another
Uh,
offer. And if they say no, and this is why I think, like, you know, this is why you get an animating contest between two attorneys and they've given over jurisdiction to the judge. That's why I hate attorneys, because all they can do is argue. And that's anti-biblical, right? The Bible says, you know, Matthew 5:25, agree with thine adversary quickly. You know, I'd love to, so long as. That's the, you know, that's the, and if you listen to lawyers speak, even they'll use somewhat rhetoric like that. Like, that may be so. However, like, you know, they'll accept, like, there's what's called you know about the term confession and avoidance?
not specifically.
Like, confession and avoidance is like, you know, if I say, all right, did you eat my last slice of pizza? And then you're like, I had to walk all the way home and now I have to go do this, that, and the other thing. Ah, man, things are just so tough for me. You know what I mean? Like, you know, it's like it's a confession and an avoidance. Well, it's like, you know, it's because I was so hungry, you know, I'd walked home that day. Or like, you know, it's like, did you eat my slice of pizza? Well, I had to walk home that day, and then I had to go to the school, and then I had to go do this, and that's the other thing. And they don't. So that's more of an excuse, and it's an attempt to, or better yet, it's like, you know, well, I had to walk home all that day, and was so tired at the end of the day, and didn't have any food. But didn't you forget to get milk? That's a confession and avoidance. You know what I mean? It's like an excuse wrapped up with some other kind of allegation against somebody. Or like, you know, like I say, well, did you eat my slice of pizza? And you just say, well, did you drink my milk? You know what I mean? It's like that would be an example of a confession and an avoidance. And this is what attorneys usually use, is the confession and avoidance. But you also have what's called a conditional acceptance, which attorneys are not allowed to use. That's why, as someone without an attorney, and the fact that they don't have any firsthand knowledge, you know, why would anyone give up this capacity to be able to wreck these people by going and getting another attorney who's just going to argue? It's, to me, it's just stupidity. And it's not biblical, and it's all the rest of it. It's like, you know, you're denying God. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? If somebody, when the judges say swear on the Bible, you know, well, if you put your hand on the Bible and swear on it, then it's proof to the judge that you need to be thrown in hell because you don't read the Bible. Because the Bible says, swear not by heaven or by earth. Let your yea be nay and your nay, you know what I mean? Yea be yea and your nay be nay, right? So you're not supposed to put your hand on the Bible, but only some person who doesn't believe in the Bible, who's going to try to get like honor from putting his hand on the Bible. It's a fucking catch-22, man. You're fucking, the judge knows you're a piece of shit, knows you don't read the Bible, and he don't give a fuck about you. You're not one of the children of God. You don't read the Bible. Get the fuck out of here. Go sit in jail, bro.
I'm going to tell you frankly, I've never seen a witness swear on the Bible ever in any courtroom I've ever been in. I've seen them swear to tell the truth, but I've never seen anyone put their hand on the Bible. I think that's only in Hollywood.
No, they do it. They do it for jury proceedings when you go to be a juror. They do it for that too. But you can attest. I've been there. They do it, and they but it's like but I've only ever seen it for that purpose though, for jury duty. The yeah, for the witness and stuff like that, I don't know. That might, that might be more of like, I could see that being more of a Southern thing. That's why you see it in those movies, kind of a thing. Like I really, you know what I mean? Like how each court has its own, and any judge has his own way he runs his courtroom.
That's very true. The judge is the king.
Yes. So like, the judge
makes
can
his
decide,
rules.
right. And the judge can bring forth, he could offer that if he wanted to, you know what I mean? Even to just add credibility to the, to like, optical credibility to your witness. You know what I'm saying, bro? Like as an attorney, you could fucking, bring, you're in the Bible Belt. So you put the Bible out and you just swear on the Bible. And I swear I seen Jimmy down there stealing donuts. You know what I mean? Like, it's like that kind of almost like a showy lawyer kind of a thing. You know what I mean, bro? But the point is that it does exist. And like, I remember when I went to do jury duty and they were like, swear on the Bible. I said, I assert that what I'm going to say, I attest, you know what I mean? That what I'm going to say is going to be correct. Like not, I didn't put my hand on a Bible is my point. And, but I just think like when someone's willing to do that, they show their own ineptitude about the Bible. Therefore, the judges are righteous because they're condemning the wicked. People who fucking put their hand on the Bible and swear on it, even though the Bible says don't fucking do that. So it's like a catch-22. It's like it's like a shit test. It's like, kind of I look at it like, on a job site when you send a new guy out for, tell Jimmy to get my pipe stretcher back here and my 2 buckets of steam. You know what I mean? And the kid's like, okay. Fucking runs over there and does it. And then, and he's like, well, I'm not giving him Mac that until he gives me back my, my glass, my glass impounder and my, or whatever. Like, I don't know, just making shit up to get this kid running back and forth. And eventually the kid's either too stupid and keeps running back and forth, or he realizes there's no such thing as buckets of steam. You know what I mean? And realizes, wait a minute, what the fuck? I'm getting played. And that's where I think we got to get to is like, wait a minute. Like, we got to realize like how far you're bending over. It's like these, people that were willing to just bend over for all the restrictions of the last 2 years. It's like, at what point are you willing to realize they got their finger up your ass, a fucking thing down your throat? Like, when are you going to fucking wake up, bro? This ain't right. Like, didn't they trick a bunch of fucking Democrat reps to get like anally swabbed when they went to like China or something like that, dude? Like, at what point are you like, guys, I think this is wrong? And that's where we're at, man. It's like they're shit testing people, and like that's what makes me think like the flat Earth needs to just stay low key, man. We're surrounded by morons. Act appropriately.
Well, with that thought, I think I have to drop from this conversation and go tend to a few things. Good conversation, though, man.
Hey, really
Real
cool
good.
talking to you, man. I thank you for telling me about your legal experience.
Yeah.
I'm fascinated with it. I do, as much as I talk and all the rest of it, I do like to learn about that shit and from your perspective,
We'll talk again, man. No problem. Be good.
Yeah, good shit, brother. What was your name again?
Steel City.
What was it again?
Steel City.
Phil City. All right, right on, man.
All right, man. Take care.
All right, yeah, forward, brother.
Zanuck, do you ever get anything right, bro?
Just messing with you, dude.
You got the female pilot wrong. You got the plane wrong. Well, what's going on, bro?
Plane's a Mirage. French Mirage. It's the one I think the one he used in the 6-Day War. I
No, you
just said
said it's
that.
an old rust bucket, old iron steel. That's a 4.5 Gen fighter, one of
Is
the
it?
best
Oh,
in the world. Yeah, bro.
okay. You got it wrong then. Hey, the picture's too small on my thing here. Can't see it.
Uh huh.
Blow it up. I just saw Delta Wing and I saw Mirage. I figured it was the old one. She must have been competing against all the cripples.
I'm just messing with you. No, actually, there were 250 of the best pilots from all over the world, and guess what? A woman made them all like in shock and awe. Like they were like, "Holy shit!"
All over the world.
All over the world, best fighters, best pilots from all the air forces all over the world.
Even the U.S.
Yeah.
I don't know about that. World's best pilots. Yeah.
Yeah, we got Top Gun over here. I don't know about that. As
250 pilots from the best air forces.
That's what the article read.
Al de Freyab Air Force Base conducting exercises, tests of the skills in every type of air combat. The Mirage 2005. Oh, cool.
Basically,
super plane.
Apparently, women are able to withstand more G forces than men can. Not saying that had anything to do with it, but that's the story because of their physique.
Because they're smaller. Yeah.
I'm not sure about the size. I think it's the build, the structure. I can't remember exactly what it was.
When you got major G's and you got more bone density, then your shoulders and everything are shrugging, your ribs, everything's gonna be shrugging down more than the chicky poo. Be heavier, even if unless you're proportionally stronger, which
Well, I thought it was neat because a woman won it. Yeah.
yeah, there's some pretty good women pilots out there for sure. But I wonder if they're all over the world, the only people, obviously, they're trained in that particular. Unless they're at all different airplanes, were they all in Mirages, or are they all in whatever airplane they bring to the table? You have to check in on that competition. It's like a competition. The Advanced Tactical Leadership Course.
Yeah, they had better planes than that one.
Yes. Find out more about that.
So why is everybody so quiet?
I thought my headphones just weren't working.
Anything new on the Artemis? Artemis 1, top mission in 50 years. Ballers, any news?
I don't know. I come here to get all my news about that.
What? What kind of a baller are you?
Well, I don't know. but I haven't heard or seen hide nor hair about it except from you guys. So I need some update. My latest news is old and stale. Where is it now?
Last I heard, it was circling the moon, orbiting.
Wow, I had not heard that yet. See, I told you you're my latest, greatest source of news for it.
Wow, that says a lot about you ballers, huh? The greatest feat in humankind, and you guys are like, so yesterday's news.
Well, I'm glad somebody keeps up with important things like that.
Some people keep up with it so they can laugh at it.
Well, it's probably better for you than Comedy Central or whatever they call it.
Yeah. You're good with math, right?
Well, I mean, like basic stuff I'm okay with.
You think you can calculate how long a spacecraft will take traveling at, let's do an average, let's say 1,000 miles an hour. How long it will take it to reach a destination that's 250,000 miles away?
250 hours.
Yeah, I
That
think.
was easy, right? That was easy.
Yeah, I think
Although
so.
the path is not a straight line, though.
So how many days is that?
It's not going that fast the whole entire time.
We did an average, right? There was a time when it was going 60 miles an hour.
Correct.
How do you average? How do you average 60 and 90 and get 1,000?
I just threw it. I figured you brainiacs, you mathematicians, will come up with a better number, maybe. I just threw a number out there.
And the deceleration is a squared function, too. Acceleration change.
So we got a craft leaving the Earth's orbit at approximately 23,000 miles an hour.
No, a little slower.
Well, I think that's the numbers they gave. After orbit, they did a burn, apparently.
Yeah, but you don't want to go 22,000 miles an hour because you won't stay in the Earth's orbit. That's when you leave. That's escape velocity.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They had to reach that speed.
That's escape velocity,
after
though.
they were in orbit.
They went a little slower than that, right?
I think he just likes saying the word escape velocity.
Well, first they did an orbit, right? First they reached orbit.
Right.
Then they did another burn,
Right.
if I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
And then they escaped. They reached escape velocity. Now they have two explanations for that. One is you escape and you never come back, or one is you escape the orbit.
They didn't escape the orbit. They're in the orbit, even though they're going to the moon. They're in the orbit of the Earth.
Yeah, but you know what I mean? The immediate orbit, right?
No, that's
that fall. That's free fall.
That's logical, but no, both are free fall. Both are immediate orbits.
Yeah, in your guy's brain, yeah, that's how it works. Yeah,
No,
but
if
in
you
logic,
go a little faster,
yeah.
if you go a little faster, you'll have a wider, much greater
Bigger
orbit.
orbit. Yeah, I know how you guys think of it. Yeah.
Well, that's how it works.
Huh?
That's how it works. Anyway, so
Okay,
they're going
let's
pretty
not
fast.
quibble
So they're
about
going.
that.
Hold on. Let's just go with that. So they're going really fast. About whether it's 17 or 18 or 20 or 22, they're going really fast in an elliptical orbit around the Earth still, and they're starting to curve back around, but they're starting to slow as they get further and further away from the Earth. They start to slow down.
Yeah, hold on. You missed a very crucial part. In order to break that orbit from the Earth, they had to go faster, right? To escape that orbit, correct?
They're not escaping the orbit.
Or else they would have just
That's when you never
stayed
come
there,
back.
right?
No, that's when you never come back. You can have different orbit sizes, The elliptical orbits can be different
Yeah, I
shapes.
get the comeback part. Yeah, but they had to increase their speed to leave the orbit of the Earth, right?
They didn't leave the orbit of the Earth. They're still
Wow.
in orbit of the Earth.
Okay, they had to
Oh
increase
boy.
their
If they
speed to get.
left the orbit of the Earth, they wouldn't come back.
Okay, let's put it this way. They left the orbit of the Earth in a trajectory towards the moon. You're happy with that one?
No, they still didn't leave the orbit of the Earth.
Hey, has
Still in
anybody ever left the orbit of the Earth?
Yes.
Oh no.
Pioneer
What
did
happened
it.
to them?
Pioneer, Voyager, and many others have left the orbit of the Earth.
Well, then they came back though, right?
No, they never came back. They're still going off into way
They're
past
dead?
that. Yes.
Oh shit. Should we keep doing this space travel stuff? I don't know, guys. Seems like we've lost more than we've gained.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, we lost at least 10. I know for sure.
Good
Maybe a little
lord.
more.
This is
more.
worth it to you. So let me get this straight.
But
60
the funny
million
thing
a
is,
day for CGI. We can end world poverty, world hunger, but you gotta have your CGI pictures, huh?
no, but they're not supposed to come back. They took pictures of the Earth just before they said they waved bye bye to us, and we got.
No, I'm saying how many people have left orbit of the Earth?
How many people have left the
Yeah,
orbit of the Earth?
I said it.
I don't know, 20. They said how many crafts have left the orbit of the Earth?
No, people.
I said people left the orbit. No one's left the orbit of the Earth.
Well, there you go. Okay. So how do you know that'll happen if nobody's left the orbit before?
Because they've left it with other machines that didn't have people on board.
Weird. So if a machine has a person on board, they're never coming back? I'm sorry, spaceship has a person on board, they're never coming back if they go outside the orbit? And that's never happened once? Not even by accident?
Not even by accident, no.
Wow. That's quite the Goldilocks, isn't it?
Not really. It's pretty expected because they're not really trying to go faster than what would be needed to leave the orbit of the Earth. So
No, it's cool. Your damage control is appreciated. I know you're getting paid for it, but that was good. Audience, talk to you later.
I'm glad. What a troll. That's a troll. That's a troll interaction for sure.
Oh, you ran him off. I was going to ask him about his world-famous lake laser test. That I don't think was. Oh, well.
Oh, I didn't know.
I'm teasing you, of course. No, I'm teasing you. He's been super tight-lipped.
Who was that? I didn't see the name. Who was that?
Glatflabe.
Oh, that was Glad. Oh, geez, I didn't recognize his voice. I would have played with him some more. Should have recognized him.
Sorry, my voice is stupid over my laptop.
Well, no, you sound fine. I sure would love to hear some more about that rangefinder test you did at the lake.
Too bad, kiddo.
You don't want to talk about it?
I've talked to him plenty about it.
Some of you don't want to talk about it.
You've told me very little. You've told me
I
that.
explained it to you like, I don't know, 2 or 3 different ways, different times.
Well, you've repeated yourself multiple times, but it was that same little bit that you said the first time.
Actually, I changed a bunch of the words and you still don't get it. So, but we don't have to do this here. My cat doesn't want us to either, by the way. If you want to talk to me about that, man, I don't know if I ever want to talk to you about it again. And like I told you, you can think what you want, or you could actually go to the lake and test it yourself. Do you want to do that? You can come with me next time. How's that? You want to come with me?
Well, if you'll pay the airfare.
How about 50-50 on the airfare?
I just want to hear what your experience was like there.
I'd rather show you, partner. I'd rather you come on down and let me show you what I did.
Well, can't you just tell me how high you're holding the rangefinder above the lake when you shot
3 different heights, depends on when I was doing it.
Okay, what would you say was the lowest, and what would you say is the highest? Just approximately.
Pretty low and pretty high.
Pretty high.
Get my drift?
Deep in the details, definitely.
Indeed. Cool. So, anyway, anybody find that curve yet? Jesse thinks he has. Anybody else?
Oh, I have.
Yep, that's 2.
I have. Count me as 3.
Do you guys think stars are dead?
Dead? Yeah, they don't have anything living on them. They don't breathe. I guess they're dead.
But are they like still shining their lights, or? Like, I always thought that was odd. I think the stars are dead. You know what I was kind of imagining though, earlier today or whatever, just on some whatever shit, is imagine if like the stars are just like rocks that get like lit up by the sun from a certain angle. You know what I mean? So like they're always in there, but like they're just like the moon, let's say, like reflecting light.
Hey,
That's a,
I see that airplane you said was a Mirage 2005.
I didn't say what number it was. I said it was a next gen 4.5 gen.
Yeah, those
What
are
about
still
it?
pretty. Those are still pretty old. Not latest
I never said they
technology.
were new.
Check out what I just posted.
Well, you said next gen. It made it sound like it was very new.
4.5 gen. It's the 5 gen is the top, the F-35s, and these are right under. Put it to you this way: they're above. They're above the F-16s.
Well, yeah, F-16, but these were also produced in 1985 through 2007. The one that was in the picture, I think, is probably early 2000, if not older than that. 96, probably.
Still a super lethal platform. That
Of
Mirage.
course. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Highly maneuverable delta wing, like serious combat plane.
Yeah, I don't think this was like a Top Gun of all the countries. This is just like a training exercise type of tactical, like a I don't know, a couple week long deal. 10 countries, 4 or 5 different platforms of planes, Typhoons, Mirages, F-16s. I think
Look,
it's
the
kind of
thing is, for a woman
yeah,
to to
amazing.
to
Yeah, still
put to
good.
shame 250 male pilots, that's something, man.
I agree. And she came from Greece too. They don't have the resources that we have here for like the Top Gun and all the other
Believe it or not, they have some of the best pilots in the world.
in Israel. Yeah,
Oh, in Greece and Israel
indeed.
as well. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Israel comes and trains our guys.
Well, they train together.
They do. You're
The
right.
Hellenic and the Israeli Air Force, yeah, they train together.
But all this technology is kind of sad. Suddenly, all this stuff will be kind of obsolete, right? We'll have drones. We'll have things that can shoot these multi-billion-dollar aircraft out of the sky with just a push of the button, and there'll be no escape.
Yeah,
You
those
kind
are
of
the
think,
next gen planes, pilotless. Yeah, that's in the
right?
works. That's the next.
But
That's what we're going to see next.
but you'd think that they would. I mean, with all the technology you have today, do you think they'd be able? Once you see a plane or they're coming, you just send a couple missiles out, push a button, hands off, they're destroyed, guarantee. Like there shouldn't be any way that they could get through a modern defense system.
You can't gain air superiority with missiles, Zanik.
Not well,
You
you
need
couldn't.
planes.
You couldn't, but you should be able to eventually. Eventually, they're going to have that. I mean, here comes the planes, fire the missiles, faster, maneuverable, and just take them out of the sky. Unless we can come up with countermeasures on the airplanes to actually thwart that threat, which I don't think they. I think the missiles will always have an advantage. It's just going to be a point where people are just going to be pushing buttons and dropping nukes. Piss me off, I drop a nuke. I drop me back on you. Eventually, the whole world just gets cooked like a toaster oven. So archaic. This day and age, we're fighting like this with these knuckleheads.
I'm sure there's people here that have more knowledge in military stuff than you and I. I just wanted to bring up the point that a woman whooped the asses of 250 men.
Oh,
I
it's a
thought
great
that was
post.
cool.
I
Yeah.
think it is cool. I think it's very cool. They didn't even mention her name, did they?
I
Top
don't
secret.
believe so, no.
Probably top secret. We're there for how long? All the allies. UAE. 45 aircraft and 500 personnel from the U.S., Australia, Germany, Oman, French, Hellenic, and British Air Forces. Typhoons, tornadoes, F-16s, Mirages.
Typhoon is the British one, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, the Mirage was that a French British
That's
effort?
French. Yeah.
Typhoon is cool too.
Did you guys, hey, Zanuck, did you guys see like the Elon Musk Twitter files?
Not yet. They're releasing him tonight.
He already did. Yeah, he's
Oh,
gonna
they
do.
did it with
Yeah,
this. They reveal anything about our buddy Biden, Hunter boy?
yeah, yeah. I guess they were reaching out to Twitter, and like, there's a couple of emails where it's like they would email Twitter and say like delete these accounts, and they would write back handled.
Right.
And like that goes into how the people at Twitter, they were talking about the laptop and stuff, and they were like, well, we're gonna say it's disinformation, and like, you know, they were kind of like it was kind of like an email thread of like these execs trying to like, well, you know, they were basically saying like, okay, it's not confirmed Russian disinformation, but we're gonna err on the side that it is, you know, and like they were like trying to like, you know,
Right.
like
Come
just in
to
case,
terms.
like if this shit comes out, this is our, you know, our plausible deniability.
Right. They don't want the
And
government to shut him down.
but yeah, Elon Musk fucking just
But
and I
setting the
guess
world.
it was this guy Matt Taibbi that actually was releasing all the information.
That's crazy.
Hey,
Interesting
did
shit.
you guys see?
And they say they're not trying to like indict or implicate Biden. No, they're not
Well,
trying to implicate or try to get anything after under Hunter. They're really trying to implicate Biden. You know, from
well, that's what turns out
really
is that
being involved in promoting his career or promoting these deals or using his influence, and that's what they're trying to expose. And that's probably
right.
on those computers.
Well, that's exactly, and that's where we're right now. Like because I think that'll come out late. You know, that'll happen a little later. I think, but right now it's just he's just showing how the Biden administration was like in cahoots with the execs at Twitter, which already is like election interference because they were trying to dismantle certain stories. They were shutting down people's accounts like by name.
Right.
You know, and so like, you know, they were actively like trying to get shit suppressed, which is the potential. I mean, I think what'll eventually, or who knows if all that'll come of it, is like a bunch of congressional hearings because the Republicans will have the House, so they'll bring in all this shit. You know, they'll have subpoena power.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So it'll be interesting. That's what makes
No
you
place
wonder
to hide.
if
No
the
place to
Democrats
hide.
run the Senate, though, then they won't fucking, then they won't. You know, it'll be just like they did with Trump. You know, big fiasco and then nothing to it. But
It's happening. That's what's going to
what
happen
I
so
think is
often.
going to happen, well, here's I think the play is going to be this. The play is going to be that through the congressional hearings, it's going to be so blatantly obvious and so fucked up what's going to come
That
out.
they're over defending themselves. Then
They
they'll
can't,
be
right? If
exposed.
they
They'll
don't
be
convict,
exposed, and they're going to be. And that'll shut them
yeah.
down.
If they don't convict in the Senate, then they're liable.
Yep.
That's what I think. You know what I mean? Like it'll be so egregious that the public will be like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah.
And if the Senate doesn't fucking motion for the, you know, or agree with the motion from the House, then like, you know, they'll be like implicating themselves essentially.
Yep.
I hope so, man. I fucking hope America gets through this shit, bro.
Yeah, I do too. It's ridiculous.
Fucking
There's just so
I
much
do.
bullshit. People,
Fucking
everyone
I.
just covering their asses. No one cares about the country. They don't care about
Dude,
themselves.
I know it. That's why, like, I mean, ultimately, like I've said, you know, it's like if I was in like a room with China, it's like you're damn fucking right. We went to the moon, you know, like, but like, you know, in like as far as like intellectual discussion and shit, it's like, huh, this shit's a little more interesting than that. But like, if you're a political adversary of like the United States, I feel like obliged to be like, you're damn fucking right. We went to the moon, you bitch.
Instant NASA fanboy.
Oh well, no, I'm an Americana fanboy, dude. I'm like
I'm
all
just
for.
playing. I'm just
Oh yeah,
yeah.
no, well, no, I'll clarify. You call me a fanboy, but it's get it right, it's Americana fanboy for sure, dude.
Yeah. In that situation, yeah. Hey, did you guys see the Kanye West and what's his name?
Hey,
Interview?
did you see the flag that he posted?
My God, man!
Okay, so hold on. The flag is actually from fucking. It's called Raelian, and it's a fucking real. It's an atheist religious group. So it's already an established flag, and actually Elon Musk is a member. How weird is that? I put up a bunch of links before. Actually, it's interesting because Kanye put up that flag, which is like a mesh between almost like a mesh between the swastika and the fucking Star of David, and it's actually from a group called the Raelian Movement. That's an atheist religious group.
Wow, good. I didn't catch that.
So
But
he
what I
trolled,
caught was,
as that comes out, it's going to be revealed that Kanye just trolled all the atheists. Like,
bro, the
and
guy
it's
was wearing a mask, man.
well, right. We don't even know if it was actually Kanye, but
Yeah, he was wearing a mask. Did you hear what he was saying about Israel and about Netanyahu
and
himself?
Hitler and shit. And like,
And
yeah, he had like
you see the net he had, the fishing. Like, come
yeah,
on,
he had like
come
a net.
on,
He had a net and a yoo-hoo.
Netanyahu.
Fucking so stupid. But like, it sucks. It's like I like Nick Fuentes, man. He's fucking interesting. But he gets lumped in as being a racist or an anti-Semite because he made a joke or he questions the official history of some stuff.
As an anti-Semite, for sure.
Well, that's what
But,
they say.
but it
But yeah,
must.
and it's like he's obviously racist because he's hanging out with Kanye. It's like Jesus Christ,
Yeah.
these people are fucking retarded.
No, but I couldn't believe what I was. And he's saying he's going to run for president if this president doesn't do it. Come
I
on.
I just think the greatest troll is that he just fucking like he literally got kicked off Twitter for putting up that fucking image with the star and the swastika thing, and that is actually not his image. It's actually from a fucking atheist organization. I just think that's fucking hilarious. Like he just trolled them to get exposed to like as this shit rolls out in a week, like people will be like what the fuck?
Why
Because
does that sound familiar, the Raelians? Where have we heard that before?
I don't know. Rayleigh criterion.
That could be. Yeah.
They're really on criterion. I don't know, but I think it's interesting that the fucking info is going to be dropping on Biden, or it did tonight, and I guess he's doing it again tomorrow night too. He's going to have Twitter files #2 tomorrow night, which is interesting because these are the same bastards that have censored the shit out of us. You know what I mean?
Well,
Like,
the Raelians were those people that believed in UFOs, right?
I think
Wasn't that
yeah,
that cult that
but
they
Yeah.
they're like,
drank the Kool-Aid?
So there's
Wasn't that them?
they have a 6-pointed star and it has a swastika like.
yeah,
I think it is a swastika in the center. That's maybe where Hitler got that for the Nazis, because
no,
that's been shown throughout history. That symbol. I can't remember the etymology of it all, but Rael started with the symbol he originally saw on the hull of Elohim's spaceship. The Elohim spaceship. Raelians regard this as a symbol of infinity. So, but of course, when Dingleberry, Ye uses it, he's using it for some type of anti-Semitic purpose.
well, no, but
What are you talking about, bro?
that's the troll though, Zanuck, is that he's not like, or potentially he's not. It's
Well,
just
if he
that
did it just to do it, and everyone took it the wrong way, then that's everyone else's problem. But if he said
well,
something to back up him being anti-Semitic, then I guess it's a double whammy.
well, he didn't say he's anti-Semitic because he thinks he's Jewish.
He
But
thinks
the
he's
point,
Jewish.
yeah, like like have you ever heard of have you ever heard of like the Black Israelites or anything like that? Like I've come in contact with them in like Harlem and shit like that. Like they'll curse you and call you the white devil, and they're the original Jews and shit. But like,
Well, there's a tribe in Ethiopia, I think it was, that were Jewish.
well,
A
actually,
long tribe, yeah, long last tribe.
Well, yeah,
they were
you ever heard of the Keber Nagas?
That's the whole thing, right? Like you can't like black Hebrew Israelites, Arab Hebrew Israelites, Latino Hebrew, like that's kind of just
No, there's definitely
just
African
people that
American Jews. That's never been in question.
Well, right, but like the
the
notion of
point is the point is, but like to start playing this game where because one part of the tribe says, hey, this part of the tribe is doing this, means that they're anti-Semitic is ridiculous.
right, to say that like Kanye is anti-Semitic is retarded because he
Only if
believes
he said something that would.
no,
The
he
symbol doesn't
believes.
do it for me.
Well,
The other
right, no,
guys definitely said things were anti-Semitic.
hold on. What I'm saying is that like, look, he thinks he's Semitic and believes that he's like black people are like the original Jews. So that would say he's not anti-Semitic. Okay. Second off, him praising Hitler is totally like different than him saying he's like an like you can't call him an anti-Semite. He might be someone that agrees with Hitler and is a Semite. You know what I mean? Like I'm just trying to say like it's just weird that you can't say he's anti-Semitic because he's claiming to be Jewish, claiming to be
Well, I mean, that's
Semitic.
kind of shaving hairs there. If someone says they
Well,
like
no,
Hitler,
it's just no, you're just falling for
whatever religion whatever you are, if it ever say or insinuate that you like Hitler, you're anti-Semite. That's
well,
just right
no,
there.
I got a
actually
question,
that's only
if
because
you guys don't mind.
you're
I mean, I know
forcing
what
out.
you're saying, but
That's not the
I'm just
proper
saying. I'm just telling
language.
you, if anyone says they like Hitler, they're anti-Semite.
Well, no, they're going to get labeled as
I
anti-Semite, but
got a
they're not
question.
anti-Semite. This is why the
Well, probably
semantics
90%.
matters.
You're probably 90% sure you're an
No,
anti-Semite.
how could that? I mean, that's
That's just
ridiculous.
an ADL. That's just
How
an
many
ADL
people
term.
like it's just a waste to be like, okay, these people are anti-black. Okay, these people are anti-Nazi. Okay, these people are like it's ridiculous. It's based off of all of the major uh entertainment talking heads alone. Just pick anything, you can call them anti something because they've criticized a particular person from a particular group. So what?
I got a question. So earlier I heard like a YouTube short video, and the lady said that you got to ask your black friends, all of them, if one white person can come hang out. And I wonder why nobody calls her anti-Japhethite. Oh, because that's some made up shit, right? It's not real. Like anti-Japhethite is some made up bullshit. But anti-Semite, that's real, right?
Oh, what's fucked up is like
That
the
is right.
idea.
There's only people that don't believe that Israel is their homeland.
Well, Zanuck, our point is this: is that like it's almost like known that like Israel uses the term anti-Semite as like a slur against anyone who goes against fucking Israel. So like for one, the point is that he might be going against Israel.
That's not true.
But
No, that's
hold on,
not.
it's fucking 100% true. There's
No,
written
that's not
about
true at all. Because most of
it.
those are geopolitical.
The
All right,
Anti-Semitic.
sure. Well, hold on.
The
So the
Ethiopians
point
that
is
you
this.
mentioned,
The
the
point is this, Zanuck.
Ethiopians that you
That the
mentioned,
hold on one sec, one sec.
I
The
don't.
point is this though. If he's claiming to be a Semite, he's not anti-Semitic as a matter of fact. So like for you then to just turn around and use the slanderous label of he's an anti-Semite, like for one is illogical.
Then he's a racist. Then
Oh, yeah, okay, you could go there. Well, you could say that if you
because
want,
a
but he's
Semite,
not.
really, an anti-Semite only
But
talks
how could
about.
he be racist if he's black? Also, though, you know what I mean?
Well,
How
no,
could he be
well,
anti? Is he
oh no,
anti-white
there's
people?
oh absolutely
If
there's
he's anti-white
black
people, I mean
there's
that would be
blacks there's
racism.
blacks that don't like Jews. There's Jews
But
that don't like blacks.
he hasn't
There's
said he
blacks that
doesn't
don't
like.
like Mexicans. There's Mexicans that don't like Jews. I
He
mean,
hasn't said he's
everybody
anti
can be
anybody.
racist.
He
Everybody can be
hasn't said
racist.
anything
That's not a
racist.
question.
He has not said anything racist.
Then that. See, I take people's word. What they say means something to me. So if he doesn't, I don't know. I don't really follow these rags and this pop TV. But if the other guy is a known like racist, anti-Semite, that kind of has. I mean, I
No,
got to validate that too.
he's a black Semite who appreciates Hitler. Now I don't know what you want to call that, okay? But it's not a racist and it's not a fucking anti-Semite. You want to come up with something else, that's fine. You call him a Nazi if you want to, but fucking not an anti-Semite and not a fucking racist.
It could be if you like Hitler,
hello, saying that
if
he's a
you're
priest,
liking people that
saying
killed,
he's a
try
priest.
to exterminate an entire race, and you like that person, you pretty much are a racist, I would think.
Saying that you appreciate someone doesn't make you at all. Like that's ridiculous. There's a lot of figures that
Okay, so I'm gonna like.
there are a lot of figures that white people appreciate. There are a lot of really racist movies that are considered classic. You know, in the sake of stereotyping black people, and I'm not out here calling all of these people that have retweeted these movies, you know, anti-black. Like, listen, y'all don't want to do this. Y'all being the typing type. You don't want to play that game.
Did you like Blazing Saddles?
But I mean, who?
Elijah, did you like Blazing Saddles?
That was a good movie.
These days it wouldn't fly, right? It wouldn't make it out to the freaking. It wouldn't make it out of the film room.
I think I own it actually.
Yeah, because people like you calling it anti-Semitic.
No, I like our differences. I fuck around with my black friends. They fuck around with me. We can go back and forth on all sorts of things. It should be held as long as it's done in fun and we have respect. It's good. We're getting so goddamn candy ass. Everybody's offended by everything. That's ridiculous.
I agree. I just think, like, along with that, what's problematic for me is I think it's almost like it's by, these mislabeling of shit though, and like these like propaganda. You can't make fun of, like, dude, think about it like this. In Germany, if you tried to do a comedy skit about the Holocaust, you could be arrested, bro. That's fucked up.
Right.
And like that's wrong. And like, and this is why the words matter and why it matters, because it's like,
Well, no, I think they had a comedy routine in Blazing Saddles. No,
what I'm
there's
saying,
another
in
movie
Germany, you
that
can get
Brooke.
arrested right now. Like, if
Oh, in
you
Germany, yeah, in
yeah,
Germany, yeah,
I was
of
just
course,
saying,
yeah.
if you question these things, these supposed sacred moments in history that definitely fucking happened, if you fucking question it, we're gonna throw you in jail. Like, what the
Yeah,
fuck is
well,
that?
yeah, definitely. I see that. That is definitely in defense,
Right,
and it's
and
important because there are so many people in this world that don't understand the atrocities of men, and then
right. But do
and
you
they
think that they
they
would throw?
they
Do you think?
trivialize it, and this is disrespectful.
Do you think that they should be thrown in jail if they disrespect the memory of the Holocaust as it's told?
I think a lot of people should be thrown in
Prison,
jail for
or
shit they do and say, and that's
they get put in prison.
Do you think they should
I
be
don't think
put
they're.
in
I don't think
prison,
it's
though, Zanuck?
consistent.
Do you
I
think
think a
they should
lot
be?
of people should. There should we should have freedom of speech, but we shouldn't be able to say anything we fucking want to say.
Right, but do you think going to jail for fucking making, like, just denying the Holocaust in Germany is that acceptable to you?
I don't know. That's just a
I'm not.
crazy
Hold on,
state.
Elijah. Hold on
to
one second. I want to hear
live
Yeah,
in.
you
Zanuck
should
say
be
it.
thrown
I
in jail
mean,
for
I
being
know I
crazy.
was trying to talk, and because my voice is low, people just want to get their questions in first, so I had to go ahead.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Um. I just don't. This is a crazy standard. Like, why even entertain the conversation? Because if you applied it across the board, you would begin to realize how ridiculous it is. You know,
Because we want to hear Zanuck talk like a
to start
fascist, and then
saying
say, Zanuck, you sound like a fascist.
yeah, but to start saying that, people who you who don't believe you, don't believe this great history that everybody in the nation should accept, the, to start saying language like, oh, this can lead to the taking away, I'll say, I don't want to say the G word, of people down, in the future. Then you turn on the media and you start hearing them do the exact same thing when they're talking about the people that came out to support Kyrie Irving, considered to be a hate group full of young black people, which is actually full of a few Hebrew Israelites, which are not just black, again. But this is the narrative that they ran with to get people to understand, oh, you should make sure you're looking at these individuals because it's dangerous not to. And then what happens? Well, we know what happens to groups that get labeled.
And that's not fascism, by the way. But I
I
was
didn't say
talking.
it was.
No, not you, Elijah. The gentleman before. Fascism is a whole different ball of wax.
So since nobody's talking, can I be heard, Mike Check?
Sounds good.
Yeah, I made a point earlier, and I didn't really hear anybody respond to it. So how come nobody, calls somebody an anti-Japhethite, right? When people are like being racist against like Europeans and white people and stuff. Why is that? Because we know what a Semite is, right? A descendant of Shem, one of the sons of Noah, right? So when people are being racist against white people, they're not called anti-Japhethites. The other son of Noah, who is allegedly like the progenitor of the Europeans or the white race, so called. So why is that? Would anybody like to answer that? Oh, because it's some made up bullshit, right? Like I just made it up. It doesn't really exist, right?
That's so interesting. Something that I've heard say before. I can't even remember the quote unquote lesson, but in one of these lessons it said Yaku grasped the devil. Like, and it's interesting because they always kind of label white people devils and stuff. I'm not one of those people. Um, but it's like, oh shit, because Jacob is Yaku. Okay, right. A lot of dogma and a lot of places out there that but please answer his question. It is kind of ridiculous.
If I went
Obviously,
around saying that's anti-Japhetic, right? I can't even say it. Anti-Japhetic, right? Can you imagine me like making an actual argument, like in front of like college students and college professors, like, hey, all this, race realism or whatever you guys are doing in the colleges, like it's anti-Japhetic.
it's not
Like
really
that would be,
marketable. That doesn't look off your tongue. It's not marketable.
right? But you get what I'm saying, though, right? Like nobody says that because it doesn't exist. So I'm not saying that people don't have like some sort of prejudice or racism against a certain group of people that live in the Middle East. That's not my argument. I'm just saying that if it works for one group, then it should work for all groups, and if not, that's racist. Can you imagine someone denying the communist, holocausts or the witch hunting holocaust? Because there were burnt sacrifices during both of those, right? So when the communists in the colleges, they're like, "Oh, I'm a communist professor." Like they're pretty much saying that they could do better than Stalin or Mao, right? They could do better than Mao Zedong, right? They're like, "I could do better. I'm a better man than Stalin. Like I wouldn't kill as many people to create the utopia." So it's like, how come we can't question only one genocide? Like you can question all the other genocides, but not this one. Isn't that a little weird? Like, am I the only one? Am I talking to myself?
You're right, mate. It's because they control us. So you can't look. Who bloody owns us? It's who you can't talk shit against, right? There you go. I forgot the exact term, but that's about it.
Voltaire quote: "If you want to know who rules over you, find out who you're not allowed to criticize."
That's it. That's perfect.
So who are we not allowed to criticize? White Christians? Oh, we're allowed to criticize those. White male Christians, we can criticize the fuck out of those, so they must be ruling over us, right?
I'm more fascinated with the idea that people think it's okay to lock people up for thinking that something in history was not told to them the way that they think it was. Like, to think that, like Germany locking up people for questioning the Holocaust is somehow acceptable is the most un-American, fascist, fucking Nazi shit I've ever fucking heard. And you should be, like, anyone who thinks that should fucking just go get a microchip and suck off Justin Trudeau for the rest of their life. You fucking communist fuck.
Senate said that, freedom of speech should have limitations. So, okay, let's say we start limiting hate speech against minorities, right? Next thing you know, we're going to be using those hate speech laws against minorities. I mean, does that sound like we're protecting minorities? Because who's going to stop that from happening? Like, oh, now that we got these hate speech laws passed, now we can use it to oppress the minorities. Duh. I mean, would you think that the Chinese were going to invent gunpowder and we weren't going to use it against the Chinese? Come on. So there's a story of a guy who had a business in India. He was an Indian man. And every day the cop came by his place and said, gee, it'd be a real bad thing if, something happened to this place. I could protect it for you. The mobster 101. Right? So, he says, no, I don't want to give you any money. That night, his place gets wrecked. Right? So the next day he shows up and he's like, oh man, look what happened. We could have gave you some money. Like, without free speech, he can't go tell everyone at the town square that, hey, this cop is extorting me, blackmailing me, he's using me, and I will not tolerate the criminal abuse from this cop. Without free speech, you can't say anything. You have to have free speech in order to think. So I'm going to post something. It's really important. So this pretty much sums up what I'm saying. There must be no barriers to freedom of inquiry. There is no place for dogma in science. The scientist is free and must be free to ask any question, to doubt any assertion, to seek for any evidence, to correct any errors. Our political life also predicated on openness. We know that the only way to avoid error is to detect it, and that the only way to detect it is to be free to inquire. And we know that as long as men are free to ask what they must, free to free to say what they think, and free to think what they will, freedom can never be lost and science can never regress. Robert Oppenheimer. That pretty much sums it up, doesn't it? And every time an anti-flat earther calls a flat earther a science denier for asking questions, and then you ask them, what is the first step in the scientific method? And then the anti-flat earther goes asking questions. Doesn't that kind of contradict itself? All the dead days. Oh, mic trash, and y'all just don't have the heart to tell me, or what?
No, you sound good, man.
Just soaking it in. Well said.
Whatever. Smart dude, I guess. He knew what was up. You know, I always hear the anti-flat earthers talking about fake news. How about that Wikipedia article that says that it was scientifically disproven and the flat earth is an archaic theory? Didn't the globe earth go all the way back to Eratosthenes? Doesn't that predate the archaic timeline? So wouldn't the globe earth be an archaic theory too? There's a lot of contradictions in the way that you guys think. You know that, right?
Satellites,
When
pictures in
the,
space.
and when the government colludes with the corporations to censor flat earth and other topics, isn't that the very definition of fascism? Are the anti-fascists going to address the government and Wikipedia and YouTube, for putting that on every single flat earth video? Because that's basically fascism 101.
Now, when you got like Nike and all these groups supporting a specific thing, yeah, it's fascism, corporate government control. Or like lying, like they're gonna cover for NASA, which is a corporation. You know what I mean? They're gonna it's fascism.
So then, do you see it in a sense of that the current capitalist system is actually like a masked by a fascist backbone?
We haven't had a free market, capitalist market, and I don't know how long. To be honest, it's it's an oligarchy, but it's not just one, right? So it's an oligopoly. That's what we live under. It's an oligopoly. It hasn't been a free open market since maybe sometime before the Federal Reserve.
Well, no, I think of it. It's like it's just fascism. It's corporate, corporate control over government, which is what we have already. Because it's like U.S. citizens, collaterals on the debt, like all this kind of stuff. Like they have to remain like staunch fascists in the democracy in order to maintain some semblance of order. But the republic is what steps outside of that, which is what is our grace. You know what I mean? But yeah, they are fascist because it's like
corporate fascism is kind of an oxymoron.
Well, yeah, granted, it's just fascism, but it's like, but I
Fascism
mean,
is
like,
really
what?
the government basically over promising and under delivering just to get themselves in power, promising them simple solutions for complex problems. Everybody goes for that, with
Right,
unrealistic
like,
timelines.
like boys can be girls, like simple solutions to complex problems. Like boys can be girls. Fuck it, just whatever you want. But like, and we're gonna give you, and we're gonna have medical lobotomies and
That's not
fucking,
what we're talking about.
all that kind of shit. I don't know. Well, I'm just saying. I guess the fascist part is where like you have collateral on the
Fascist part
debt.
is just trying to control people by giving them the government will be their savior, and they'll lock them down, and they'll promise, and to do that they commit to them to solve all these very very difficult,
Right, like making everybody get a fucking
very simply and very quickly. They put them in the control. And they control
right, like trying to tell everybody here, we're gonna mandate this juice, and you can't travel. That's fascism.
Well, they control everybody,
Right,
everything, and everybody.
That's what they did.
So everybody knows the scene. Go ahead, Bruce.
But I was just gonna say, but our remedy to this is the republic, which stands right next door to it. In my opinion, I mean, we have a remedy. Like that's the cool part about it is that it is fascism for this system that is trying to do accounting and trying to balance its books with the republic. That's what I think. Anyway.
Oh, I want to bring up like the Matrix, the part where Morpheus is telling Neo about the prison that he can't see, taste, touch, or smell, and that was referring to the Aldrich plan, in my opinion. And if you don't know what that is, that's where the octopus comes from. Where one person does the research and he's like, "It's the Jesuits," and the other guy's on another tentacle and he's like, "It's the Jews," or "It's the Knights of Malta," or the Knights of Columbus, or Opus Dei, or whatever, right? So we're all like arguing and fighting each other. Sorry, hold on. Sorry, my wife isn't feeling well. Anyway, so basically what I'm trying to say is that the Aldrich plan is so good. It took us like 100 years of like chasing our tail, with equals MC squared to realize like what's going on. And I think it's possibly like the greatest plan ever, but it wouldn't have been possible without the television.
I'm just still amazed that Sanic, you think it's appropriate to fucking arrest people for thinking, questioning the Holocaust, bro. That's fucking crazy to me, dude. I thought you were an American.
Nick likes the vagina.
They're like, "Yo, Sean, what up, Sean?" Like,
Wait, Xanax think that it's okay to arrest people for questioning?
yeah, so does
a
Sean
narrative?
G right now. Yeah, so does Sean G up in the chat telling me that it's okay, and that's like they should be arrested for people should be arrested for questioning traumatic moments in history.
Are y'all sure you're not kind of Nazi related?
Yeah, that's the most Nazi shit you could fucking say, dude. Like, it's the most Hitler-esque shit. Like, you sound like Kanye West. Like, I like Hitler when you fucking say that. Fucking, oh my god.
I mean, they're the anti-Semitic ones. Xanax.
Well, it's like that's what irritates me too. It's like, you're gonna call Kanye West anti-Semitic and racist, but like the dude's black, hangs out with white people, thinks he's Jewish. Okay, so he's not fucking anti-Semitic. But he said that he liked Hitler, so all of a sudden he's anti-Semitic and racist. Like, this is the logic of like this derogatory Nazi fucking toe the line bullshit, man. Like,
Hitler was just like most people today. He was a Zionist, right? He was for the state of Israel. He was Catholic, right? Hanging out with the Catholic Church. So just like most Christians today, he was a Zionist.
I just want to hear the logic behind why somebody thinks they should be arrested for saying that. I mean, that's like, it's sickening. You know what I mean? It's sickening. It's like burning books. It's like, it's literally what Hitler did. Like, you fucking idiot. Like, these are, like, you know what I mean? Like, that's fucked up, man. You can't just think it's okay to fucking, you can't be an American. Like, don't fucking call yourself an American. You fucking un-American. Like, what the fuck is that shit? I mean, I guess, you can speak your mind, right? But it's like, that's some un-American fucking bullshit, dude. To say that you think it's okay that people should go to jail for fucking questioning moments in history, man.
The German Holocaust, what the Allies and the Communists did to the Germans, not just the soldiers, right? but didn't they bomb Dunkirk, which was a sanctuary city? And historically, sanctuary cities have been for women, children, and elderly, and were not part of military campaigns all throughout history. So, can we talk about the German Holocaust and how they bombed the eggs and the rape from 8 to 80, right? What happened in, the communist side on the east side of the Berlin Wall, like the atrocities, like we can't even probably even talk about, but let's just say it has something to do with Siberian work camps. Should people go to jail for questioning that?
You can talk about any part of history you want, except that part.
I love that.
There's a reason for that.
I've been loving that line. If black people get together and form, do crime, it's called a gang. If the Italian people get together, it's called a mob. And if the Jewish people get together, it's called a coincidence. It's so funny to me. I don't know.
A coincidence theory.
It's just always a coincidence. It's never like a formed gang or anything.
Just so happens to be.
I heard recently if if a black guy commits a crime, they blame it on all black guys. But if he does something good, then it's a single, black guy that did something good. But if a Jewish guy does something bad, it was just this one guy. But if he does something good, it's like for all Jews, right? I heard that. I'm quoting someone. I don't remember who said it, but
Or it's like I like the one about Kyrie. Kyrie Irving came out and said he also believes he's an Israelite, like the black people are Jewish. And it's like, he got condemned for it. But if he came out saying that he thought he was a woman, you know what I mean? They would have praised him and fucking, had parades for him and shit.
it's called when you stop a certain group of people from breeding. That's called genocide, right? So when the Israelites came out of Africa and proved that they were genetically Israelites and Jewish, when they went to move in Israel, they were vaccinated. Guess what this vaccine did? Made them sterilized. So there are black Jewish people. And for you to say that you're not, apparently you don't understand how religion works, right? Because anybody can convert to Judaism. So there's also the bloodline thing where they actually proved it genetically. And for someone to deny that, they just don't understand science. There are tribes in Africa today that still circumcise their children on the 8th day and follow a lot of follow the 10 Commandments and the 613 laws. And for you to say that they're not Jewish, you don't understand what you're talking about. So there are black Israelites.
I always thought the Ethiopians are interesting. The Coptic Christians are. They have a book called the Kebra Nagast that talks about how they come from the Queen of Sheba and Solomon, that lineage.
Yeah, that's what historical. I mean, if you look at history, there was intermingling between Solomon and Sheba, and there was an argument about the heir, of course, from the Ethiopian side. But yeah, Ethiopia and the Davidic dynasty or whatever goes way back.
Yeah, like 3,000 years or some shit, something crazy like that. Or not 3,000, or it may be actually. I forget what the history is.
I just want to point out that It's absolutely no subhumans. There's no superior race. All this stuff is pseudoscience. It's never been proven. There are differences between ethnicities, but these differences don't equal to having a subhuman species. Even Neanderthals were breeding with Homo sapiens sapiens because the Neanderthals themselves were Homo sapiens sapiens. So this, scientific racism, it's not scientific, and there's no such thing as race. It's a man-made construct, just like earlier when I said these statements are anti-japathetic. It's made up.
Yeah, it's like, you look at like evolution is like one of the most racist fucking things that they can, like it's blatantly racist.
And what about all the people that have questioned them on YouTube from like a pretty diplomatic perspective and basically got censored and shut down? I don't know if you guys have ever heard of Adam Green from No More News or Brother Nathaniel. But yeah, all these guys were talking about this stuff for a while and they all got shut down.
Well, demonizing someone is like the way to murder them without thinking in your head that you're guilty of murder, or enslave them without thinking that they're guilty of enslavement. But I've asked Elijah on here before. I said, do you think that 95% of racism is manufactured, like by the media, like it's made up? And he said, yeah. And a lot of people were aghast at the idea that he's only experienced like 5% of racism that was actually grassroots racism. And I think to me, this is obvious, right? Because I deliver pizza to red, yellow, black, and white. Right? It doesn't matter who they are. They got a mouth, right? And their children have mouths. And we're all doing business just fine with no racism whatsoever. But you turn on the TV and you would think that America is the most racist country the world has ever seen. But it was actually, the West was the first to outlaw slavery. But nobody wants to talk about that, right? About how all the British people were fighting the slave traders and dying on the open seas to stop slavery. And nobody wants to talk about how the Barbary slave trade was way worse than the American so-called Negro slave trade. Not that I'm trying to say that it was worse. So I one up you, my dad will beat up your dad, but it's like nobody talks about it. Like who even knows about it? So it's like either our school system, our educational system, either it's incompetent or they're ignorant or both. Right? Because everybody knows about the Holocaust. Who knows about the Holodomor? Everybody knows about, the chattel slavery in America. Who knows about the Barbary slavery? Do you think this is a coincidence? Oh, it's a coincidence theory, right? So the true is that they are all precious in the sight. That's what the truth is. That's what nobody wants to tell you.
Right.
I spoke to a China man. And the China man was telling me that if you live in China, if the government tells you the sky is purple, then it's purple. There's no questioning it, right? Because what they'll do to you is they'll just, stop hiring you, right? It's like in America, if you don't like your boss, you can go get another job, work somewhere else. Like in China, if you don't like your boss, like tough titty, like there's nothing you can do about it. And you can't disagree with any of the narrative. And that's why they don't have internet outside of China, because they're not allowed to see other narratives. And for the people that are pushing this idea of hate speech rather than free speech, that's where you're going to end up, under the boot of the government. And when they tell you that the sky's fucking purple, you have to say the sky's purple.
That's anti-Semitic.
I'm sure it is. And if that's the charge, then so be it.
I always felt like that
It's
about
just a word.
I always felt like that about the curve. Like they're like, you can see the curve, can't you? Tell me you can see the curve. I love Big Brother. You know, you can see the curve.
Well, now they're like, well, you can't really see the curve. You see the effects of the curve. That's what they say these days. Just the effects of them.
Yeah, these dudes have lost.
That's what I used to make arguments about God for when I was a teenager. That was like one of my first arguments. That you can't see the wind, you can see the effects of the wind. The wind is like God. So they're making an argument for their religion, just like I was.
Except Sonley, who says you can see curvature from the ground with 20/20 vision at Lake Pontchartrain. But everyone else says you can't see it. You can only see the effects.
Yeah, these dudes lost the plot. It's just,
Not only can you see curvature, you could also see a hump, he told me.
A hump and a curve?
Yeah, 90-foot hump. Yeah, 90-foot hump. Yep.
It's a 2-for-1.
Well, two drops become a hump.
Yep.
Is that what Oasis was singing about, the Wonderwall? Just a wall of water in between here and Japan?
There's got to be a huge wall of water. Somebody was actually saying that?
Yeah, I was making a connection that isn't really there, apparently. But I was talking about Oasis, which was a band from the 90s. But there's no connection there. I was just talking out my ass.
Yeah, it is kind of wild to think about the idea where when you look out horizontally over water, you see the horizon, all the perspective lines, everything is just moving away, just expanding out away from you. And then to think that somebody who believes like let's say you were in Los Angeles and you were looking the direction of like Japan. In their viewpoint, you would actually be shooting your vision, or like if you were to have like align your head directly with Japan, you would be looking through a huge mountain of water and rocks of Earth in order to actually where they actually are, and that they're tilted away all the way on the sphere beyond the horizon. That all that's happening. Well, even though we just see that horizontal horizon, they have to claim that beyond that, the entire continent of Japan is tilted.
Everything.
By their logic, it would be every continent from your current location would be down under. You know, it wouldn't just be Australia. It would be like if I'm in Texas, right, and I'm talking about South America, they'd be down under the curve, or Japan would be down under the curve.
Yeah, so if you were just sitting in a chair in your room, you could point your finger all over, like on their globe model, like, oh yeah, Australia is that way. You'd be pointing like down into the ground. Japan's up over here. It'd all be going through the Earth. But just to think that beyond that horizon, there's all that water, all that Earth, and then a tilted city on the other side of it. That takes a huge imagination from what observable, livable reality actually is on the Earth.
Tilted city, tilted water, tilted everything.
They saw it on TV. It has to be real. They saw it on the computer, on the internet. Don't you know they can't fake that sort of thing?
So the airplane that flies off going level and parallel to the ground ends up flying down in your from your perspective at some point once it goes around the ball. The nose
upside
is
down.
An upside down nose diving airplane that's actually just started going level.
So
which never
pictures from 275 miles away. Wouldn't we be able to like shoot the bottom side of with a camera capture the bottom side of a jet as it's going down around the curve?
Yeah, you would think so. Exactly, because it's not that far away. On a globe, it's just right there. It's not. The sun, they say, is 93 million, but that airplane should just be right there, a couple thousand miles at the most.
So all airplanes would be twerking in the distance as they got closer to the horizon with their ass in the air, right? Like, put your hands on your knees, right? But airplanes don't twerk, do they?
There's a meme like that, as a matter of fact, making fun of just that. Yep.
But I suppose on a globe, though, you might not be able to see it as far as you could. But I was thinking on a globe, okay, so it would be going, like on a globe, it would be going nose down. But if it were a globe, would you be able to see that part of the airplane's flight, or would that cut off on your horizon before that would happen? Or how much tilt would you be able to see if it was a globe? Because I don't know if it would be going straight down a globe. It seems like it would still be going at an angle over the curvature, but it should be tilting down to some degree. Well, I guess that goes to whether they say it's the edge of the ball or not, whether you're actually seeing the edge of the ball or whether you're just seeing some refracted thing that's hundreds of miles not where it should be, which is the explanation they have to use. So I don't know. It gets kind of messy trying to even speculate or theorize on what it would even look like fully. But it does seem like we should see shooting stars shooting the other way as well, and we should see airplanes going around the curve rather than fading off over a horizontal plane.
So you know how in baseball, you're beating the other team so bad, you're like leading by 10 points or something like that. Like, if there was rules like that for the flat Earth argument, it would be a shutout. Because as soon as they said refraction, oh, I wish you wouldn't have said that, because now the argument's over. Because if we're not measuring, the radius of the Earth when we're looking at the horizon, now it's just a refracted horizon. You have no geometric horizon, meaning you have no Earth curvature anymore because you just said that's refraction. So it's a shutout at this point. It's 100% game over. There is no argument because everything goes back to refraction. But they're waving this refraction banner like it's a victory lap for them. But it's the admission of defeat because that's what we were saying back in the day, and they're finally catching on. And I remember there was this meme there's 3 stages of acceptance for the truth: ridicule, violence, and then acceptance, like it was true the whole time. So that's what they're doing right now. They're saying refraction like it's been their mantra this whole time, when really it was our mantra. And they took it from us and claimed victory. That's kind of like when someone was making fun of you in school, right? Because you wet the bed, so you just own the name. Like, just call me Wetzel, you know?
Yeah, for sure. That's funny.
Anti-flat earthers, they're going around and announcing, to everyone they meet, hi, my name is Wetzel, It's like, why do they call you that? Oh, because I pissed the bed. It's like, why do you call yourself that? Well, because it's true. I just owned it. It's like, oh.
Yeah, and it took them a while to do that as well, because at the beginning, refraction was something that they didn't really figure out how to manipulate the conceptions around refraction. Like, it took them a while to do that. So, and then now you're right. They're trying, like, often they try to use it as like an assertive point for a globe Earth. And that, even though it's so backwards, because the refraction explanation for it being a globe is a Band-Aid ad hoc explanation in the first place. And they've tried to switch that to make it be like that's the default somehow. And that it's been known about for all this time. But yeah, it's been modified and changed, it seems, throughout the years.
What's sad is that they're going around telling themselves that they have consensus when consensus is something that like flows, right? It comes and it goes. So consensus doesn't really mean anything. And I think I've seen a study, and you guys probably have more recent studies, but it wasn't a study, it was a poll, excuse me. And it was like 1 out of 3 millennials think the Earth is geocentric. And it's like, well, this is because we failed with our educational system. Yeah, like education without demonstration is indoctrination. So you guys failed at your indoctrination system.
Yeah, when they say the schools have failed, it's like, well, yeah, they have. They completely have. They failed in the indoctrination, although they did obviously partially succeed because it was certainly somewhat effective. But it is built in to be a failure when there's false information within it.
The Globers go. Don't we have any naysayers? Like, I'll just say no, and then you go ahead.
What if I agree with your nuh-uh? Then what?
Then there's no contention. There's no need for a trial. No fact finding. We'll just all agree to go along. But yeah, the thing is that with this whole conversation, it should have been shut down in like within a month. Within a month, researchers like ourselves could have been like, okay, I'm going to disprove the flat Earth right now. And then like, we all got jobs, right? So we would have had to have done it on the weekends, 2 hours here, 3 hours there. It should have been over in 2015. I should have been in Rob Skiba's comments, going, hey, what about this? And what about that? And what about this? And what about that? But instead, it was all theories based on theories and conjecture after induction and dogmatic principles based on nothing. That's all it was this whole time. Just dogma.
Well, I do hear what you're saying. I mean, certainly they've had all the talking points for the globe, and then some people believe that putting sticks in the ground and measuring shadows somehow confirms the globe, in your backyard kind of thing. But I don't think it's what that's doing. But some people do say that they've like demonstrated it with sticks in the ground kind of thing. But I think the truth of the matter is it's actually much more difficult to really be able to truly get the something absolute definitive. So the fact that they sold it as if it was so definitive, and then most people haven't even come to their own really full definitive conclusion on it, then they kind of have a bunch of a lot of indoctrinated people that are just slowly becoming unindoctrinated at varying rates.
Well, let's look at their proofs, sticks and shadows. Like, okay, so that's like caveman science. Right, and then if you walk 1,000 miles and then take a left, and walk another 1,000 miles and take a left, and walk another 1,000 miles and take a left, do we look like Forrest Gump? Like we got bills and shit. We can't just go walk 1,000 miles and take a left. Like, what were they actually thinking? That we could prove the Earth is a globe this way? Is that one of the proofs? And the other proofs that they use are just weak sauce. I mean, the evidence that they go, it's all conjecture and baseless assertions and ad hoc explanations with zero science to back it up because it's category error. We've been talking about philosophy this whole time. This whole time, we're talking about philosophy. And, I can cite some stuff to show you guys what I'm talking about. You can read it. But I think you guys know by now, even on both sides, that we've completely left the realm of science. This is a complete category error. It's not a scientific conversation. We're just talking about philosophy. And philosophy and cosmology go hand in hand all the way back to the beginning.
Yeah, well said. But then what about, I think of that side of it for sure, because it's like the nature of life and the world and reality and the cosmos, all of those components. But what about like the physicality as well, the actual physical measurements and validation of the physical world?
When you're talking about physics, like you seem to be studying the physics of light and how it interacts with cameras and gas, the atmosphere, so called. So you are actually a physicist. You're studying the physics of light, right? So yeah, that part is science, right? When you're actually studying like real things here on Earth, right? But I'm talking about, space time is flat. Well, is it? Like, how did you measure it? It's not physical. Well, we just know, right? We just know that it's flat. And when there's mass involved, it warps the space time and it's no longer flat. It's like, oh, how do you know that? Well, that's just what I was told. And I saw it on TV. And Einstein wasn't a fuzzy-headed crackpot. He was a genius. That's what I heard. That's what I heard. They even kept his brain. That's the evidence.
I just noticed that myself. I was looking at pictures of the Lagrange point, and it's all on a 2D plane. I have the picture right here.
Yeah, these people, they got explanations of concepts and baseless assertions of reification. That's what it boils down to. Reification. This thing, this concept that we invented, space, right, the space-time continuum, we're going to give it physical attributes and concreteness, even though it's just a concept that has no physicality, right? And it's metaphysics, but we're not going to call it like, a religion. We're going to call it science, even though it's metaphysical. But wait a minute, I thought science couldn't talk about God in the metaphysical realm. I thought science could only be used in the physical realm. Well, that's true, but since the Earth is a globe, we get a free pass on that. Oh, well, okay, I see how that works. So it's like Burger King, have it your way, right? Like you get to have your cake and eat it too. No, stupid. Once you eat your cake, it turns into a turd. You don't have it anymore. You can't have it both ways. Don't be stupid.
Yeah, for sure. It's interesting to think about the globe as like a metaphysical occult concept that like inverts the physicality of the entire Earth into a sphere and then makes this infinite vacuum outside of it that's all physical. So like taking the sky and the actual luminary lights in the sky and then just making an entire metaphysical concept of what those are and what their spatial relationships are, and somehow taking like just a coplanar geometry of just down and up XYZ with the stars above and the earth below, converting that into this entirely metaphysical creation, like this occult metaphysical creation. I think it's linked also with Hermeticism, but like a more black magic side of Hermeticism as well. And of course, like Jesuits and many of the different groups that were involved in it, it seems. But yeah, that's just like a metaphysical geometry. And then they've added all of the space stuff is all like metaphysical Hollywood, basically, or like metaphysical drama.
Well, the way I see it, these mathematicians told us about their religiosity and fairy tales.
Oh yeah, that term theory tales. Yeah, I remember you said that the other day. That was awesome, dude. Did you come up with that? Or did you hear that from someone?
I don't know, man. I probably heard it from somebody.
Yeah, because I think I heard it first time from you. I don't think I'd heard that combination before, saying a theory tale. It's funny.
That's what it is, basically. It's just a fairy tale that's a theory. And, I really disagree with the term theory and scientific theory, right? Like back in the day, the ballers would always say that to me over and over again. You know the difference between a scientific theory and a theory. Like, okay, yeah, obviously one of them is scientific. It's like I never really caught on to it at the time. I mean, I did, but I didn't. I didn't realize the importance of what they were saying because there's no actual science that proves the bending and warping of space-time because the bending and warping of space-time can't be measured physically. So physics is the study of moving particles, right? So how could theoretical astrophysics, right, be the study of theoretical moving particles when it comes to space-time, it's not made of any atoms. So there is no particles that are moving. So it's not physics.
Yeah, exactly.
This is usually when they say, but yeah, when you're in the 5th grade, you couldn't tie your shoes yet, so you had Velcro shoes. Thank NASA. It's like, wait a minute, didn't we give NASA like more money than Ukraine? And like, what have they given us really? Like, really good rockets from the Nazis so that we could bomb people into the banking corporation that we want them to be in? Join the banking cartel or we're going to NASA your ass back to the Stone Age.
That's anti-Semitic also.
I was just listening to an audiobook. I think it said Francis Bacon came up with the scientific method. Do I got that right?
Allegedly.
Yeah.
Have you guys heard of Joel Bauman, King Bauman, the fighter? No, he just posted about flat Earth.
Dude, I think the sports teams know. Because people in sports, I don't know if you guys know this, but they're really extremely intelligent. The blood flow that they get to their brain compared to the rest of society. That's why I think like the Brazilians and the jiu-jitsu guys and the sports teams, they're hip to this shit. They just all don't talk about it. But they've definitely heard about it and are arguing about it quietly.
Well, UFC fighters are different in the sense that they're kind of by themselves. So the Gracies are flat earthers, the famous Gracie brothers. Of course, Eddie Bravo. You got this King Bauman or Joel Bauman, and you got Bryce Mitchell, the UFC fighter that's undefeated, coming out challenging Joe Rogan. And then MC Toon trying to pounce on it. So we're like, Brian brought it to my attention actually. So where I'm getting a hold of him, I'm like, no. Don't talk to me, MC Toon, dude. It's the worst idea ever. No. But anyway, I'm just saying, so then we also got Theo Vaughn, the famous comedian, recently talking about flat Earth, saying, that wouldn't surprise me if the Earth is flat. We got Ye, the number one talked about person in the entire world right now, flat Earth adjacent in many ways. We got him mentioning Owen Benjamin, who consistently says the Earth is flat, including in his stream today, talking about the plane Earth and the firmament. It just seems like we're like on the brink of like it really just kind of being all over the place.
I would like to see a Twitter poll. You know what I mean? Like a really massive poll to see what the numbers actually are. Because I think they're underreported. There's so many closet flat earthers that don't really want to talk about it because they don't want to get Yeezied.
As long as the Twitter poll would be anonymous, yeah, you might get decent numbers. Like Twitter's still heavily censoring people. That whole thing's a psyop. Someone just got perma-banned 3 days ago for questioning the election. So I guess the whole psyop going on with that apparently is they're saying Elon didn't purchase a company, he purchased a crime scene. He's about to reveal all the information about that whole 2006 or 2020 ordeal.
We can't really talk about it. So just saying it was live, right? So we can't talk about that.
Well, yeah, that's why I'm like, I was trying not to really talk about it. But I'm just saying, like, that's an example. Someone, I mean, Ye just got kicked off yesterday. He won't bring on Alex Jones. It's not free speech. It's a joke. We don't have free speech. Free speech is dead. Let's take a moment of silence for free speech.
I disagree. I think that it's like John Lennon said: if everybody wanted peace, we'd have peace. But instead, everybody wants TV, so we have a TV. And I would like to add on to that. TV is like number one, the most dangerous weapon ever invented, because the programming that you're receiving is brainwashing you in your alpha state, right? So it really is true. Like, the people are governed by the consent of the governed. But when the people don't do anything and they just stand by and allow this to happen, I think we're served what we deserve. So if you're not redressing your government and you're just kind of complaining about it, like, yeah, I know what's it going to do, right? If you vote with your dollar and you send letters to your representatives or whatever, like, you're putting it out there into the ether in a certain way that, hey, we don't want to be ruled over like dogs, right? We're free men and we want to rule ourselves. Self-governance is where it's at.
Do you think maybe that's what most of this has been about? Just like a barometer to test how much freedom they've taken. How much will the people stand up for their freedoms? How many of them? How many of them even realize that they're taking their freedoms? Like I think the past 10 years has just been like a barometer. It's been like a test. Each
We
thing has
failed the
been
test.
a major, yeah. Major.
Terrible. It's disheartening. And I think one of the biggest deceptions is the idea that my child's future well-being is dependent upon those psychopaths and what they allow the government to do. No. Like the equation was simple. It was to make a bunch of people weak individuals, use social media and the internet to eliminate social interaction capability to where everyone can talk really big and bad on the internet and be really like terrible humans, really toxic but have no repercussions, and be really weak overall, and then start taking away rights. And then the weak people will promote the censorship because they will gladly pick out one of the narratives to be a victim so that they can get more power than they would have in a real free society because they're weak. So they got everyone to be weak. And now they've set up a paradigm where the weak people have like illusory power over the strong people. And that's it.
Weak are meat, and the strong do eat.
The strong are not allowed to speak. So you see it's actually a pretty impressive sequence of events. Like if you can pick out why you're a victim now, then you have like social clout. Right? So it's, no, I chose to change my gender. No, I chose to sleep with the same sex. No, I can use the word anti-Semitic. I can say that word over and over and over. Therefore, I have power over you. You must bow to me. But they're behind their computer and their iPhone, and the world's run that way now. So, yeah, it's crazy. If you were to put all these people in a room, there could be a few hundred strong people and like a million weak people, and the strong people would determine what happens to the room and when something real went down. But we're not in a real room anymore. So I'm not trying to be like negative or something. Like I think you still should fight for it and stuff.
You're black pill us. Let me red pill you back a little bit. Okay, so what I see, because I watch copious amounts of auditing videos, And what I see is that when someone gives you standing, you have the ability to go to court once you gain standing. And you can go to court and you can actually take it all the way to the top. But most people don't have that kind of endurance, right? Financially, emotionally, physically, right? But when we take it all the way to the top and we get it to go to the Supreme Court, right? Then it's like totally different. But people will take the payoffs and, kind of settle outside of court. So what I'm seeing that we should be doing, not just auditors, but all of us, every time somebody's rights get violated, we should take it all the way to the top. And every time they break the law, we're supposed to address it, correct it, and educate our public servants. And if we don't do that, then we're served that which we deserve.
Oh, sorry. I think I wasn't talking. Frankly, I think it's an inefficient way to look at it, or like maybe unrealistic, because 99% of communication is not done in person. So it's done on the internet, and you can't take any of these people to court. So you can leave their platforms and then go build up a platform at Rumble, then get censored there, and then go to the next honeypot free speech place and build up a platform there and then get censored. But it's like where everyone is, the primary locations everyone is at, you can't go there and speak. So it's like there has to be a major shift across the board. Like that's the only actual way. Like the actual remedy is people, and it's like it just sucks. Like I'm really not trying to be that negative, but it's like you can see they're clearly a few steps ahead where they've created the illusory solution with Twitter, where people think Twitter's free now. It's literally not, though. It's literally not free speech at all. So people think that, and of course, you got half the society getting mad about that. So I don't know. It's just a crazy time to be alive, man. I just feel bad. I feel bad that we have so many men in America that are little cucks. Like if you can just bring up any conversation like in this room or in the other servers on Discord, and like you're gonna have typically global apologists defend like our slavery, and that's like actually very popular now.
Did you play football, Woodson?
Do what?
Did you play football?
Yeah.
Okay, were you a lineman? I don't think you were.
No.
Okay, so as a lineman, right? I'll just talk about defensive end. That was my favorite position. So as a lineman, like you got this guy in front of you. He's a tight end. He's about your size, about your weight, same pads and everything. He's not going to want you to touch his quarterback, right? He's not trying to let that happen. But all you have to do is pretty much look him in the eye and don't back down and cause him a little bit of pain, right? And then he's going to fold and he's going to hand you his quarterback, because the next play he's going to try to hit you in the knees, because he's not trying to hit you head on again. He's already learned his lesson that he can't defeat you that way. So he's going to try to cheat, right? And hit you in the knees. It's called chopping. It's a foul move, right? It could end somebody's career and bend their knee backwards. But he doesn't care. He can't hit you in the helmet again. That's not happening. So you hurdle the guy the next play, and then you don't just like smash his quarterback, like you smithereen his quarterback, right? But my point is that they're not just going to let you, go after the target. And, we've all put in the work and done the practice, and we're all extremely confident / cocky a little bit because of our research that we've done, right? But the people that are going against us, they're not meeting us head on in debate. Like when you debate people, the likes of McToon, he's not even addressing your argument. All he's doing is trying to chop you down because, from his point of view, you're an intellectual giant, right? So he can't take you head on. So I think we need to be, adequately prepared. And at this point, we need to practice our hurdling.
Oh yeah, so you gotta finish the analogy and apply it to real life. Like, what's the hurdle, right? Like, what is the hurdle. Alternative platforms, like creating your own, like, the courtroom aspect's not particularly realistic. They've created like a huge buffer for that, where 99% of communication falls outside of legal applicability. So it's like, yeah, like I'm all for. I guess I'm just like pissed off right now because it's like I'm like reading the internet. I'm like even listening to truthers, and they're all like, we have this one little glitch in the system right now where like a multi-billionaire starts coming out, glitching out the matrix, and all the freaking quote unquote truthers are like, yeah, they're just, I don't know, they're like tearing it down, and I don't even really trust Kanye West or anything like that, but it's just wild to me. It just seems like people are kind of content losing. I guess that's actually my point. It seems like even the truthers are kind of content to sit back and watch it burn. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, I mean, yeah, I mean, I'm with you, man. I hear you, but I don't know. I don't think that us just talking to each other every day is gonna do it. Like, we gotta do something. I like try to like basically scream inside of a box for a year and a half and like went broke to do it, and that did nothing, realistically, right? So going out in real life and like taking the cops on every day and talking about the jab and talking about the earth, like, and that didn't do anything. So yeah, I mean, I'm not suggesting in any way that people quit. I just get aggravated that so many people within the truth community are like they tear down people that are like, I don't know, like actually trying to do it, because like if you put yourself in their shoes, why would they want to do it? Why would they want to do it?
Well, you know that Jesus was one guy. Muhammad was just one guy. Joan of Arc was just one young maiden female. The Buddha was just one guy. But they altered history forever. Like forever. It's never going to be the same. And that's how powerful we are. Like each of us as individuals. As a group, we're incredibly weak and susceptible to groupthink. But as individuals, we're lowercase gods. Like we have the ability to speak and manifest thought into reality and change the world forever, because our deeds and actions ripple throughout time. And once they leave us in all directions, we can never get them back, right? Like you have no idea what your screaming in your little box did over the course of the next 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 years. You have no idea.
So what would you say the hurdle is, Larry?
Psyops.
No, like what? Like when we hurdle the chop block, what is that as it applies to us? What is our hurdle maneuver?
When you start feeling down, like you're feeling like it's not working, and you see on the media that most people are globe earthers, and you get like all the positive reinforcement with all the sock accounts that, what's it, you're an idiot, drink bleach, don't breed. We got to just miss me with all that bullshit. That's exactly what it is. Keep on keeping on, man.
Yeah, it's not even. We're like past the globe at this point. It's like these people are like defending pedophiles. Like, yo, people are defending pedophilia, inadvertently. At this point, we have like slaves in a society run by like literal Satanists, pedophiles, and we got the slaves chasing after the other slaves, trying to point it out. Dude, there's no doubt there's people in this room and every other Discord that would like somehow undermine the whole Balenciaga thing and like, or just be like, it's just them, it's just that one person, you're crazy. It's like, I don't know, it's just a crazy paradigm. I don't know. I think that I'm not like a black pillar. I'm really not. Like I actually think that flat earth is gonna hit like an apex here soon. I mean, I'm in some like inner circles where I know some pretty big names that have kind of kept it to themselves for a while and are gonna come out about it, but I don't know. It's just frustrating because like say I like reached out to Ye and I talked to him and we did a show or something. Like I would get buried by truthers. And I don't know. It's just a weird world. It's a weird time to be alive, I guess. It seems really crazy to me. I'm not even trying to come in here and be all like negative, but it's like, yeah, it's just wild. I'm just like looking through a bunch of stuff, and it's just weird. It's weird to me that people don't realize that like pretty big psyops are being carried out right now, and it includes like hurting children. So
Think about this, and I don't mean to get very personal with you, so I apologize in advance, but isn't your wife pretty awesome?
Yeah.
And you mixed your genetics with her, and you created a child.
Mm.
Think about how great you are, and she is as an individual, but how great is your child going to be?
That's kind of my point. Like, we have an obligation to protect them and like create a world where they can actually like inhabit freedom, inherit freedom, right?
Well, we got to do the auditing to make sure that our children don't have to. Because in a world where Karens call men with guns the blue gang, right, for guys with camera phones, like maybe we do need to do a little bit of auditing, right, so that Karen will calm the fuck down, like it's just a camera, right? And then after we're done with the camera auditing, First Amendment audits, maybe then we need to do Second Amendment audits and get it to the point eventually when the cops are like, yeah, he's got a gun. Okay, Karen, does he got a pair of fingernail clippers too? Okay, we're just going to ignore your dumbass. Don't report stupid shit like this anymore. And we have to change society and get them used to, the right things to do, right? Like the right to freedom of speech and report, freedom of the press, and freedom to carry, but also the right to question everything. Because it wasn't that long ago, right? Joe Rogan was like, question everything. And then I don't know what happened. And he stopped questioning everything. But then he got people on his podcast that do question everything. So I still think that's, our mantra, right? And it kind of goes back to that Tool song, think for yourself, question authority. And in order to think for yourself, you must question authority. Like, that should be your mantra. Like, at what time someone telling you, hey, you, go sit down on the curb. Like, excuse me, sir. Where does your authority come from? Who are you? Why are you telling me to do this? Or why are you telling me the earth is that? Or, because who has authority over you? And I really think that the cops are the sovereign citizen and the government official, because they're the ones that thinks the law doesn't apply to them, right? Like the short video of the cop telling everybody, like, when we're behind you, just get out of the way. I can drive 90 miles an hour. You can't. So just get out of the way. Because if we're behind you long enough, we could find a reason to pull you over. So just get the fuck out of the way. So, that was them telling us that they're sovereign citizens, right? And we need to correct these sovereign citizens and get them back to God is the sovereign and we're all equal under him, because that's the way it truly is.
So how do we? This is the thing, right? So, there has to be a group of people that formulate a plan to actually reinstill free speech, because our children are going to grow up in a world where it is normal that they can't say men are men, and they just can't say what they want to say. So that seems like a big deal to me.
I think that the first step is making sure that they're taught that the Constitution is not something that they're bound by, but it's a tool for them to bind the government by. Because that's what they've done. They've switched it. They make amendments, apply it to the people. That's not what it's for. You'd be surprised how many people don't know that.
Well, I agree
It's
with
like if
that for sure.
they don't
Education.
understand that, then there's nowhere to even start. And then, I'm sorry, what's it? I just wanted to finish up to
No,
say,
you're good.
because
I
this is
actually go ahead.
important that people understand. We know the system's corrupt, and they corrupted it from the top down, right? It's like they started at the top and they worked their way down into every level, every aspect of life. And to deconstruct it, it's going to have to be deconstructed from the bottom up, which is going to be harder. But you have to start locally. You have to start reaching your local people. You have to start re-educating people on what the Constitution actually is, because we can't get rid of the system that's in place. It's too large. It covers, encompasses the whole world. Okay, so the only way that I see, and this is the only way that I see, and I don't have the full intelligence of everybody, so it's like why it's good for minds to come together. But the only way that I see is first with the Constitution, they have to understand what it is. It's a tool that they use, right, to keep the government in line. They have to understand that. They have to understand how to do that. Right. It doesn't matter if you have the knowledge, if you don't know how to apply it, it's useless. So there's those two things. And then that's when you begin changing the education system locally. Everything has to be started locally. Your local sheriff has more authority than the federal government in that town. That's where it has to start. And if it starts there, that I mean, it's like it depends on how many where, but that's the only way moving forward that I even see possible.
Yeah,
I
I agree that the solution is like homeschooling children and stuff like that. Was that Waterworld?
Well, if you started locally, like with the sheriff, like if you had the local representatives and you started locally, then you could start pointing out the fallacies and the lies that they're teaching in it and use that as a legal grounds, right, to change the education system and then appoint a proper board of authority who's going to make sure that it's established truth or they're not teaching it.
I actually admire Austin and Kai more for what they're doing for their new daughter coming up in about 3 weeks or whatever it might be. Just because in their world, in our world, your daughter has parents that won't stick your daughter 17 times in the first 6 months. Because my one and only granddaughter has been stuck 17 times in the first 6 months. And so I admire Austin and Kai so much more for what they're doing for their daughter. And I admire Austin for what he's doing with the ground I walk on, explaining it to me really, really well. But when it comes down to a personal level, I appreciate them so much more that they are giving their daughter every single possibility to live a healthy life.
Well, I appreciate that, man. Like, I want to find a way that we do it for everybody, though. Not even like in an unrealistic way, but I guess the frustration that I am expressing is that we can't just like talk about what's wrong all the time. Like, we have to like do something. We have to actually do something, bro, because we don't have like forever to just talk about what's wrong. Like, psyops are like so expedited now. Like the last 3 years has been insane, and it's not going to stop. And in 2024, it's going to get crazy. And in fact, in the next year and a half, it's going to get crazy, and it's going to be political in nature, right? So it's like we have to do something. Like, yeah, what Truth Prevail is talking about is cool, but how do we get people to do it everywhere, right? How do we actually start this whole wave of based homeschool for children where you teach them the truth and like and they understand their rights and you know there's got to be like I don't know. I just feel like there's a real lack of action, and you know that you'll get lost in the ether. Like history will not reflect that we did anything unless we actually like do something. You know what I'm saying? Like no one's gonna be like, damn, they were really crushing those lies on the internet in their chat rooms. Like they're gonna be like, damn, they started alternative competing supply chains around the entire country in 2022 going into 2023. And in 2023, they sparked this huge homeschool revolutionary train of thought where all of a sudden children stopped getting jabbed up and they stopped eating processed GMOs and they were all breastfed naturally and they were all like taught the truth of where they live from a young age and they were taught their rights and etc. Right? Like there has to be some like actual like revolutionary action. And I don't know. I just feel like it sucks because the world we live in, that requires like a lot of stuff. It requires a lot of funding. So in the world that we live in with the limited numbers of truthers, that requires like a lot of people getting on the same page and we're not, bro. Like everyone just argues all the time. Like there is no truther that's good enough for the other truther, right? It's like, no, he disagrees with me on this. No, he wore an orange shirt. Orange is 33 in gematria. He's a Satanist. You know, it's like Austin wore Adidas. So it's like, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just feel like there's got to be some like action because we're going to kind of let our children down, bro. Like if we just sit here, we're gonna let them down. Like, I mean, that's just subjective, and it's happened throughout history a lot. So,
Well, as far I don't have a whole lot of knowledge base in doing anything like that because I've never been a into politics, political type person or whatever. But I have been involved in communities before, but it doesn't apply here. It's okay. The only and this is about as far as I can take it. Now I can have ideas for anything further, but you look into where you begin. It's like looking for a good place to start, and to me, it would be looking for those small towns who have these sheriffs and have local, politicians, city council, right, who are already like on the way, who already have a piece of something. Like there's some places that don't put fluoride in the water. There's some places like there's a sheriff who does not uphold these gun regulations because they're unconstitutional. There's different areas where you can find these local politicians and sheriffs who are elected by the people, right? And they do want to represent the people, and they do go against Big Brother when Big Brother steps across that line. And I believe maybe those are the places to begin. I don't know. It's a good place to start to look.
sure, yeah. So like sheriffs are locally voted on and stuff. But so it's like the children that are growing up right now, and the children that have been indoctrinated in university in the last 10 years, they're about to be the ones that vote for the sheriff. Right? So it's like we have to that's kind of my bigger point here. It's like we're in a paradigm where if we don't combat them on the internet, we can't win. Like our youth watches the internet. They watch short sub 5-minute videos, and you're never going to stop them from doing that. Like they're never going to listen to anyone tell them not to do that. So we have to find a way to reach them in that in that exchange, right? That medium of exchange. Like with that, we have to meet them on their turf, and we have to be able to find an efficient way to eliminate the brainwash. If we don't, they're going to, I don't know. It's just gonna get crazy, bro. It's already getting crazy, dude. It's 2023, and I'm a grown man, and if I say that men are men, I get canceled. So it's like, what are they gonna experience?
And that's where your generation comes in at, because your generation and the younger generation below you, like would have more of an intuitive insight into how to reach these people in what way. Like I'm not a
trying to figure it
boomer.
out. That's what I'm
you know.
saying. I'm trying to figure it out, and I don't know the answer yet. And I would love for other truthers to help a brother out, like where they're serious, like where it's like we will actually let's actually figure out something to do, actually do something.
All right, can I chime in?
Yeah.
So you're totally right, and thank God you're talking about it. It makes so much sense. I'm trying to get us a Flat Earth channel onto smart TVs, which is a different audience. All the good stuff from the past, needs to be chopped up into pieces, like these little 5-minute clips like you're talking about. There's great shit that we have already. We just don't present it that way. And at some point, maybe you can get back to me on this, but I've hassled Mark Sargent about the Flat Earth Society. And he says, well, it doesn't matter. They don't do anything. And I go, well, it's kind of fucked up. You exposed yourself to millions of people through the Netflix thing saying you were a member. But we don't do a lot to either overrun it or get rid of it. We either need to take it over or sue it and get rid of it. One way or another, but having the resistance of everyone that comes along, finding us arguing, and then it, looking to join that, it's going to take them a while to figure out that that's not Flat Earth. So they're going to get really dejected if they come around to the Flat Earth Society thinking it's the thing to do. And we just ignore it. We don't even shit on it. We need to overrun it or get rid of it right away. It's like it's where people are attracted to. They think it's us.
Can I respond to that?
Well, let me finish one thing real quick.
Oh, I didn't know you were.
It's just that
my bad.
Flat Earth isn't the biggest problem, but Flat Earth is the biggest billboard we have that shit's fucked up. It's
Correct.
The easiest billboard to use. It ain't the biggest problem.
I agree, though.
All right. Thanks.
Okay, I guess just to give the room context as to why I come in here like this is I'm actually trying to do something. Like I'm trying to launch a business, like an actual legitimate business, and alternative look into these unifying alternative platforms and stuff like that, and like a business where there's like actual people that are paid annually, and like literally their job is to help figure this out, where we create curriculum, we create lawsuits based on like fraudulent activity of NASA and like the actual lies in the schools, and we actually create like an FE, like actual movement of action. And it isn't easy, man. Like I'm like, look, the expenses that are popping up, the freaking roadblocks that are popping up, the lack of willingness for people to like come together and do it. It's crazy, man. You would think that it's like people be like, "Oh man, this is music to my ears. I've been waiting for someone to do this," and it's like people just don't care, man. It's like, yeah, we got to do something like that, and that's my opinion. And everyone can take it or leave it, of course, but my opinion is they're guiding the awakening right now, and if we don't step in to like say what it actually is, we may we may be in for some trouble. Is all I'm saying.
I wanted to say, I agree with your idea about there being a lot of content. They're flooding YouTube with lots of content, anti-flat Earth stuff, and that brings people to the conversation really biased. But what if we had our own websites, tons of people just making their own kinds of content, and just people being able to navigate all different channels and stuff, rather than running into anti-flat earthers all day?
But this is something I like. This is like I did like this. So this is something I like. This is what we need to do. We need to have a group of people, and we meet once a week on Zoom or whatever, and we come up with ideas. And one of them that makes me think is like building channels that skirt outside of the algorithms. So like make the channels big some other way, and then once you have them big, right, then start to slip in flat Earth. Like we have to do something like that.
I wanted to say something. I kind of been hanging on to this for a second, and it kind of goes back a few conversation topics ago, but I think it's real important to talk about. So I've been hanging out the YouTube shorts and kind of arguing old school in the text chat. You guys notice I haven't been around much, but I seen one today, and it was basically somebody saying, "Hey, you Americans." They were talking about space being flat, and of course I went in there, and that's kind of one of the things that I target. Brian Cox giving a conversation. Anyway, they said, "Hey, could you Americans send us an AK-47 so we can get rid of these flat earthers over here?" And it's like, yeah, you can't kill an idea like that. So just like the Bible is a meme, right, and it's spread like throughout the whole world, like the flat Earth is kind of a meme, and we can utilize these, YouTube shorts and what are the TikTok videos or whatever. We can utilize this to put our memes out there in the world because you can't kill ideas. Like you can murder people, yeah, that's easy. Just make their heart stop long enough and you're good. But the idea that they've been talking about for the past, 10, 20 years or however long, we make it before the next Inquisition comes, right? It's going to be hard to kill that, right? Like, think about it like this. Socrates was like one guy, right? He was just one dude asking questions. And I kind of know it's that you kind of have like a little bit of bias against him, but I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about the idea of asking questions, right? Questioning authority, that sort of thing. But what it all boils down to is we got to be individualist and not worry about what the group is, doing. Yes, we should utilize groups and one stick is weak and many sticks are strong, right? But we got to be out there like creating our own content and putting our own stuff out there, and then bring ideas back to the group. Like I'm completely down with that, but I think it basically boils down to, they're thinking they're fighting a flesh and blood battle. We know it's a spiritual battle, so we already have the head start because we know the chop block is coming.
We have a moral obligation to be selfless, and everyone should come to that individual realization of that, and then men have a responsibility to do something about what's wrong in society. So it's like, okay, so I'm gonna create like a newsletter or something like that, and then I'll create a Telegram, and well, we have to become tactical, dude. We're doing nothing. Okay, I'm just being honest. Like, can you guys be honest? Are we actually doing something? Like, sure, we're doing something. Like, people are finding out about it slowly but surely, but we need a plan of action to come behind once it gets thrown out on the whole stage and like what we legitimately think. Something we have to have something, and we have to have some way to ensure that that happens. I guess it's just my opinion, but so it's like I know Telegram is super encrypted, and then you could also just do it on Discord. Even like have a room where like you can't be allowed in unless people let you in, but you come up
Chamber of
with
change.
like tactical ideas. Like, you're gonna create this channel based on this. No one's gonna know it's you. No one's gonna know it's a flat earther. No one's gonna know your secret plan. Okay, let's all come up with a creative name for your channel. Let's throw them in a hat. 10 creative names for the channel about that. Let's vote on it. Bam. Now we're all gonna help work on to promote that channel outside of flat earth, having no connection with flat earth, completely skirting the algorithms, and then using our connections to promote the channel, or looking into buying other channels that are already established that have nothing to do with flat earth. So then we buy the big channels that are outside the algorithm, and then we convert them at one point in time. We slowly start to slip in based content. Like, we have to take back the battle, right? Like on the information front, is my opinion. So
That's my
I just
argument
think we
from
should be doing something like this
2015,
already.
bro. That's
What's
what I
that?
said in 2015. Avoid the word flat earth and just drop truth bombs, right? I called it flawless execution with monotonous regularity. Like, constantly dropping like red pills on people without actually saying the words flat earth and triggering their defense, and by doing so circumnavigate their programming. That's exactly what I was talking about in 2015, but whatever. Now they call it flat smacking, I think.
That's also not good. That's a super aggressive term. And like, flat earth is not good term either. And like, I like true earth way better. But also, just hyper focusing on the earth at first isn't good either. Makes people glitch out.
So,
like you said, just hit them with all kinds of truth bombs, and then slip in with one of the truth bomb videos. It's like highlighting NASA's lying, like just being dishonest about something, in a really well edited video about NASA lying, and then you go back to fluoride or whatever the next conspiracy is that just is so objective no one can even label a misinformation. It's so documented, and it falls outside of the censorship, where it's kind of mainstreamy truth at this point. And you got to build a channel and get the people in, and then drop another like, oh, NASA faked this, and then drop another like, oh, look what the History Channel time, look what the government did back in the 40s and 50s. You see what I'm saying? Where it's like we draw these people in with like a massive. We need like massive increase in production and quality of production. We need like high quality podcasts that look professional. We need like consistent shows at consistent times. We need like professional documentaries. We need to come up with like, we're all going to NASA on this day. 100 flat earthers are going to walk in. 500 flat earthers are going to buy a ticket to NASA and walk in Florida, in NASA's facilities on this day. We are going to have a documentary where we sit down and we talk to 30 professors about the problems within quantum mechanics and how they need to ether. We're going to have 20 interviews in this other documentary about the problems with the cosmology and how we're off by 96%. Right? We're just like hitting people when they don't need to be able to track back who they come to. We have like people that aren't publicly flat earth that take the front. Like, we just got to become tactical. They're using a high level tactical algorithm approach against us, and we're just kind of reacting to the algorithm, settling into the bottom of the tank, and then like talking to each other.
Oh, what about flat earthers using AI to write flat earth stuff and then going back and then checking it to see if they come up with new arguments? They're using AI, so why wouldn't we? So you just find an AI website and tell it to write a paper or write an email about flat Earth arguments and see what it says. Go over it, see if it comes up with something that we haven't.
Austin, I got a lot of this stuff in play with this Free Earth media group and Free Earth Radio coming out as a new talk radio, 24/7 talk radio format where Flat Earth is taking a second fiddle so we can invite people. I've also got a censor-free Free Earth people like social media platform, just like Facebook, and that's coming out next year. So I got some opportunities to sneak some stuff in. I got a really good idea, that's bigger than Flat Earth. I call it like eGov. Do you remember when Waze came out and we found a different way to travel because there was sort of an algorithm that told you how to move based on traffic? And I think we could streamline government to make it run through a phone where it could then be a template and each little city could use the template. And now that we could do court through Zoom and things, you don't really need all the downtown activities. And if we could clear up some of the bureaucracy in government, maybe allow government to work, and maybe we won't have some of these problems because there'd actually be government agencies to do their job.
Here, here.
Sort of
Actually, I
muddle.
like what you said. Free Earth Radio. I love this. Like, I want
Go,
to.
Dan.
We have got to. Okay, like this sucks because it's like I can't really afford to make this a company. Like I can't be like, here's the secretary. Contact the secretary with your ideas. We're gonna set up a meeting at this time. She's gonna book you in my calendar. I can't even really like. I'm just trying to pay my bills. If I was to try to like get this popularized and be like, all right, let's start a GoFundMe to launch this company off the ground, I would get burned at the stake by flat earthers. But we do need to figure something out like that, right? Where I will just automatically forget what you just told me, and it sounds cool. You said Free Earth.
Yeah, and the idea we can be part of a Free Earth media group and be part of something called a group sounds cool. It includes like 9 different apps, think tank stuff, video stuff, music stuff. It's FE Music, FE Tunes, FE People. There's a bunch of them, and I had him change the name from Flat Earth to Free Earth. So we might have a chance, but the idea of running, changing the way government runs might be easier. I mean, like,
Dan.
what?
Dan. Mic check.
I hear you.
Hey, Free Nation, man. Free Nation.
Well, it's not just the name; it's the idea. Can we really get people to participate in government again? And can we streamline it through the phone since that's the way everything?
You better freaking believe it. If it's an app and you get points, you know how many it's gonna go viral overnight. What are you talking about?
Imagine starting a bill or being able to vote through your phone. Imagine the whole idea of voting on a day comes from a time when we had to gather the leaders of villages to bring them around. It's antiquated.
Uncorrupted, it would be amazing.
Showing up in court, needing to physically be there to sign stuff now. I mean, everything is antiquated. We could streamline government and make it work online, including voting, because everyone's got phones. They give away phones. So that would fix some of the security problems we're having with that too. And I say fuck revolution. I say participation. Overrun the government with fucking ourselves.
I support you, sir.
And I'm pretty sure that the United States as we know it is history. Those Texas boys are going to march in there and try and take Washington back, and Washington is going to hand them the keys because Moscow already did this a long time ago. They've gutted it from the inside. They're running a corporation out of DC as the United States that has nothing to do with us. And the age of oil's over with. All the military bases are all defending oil. They can just let it go. I mean, if we just get rid of these couple of oil companies, the whole world can change immediately. We're changing the way we use electricity. LEDs are around. We don't have to be disgustingly wasteful as human beings. And maybe if we weren't bickering amongst ourselves, maybe there'd be more love in the world. Maybe love is the true power, of energy that there is there. And thank God it's still there, because that's a lot more powerful for us, I think, in terms of what our human potential is. And I don't need utopia, you know, but I'd like us to grow as humans. I'd like to not think that people have been coming here for thousands of years to watch us asking, you know, have you grown up yet? Can we talk to you yet? You know, in the 50s, it was like, take me to your leader. And it's 60 years, 70 years later, we still couldn't answer that question. If whoever built the pyramids to keep track of the landmass came back every 10,000 years and checked on us, we still can't even offer them someone to represent us, to talk to them. So we're in a sad adolescent state as human beings. And that's why it feels
They would
like,
find us. They would find some of the right ones, I think, though.
it's just flat earth. I hate to throw flat earth into a secondary role, and I hate to diminish, you know, religion over, let's say, politics, but I definitely entered flat earth as a political position because I didn't know how to enter politics, and I felt I'd have my loudest voice ever from that platform because I still think it's a powerful and strong platform. And people still are attracted to us, not because of what we think, but that we think. And
Matthew, let me buy your YouTube channel.
they just,
No,
I'd love
I've earned too much money off of it.
You really still make really good money?
Not good money, no.
Let me buy it.
A couple $100 a month. That's it.
Okay, let me double that.
No, I like it too much.
All right, we'll 5x it.
It's not for sale.
All right, make it a 10 grand a month.
It's starting to get tempting.
That would be
Make it
crazy if you turned that down, dude.
$40,000 a month and sold.
Insane, dude. So, are there any conspiracies you believe in, Matthew?
Yeah, I think the Gulf of Tonkin was a conspiracy by the government to get us into the war.
Okay, so if I make you a documentary about the Gulf of Tonkin that's like 5 minutes, really well edited video, will you post it on your channel?
Nah, my channel is not like that. It's more lighthearted.
You are killing me, man. We can't. You're saying we can't utilize. How many subs do you have?
No, 650,000.
Bruh, don't make me fight you, bro. Bro, let me buy it. Flat Earth's making an offer. Put it on the table. Contact my secretary with an offer.
I would lose all my subscribers if I put that type of content on there. They didn't subscribe for that kind of stuff.
They wouldn't unsubscribe because you explained a historical event. You would gain subscribers. Because what's your view to sub ratio?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Right. So like you may have 600,000 subs, but I know you're getting 600,000 views, right? I mean, now of course 100% ratio is like unheard of. But
oh yeah, most of my prank videos get like millions of views. I wish more people subscribed.
Your prank videos?
Yeah, I mean the biggest one has like 140 million views.
You got paid decent on that, right? Well, what you only get paid? Well, you got paid pretty good on that.
Yeah, but they're short. They're only a couple minutes long, so it's watch time, not views.
Oh. Because I know like with a decently short video, you can get like a $4 grand every million views.
That's still longer than what I do. I do like 2-minute videos. People watch like half of it.
Hey, Witsit, did you read my ShamWow, the ether being sold like a ShamWow yet?
I haven't read it, no.
Because what if you did some like lighthearted skits like that kind of get to the truth, in a fun way that doesn't really like talk about conspiracy, but that kind of thing. He might post that for you on his channel.
He won't.
No?
Will you, Matthew?
No, the only thing that goes on my channel is stuff that shows me talking. Nothing else.
Okay, maybe you could do this skit yourself here. It's just a funny way. I'll post it in the live stream.
You won't do it.
I wrote this out. It's like a ShamWow type thing. You could sell the ether in kind of a tongue-in-cheek way, as there's like a Vince from ShamWow type way.
This is way too base. The first thing I see is 33 minutes for only 1984. Come on, man. That's really funny to me and you. You know,
Right. He could change those numbers.
I'm actually
1990.
interested in figuring out how to build the channels akin to what Matthew did. So Matthew, you
Yeah.
had one really big video that made the sub count go up,
No, it was several of them.
and what was your most popular one? A prank video?
Prank video from 2017, but my first sort of viral one was 2009, 2008, and 2010. Like I do these things on April Fools usually.
You like prank other people in public?
No, I prank I do this sort of like skit in class.
What's your channel name?
Just my name, Matthew Weathers.
Okay. You sure? Oh, you pull pranks on your class. Okay.
Why don't you just do a hit piece on Wits that'll lead people to his channel?
He wouldn't do that, man.
I don't know. That'd
He did
be
a hit
interesting.
piece on Flat Earth. He used 24/7 people and did a whole thing on Flat Earth.
Yeah, but how many views did that video? 27,000. Did you link us though?
I did. Well, I linked 24/7.
I don't see any links on here, man. Oh, Mitch from Australia.
I thought I left a link there.
YouTuber Mitch from Australia made a response video. You link that. Well, I guess you've kind of that's probably all you're wanting to do, huh?
Here's a good prank you could do. You could go and tell your class that you've finally realized the last thing you ever thought to be possible. The earth is flat and you're not sure how to deal with it. And you're going to ask them like throughout the whole class, like how would you advise them I move on with my life? Like how can I recover from this? You know, it's so shocking, you know, just like, and then at the end you can tell them you're kidding, but it'd just be interesting to hear their response.
Okay, you did, by the way. So I didn't realize you had two. So yeah, in the other one you linked everyone. That's cool. Well, all right. What you gonna do? Anyway, so back to the business meeting. So we gotta create a tactical approach where we build channels. Although overall, it's more difficult to build channels on YouTube now. Honestly, you got to go viral outside YouTube, and then everyone go try to find you on YouTube. Is kind of the way now. But there are a few things that you can do. Street interviews. So if you do street interviews and you ask a stupid question, so you're like, "What's 3 times 25?" and half the public doesn't know because they're dumb. Or you ask like little riddles and you just videotape the reaction. Or you do a couples phone swap where you walk up on couples in the mall and you're like, "Do you guys trust each other?" And then you're like, "Okay, are you guys willing to swap phones for a minute and let the other person completely read through whatever they want to?" These are lame and not productive overall, but this is how you get views, obviously, just like Matthew gets views with his pranks. Pranks is another one that gets lots of views. And we need to have flat earthers doing this without anything flat earth related in any of the videos and anywhere on the channel and anywhere in the name. Then, once the channel's bigger, they need to integrate flat earth. The reason this is never going to happen with other people is they've built the channel and it's like they're not willing to risk their channel to like be pro flat earth in any way.
I think being like an anti-flat earther, like a flat earther being an anti-flat earther is another way of going about it.
Well, they still don't get really propped up. So Professor Dave does because he doesn't get real specific and he strawmans flat earth. So like, oh yeah, prop that up because he presents it like it's so incredibly stupid. Now the way that like say MC Toon does it is he like gives it away that he has to get intricately in the details and like try to really squirm his way around. They don't want people seeing that. They don't want people seeing that it's not like a really simple stupid conversation. So you would have to do it that way. You would have to pull a Professor Dave. It couldn't just be like a MC Toon or FTFE, right? Those people are just like their last safety net.
Well, I'll drop a video where Flat Earth Dude and I are out to lunch. It's a perfect way to flat smack someone. We just ask the waiter, say, "Look, oh hey, maybe you could help us with this. There's this challenge. He's got 3 Bitcoin that he's offering for any actual proof that we live on a spinning ball." And we've been arguing with these flat earthers for a while now, and they've got an answer to everything. I mean, is there anything you could think of that we could argue? And then they start coming up with ideas, and then you have all that. No, they'll say this. If you say that, they'll say this. No, we can't. No, this is really frustrating, And you're acting like you get them on your side, and it totally disarms them. I'm telling you, it's the best way to do it.
Is the side of like opening, like creating a little more skepticism? I think that's the direction we need to be moving in, right? Like you're saying, give them true facts and stuff like this, because people sometimes aren't skeptical enough. This is what I realize, scared of the discussion. You got to there's nothing wrong with being skeptical. And then this is a red flag to me. A lot of times, they'll try to put demean it with the narrow flat earth category, or NASA and scientists don't do shit to fucking prove shit to flat earthers. It's like, but you actually do stuff to prove to skeptics all the time. And they know. It's like, that's why they spin around in the ISS and do their little dance, because they are trying to demonstrate to skeptics, right? I mean,
they literally say it sometimes, right? They're like, will you do a somersault to prove to the skeptics out there that you're really in space?
Right, and then they want to have their cake and eat it too, and turn around and act like we don't deserve, you know what I'm saying, fluid exploration footage and stuff like this, right? Which is, I think, another. I know many people agree that that's a little fuzzy area, space exploration.
Yeah. That's a good point. Is like they're just not skeptical enough. Like another idea is really going hard on Antarctica. Not even saying it has anything to do with flat Earth. Just like, what are they hiding in Antarctica in general? Is it Nazi alien bases? Like, what? Who cares, right? Just pointing out the Antarctica suspect. Is it the opposite of Santa Claus? Like, it doesn't matter what you say, but like, just pointing out to a normal person that like there's a whole bunch of like restriction around Antarctica. Because guess where that's going to lead them? Flat Earth. And then actually probably to an anti-flat earther who's denying that anything's going on at all at Antarctica. And they're going to be like, what? But I just found out that they are definitely like monitoring Antarctica, right? So like, why are you lying? I don't know. There's got to be some new approach we have, because just yelling flat Earth off our lungs is not working.
I'm interested in Antarctica. I'm interested why they'll claim that the one more orbit footage is there, and I've only seen footage of them like hanging out in the cockpit. It's not like the footage of the thing just orbiting the moon, of just going around and around the moon. Why we can't see the thing going around the Earth? We see the ISS. Why they hide, or what? Why did they go over Antarctica just to not show us the beautiful scenery of Antarctica?
Hey, what do you think the chances are that E1's right, or that idea is actually correct, that there actually is a little land area that you can go all the way around that they can call Antarctica, and there still might be a wall around us, and there might be land all around us, but it's not technically Antarctica. And at some point they plan on proving that, and then that'll be in a lot of people's minds the quote unquote end of flat Earth, because that's what the assumed claim is, that we think it surrounds us 360 degrees.
I don't think that makes much sense, because like, yeah, okay, so it could be the case, but there would have to be like continents, like there would have to be more than one, right? Like if I'm on the other side of the Earth and I go south, right, then I'm not just gonna be hitting the same continent as the other side of the Earth going south. So, are there multiple continents that they call Antarctica? Is that what you're suggesting? Like,
no, you're just talking about like the AE maps, right? But remember,
any flat map, you're gonna keep going out from the center in all directions.
Right, but if you went north, you wouldn't hit what's technically called Antarctica. Antarctica is whatever that area is that we would call south, on that just on that side of the outer edge. could still be an outer, land that totally surrounds us. But I think that's one of the straw men that flat earthers think is assumed, or they're getting blamed or getting accused of saying is true, like it's been proven, which it hasn't. There could be a lot more land everywhere, right? It could be definitely a lot more north on the other side of the North Pole for sure. It seems like that's the whole side of the ball that's like all water. But to claim that Antarctica is a 360-degree circle around us, that's a lot of land, and that's a big claim. And it could be that there's a small area that's actually called Antarctica that you can actually sail around, and that's in their back pocket to just pull out at some point and knock flat Earth down. A few rungs at least.
Well, yeah, I've definitely heard you say it a lot, but like I don't. You know my take. I don't think it knocks flat Earth down.
I know it wouldn't in our minds, but for a lot of
In
people,
any
it would.
logical thinking mind, right? Because what the whole actual point of Antarctica is, you have to be able to go over the continent, keep going, and pop up on the other side of a ball.
Right, but in their minds, if you think of it as a ball, that's what you're doing.
Right, so I guess I'll meet it in the middle because it's not the strongest falsification, but I think I get what you're saying, Di. So they're just gonna cut across it at like a different area and be like, oh, that's them going over. They're not gonna have like rigid documentation of it actually being a straight line orbit, but they're gonna make us think it's a straight line orbit type of
they've already
situation. Is
done
that kind of what you're saying?
They've already done that. It's all they always go down and dip into it and then come back up.
He's saying go around it, right? Like just to go all the way around it, because like the idea is that flat earthers say it's an ice ring. You obviously couldn't go in a full circle around an ice ring. So if they just document them going all the way around a continent, and they actually document it very well, then people would think that disproves flat Earth.
Right, that too. And so if there's a little island there, if there is
They'd
an
have to
island,
take a big sweeping circle, and all they'd have to do is show which way they're banking the whole time.
well, if there is a little continent there that they can technically call Antarctica and definitively show people sailing around it or flying over it, then that would, in a lot of people's minds, be the end of flat Earth, even if there is a complete circle of land around it.
The other Antarctica argument is that the 24-hour sun down there in December, the sun goes from right to left all the way around in a circle, which is opposite of what happens in the North Pole.
Well, it's sunlight. There's no proof of actual sun going 24/7 there. In fact, there would be a lot of that proof.
There are videos. You would have to call those videos
So
fake. Right?
You can
When you
actually
say
prove
right to
that
left-
they're fake, though. So why do Globers say this? Like, you
'Cause
can
it happens.
literally prove that they're edited.
Absolutely.
So, what about all the eyewitness testimony of people who've been at the South Pole?
I've never heard someone eyewitness testimonies to claim that they've seen the sun in the sky for 24 hours, because I know a NASA employee that was stationed there for 6 months and said you never see the sun in the sky for 24 hours.
It's daylight, and we have a witness story, a seductive story that sounds like a fucking novella from that one lady who it was like her diary or whatever. I mean, this shit's suspect, man.
There would be so many
I don't-
legit videos. Why would you ever have to doctor the video ever? Why would that ever happen?
Yeah, there's so much footage of the Arctic 24/7 sun. There'd be at least a fraction of that real footage that we can see in the south as well, even though there's not as many people on there.
Especially because they have more bases there.
Mike just went to shit. New perspective.
Oh, okay, let me get my headphones on.
Like, yeah, sure, the anti-flat earthers would claim a debunked flat earth. Dude, they claim sunsets do that, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
who
that's
cares
the
what they
easiest
say?
one
Like,
right
like
there,
a logical person is not going to claim that debunks flat earth, right? Like, they're going to know the whole thing is we circumnavigate the earth every day, east to west, right? So what proves the globe is you just start at the North Pole, you go all the way around the globe, you pop back up at the North Pole, right? You just keep going, you go in a straight line all the way over the continent. On the bottom of the ball, you pop back up on the other side of the ball, and you just keep going, circumnavigate it, prove it, game over, right? Like that's the actual understanding. Like the anti-flat earthers, they will desperately claim anything. Whenever they have the chopped up video of the 24-hour sunlight, they will literally try to say it's not fake. and they will claim it debunks flat Earth, even though you can prove that it's clearly fake. Like it's
Okay, so
it's
what about the
poorly
17
faked.
hour? What about the 17-hour sun down at Tierra del Fuego?
What?
Yeah, sure. What you're saying about the South Pole may be true. It's hard to get video and all that type of stuff. But there's a city in Tierra del Fuego where the during December the sunlight lasts 17 hours.
Yeah, once it gets sunlight, or we see the sun in the sky for 17 hours.
Sun in the sky.
Do
on
we?
December 21st.
Do we though?
Well, I don't.
Why are you
'cause
saying
I'm
it's hard to
But
get video?
there's a whole city of people that do.
Hard to find video that lives up to your standards is what he means.
You mean legitimate? You mean not edited?
Well, okay, so just because something is edited doesn't mean it's not real. What's it?
Yeah,
Oh,
but
so you
also
see
you
this?
can
I
edit
just now
something to
told you
make it
that
look
people
real
like
when it's
this
not.
will. Didn't I just say people like this would come in and do this, and then he comes in and does it anyway? Like,
Yeah, what's it? Didn't you know that just because something's edited doesn't mean that it's not real?
It's like-
wait a minute. Doesn't that also mean the other side of the coin is that you can actually edit something and make it not real? Like I could Photoshop Paris Hilton at my 16th birthday party. Like that would be not real, right? And that would be edited. Do you disagree with that, Baller? Sorry.
I'm not even gonna justify that with a response. Sorry.
Of
you
course
look
you
at the
don't.
clouds and
Of
see that it's
course.
fake, right? Like if you look at the
Real is
clouds and
always
the most
real.
famous one, you can literally prove it's been doctored and faked. And instead of a ball earth, you're having a little ounce of integrity and saying, yeah, that clearly is doctored, that's faked. Or even taking a step further and answering the honest follow-up, which is, why would you ever have to fake it? You will pretend you know it wasn't faked. So what can someone do with that?
Or
Hey,
be less
Winston.
aggressive and just say, shouldn't you be more skeptical because of this? And we all know real is always real 100% of the time. Edited may or may not be real. So which one do we want to go with?
It's provably faked, and they have tons of cameras stationed there 24/7. There would be non-stop videos of the 24-hour sunlight.
Right. And just because you didn't see the rabbit disappear in midair doesn't mean it didn't actually disappear when it went.
My question is, why would they waste their time with that?
For people like you to come pretend it's real.
To satiate
You mean for people like you to pretend it's fake?
Why would there not wait? If they have all kinds of cameras there constantly recording, how come there's
How do
only
you know
like
that?
one or
How do you know that they're doing that?
doing what? You can go look it up right now. You can go look at the cameras right now. They're in Antarctica, publicly available, constantly recording in Antarctica. You didn't know
like
that?
security cameras? Is that what you're talking about?
They have
No,
cameras that
I don't
surveil
know what you're
Antarctica.
specifically talking about. I have not found a source that shows constantly recording cameras in Antarctica.
Oh, so you're new to the conversation, but you're very confident about it. And this is the actual point. Why does anyone ever mention this? If it was so real, then why wouldn't there be tons of videos that weren't clearly edited and faked? Why?
I second that. And Jared doesn't put me on game, and I was surprised. I'm like, who is this nobody showing me the reset of the fucking flag shadows? You know what I mean? Or I don't mean nobody, but like, who is this guy? You know what I'm saying? Who's fucking busting them open like that? I'm like, how can they? You know, where is the real shit?
Yo, Don, what's
How can
funny
they
is
let
like
it-
dude, the Globers came and showed us the video, right? As if it was a slam dunk. They never looked at it to see if it was fake. Then when
The
we
loop
pointed out everything about it that was fake, for years since then, they come in here and pretend it isn't fake.
that fake glare shit, that fucking loopy reverse shit, that
Shadows
fucking
all glitching
reset
out, the-
shadows. That shit's fucking crazy, man.
Dude, the clouds are like clearly doctored in, and like it restarts with the same it just loops the same exact clouds and frames, which would never happen. You wouldn't get the exact same clouds, right? That's impossible.
Absolutely. And it's like, it's weird to be like, you know, they always want to be like, you think you have the certain secret information. We don't. I'm for myself. I'll speak for myself. I don't want the secret fucking information. That shit scared me. It's like, dude, why are you showing? You know what I'm saying? Like, how am I looking at this right now? That could be some bullshit. I don't want that. I don't want it to be some bullshit. You know what I'm saying? That's a burden. Who wants that? You feel
Yeah,
like
and
you're
an
a
honest
crazy
person
person? Yeah, go ahead.
An honest person is like, yo, this is crazy, right? This whole entire thing, this rabbit hole I've fallen down, like can be like debunked with a few ways. And it's like, whoa, did they really just do it? Did they circumnavigate? You look into it, and it's always misleading. And they actually just popped over just a little portion of it and then popped back up north.
Yep.
And then the same thing with the 24-hour sun, right? So like an honest, logical person would be like, that actually makes it even more suspect now. Like if they had just done nothing, it would have been less like now it's like you really can't do it, huh?
Yeah, you don't
What about
skirt
the
it close.
17-hour sun a little bit farther north? Wouldn't that be good enough?
A little bit farther north could maybe reach the whole thing.
Yeah, I'm talking about Tierra del Fuego in December when it's winter in the northern hemisphere.
I guess the
54
dome could let you see the whole thing. How do we know?
54 UN countries are down there right now. 54 out of the 206 that the UN recognizes. 54 countries.
Do they have anything in common?
50, yeah, they all take the instructions from about 13 families that run the world, but that's a different story. 54 countries that are down there, and we have one video that's edited. Come on, guys. Come on. I don't care if you're a Glober. Question something for once in your life about your globe.
You got a video, Matthew? Have you ever seen a video?
Of the 17-hour sun in Ushuaia?
Yeah.
No, but thousands of people live there.
Wow, that's very profound. Can you give me some testimonies of thousands of people saying they see the sun in the sky?
Do you doubt timeanddate.com? You think they have it wrong?
I would in no way be surprised that Time and Date claims you'd see a sun for 17 hours. It never happens and no one cares.
But what's it? Just because it's Photoshop doesn't mean that it's fake, bro.
I'm unaware of any time that Time and Date has been wrong about any of their predictions. So you're saying that there would be, huh?
I'm actually reserving judgment as an intellectual.
Not me. I'm trusting Time and Date because they get it right every other time.
Look, man, but failing to model it on flat Earth in some ways that have been attempted does not mean there's another way that can't solve it. Let's be logically honest.
Well, we actually have modeled.
So I don't know the answer.
We've completely
but maybe I'll
modeled the
find it
sun on
someday.
a flat Earth. From every
Dude.
position,
So you
every
trust
time of
Time and
year.
Date?
Completely
You trust Time
modeled
and Date
it.
so much you're letting it
Hold
like
up, I got
totally
'em.
render your
I can
whole
bust you
idea of your
over.
reality?
I'm sorry, I don't know
trust
who's on what
timeanddate.com,
team. I got to respond to someone. We're having a little logical tit for tat here, and someone toucheed me with my buddy. Who was I talking to that said so I don't believe it, so I'll wait, or I can't figure it out now, so maybe I will later. Who is this I'm talking to? I have a great point to respond.
It was Matthew. Yep. Uh-huh.
Matthew. So right now they've been doing this exact same thing with thousands of scientists and mathematicians doing the same thing with dark matter right now. Nobody cares about
You're
that.
exactly right. Uh-huh.
So I mean, yeah, of course. It's like maybe we'll find it someday. Let's work on it. Come on, they haven't busted that open. They're still carrying on with that.
With the difference is, of course, they have millions of people doing it.
Yeah, I'd be okay with saying reserving judgment on dark matter.
And billions of dollars.
And how the sun could be 17 hours with the flat. I mean, you should be.
No, that's clearly observable phenomenon.
First of all, you keep saying that, but you don't know that. And we just now exposed that you don't actually know that. And there's not one video of it exists. I just searched for it. You haven't even searched for it yet. Secondly, I just told you that the sun's been entirely mapped out on flat projection, including the 17 hours.
So you're doubting that there's 17 hours of sunlight in Tierra del Fuego, is that right?
Do I have to? Do you not listen to the words that I say?
Please. I'm giving it to him. His logic still fail. He said it's an observable thing, so therefore that means that we can't still try to solve the puzzle, Matthew. They say they're observing the dark matter and they can't solve the puzzle. Why? Your logic here, I don't think is fair. You're biased.
I see what you're saying, and that's fair. That just because you haven't found an answer for how 17-hour sunlight in the south could work doesn't necessarily mean that you won't find one. I'm just doubting that you will.
We actually already have it figured out.
Really?
Yeah. You want to see the video? You want to see with all the data, the annual longitudinal data mapped out and rendered on the flat Earth that can never be refuted, and no glober even dares actually try to rebut it ever.
So there's a flat Earth explanation about how there could be 17-hour sun in the sun?
Yeah, for everywhere the sun could be, literally.
Yeah, I'd be interested.
Okay. And by the way, no Globers, you name them, MC Tune, FDFE, they just run from this thing, dude. It's super funny because that's weird. Because if you claim it's impossible and then we give you a way that shows it's possible, why would you ignore it and then
Because
keep
it
on?
might
I'm
be
not
a
saying you. I'm just saying like,
irrational way.
why would a person ignore it and then keep on saying the talking point that it's impossible?
Let's look at it and see.
There's a word for that.
Let's see specifics. And I'm sorry I was yelling through earlier. Thanks for giving me a little room there. Was it earlier? Thank you.
Oh yeah, it's
But,
cool. I'll drop the video. I've dropped it so
Is it-
many times.
Is it the magnetic flat Earth 2.0
Yes.
thing? Oh, I love it.
Magnetic.
It can't be
That's not
debunked.
gonna
You see,
work.
he's just
Title
laughing. He's
doesn't matter.
nervously
Yeah, the
laughing.
title doesn't matter. Look at the data that they do.
How
Fuck
does
the title.
magnetism bend light?
It's not about that. Just look
It's
at the
not even
data.
what we said.
Yeah, just look at the thing. It's really cool, man. It's
No one said
awesome.
magnetism bends light.
Just a random title they put on it, man. Who knows? You know what I mean? Like, just look at the map that thing he's about to show you. I think it's awesome.
And I've never got a rebuttal. I've like desperately searched for one. So it seems weird. I gotta find the video. It's always buried.
So see, that's what got me just wanting to advocate for the discussion a lot, Matt. Is it seems like there were so many, you know, a high frequency of opportunity where, you know, the mainstream side just did that, and they'd say these logical retorts that just seemed unfair all the time, and I'd be like, wait, why is it seem like, you know, everything is predetermined and there's not that much fairness going on here? And then, but if you bust it down and hold people's feet to the fairness fire, you know, you get a little more exploration.
There you go, Matthew.
Thanks. Appreciate that.
Yeah, man. Look, you should watch the whole thing too, because it explains like why a physical small local object as the sun doesn't work on the flat Earth. It explains all of it. Globers hate it, bro. They hate it, bro.
Hey, Austin, I got a question for you. On a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being an absolute impossibility, 10 being, you know, we're going to get it done. What's the chances if you think getting Matthew over to our side? 1 being 0 and no chance, 10 being 100% chance. What do you think?
1.
1? Okay.
I disagree. I say 2 minimum. He conceded a little bit of logic. So
No, Don, are you new to that? Talking to him, like he will actually concede all the way down to where he says, "Yeah, I really don't know, but I just have a belief that the Earth's a globe."
Oh, okay. So I guess getting on the side, you're just saying, okay, I get it. There's just a loyalty there.
No, yeah, like undying, like he's one of the most honest globers, hands down. It's not even close. But he's not gonna switch from the globe. Like he's one of the people that he'll give you an evidence. You're like, you see that you just presupposed what we're trying to figure out, right? He's like, oh, well, yeah. I have a belief that we live on a globe, so I presupposed it. Like he doesn't like hide it or anything. You know, he's like, yeah, it just makes the most sense to me. You know.
I asked him yesterday. Did you see that? And the Brenner comps, I didn't put that comp together, but he breaks down and he shows the successive frames with the timestamp on them. And one of them goes 11 hours later.
Right? Of what?
One frame and 11 hours later of the frames that have the count on them for the Antarctic sun. It starts 11 hours later. So they timed it so they could cut it to another one that starts 11 hours later.
Right.
Why would they have to fake it though? Right. Like it doesn't prove that it doesn't happen. Right. But the question that an actual truth seeker would ask is, why would you ever have to fake it?
Right. Sort of like the moon landing.
Yeah.
Or anything else they do in space. Why would it look
faking
fake?
It's the worst thing that they could ever do. That goes to show you that it's like they knew flat Earth was dangerous, bro. Like they knew we were making some type of noise, right? Because you wouldn't fake something like that for no reason.
Yeah, that's why the anti-flat Earth channels are sometimes our biggest fucking promotion. They're so dumb in their arguments.
I just got an email today that says dude, I should like read it to you guys. It's so funny. They're like, so me and my wife have been looking into this. We stumbled across you, and we really have just like fell down the rabbit hole, and we've really been looking into a lot of this, but we want to make sure we're sure. And he's like you blow me away with how much you know, blah blah blah. And then he goes on to say, we have a question for you though, because we feel like we'll get an honest answer, and you're pretty smart, and you could tell us why you think. Why is it that every single flat Earth globe debate that we watch, the globe Earth side, this is a real email, I just got it. They're not even flat earthers right now. Why? How come every debate we watch, the globe earthers are so vicious and dishonest and constantly insult and lie, and the flat earthers are like vice versa? Like, what?
Yep.
Why do you think that is? And I said, because from the flat Earth perspective, we are actually trying to find the truth. We have like a pure intention of why we would do the debate. We want to wake people up to some of these things that people don't know about. So we have a pure intention, right? They
they're
don't
religious.
have a pure intention.
Yeah, it's obvious.
They are so religious.
Yeah.
There's a globe earther in the other channel. I forget his name. The guy with the weird head. But yeah, he totally admits that, you know, from an objective standpoint, he's kind of new to the whole thing, but he's like, yeah, it is strange the way the Globers are. They just like fallaciously reassert things, and their attitude and the way that they are is just like very unlikable, even though I still believe in a globe.
Yeah, it's crazy. But like, if
Like
if someone will be honest like that, dude, I have no beef with them, bro. Like, I had people like that in real life. I'm like, yo, we're obviously still homies. Like, just don't make this really weird and get like personally vicious and stuff like that, you know.
Well, that debate with Mr. Sensible and Katz that you did, that last one, dude, that was unbelievable. I mean, Katz literally shared his screen. He was just displaying actual fallacies in real time. Meaning, like, he displayed his screen and started doing all these ad hom, poisoning the well, just a list of things. Like, that was his debate point, was just to literally personally attack you and try to get you on the defensive. You know, like, he went just offensive attacking you with literal actual fallacies, like slander, attacks, personal attacks, all of that stuff right there, and laid it out. Like, he actually went through the time to screen share it. Like, hey, let me share my screen. And instead of like enlightening our minds to truth or anything positive, he literally just went on a shit slinging campaign against your person, which was just littered with actual fallacies.
The shit that Gosho gave him ahead of time, like the script to how to handle Witsit. Wasn't that weird?
Yeah, well, they always do that.
Do they really? That's so terrifying.
Bro,
Like,
they have like meetings where they're like, "What's Witsit's newest debate argument?" I'm not joking.
they do have like debrief parties where they all get together and watch you and then convince each other that you lost somehow. I think that's funny.
Yeah. But so that's expected, but like the whole like that, I had never seen what Gio just described. That was the first for me, bro. 'Cause that was his opening argument, and then during the debate, he was like, wait, can I share my screen? And you're like, oh, he's gonna show like something actual this time. He would show it again, and then
he showed it again. I know he had like a part 2.
Crazy, bro.
What do they call that? Living in their minds rent free, right?
He's like, and by the way, Witsit has an Atlantis stream.
It blew my mind that he did it a second time, because it was kind of like, okay, it's like it seemed like maybe he got the cheap shots out of the way and he was going to actually say something, but it's like, oh no, you just have another slide with a whole bunch of additional straw men and fallacy, personal slander attacks and ad homs. It's like, wow.
That whole thing was
like,
cheap
he was
shot.
like, why does relativity say that, right? And I explained it like with specificity. So specifically the objective answer, right, from their paradigm. And he'd be like, can I share my screen again? See, just like I told you guys, Witz is going to make some claims like he knows what he's talking about. When he's asked to actually explain it, he's going to have no idea what he's talking about. And he's just going to kind of blabber on, not saying anything, avoiding the question, because he doesn't actually know what he's talking about. It's like, I just specifically said what it is like 10 times. Like, it's so weird.
Hey, Gio, did you see that even Mango typed in the chat that Earth might be a ball after watching that debate? He was like, Witsit cleaned them up like single-handedly, and I was like, oh, so that mean you think the Earth's not a spinning ball? And he's like, it might not be a globe. He like totally admitted it after that debate in particular. Even Mango. I got the screenshots. I'll even post it.
I don't know. Like I said, that's the number one email I got. Like I just got it. They're like, yeah, I get it a lot. So, and then another thing, they actually asked. There's this new narrative going around that flat Earth is a psyop, and so that they're intentionally putting people in place. This is so conspiratorial, you know, that they're intentionally putting people in place like me who can debate pretty well, and they're propping up people for the globe like Professor Dave who can't debate well at all, and it's like repulsive, so that it'll breathe life into the psyop that is flat Earth, so that people will be divided.
Well, why don't my question is, and this could lead to the whole maybe they're rolling it out on purpose thing, is why don't they have any cool people on their side? Honestly, like just cool people that are like, okay, here's the real deal. You know, he's got the swag and he's got like the good looks and all the things that he needs to like make the globe look good. They don't have any of that. Why?
You mean Neil
What about
deGrasse Tyson?
Matthew Levins?
He's not
Neil
swag.
deGrasse
He's
isn't your pimp daddy
He's a
gangster?
clown. He's such a clown, dude, and he makes all the most ridiculous claims for their side. Seems intentional.
Well, the answer is because like you can't. They have a few people that'll like they're like charismatic and articulate. They have a podcast, and flat Earth will come across their path on the show, and then they'll be chill and cool and they're likable. But when you debate it, totally different ball game, right? Like it's gonna be very difficult to debate the globe Earth with like any specificity against any veteran person and still maintain those optics. And most people kind of know that because they'll just go watch them, and then they do not want a part of that, right? Why would they want to put themselves in that situation? So it's just the people that are like, this is the only way that I would have viewers, basically.
They could do a lot better job if they really wanted to protect it, or maybe they do want to protect it. They're just not doing a good job. They could do a lot better. You have to admit. They could just have a cool guy. He doesn't have to even
Maybe.
have any proof. He could just be cool, you know?
Yeah, I
Like-
guess I
like
hear you. I
actually
hear
cool.
you. Like you would just have someone that was at least somewhat likable. I'm trying to think if I've come across anyone like that. I
Yeah.
can't really. Like, have you got T Jump? But
can't
he's
think of one,
pretty
can you?
smug. T Jump is pretty smug. I don't know, man. I can't really think of anyone.
Is there anybody? That's what I'm saying. There should be a lot of them. If they're like with their budget, they should just hire a bunch of like cool people to say it's a globe.
I think they'd rather just stay away from, like, they have Joe Rogan do it, right? You know, Joe Rogan made a video, like he talks about like boats going over the curve, and you know, so you just pull out
But he
the
lets
big guns like
Eddie
that.
Bravo
I mean,
come on and make him look stupid. He lets Eddie Bravo make him look stupid, which makes me think he's a secret flat earther.
oh, Eddie Bravo says that he like legitimately thinks that Joe Rogan just is like afraid to really fall down that rebel.
I don't know. He kind of plays dumb on purpose, or he's just dumb.
I don't think he's really dumb or anything, like, personally.
That's why I think he might know. He might very well know. I mean, come on, it's just common sense, bro.
I think it's
Anybody
just
that doesn't
it could
see
be
the common
tactical,
sense in
right?
it
Like
is-
like with all the stuff he talks
knows he
about,
has
like
to
he
play
can
his
convince
part.
himself it's like the other truths are more important or something.
I think it's so laughable once you realize it. And he was already against the moon landing. He already knew the moon landing was fake. Then he went back on that because he got popularity. But he lets Eddie Bravo come on there and he plays the dumb Joe, Joe Blow
Globehead.
kind of
Joe the Globehead.
Well, that's because Eddie is like his long time friend. Like so imagine they're like literally long time friends. Like for many, many, many years before Joe Rogan was big.
Right.
Right. And then just I'm saying, like, just imagine that's what Eddie said. So like just imagine that. Because like we asked him this at our summit. That was one of the questions someone asked him. Like, what's up with Joe Rogan going back on the moon? And so like
But you can kind of see my point. It's possible that that's his only way of getting it out is playing a little bit dumb and letting his friend come on and flat smack him.
well, he also said he doesn't have him on the show as much now, though. But yeah, I mean, I hear what
True.
you're saying.
Maybe they told him not to.
Yeah,
Maybe
I hear
it's
you.
like
yeah,
you've
like
already crossed the line.
Joe Rogan speaks a lot of truth, but he also promotes a lot of depravity, in my opinion. So I'm not a fan of him. But dude, I would send a normie to Joe Rogan, like a really, really blue pilled normie. I'm like, Joe Rogan experience, brother. Like,
Joe Rogan be out.
Started. Start your journey.
Yeah, like take a couple purple pills, whatever, bro. Just do something.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. He's had some decent interviews on there too. Over
Smoke a fat one.
Certain people. He's had some good people on there.
It can backfire, right? Because they're really like alien heavy, though.
Eddie, Eddie, where you at?
Hey, Witsit, I heard you earlier. Is there some like Kanye truth bomb thing going on or something? What happened with Kanye recently?
Oh man, yeah. Ye came out and said that there's like the Jewish mafia is like controlling what everyone says, and then canceling all his contracts if he doesn't, because he wore a White Lives Matter shirt. This all started because he wore
I
a White
remember the
Lives
old
Matter shirt.
stuff, but I just didn't know if y'all were talking about like Kanye and Flat Earth or something.
Oh,
Yeah. So he wrote fast forward all the way to today. You know, all that happened, got canceled and everything. He went on InfoWars and had a big long 3-hour interview where he just kind of talks crazy. And I was just saying my prediction is he will eventually say the Earth is flat. He's friends with Kyrie Irving. He is friends with Owen Benjamin now. And of
Okay,
course,
yeah,
Owen
that was.
just
I heard
talked about.
that. I heard that you said Benjamin Owens talking to him. Okay, yeah, I heard that.
I mean, he brought
So
Owen
that's
up in the
crazy.
debate. I mean, in the interview, he's like,
He
let
was
me
on
read a
fucking Infowars, dog.
Yeah, it's arguably like the greatest interview on the internet in the last like decade or something. In my opinion, it's super entertaining. So
I'll
that's
have to
my
check it out then.
band.video.
Anybody got a
Look,
link?
Yeah,
I've been
I
watching
was
the
like
Kanye
crying.
TikToks and I've been watching and listening to the Kanye shit and all that shit with the white guy with all these different places he been in some of these hot points. But I heard this one from listening to this show on YouTube and that's awesome.
Yeah, I was
It
like
was
crying, dude. Like me
simultaneously
and Kai were like literally in physical pain because he was being so funny, dude. He's legitimately funny when he's not trying too hard to be funny. So he's like, I got a few jokes from Owen Benjamin I want to read. Owen actually texted him the joke. So Ye like texted Owen and was like, I'm gonna go on InfoWars. Text me some funny jokes you want me to say. Because he's like, dude, this is InfoWars, it's supposed to be free speech, so I'm going all out. And he didn't
announced
let
it
Alex
as Owen
interrupt
Benjamin?
him. You know, Alex is a gatekeeper, right? So like he goes to interrupt his guest. Ye would not let him. He's like, no, stop interrupting me. Stop it. You know, like he wouldn't let it. He took the show over where he was the host basically. And he goes to read like Ben Shapiro jokes from Owen Benjamin. He's like, he also calls out Dave Chappelle for stealing jokes from Owen Benjamin. He's like, I want to read some of these jokes from Owen Benjamin. And he's like, so Ben Shapiro, the way that Ben Shapiro does cardio is he picks up shekels or something. And he's like, Ben Shapiro, he said, someone tell Candace Owens to get this puppet Ben Shapiro for where he runs his mouth. And then it's like, Ben Shapiro knows how much money is in your pocket just by hearing a jingle. And then he says, Ben Shapiro is just mad that Kyrie Irving won't sign his basketball. And then he goes, back to you, Alex. Like he was just trolling the whole show. He was trolling. Like I thought it was awesome. Like personally, I thought it was awesome just because I love when people are like funny and like have fun with the stuff that they try to scare us away from talking about. So yeah, I thought it was cool. And I think that he's like looking for whatever it is they tell us we're not allowed to say. If he believes there's some truth in it, he'll kind of for shock value it, maybe exaggerate it, present it in a very blunt way. But Flat Earth is like scripted for him at this point, right? Where it's like
be the worst and the best thing that could ever happen to Flat Earth at the same time.
it would be the best thing ever because who cares at this point? Like, who cares, right? Like, it's like we don't have all publicity is good publicity for Flat Earth. We've already got all the bad publicity. Yeah.
Right. We just don't want to be associated with anti-Semites, which they're trying to, or QAnoners, which is basically the two big people. Like,
come on,
that's the thing,
that
would be
that what you mentioned is a language, not a race.
Oh, he knows. He's not saying that he believes in the whole thing. Yeah, it's like, but we already are. We are already called that, by the way. Like most flat earthers are anti-Semites and anti-vaxxers and like we already got all the labels. That whatever's bad, they stick flat Earth beside it.
Yep.
So it's like,
well,
dude, you got to just
haven't gone
run with
all
it.
out. They could have gone. That's why I think they still might be like nice for weird reasons about it. Like they could have killed it worse than they have. They could have been worse. They could have been a lot harsher with the documentary, even though it was kind of a hit piece. They could have been a lot worse. They could have been like they could have had the school shooter be a outspoken flat earther, something really crazy like that, and they haven't done it.
Well, you know what's funny is I actually have a couple different ways I could actually probably talk to him, and like I'm not joking at all. Like I'm like real chill about stuff like that. Like I don't like to like pull any like cards and be like I wait for people to hit me up. So I don't know if I'll do that, but in this scenario, I would probably do it. Like if someone mentioned the idea to me, I would jump on it. Like he would, not to say too much, right? But let's say hypothetically he went on the Eddie Bravo show. I could have Eddie maybe like have me on there while he's on there. or at least have
Well,
like
for a
Sean
fact, he's
Hibbler on
seen
there.
your debates, right? You know
That would be dope.
He's
Yeah.
seen some of your stuff, right? He's probably a fan of yours. That's so cool. He's probably one of your biggest fans.
Well, I don't know. I don't, Ye. I don't know how big Ye is on
Yeah,
the.
probably, dude. He knows it's flat. He's friends with Kyrie Irving. They're all probably your fans, bro.
Well, Kyrie Irving's probably seen my debates, yeah, but I don't know about. Yeah, he's friends with Kyrie. He's not dumb, bro. I would say he's being genuine, and that's just my opinion. And
But-
it's way too intricate to be a psyop, in my opinion. Now, it could be, it certainly could be, but it's like incredible. Like it would be Mossad, MK Ultra, out this world, right? Like it would be very impressive.
Do you think he knows it's flat, or he's like currently being coached and figuring that out as we speak?
Yeah, I think he doesn't know. I don't think he's ever fully looked into it personally.
Right.
Yeah, I think he was like actually friends with Elon. Like I know someone else that was friends with Elon. Like the producer Deadmau5.
Yeah.
Right. Well, he's a flat earther. And
Yeah, I heard that.
yeah,
I heard
so
he's
he
a
knew
controversial.
Deadmau5. I mean, he knew Elon, and like he texted him about like talking to his friend about flat Earth, and Elon went off on it. And that dude's not
Dude,
like some
think about
Satan worshiping. I love the ball, Earth, and space, right? It's just like you meet Elon at a party in Hollywood. And he's like a chill, cool guy. He's like the nerdy genius, is the way he's his persona, and he's just like nice and cool and helps people out. So like you become friends with him because you met him a couple times and get his number, and then go to a ball game or go to a concert, right? Like that's how Kanye and him are friends. It's like, well, he would take him to concerts. He'd be like the cool guy that Elon knew at a concert or whatever, right? So I believe that they were kind of friends, and then he kind of just emptied the clip on him a couple days ago, where he posts pictures of him sitting with Ghislaine Maxwell and stuff. So yeah, I don't know. I think he's genuine. That's all I'm saying is I think he's genuine. I think he just kind of believed like space was real, and never really. And he put the globe in a lot of his marketing. So in a lot of his
Well, that's
businesses and
another
stuff, it has a
conflict.
globe. It had like so he would have to like really decide to look into it, think about it before he said it. Also, I don't think Nicholas Fuentes has ever talked about it.
But okay, wait. But think about this. You're Kanye West, right? You're known for singing, rapping your opinion that the rest of the world is going to take as truth or controversial because you're speaking the truth. And you're friends with Kyrie Irving and Owen Benjamin. You're going to go hang out with either of them or talk to either of them without having to look into this, without having looked into this already to figure out if they were right about this. The biggest topic that you could possibly imagine might be true or not true. I mean,
Okay, you got to
of course he's
understand what friends means in this circle, right? So, like me and Jaren are friends, right? But like me and Jaren are like brothers. We talk all the time. Like when you're Ye, that's not really how your life would be. I wouldn't imagine. Like you're running these multi-billion-dollar companies, and you have like 10 meetings a day, and you're just all over the place. You're not like hanging out with Kyrie Irving every day. Like he's just cool with him, met him a couple times. He appreciates that he stood up against the shot. He appreciates that he supported him when the whole world was turning their back on him. He put the video out, right? That was clearly a sign of supporting Ye. And
I get you. Right.
yeah,
But even
that's
if you
what I
weren't friends
think.
with
But
either of them, if you were just like, if you haven't had your head in the sand, you realize that this is a heated debate going on online. And if you're Kanye, you're gonna have heard about it, and you would have looked into it because it's obviously something that seems like very crazy if it's true, and it wouldn't be something that'd be debated this long if it weren't true.
yeah. Like
common
he's heard of it for sure, right? Like, dude, I don't know. I just try to be realistic about it. Like, if I was him and I didn't really know much about it, I wouldn't just like rush to say the Earth's flat out loud. Like, I mean, you just have so much. Now he's
Oh, of course
obviously
not.
a little past that at this point, but
Yeah. You
yeah.
gotta
So
give
I don't
him
know.
that.
I don't blame Owen. I don't even blame Owen for not like saying it to him real fast, because he reached out to Owen and they were having conversations about the Jewish mafia and how Owen had to go through his phase. He's like, look, you just gotta be careful. There's like hate's never the answer, but like, yeah, you're right about this and this and this, and like they're like kind of he's just being there for him, and so I'm cool with it. If he goes and watches Owen Benjamin's stream from today, he talks about flat Earth again. He talks about it
flat Earth
casually every day.
Yeah, dude. He's awesome at it. But did you see his transition to flat Earth? Did you see the Owen Benjamin transition like laid
Yeah,
out? Right.
it's
So
incredible.
he knows the deal. He knows not to just overload him right away. He's just paving the way right now. I think that's beautiful.
That's what he should do. Yeah, like he should be his friend right now. Like if this is genuine, Ye just needs like people to like be real and not be yes men, but also like have his back and not be afraid to publicly have his back, right? Like to any extent, like defend his right to speak, and like that's what you should do. Now I will say though, like if somehow if I talk to him, I would have to tell him like, because that's all that's really like what I do, you know? Like I'm not like Owen Benjamin, I'm not a comedian. I'm just like I just talk about flat earth pretty much. So it's like
You are
this
the
has got to
flat
be
earth.
done. You know what? That would pin him against Elon Musk directly. Someone's got to have a meme with Kanye West sitting in the Tesla going in front of the fake baller. Just putting it out there. Someone's got to.
dude, I'm saying this setting up for he could expose Elon so hard if space travel's fake. Right? And then they're clearly building up to where they're going to have beef. And cuz he just kicked him off again. He kicked him off for the most BS reason ever. So he's definitely going to look at it like me and Elon are not cool anymore. So who knows? I just think it's a crazy time to be alive. That's for sure. And I just don't see it not like, okay, Shaq also said the Earth's flat. Then they came out and came all over him. Then he stopped. Shaq also played the same documentary that Kyrie got in trouble for in his private theater. So it's like this thing. It's definitely behind the scenes talked about. And like I said, Theo Von just talked about it. So yeah, we'll see what happens. I think it's probably pretty inevitable. I think one thing that would maybe hold it back is he look at Nicholas Fuentes as kind of like the intelligent, articulate side piece, and I don't think he really talks about flat Earth or anything. So, you know, if he got into it, he would need kind of like the other person there, where he's like, yeah, he's like he kicks the door in. He's like, I think they're lying about the Earth. I'm like, what are you talking about? What about da, 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 da? And he's like, Austin, you know, or whoever it is. Where like that's what he does with Nick, right? Where he's like, Nick, what do you think? You know what I'm saying? So I love what he's doing, man. I love it. I think it's cool. I think people should support him because he's doing a lot more for truth right now than anyone. So I think we're kind of thirsty for someone to do something, right? Am I tripping? It's just me.
Yeah, no, it's time. The wave needs to crash, dude. It's been cresting for too long.
Bro, let Ye talk reckless. Let him wear masks. Let him go crazy. Let him, you know, I mean, he's not just denouncing pedophilia, dude, and trafficking. He's denouncing pornography. Pornography is one of the number one weapons used against us, because if you look at your brain, then look at your brain on heroin, then look at it on porn. Wonder he even exposed because he's watching Owen Benjamin. So like he's learning a lot about big subjects. Like that's the number one thing used against men, in my opinion. And I used to be addicted to porn, bro. Like in the sense that whenever I got the temptation to watch porn, like to choose not to do it was a very difficult process for me. And actually, Owen Benjamin is the one that motivated me to quit watching porn a few years ago. And like, I didn't realize that I was kind of addicted to it until like I would have the urge to do it. And then I was like, oh no, I'm quitting. And like to make myself not go do it was not easy. It was not easy. Or like to get on Instagram and to see all the half naked women, then like, you know what I'm saying, to not have the urge to go look at something. It's like addictive. It's terrible. They don't even make much money. You're watching these women who have had all kinds of traumatic experiences in life. And it's a dark, crazy weapon. It was invented as a weapon. So I think that's dope. Like we live in a world where we need this, bro. We need young men to hear like the cool rapper dude say porn is bad. You know what I mean? So I'm ranting, but for me, I'm all for it. Like I'm like, until he really slips up, I'm cool with him. I'm not gonna claim, like, I don't know if the story's true. Who are we to like, you know? I mean, like if you lost $2 billion, if that's real, you lost $2 billion in like a day. Like that's crazy, bro. They just tried to put him in prison because they tried to pop up on him with some like tax evasion charges they kept from him. Crazy stuff, man. They're talking about trying to get him put on medication and locked up and like. You guys know.
I mean, like the full
Oh
boat
shit, I was
treatment
muted.
that they do to all their
Hey,
enemies.
check out the two commercials that I'm posting in the live stream right now. It's a Ewan McGregor commercial and Matthew McConaughey commercial. They came out around the same time. Both played during like Super Bowls and major sporting events, right? Both totally showing that astronauts are fake and gay. Both of them. And then Matthew McConaughey, he's like space, the final frontier. And then he pans out and he's in a fucking hot air balloon and he goes, nah, we need to worry about what's going down on Earth, right? Like forget space. Let's take care of ourselves is the message. And then Ewan McGregor, he walks in front of the astronauts on wires, and then the TV goes in front of him, and it looks like they're in space, like direct fucking plain
wow.
sight major commercials that are talking about flat Earth.
Well,
That's
don't you guys
why I
agree
think
that
it's
if I can like say hypothetically, if I could like pull strings to like talk to these people live or even behind the scenes, don't you guys agree I should do it? Because like for
Yes.
sure we're gonna have lots of people like come after me, like flat earthers, like confirmed I'm a
Dude,
Mason.
we got your back. We know you're real. We know
There-
you're not, but you're gonna be
there-
called a shill, just like
I know there will be those for sure.
fucking haters will always
You will
do.
be the most well-known Masonic flat earther that's ever walked before
I
long.
know, and it's like, dude,
You
I'm
know
in the
what? You might
trenches,
be
right?
one
Like
of
I
the
come
few.
hang out with like the people. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, how can
Yeah,
you
but
say
you know
that?
what? The thing is that it would be believable to almost anybody that you're actually that good that they would want to watch your debates. Like it's that you're the exception to the rule, possibly.
Well,
In a
what
lot of ways.
happens is people around him, like us, shove wits in his face. Probably go, "Oh, flat Earth, here, watch this guy," and that's kind of how it starts.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right? Fuck yeah, dude.
Well, I mean, I decided a while back that like my lane is a direct combat against flat earthers are stupid. So my lane is not really like flat Earth 101. Mine's like like I decided I'm not really
Right.
going to slow
I
it
know
down.
your
I'm not
model
going to
better
dumb
than
it
you.
down.
Right.
Dude, I felt honored. I went into Gems for the first time, and they called me just like you. I was like, "Oh, thanks. That's nice."
Oh yeah, you got it, dude. You're like fucking in a different way. You're like a stream of fucking words I can't keep up with in the same light.
No, I've heard Shane. I've
Definitely,
heard you
very
turn it up. I've heard you turn your speed up, and
Yeah.
I'm like, whoa, this sounds like when I start going crazy. You're
Yeah,
like,
dude,
right?
that's when I first
Comprehension
heard
level
you
at
and
this.
came to Discord to talk to you. That's what did it. I'm like, he talks like me.
that's awesome, bro.
Nice.
Yeah, I heard you do it. I'm like, not many people can say what where you can tell people are kind of cutting you off, and so you wanted to fit in a nice little witty joke, so you were like, like very nicely placed, articulate vocabulary. I'm like, oh, you just went over 90% of the room.
Yep.
Right. Only a year and a half or something like that, Shane, since you
Yeah,
figured
dude.
it out.
May 2021. I looked at my posting history. That was my first flat Earth post.
Talk about a fast learner, shit.
Yeah, that's super cool. What's crazy is like, I don't know. There's no telling. I would have probably really have learned a lot more about the ether and magnetism and stuff if I haven't have killed so much time. I found out about flat Earth, late 2015, I think it was, or it was 16. I can't remember because it was like leading up to the elections between Hillary and Trump. It's
Damn.
it was I think it's whenever it's like the day that B.O.B. dropped Earth the mixtape. So I think that's 2015. And then I'm like, whoa, I found in the rabbit hole, went real hard, started talking to people, and then do back burner for years. Like where people would talk to me about it, and I'd be like, yeah, I still think that. Yeah, you think you could debate me? But I would like, I never wanted to be on the internet or anything. So I had never heard of I've heard Dubé. I'd never heard of Mark Sargent. I'd never heard of Jeranism. I'd never heard of Globebusters. I'd never even heard of any of these people. Whenever I was asked to be on Globebusters, that was a few weeks after I started really looking into like a lot more details. Because for me, it just clicked with me on such a deep level early. I knew they lied about the Earth. You know what I'm saying? And I just kind of went on with my life. And then I started like getting really into the ether. And so I started doing videos on magnetism and ether where I'm just like, I'm like getting people on the groups to come debate me and stuff. And then Bob reached out to me and asked me to be on the show. And a guy that had seen some of my streams on Facebook was like, yo, Glowbusters asked you to come on. That's a huge deal, bro. And I'm like, I don't know who
Who are
that
they?
is.
Right?
I don't know who that is. Yeah.
Right?
And then it turned in like I'm going to be a guest on the show for a week to like, do you want to just be a member?
Right. So what you went on when you researched it? Then you weren't going on YouTube because you would have run across those guys. You would think.
So I did go on YouTube. Like so, like okay, so I came across Dubé, and so really B.O.B. got me into it, right? Then I came across Dubé, and I couldn't tell you what videos I saw, but I can say that I definitely didn't know really any content producers' names. I would do this. I would search like this. I'd be like, I would think in my own mind, and this would just be in I ran a business, I got home, girlfriend takes up a lot of my time, so I would just have few portions here and there where I'm like really looking into it, and really clingy girlfriend. So I would be like, star trails flat Earth. Or I would be like, circumnavigation flat Earth.
Focusing
Back
on
in the
that.
day, you could search YouTube like that.
Yeah.
And dude, you
real
get
shit would
you
come up.
get precise results, bro. You would get like amazing flat Earth videos about star trails and about flights and stuff. And so I was
Sounds
just doing
lovely.
that. If I would only look into flat Earth if something popped in my head, like when I'm detailing a car or whatever, where I'm like, wait, how would that work though? And I would just like go home, I'd YouTube that specific question. I'd see a few minutes, it makes sense to me, and then I just move on. I wasn't like trying to prepare for a debate or anything like that. I was just like, I intuitively know they lied. I can tell. And so I just want to like figure
Yeah.
out things, right? I was kind of like that.
Well, you were a big space fan too, right? Like you knew their model before you knew that it was flat, or did you learn their model after you figured out it was flat?
Yeah, so I've learned way more about their model since I figured it
Yeah,
out.
of
Like
course. All of us did.
I was always skeptical of space. Like not that space was fake, but that they could be completely wrong about space. Like even in like college. Like I remember being in my physics honors class and like both of them, physics 1 and physics 2, like really being annoying to my teacher because I'd be like, whoa, but why are all these pictures cartoons? As early as 8th grade, I asked that question. And I was always trying to be funny. But anyway, I just never really like, it never resonated with me. But then I remember me and my dad would watch Through the Wormhole. So I would learn about like the higher level theoretical physics in like the layman term TV shows. And then I kind of fell down the alien rabbit hole. But I very quickly remember telling my friend, like, oh, those are actually interdimensional. This is pre-flat Earth. I'm like, they're demons. Those are actually demons. They're interdimensional, like demonic entities. And they're trying to say they're aliens because I found out about like the Satanists back in the day drawing the picture that looked just like an alien and all the alien abductions, denouncing it in the name of the Messiah and all this stuff, right? So that's kind of where I was. I was just like, space never resonated with me. I didn't know a ton about the model. I knew that if all I see is cartoons, and then I asked my teacher, well, how do we know it looks like that if we can't get out there? And they're like, she didn't know what to say. I'm like, how could we know it looks like this if we can't go out there? You know, and they're always like, well, we just kind of guess, and this is just like how we think it looks. And I'm like, oh, so they don't know. You know, so I'm like, this is stupid. I was like that with every
emperor
subject.
wears no clothes. It's such a, and then you realize it's like there's so many levels, like with 9/11 or any of these, you go down like so many levels of figuring out what might have happened and what most likely did happen, and then to no planes or wherever you get to, and then you realize oh the whole time the controlled opposition was set up from the start to create the conflict so they can monitor the reception to information, and they don't want to really kill any one narrative. They just want to control them all, or at least influence them all to some degree so that they can keep their information war going. And as the flagship, Flat Earth most likely was part of that, formula in their thinking with plan A, plan B, plan C, outer pounder, psyop, whatever. Probably all in the means of what they can do now, technology wise. And I think that's where they go. That's the first thing I thought when I figured out it's not a spinning ball. Is I thought, oh, well, then it could go on forever. Then I mean, shit. How do we know where it stops? How could it stop? What would be on the other side of a stop? Like a non-reality? No, you can't have a non-reality. It's got to be more reality. So what's on the other side? It's not space now, so probably could be infinite. Could be definitely more civilizations. Is the first thing that seemed like very clear to me.
Yeah, like I will say that definitely popped out. But like, so for me, with all the conspiracies, there's a reoccurring theme, and it is what intuitively makes sense, like hyper logically, is almost always the truth. So it's like you go like 9/11. I was 13 years old. I'm like, I found out something. I'm like, oh, they coincidentally made bets. Oh, like coincidentally bet on the stock market that day, right? Oh, the dude said pull it. Oh, coincidentally, they reported it too early. So I'm like, oh no, they just already knew. Like intuitively, that's like Occam's razor, right? Like it's like that with least assumptions. Same with the moon landing. I'm like, all the sketchy part about the moon landing. I was like 13, bro, like maybe 14, and I'm like, okay, it just makes much more sense that they faked it, and I thought it was because of the Soviet Union thing. So then flat earthers fell right in there because since 13 and 14, I had found out about fluoride. I'd found out about the wealthy bloodlines. I had found where it's like, it's always like what's common sense and intuitively makes sense. Once you do research, it ends up becoming more and more verified. And so at that point, I was kind of a veteran truth seeker in that sense, where like I had kind of honed my ability to apply pattern recognition and trust intuition.
You thought you were special boy.
Yeah, I thought I was a special boy. For
I
real.
love that when you say that. I
Yeah.
love that when you do that in your lives. You're like, so you found out the Earth is flat. You think you're a special boy? You think that's where it stops? No, here's where you go. such funny shit. Special boy, because it just gives such a funny image of somebody so proud of themselves for something that, well, it is pretty crazy to figure this one out. That's for sure.
It's life
That-
changing, but it's like, yeah.
And Secret Kings and Grabblers. All I learned from Witsit.
Grabblers,
All are
that's good,
good
yeah.
things.
That's what's up, bro. I learned all those
We took
from
Grabblers
Owen.
from Owen. Yeah.
Yep.
Sorry.
And he's humble, gentlemen. And he's humble.
What about Special Boy? Did you get that from him or no? Is that
Yeah,
your
oh
thing?
yeah, dude.
You
I
took
use
Special
the
Boy too?
words
Oh, I
as
wanted
like
that
a
for years.
salute to him.
Yeah, that's cool. Totally.
Because
I
he,
just
like,
like Grabblers.
regardless of what he
them
says
too.
or if I ever end up not liking him, like he did major things for me in my life. Like he like motivated me to stop watching porn. And actually,
Right.
I'm one of the main reasons he couldn't get away from flat Earth, because I was hitting him with these mental jujitsu comments, bro, and he would always read my comments out loud while people were paying and all this stuff. I'm like, he would read my comments out loud, and because I would say really funny jokes really quickly, and then I would like hit him with, where the first time he publicly said, you know what, F it. I think this effer is flat, right? Because he cuss all the time. I don't like to use the weak words, but yeah, like that was my PayPal. So anyway, my point is that
I bet Owen's just as big a fan of you as you are of his. Honestly, he probably loves to watch you debate.
maybe so. Maybe I don't know. I know he did.
For
He
the
does know who I
info-wise,
am. I know that.
as a flat earther, you have to.
He knows
My
who I am.
opinion.
For
You-
sure.
I mean, how could you? Because it's fucking, it's the information you bring. It's not even about like, I mean, you're great at with your words for sure, but it's just the wisdom to bring the actual information that is undeniable, or at least has to be respected as a possibility in the same light that everything they're saying is, and
Do
more.
you agree that?
It's just crazy.
I think my new tactic. Do you agree that I should use my debate intros as like a way to just like ladle gravy? That's also from On, where it's like,
yeah, I know.
It's like just show them the magnetic field and show them the planet's movements and show like just like ladle gravy. You know what I'm saying? Like that's
For
what
the
I think I should do.
Beginning of what? Before
Like
a
any
debate?
debate, when I have like my like introduction, instead of being like, "Oh, look at this laser! It's 7 feet up." It's just like,
Yeah.
look at this magnetic field. You live inside that, my guy. Because like that, I think that triggers ballers more than anything, because you're like actually trying to just wake the audience up instead of have like this like dick measuring contest.
Right, dude. Just imagine if I was a new flat earther looking through stuff and I saw a Witted intro with toroidal fields, magnetic flux, migrating pole. Like, I'll be like, oh, I have questions.
Yeah, that's all I want to do, man, is make people think that like, oh, I may not know. I maybe don't know everything I think I know. So, because flat earth is a tough one to swallow, man. Like, I don't care what any flat earther says, dude. I've heard it all too. I knew when I was 5. I've heard it all, dude. I don't care what any flat earther says, bro. Once they heard about it, and then they were like, wow, I think it's flat. They had moments in the the following weeks where they would wake up or they'd be in the middle of the day and it hit them, and then they'd be like, wait, am I wrong about this? I don't care what any flat earther says. They had moments where they were like, am I wrong about it? For sure.
Well, do you know how many cosmogonies there are? I mean, this is something that Cathexis used to talk about. You ever heard his shit at all? He's somebody that he was like the Witsit of his day, I'll say. He was like the best at knowing their model and laying it all out, and then showing how, there's another alternative that's equally as viable, and just a very intelligent, well thought out way. You ever heard anything by him? You know who he is? Cathexis?
What, say his name again?
Cathexis. I'll send you, or I'll also post it. You got it, dude. That's so crazy. I feel like honored to be able to give the link to you right now, that you will learn about this guy, because he is the Witsit of his day, dude. He stopped doing any of this talking for whatever reason, like about 3 years ago. He was really good friends with Issa, and he used to be on Issa's show a lot. And there's a talk I can give you, as well as something he did called the Left Brain Prison
Oh, he actually was where QE got his start. QE was on his show doing all his presentations before he was anybody. I don't think he's tight with QE though. That's for sure.
No, I'll
He
check
called
him
himself
out.
a flat Earth apologist.
That's cool.
Anyone who doesn't know who Cathexis is, you got to know about this guy. Very well, very smart, high IQ.
Yeah, I don't know who a
Y'all
lot of
know
people are. It's crazy, bro.
For real.
And a lot of people don't know who I am either, though. I mean, it's, you know, when I go to Flattoberfest, like, people always walk up to me, they're like, I had no idea who you were until after your presentation and stuff. So I think you'd be surprised. They keep us pretty well divided. That's what's beautiful about Discord.
Except for the ones who I tell to specifically go watch for you. I mean,
Yeah. Yeah. And I was like, hey, I didn't want to tell her, but I'm like, yo, I just finished getting this thing together, so I don't know how this is gonna go down. Like,
but isn't that how you always roll, dude? It's how I
yeah,
always.
yep.
I assume it's much the same.
Yeah, always. Like, oh, we got a debate. Like, Kai has the inside access. You know, it's like, oh, I got a debate in an hour, babe. I gotta go put together a PowerPoint in a second. It's like every time.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like I had a friend in high school who won state. He was a state champion butterfly swimmer, and he was so good for some reason. He was just a really good swimmer. But he used to totally come over and get high with us before his meets and like run to his meet all out of breath after smoking like a few
Oh.
bowls. Totally win it.
Dude, you know what? Swimmers have massive lung capacity. They can smoke. But I mean, just
Oh yeah.
compare that to like what they do when they're given like Witsit packets and they have preparatory meetings and pre debriefing sessions, and then they get interview questions and they prepare and then they come to you. And here's you coming sloppy at the second, you know, just getting ready, showing up like, is it time? Yeah, I'm ready. It's fine. Let's roll.
So cathexis means the concentration of mental energy on one particular person, idea, or object.
Yep.
Psychoanalysis.
Less equals more. He was a, what did he call himself? A hyper minimalist. Like he only had like his clothes and laptop and a bed. And that's like.
Where's this guy now?
Who knows?
He's kind of MIA. Issa keeps in touch with him, but yeah, he kind of got to the point of like almost being too threatening. It seemed like he was so good that he might have gotten talked to even, like, you know, or you know what it was. Also, he said that when the NBA stars started talking about flat Earth, and you know some of these other things were popping up in the mainstream like predictive programming, he's like, wait a minute, what is going on here? What am I contributing to? Is this something I'm like being used for, or what? You know, kind of that thing. Then he got really into the some of the earlier Q stuff, you know, as far as like what was going on with politics.
Well,
that's
I'll
the
tell
last
you this though, dude. I also fell down the Q rabbit hole. This is one thing about Q Anon is like it came out around the same time as like me finding out about flat Earth. And if you actually were one of those people, which I'm assuming this guy was, I did the same thing where I diligently researched it. So you actually go find the people, you go find the companies, you go find the connects, go find the family, go find the marriages, the changes in last names. When you start doing that, you find out very quickly there is this huge network of pedophilia that runs every major industry, and it is indisputable. And QAnon was pointing you in the right direction. So like the information was legit is what I'm saying. So it's like QAnon worked because it was so much legit information.
Right. That's the thing, and it still does to this day, because there is a very real case to be made for a lot of things they say beyond the pedophilia.
Yeah,
And so,
there's definitely misinformation in there, but like that's why it works so well, right?
Right.
Dude just said vintage pornography in this movie twice.
Isn't that the thing with desire? There has to be truth in it.
Or a good one for sure, yeah.
Where's the vintage pornography line coming from in the Cathexis video? I doubt it.
Don, what are you talking about?
Someone
we sitting here watching all-star comedy cast ghost movie or something with the Key.
Okay, we're interested in that.
And he said vintage pornography twice, and then it made me think about how there are a lot of scenes like that in movies where the boy or the man has the little porno collection.
Dude, yeah, it's bad, bro. Like E.T.
Right.
E.T. is about pedophilia. Like so the alien is the predator, and you get him to like take the little boys away from the house. The parents let the alien take the little boys out into the woods, and like sleeping in the bed. They make like Peter breath jokes and penis breath, right? And it's like it was Steven Spielberg basically admitting to the world he's a pedophile, and like no one ever knows. It's really crazy. I will say it can be bad for your mental health. Honestly, like that's actually why I took my stream down.
Right? You took your stream down? Which on the
I did a
pedophilia?
stream on Balenciaga, and I went in depth. I started showing like the all the like designers and stuff and all their personal posts, and then I remembered that like I could be sparking people to go down what I did a few years ago, where it actually becomes like really heavy, bro. You know, and I'm not saying we should turn our head to it, but you need to know the gist maybe more than all the details.
Yep.
That's probably fair.
It's undeniable and still very almost like because there's not much you can do about it, it's very hard to take.
Yeah, it's like no, I don't think it's good to know because like this will definitely unplug someone from the matrix. Like, should you be consuming movies made by someone like that, right? So like it's helpful, but dude, I don't think we're supposed to see those things. We're not supposed to see like children getting hurt and stuff like that. And like I know my wife's definitely not supposed to, right? Like I told Kai not to watch my stream, and so then when I realized that I'm like telling my own wife not to watch my stream, I'm like, well, then what am I doing posting this online? Like, so I took it down. I censored myself.
It's there's a crazy thing that I figured out that I could go off on about who Jeffrey Epstein really was, and it's an interesting tie to Q. In fact, there, when Kennedy supposedly died, right? Jackie Onassis married the shipping magnate. Jackie Kennedy married the Onassis. What's his name? The father was anyway. His son's Alexander Onassis, and the father is I forget his first name. Anyway, he had a son that died supposedly, right? 25 years old or 23 maybe even, off of runway 33, where the plane went up in the air and then just comes right back down, and the other two guys on the plane totally lived, but somehow from complications he dies in the hospital. And make a big deal of it. His father goes out looking for Aristotle Onassis is his name. Goes out looking for like the people that were responsible for the fire that was on the plane that supposedly lifted off and then came back down right on runway 33. So I don't know why they might have hidden him and why he might have needed to be adopted by a American family. But when you're the son of like one of the richest men in the world that could actually have an island taken off the map because he owned it, didn't want anyone to know it existed. That's how the kind of power he had, right? And his son, Alexander Onassis, was a little bit at odds with his dad because he dated the ex-wife of his dad's biggest competitor, who was also a shipping magnate. But his ex-wife was like 20 or 25 years older than him, and he dated her. So that's like the young with the old relationship, maybe how he learned about sex, and he could have reversed those roles for his little island deal. But him having an island and having his dad have an island taken off the map, and that kind of connection with being a math professor, I don't know how he would have gotten all that money to do a lot of the things that he was doing, which were like investing and making a lot of money from people, and being somewhat of a generous person too, right? So how did that happen from the humble upbringings he might have had in his New York family? Anyway, someone suggested to me that his brother might be Epstein, which didn't match at all because he has the same kind of glasses, right? And so then I looked at Alexander Onassis. I did some comparisons. And let me post those pictures. But it would be interesting if it was that Alexander Onassis became Epstein, because if Epstein's kind of like the pedophile that went down by the QAnon's quote unquote guardsmen, or the movement of the QAnon, which could be kind of thought of to be led by JFK Jr. if he were still alive, which people like to think is possible, or maybe it is. He's alive for sure, and definitely would have politically aligned, maybe more so with Trump and all that kind of thing. But if that is the case, then you can look at it as JFK Jr. going after his actually his stepbrother who taught him how to fly, right? Because when he moved in with the family, JFK Jr. moved in with this would-be Epstein guy, right? And so it's like, you know, it could all be partly an act in that way that he goes down for this, like, not crime that was, you know, like something he didn't have to die for, but he had to get out of the picture he was in. So he got, like, you know, he's living on some other islands not on the map. Who knows, right? Sorry for ranting, but that's pretty interesting, I think. And I kind of figured that all out on my own.
Yeah, I think Onassis and Epstein are different people.
Right? You'd assume, if you just, you know, if you don't look at the pictures, you might assume that, yeah.
Right.
Let's see, I'll put them in there. I'll put the best comparison in. See if anyone thinks there's a chance. Would be interesting, though, because of the Q connection with JFK Jr. I killed the room with that. That's pretty crazy, huh? All right, there they are in the live stream. What do you think? What's it? Or Shane? Could it be? Yes, it could. They look the same.
I doubt it, dude.
Yeah, I
Well,
think they're clearly different people.
that's what some people say. Other people think it's a pretty good match. I'm not saying I'm sure of it, but I'm saying interesting possibility, especially given that
All I know
the
is
island.
Epstein didn't kill himself.
Right, he's still alive, right? And it doesn't make sense that they had this weird thing happen with this plane where he's the only one that dies from complications of being on a plane where two other guys live. So there's two things. There's two deaths that don't make sense. Maybe they are a marriage.
Did you know that most people who are in fatal plane crashes survive?
Wait, that's a play on words I'm still not getting, but it's still funny.
It's literally true.
I don't think it was a play. I think you just made a statement. Sorry.
Yeah.
Wait, if it's a fatal plane crash, oh, you're saying so if some people die in a plane, the averages are that most people live?
Right. A plane crash is fatal if somebody dies, but typically not everybody dies. Sometimes that happens, but on
Right.
average,
You would think if they're able to skid or get into some water, most people would probably at least survive.
Right.
Did you know that if they actually put fuel in the wings, maybe more people would die?
They do put fuel in the wings.
That's what they say. I don't believe it. That's why you have to prove to me.
Hey, Matthew, what do you think about the whole Balenciaga thing?
I don't know. I'm unfamiliar with that. What is it?
Balenciaga, you know what that is?
No.
Oh, high-end fashion company, super famous. It was founded in Paris. Anyway, super like, yeah, very rich, famous people. They wear Balenciaga. They have very famous fashion shows, blah, blah, blah. So they recently did a holiday, because, you know, saying Christmas is not allowed. So they did a holiday photo shoot. And it is a bunch of little children holding a teddy bear backpack, and they have it in BDSM gear. So like bondage gear. Right, like sexual depravity, right? Like bondage gear. So a lot of people got really mad. Like, why are you having children? Why are you basically sexualizing children, right? You with me so far?
Yeah, it makes me mad too.
Yeah, it's so people got infuriated. And then they looked in front of the children. There's like half-drink alcohol, and there's like handcuffs and all these adult accessories and stuff like that. It's really weird, okay? So people got upset. Well, they apparently had released another photo shoot, and it is a girl in a business office setting. And so once people found out about that, they got mad about the one thing. They started looking into this photo shoot, and they zoomed in. There's a whole bunch of papers on the desk, and you can't read almost any of them. But one of the papers that you can read, if you zoom in, it's actually about a Supreme Court case that was about child pornography. and the Supreme Court struck down certain restrictions on it, like on virtual blah blah blah. 2008 Supreme Court case. So this just happened to be on the desk of the same company that had just done this with the children, right? So that's pretty wild, huh?
Yeah, it's crazy.
So then, if you look in that same picture in the back corner of the desk, there's a stack of 3 books. And if you zoom in and you see the author of one of the books, you go look into it. His like most famous work is literally like graphic illustrations of children, you know, bleeding, and I don't even like to say the stuff out loud, right? Like different appendages and stuff like that. Crazy dark, abusive stuff to children, right? On that same desk. And then if you look at the book on the bottom, it is another quote unquote artist. And it's all like goat people doing weird rituals and with children in the woods, and all these crazy, creepy pieces of quote unquote art. So isn't that crazy, bro? And so like they got tons of backlash. And so people went to their Instagram to start looking through it, and they deleted everything on their Instagram other than like a public apology that they put out only like a week after like it went viral and people were going crazy calling them out. And then people started looking into them further, looking into like the lead designers and all these different models that have worked with it and all this different stuff. And they started finding like all kinds of crazy posts on these people's. And then so one by one, like lead designers and producers and people higher up on the board, and all their models, they started just making their Instagram private and taking their Instagram stuff down. And people would have found that archive images, and there would be like satanic, like rituals, like pentagram, personally on the pentagram, bleeding, all this crazy stuff. A bunch of SRA pictures, a bunch of references to children again throughout the whole entire company. And then and then they found out that the parent company for them and Gucci also has like a website that sells like crazy, disgusting and abusive art. And of course the Supreme Court case made it where if it's not a real child, then it's like basically okay. So they use like all these dolls and animations and stuff, and they sell this like art, quote unquote, for like insane. They're like auctions, and they go for like 50 to 100 to $150,000 for like this stupid, really graphic art. And they found them like just doing all kinds of crazy rituals basically, and all kinds of crazy stuff. So that's what's going on, and that is Balenciaga. And then when you look it up from Latin to English, if you type in Balenciaga in Latin to English on Google, it is do what you want, or do as thou wilt, right?
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? And then if you just put the ball and then Lin and then Siaga, it is the devil is Lord. Anyway, the reason this is so crazy is because this is one of the most famous companies, and their parent company also has Gucci. So now people are trying to look into that. And all these different companies are now like deleting all their stuff. All their models are deleting their stuff. So it seems like it kind of pulled the curtain back on like this crazy thing. And so they're trying to disavow it and just blame it on the photographer. But, we already found. And then right after this happened, Nicole Kidman, just like with no shame, posted her photo shoot from Balenciaga that she had. And so it seems like this house of cards where like there's this crazy dark side to the fashion industry is kind of coming to light. And yeah, I just didn't know if you had heard of that.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I hadn't heard of Balenciaga. It's not my, my area. I don't wear luxury stuff, but yeah, that's bad news.
Yeah, crazy stuff, man. Crazy stuff.
You don't think that's crazy? Some of the darkest conspiracy theories we've been talking about might not be so crazy after all.
Oh, it gets even crazier, actually. So one of the people that did the photo shoot, they look into another photo shoot that they did, and they're taking like pictures of children and like for a passport. So it's like a photo shoot, right? And it's like showing like a timeline of events, and like takes this picture of this little girl as a passport, and she looks like traumatized and terrified in the freaking passport picture, right? Super weird. And then it has a picture of a passport. And it is to get on a Disney cruise. It's the same Disney cruise that takes trips and takes people on the cruises to go snorkeling off the coast of Epstein Island. Crazy, bro.
So I heard of a documentary, something about Ukraine, like they get models from like Ukraine, or maybe it was Siberia. I think it was Siberia, yeah. something about a Siberian railroad model railroad or something like that. Yeah. So if you want to look into this, like, there's lots of evidence for this. So there, they say that, like, being a model is like equivalent to saying prostitution. It's like the same thing.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's the whole thing that they were doing. Like Epstein and their handlers, they were like getting parents to agree for their children to be models, and they operated under the guise of like recruiting people for models, and same with Victoria's Secret or whatever. Which of course, Victoria's Secret is Queen Victoria was actually a dude, but some people are not ready for all the gravy. But anyway, they were operating under that guise of recruiting models, and of course, you know about Epstein, right, Matthew?
Yeah, Matthew totally knew that Queen Victoria was a dude. I think if not, I think that's one he's going to keep. I think he's going to go talk about that tomorrow.
I don't remember discussing Queen Victoria, but yeah, I watched or listened to a documentary or watched something about Epstein, so I've heard all about him.
And they play that up. Do you think that the other side of that idea with the Queen Victoria or the Victoria's Secret is that they're all dudes? Do you buy into it to that degree? What's it?
Sorry, say again what I was saying. Good night, Takai.
That the secret is they're all dudes.
Oh no,
The
no,
girls?
no, 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 no.
Yeah, some people take it too far.
They make us look stupid. That is a thing. Like Michelle Obama is a dude.
Right. But they can make the same arguments with the hips being too small and all that.
No, that's stupid,
Some women
dude.
just have weird, like skinny hips, or
Dude, my
manly
dude. There's a Telegram group that claims every single person in our summit was a secret transgender.
Oh yeah, dude. There's a dude that we
Except
used
for me,
to be
I
the
don't
coolest guy. You know who Pancho Pete is?
No.
You ever heard of him? Okay, so he took over 3chan, right, from Snack to the Future, who you've talked to on here a couple times. He's my bro, and he started 3chan, which is kind of a takeoff on 4chan, which is kind of where the first flat Earth debates were really going on. I think Hank Hill was in there, and so then it went to a couple different people, but when it got passed on, I went to this guy in England that was really funny and like really entertaining. Like he put on a show. His laugh was a cackle that you wouldn't believe. Anyway, he just like after 4 years of running this 24/7 channel where we would all just anytime go on there and get entertained and laugh and whatever else, he started going off on the transgender shit, and it just took him down. And he started getting paranoid, thinking that we were all women that were talking to him and all kinds of crazy shit.
It is ridiculous because they tried to say the same thing about me and Kai and crazy stuff. But
Did
they
they
do the
try to
dumbest
investigate
stuff, man. They put like I got a tranny pregnant or whatever. I don't even know what they're talking about. But
Oh
like
my
they put filters on people's faces, and they just like say, "Oh, this goal doesn't match." It just like makes us look so stupid. When I say us, I don't associate myself with them. I don't associate myself with certain flat earthers. I would associate myself with certain globe earthers over certain flat earthers. Honestly, there's a lot of paranoia in flat earth. But
Yep.
yeah,
A lot
I don't like that.
wide brushes still being used.
Wait, why is what?
People are still painting with a wide brush a lot of times.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's crazy, man. I think it's super. It's like, how do people not have enough wisdom and discernment to realize, like, you shouldn't just go all out, like, beating your chest about, like, really outlandish conspiracies as if they're definitive fact. Like, speculating is fine, right? Like, prefacing, like, dude, like, being hypercritical, like, if you were to put yourself in the skeptic's shoes, so you always throw out the disclaimers and stuff like that. That's okay, but these people don't do that, dude. They swear up and down that, like, everyone is a transgender, because there is something to it. It is an occultic practice to master the duality of gender, but it's like they kind of like normalize this. Everyone is, so it kind of gets lost in the weeds. They do the same thing with almost every conspiracy, which makes me think it's like there's probably an aspect of that to flat earth, and whether it be what you talk about with the ring, the ice ring, or whatever it is, right? Because we know for sure what they said the earth was is not the earth. And 90% of the world lives in the northern quote unquote hemisphere. Wouldn't it be super difficult to lie about the earth? But it doesn't mean because you know all these people, all these Globers love to make all these claims about the South, like the South latitudes and observations there and stuff. But dude, there's like basically no data from the South, bro. There's barely any. So we know they lied about the Earth because of physical measurements and because of all kinds of stuff. We don't know what the Earth is, man. We have no idea. They may have got us with that.
I mean, the story.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know. That's my take. I think it's crazy that people are so into the transvestigations. I think it's dumb. Dude, there's so many like real conspiracies. Like why we really don't need to add anything. Like, we don't have to make any like outlandish stuff up. Like
Well, I
There's
mean,
not so
seeing the
much
show Among Us,
outlandish
man, is
stuff.
pretty good.
Sometimes it's actually like really compellingly true, in my opinion. I mean, you might find maybe different truth on that, but I find it actually very true. But I'm not gonna get into that. You know, we could talk about flat Earth more. Like I was just talking to a Glober who, for 20 minutes, he couldn't tell us how big the Earth was. But he claims that in 5 years, he'd be able to make $100,000 to take a space flight. And you know, like I don't know what kind of job he has where he can just sit around and do no work, but if you got 20 minutes to answer a question that only takes 20 seconds and you can't even do that, it's pretty embarrassing. And that's what I find a lot of these Globers are unable to do. They can't even do the work. They can't do the research. They can't they can't connect the dots. It's really embarrassing.
Well, yeah. I'm just saying that people do go too far. Like, there's a Telegram group that said that Jaren and Peggy Hall and Brian from High Impact Flicks and everyone in our summit was actually a transgender. People said that about me and my wife. I'm saying it is objectively, people say the most ridiculous, outlandish, easily debunked nonsense, and it makes us look bad. Right? There's a lot of crazy conspiracies, but my point is that people go way too far. Just like they swear up and down that I'm a Mason, shill, sellout, or it's like, but from my perspective, I of course know that those people are crazy, right? Because like I know that's not real. So then like I look at them like actual crazy people, like just lost in the sauce, right? And then so then I'm like, well, dang, you say this about all these other people, but if your discernment is anything like it is with me, then you just are making all this up. And then another person sees it and they're like, oh, so you guys just make stuff up, and it actually hurts the truth. It hurts flat Earth. It hurts stuff that you can actually verify
The
or
same
has
could
some.
be said, in my opinion, about hardcore Christians, where a lot of things are Luciferian, aka or also known as satanic in their views, which, in my opinion, they're Lucifer and Satan are definitely not the same in any way. But yeah, like we should really get lost in the sauce like that, even on flat Earth, where to the point where we think that you know, we'll just blindly accept any sort of flat Earth claim from any flat earther who is getting hundreds of thousands of views on their video, and it spreads like wildfire. Like it gets to the point where you're way down too deep into the rabbit hole, right? Kind of like
Yeah, I've never
that.
seen a flat earther get hundreds of thousands of views anymore.
Yeah, I don't know who you're talking about, dude. Nor would we automatically follow that person if that was the case, right? By our very nature.
Most flat earthers are way skeptical. Yeah, like, but yeah, you get the point though, man. If there are people that are coming out here like making crazy, like I would say that actually a lot of the Tartaria claims fall under that same category, where there's like a lot of truth to we were totally lied to about history and probably even like pretty recently, and that there were a lot of advanced things that we don't know about, and we've clearly had maps that were graveled and stuff like that. What people turn it into, every mountain was a building. There was an entire ancient civilization all over the place called Tartaria. And then all of a sudden they know for a fact that there are resets every 13,827 years. And it's like, dude,
that's nonsense.
Yeah.
What's wrong with you? Yeah, like I'm
you just
spilling my
said,
heart to people to get them to look into flat Earth, and then they come over here, and then they see people saying stuff like that, and they're like, "And I'm gonna go back over here to normal mainland."
Yeah, and this is one of the problems though, like what you said with the grappling and the flat Earth maps and whatever, or any map in general. Like I know the Globers probably don't have that many maps they can rely on because they have to have this sort of model in their head and kind of push this shape towards us. But like that's sort of what I was kind of getting towards is with the maps and such. Like, you know, a new flat Earth map comes out and everybody's like rock hard for it, and that people don't need to be like that. They were skeptical about a lot of things before, but like when it looks like a flat Earth thing, they jump right off the edge.
Well, more importantly, how is Brian Young? If you talk to him at the summit, I'm super curious about him.
Who's that?
He's High Impact Flicks. He's like
Oh, okay,
subs on YouTube. I've been watching him before. I was watching him when he was the crazy conspiracy, not long before I became one myself, right?
He's actually super cool, man. So we had a green room. So like the speaker, before they spoke, they were supposed to get there 15, 20 minutes early. They would go to my Zoom room and I would check all their settings and make sure they're good. I give them the rundown on how everything worked, right? And so I was helping him set everything up and share a screen and stuff like that. He didn't really know how to work Zoom, and I got him situated. And we were talking, and he's like, "So, when did you get into all this?" And I'm like, well, like conspiracy wise, like like 13, 14, I found out 9/11 and the moon landing, and then kind of continue that way. But flat Earth specifically, like 2015-ish. And he wasn't asking flat Earth specifically, I don't think, but I kind of push it that way because he doesn't like publicly declare the Earth's flat. So I just I'm like, I really don't care. I'll just ask anyone anything I want to know. So I'm like, kind of asking him about him not saying it and stuff like that. And he's like, we're kind of going back and forth, and I'm like, I mean, yeah, I can get it if like, I'm sure there is probably a decent amount of pressure, because I'm sure you get a lot of kickback for anytime you even host Flat Earth, and I know you have like a big sub count, like because just trying to get it out of him if that's why he doesn't say it. And he's like, oh well, like I don't care. I don't care if people got like triggered if I came out and said the Earth is flat. He's like, I think the best thing I can do for my audience is tell them the truth no matter what. Whatever the truth is that I think is the truth, I tell him that. And he's like,
that's what he says all the time. So I wanted to see if he stuck to that. Okay.
And he's like, I'm gonna be honest with you, like I'm leaning flat Earth. He's like, I just want to be like really sure about it before I come out and say it.
No.
And I said, yeah, you know what you need to do? I'm like, what really did it for me was I went and did it myself. Now that actually is, I was already a flat earther by the time I really went out and tested, honestly. But I'm like, but it really does like brings this whole new vibe to it where it's like, damn, bro. Like, I'm like, you go out and like test it yourself. And he's like, you know what, dude? That is what I need to do, man. He's like, I need to just go get a P900? I'm like, yeah, P900, P1000. He's like, yeah, I need to go get one of those, go make observations for myself. I'm like, yeah, bro, you should. Because when you do that, when you actually do that multiple times, right? So you'll see the things change and stuff like that. You start to just think about the math, bring a little laser rangefinder with you so you can always know your height and stuff like that. I'm like, dude, you can debunk the globe with your naked eyes. So he's like, yeah, dude, I'm going to do that for sure, man. He's like, because I'm definitely leaning that way. And I'm like, cool. I'm like, well, what I would say, I can only speak, I think I speak for a lot of people. We're cool with you not saying it until you're sure. Don't say it till you're sure. So that's what I told him.
Well, yeah, he's still going to get pigeonholed into this whole claim of it being flat, and like we could actually know what the whole thing looks like, which is the misconception as well as on top of the misnomer that flat Earth is from the very start. So it kind of does seem like they framed it that way, whether it was intentional or not.
Dude, his interview with David Weiss was like one of the catalysts that brought me to Flat Earth. So that was like 2 years ago that he did that before I saw it. So he's been literally riding that fence hard for 2 years. How long do you have to? I mean, I don't know. I don't need him to come out and say it. I'm just curious.
So what he was basically saying is like, for sure, NASA's like full of it, right? Like He doesn't buy anything from NASA. He's like, that's not a hiccup for him at all. Anything NASA's claiming, he doesn't buy it. It's just like, basically he's saying that it's like, he finds it very interesting. And he's kind of looked into it. He's heard a lot of the arguments and stuff like that, but he's really trying to like decide for sure what he thinks and stuff like that. And I was just like, you need to just test it, man. He's like, because he told me like the most compelling is seeing way too far. And I'm like, yeah, bro. Yeah, that's what debunks the globe.
His fan base isn't quite ready for it too. You know, there's nothing wrong with that.
But who cares?
To a certain extent.
But he specifically doesn't care about that, right? That's about him, right? That's how he started.
Yeah.
That's what he does. Yeah.
But I can tell what he's basically saying is like he wants to be sure, bro. He doesn't want to betray his base.
What if you have? Yeah, you don't need to like start talking about it until you know a lot about it either. He likes to be knowledgeable, so you have to really know all the details to even talk about it at all in a way.
I mean,
I wasn't on the globe side.
I wasn't sure when I posted my first flat Earth video, but I was sure, right, when I did my first debate, right? Like, I'll post and take some comments and go back and forth, but am I ready to speak publicly on it? Not quite yet.
Dude, I was in Key West, right? Look, this is just an example. I was in Key West, and when we were on the tour, we're playing pickleball like 6 a.m. Then we go, great workout, by the way. We go down, because it's right, the pickleball court was right by the ocean, bro. It was so cool. And then we go get some organic coffee from this cool Jamaican girl. I like subtly flat smack her. I got to come up with a new term to replace that. I don't like it. And then she was super cool about it, bro. Like Jamaican people are cool, bro. And then we went down the pier, and there is like those things that like if you're on a mountain, you look through them like both eyes that like let you see in the distance or whatever.
Yeah.
So it had those things, whatever they're called. And then there was a sign there that talks about the lighthouse and like how it's notorious and historical and how far away it is and how you can see it from that spot. And the math, it's on a sign in Key West, dude. The math destroys the globe. Right? Like it destroys it. Like I Google real fast how tall it is. I think it's even on the sign how tall it is, how far away it is. And it just absolutely destroys the globe. Like it's ridiculous. It's like a really far away lighthouse. And you could make it out with your naked eye, like barely. But you can make it out with your naked eye. I'm like, you can literally debunk the globe without any optics. And that's pretty crazy to wrap your mind around.
Well, if you have the obvious fakery of NASA plus Occam's razor, which is, would you really be that surprised if you found out the reason you don't feel like you're spinning is because you're not? That's all you really need at the base to have the aha moment, in my opinion.
Well, just yeah, I agree. You don't even have to like. There's no doubt I already knew the Earth was flat before my tour, right? That's why I went on tour. Like honestly, just being honest, looking at the historical events of what the government did, looking at what they lie about, looking at the moon landing, then that's the alleged last picture of the globe, and then in 2015, there's like no real pictures of the globe even claimed, and then you find out like even Mawari is admittedly a base data set, blah blah. Like that alone would make any honest truther be like, this is sketchy. I'm not playing government defense attorney apologist for your lies and your suspects like bullshit stories. Like I'm not interested in that. There's only a select group of people that would ever start doing mental gymnastics to play defense attorney for the government not having a picture of the Earth coming out every year since 1972 in high definition and lifetime video. And right, so like
that's a really good point.
From the beginning, I was like, oh, there is definitely something here. At the least, they're lying about what's in space or something if they can even get there, because they're not showing real stuff. That's for sure. They're lying about something. And so like I instantly knew there was a lie here. And I think that's what's crazy. There'll be people in here that have talked about it for years, and they're not even to that point yet. They will defend the fact that NASA went from 72 to 2015 without even claiming there was a picture of the Earth from space. They will also skip past the fact that when we contrasted one of the pictures, there was a box, a Photoshop box around the Earth. And then we started sharing it, and we went back, and they removed the box. They changed out the picture, but kept the same date on it and everything. So that's automatically deceptive behavior. They put out a picture, assumed to be a real picture from the moon missions of the Earth in space. Then you contrast the image, there's a box around it. Then that starts to go viral. Then they subtly change it without ever acknowledging it, taking the box out of it. Then you go into Wayback Machine, you can see that it did definitely have the box in it. So like a normal honest person's gonna admit like that's super sketchy. Like at the least that is like deceptive behavior. Am I tripping? Like how can a
almost
normal
intentional.
person not think that's weird?
It's too bad. It's so sloppy that it doesn't seem. It's kind of like 9/11. They made the mistakes on purpose, in my opinion. Same with like all the NASA shit. Like, why are they doing it on purpose? Well, yeah, a lot of reasons I always speculate about it. Is it because they can ease their conscience? Because they have to follow some kind of code, like they tell us the truth and then show us the lie, and then, or is it because they plan on rolling out some kind of like reveal that gives them a lot more psyop power than we ever thought possible with the outer ponders or whatever,
Well, then there's another one that they have of the moon with the person on the moon, like the flag and stuff, and then the Earth's in the background. And they ended up admitting that they photoshopped that one. They ended up admitting it, right? And saying, well, it's just, there's no way we could have got that angle and that view and blah, 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 blah. But they didn't just come out, they didn't post a picture and be like, this isn't the actual picture. We're just doing this so it'll look cool. They posted it like it was a real picture until people realized there's no way you'd be able to see that Earth that low from the moon. That doesn't work like that. And then they're like, oh, well, we cropped the Earth in there for like the picture. And
you see how it works as a power move though? It's like it's gaslighting on its highest level. They don't have to really make excuses, but they will in a poorly done way on purpose. So just to show you that really you can't do much about it. We don't even have to tell you we're going to the moon. We don't have to show you any of these fucking launches. We could just say we're doing something else with the money that we've made up that you never see anything about or can prove wrong. So it's all a show, really, and it's kind of done tongue in cheek and giving the thinking man a way out by making it obvious.
But this is what's crazy,
like
bro. There are
wears no
people,
clothes.
new perspective, there are people in this room right now that would immediately go into this like weirdo, like defense attorney mode where they would try to explain to me how that isn't suspect. Like the story I just laid out. And they go through the stages of grief or whatever, right? Like they're going to have denial. And then it's just objective that there was a box around the Earth. Then we went and shared it. And they removed the box. Then people came and made fun of us and said, you guys made that up. A flat earther faked that to trick you. And you guys just believe whatever you see on YouTube. Then you go back to the Wayback Machine and you can still see the box.
Yeah.
They're going to come up with a story as to why. For either they'll deny it's real or, which, I mean, they can't, but they'll try to. And then they'll come up with a story as to why there was a box around it and then why they removed it without telling anybody.
Right.
That
Thank
is some
God, though.
cosmic mental gymnastics.
That's what still makes this so hilarious. Still, like it, like you can predict. Not to say we know exactly what they're always going to do, but you can predict that they're going to try to. They're going to have to defend Artemis or any of the bullshit they're showing us recently that we're laughing at, and they'll still, no matter what, defend every little bit of it if possible. It's unbelievable, which makes me not believe they all totally think it's a ball. So, to some degree, they couldn't.
Like I don't think you. So instead of like entertaining a baller with all this other nonsense, make them like answer the stuff I just said, right? Like I don't want to talk to you about the horizon. I don't want to talk to you about your presupposed latitude correlations with the sky and Coriolis at 15 degrees per hour. And no. Address what I just said though. Like address that part. Because that's why you've seen a new perspective like a million times. So have you, Shane, right? Where I'm just like always slamming relativity down the throat now. Dude, that's my new tactic, dude. If you're not going to be honest about anything, I'm not talking to you about like the intricacies of the debate.
I think it's a
For the
solid
people
move.
that are listening to this guy, just be very careful. There are people out there just like him who exploit people like you. And they earn a lot of money from you, and they tell you to go subscribe to their Patreon to get money from you. They want you to believe in what you believe in forever so that they can exploit.
No one might get all mad and take the bait,
What are you
please.
talking about?
Who unmuted you
Would
anyway?
you say
Look,
this
I
guy?
unmuted him.
Would you
So
say
look,
this guy? Well, let's not talk to him. But hey, Mango's the one that put
I'm
the.
talking about Wit. Wit
Oh
is an
yeah,
exploiter.
remember the last debate? Hey Mango, can you be intellectually honest enough to say that after his last debate with Baldy Cats, he single-handedly demolished them, and so much so that you made a comment that he did that, and then I said, "Oh, so you're maybe not on a spinning ball," and you said maybe it's not a globe in the chat. Did you or did you not? I have screenshots.
You have screenshots.
I do.
Look, I didn't make the debate. I didn't watch the entire debate. Okay, I was just following along what the comment section was commenting, and I just made that comment. Okay, but I don't believe
That
he
he
won.
demolished them, and that it might not be a
No,
ball.
because to be honest, it's quite funny how seeing flat
Oh.
earthers
You can't interrupt. Please don't interrupt.
praising this
Now
guy, because this guy. Let me finish. This guy is an exploiter. He's a YouTuber. He's here to make money off of your ignorance.
Cool.
Okay? That is what Wit does. People like Wit, people like, all these channels, all these YouTubers who, Wit, you have Journeyism, you have all these YouTubers who are supposedly flat earthers and supposedly anti-NASA, all here to make money from you.
Okay.
They're not.
Okay, you've already said that, so
Making money?
They're
Are you
not
making money,
honest.
Nessa? Are you making
How
money?
how is he exploiting us if I've never sent him a single dollar? I'm a little bit confused.
Same here.
Yeah, I haven't paid Witsit neither. Sorry.
Ask him how much money does he make from people like you.
barely
0.
anything at all.
It
I don't
just
think there's
said
anybody
people like me
me,
don't pay him,
Rush.
right? Like I don't know what you
He
mean,
makes
dude.
zero money
We're
from
not
me.
paying
I've
Witsit
never given him
We're
a
all
dollar.
individuals.
We all just
We're
jumped
all
on. Sorry.
individuals. So
Everyone's
your
got to
claims,
talk
I
at
don't-
once,
it's
bro.
bad, but it's like wrong.
Hey Mango, just you saying that, I've never given Witsit a dollar, but just you saying that, I want to give him a dollar now.
Yeah,
just
now
for
I
you
want
saying
to.
that.
Exactly.
Thank you. Once I get some money, if I have extra money, I will for sure.
Here we
Well, give me just a sec. Okay.
Yeah,
So
send me
He's
your.
he's a
I'm gonna
YouTuber.
sell you
talking.
some money. Send me your email. I'm gonna sell you some
He's a
fucking money right now.
YouTuber, okay?
Hey, yeah, YouTube doesn't let me monetize the live streams. They always take the videos down. My ad revenue that I get is basically nothing at all.
Hey, Wid, sell me your info. I'm gonna sell you $5 just for this idiot saying that.
It's witted at protonmail.com.
Guys, okay? This is what YouTubers do, right? What he's hoping to do one day, reach 100k subscribers, and then hopefully be able to come up with a paywall to get money from the viewers, from people like you. That's his goal. He's
Yeah,
not
but
here to convince you. He's here to convince you enough to get you to subscribe to him and to
dude,
pay him.
just so
This
you
guy
know,
is a shill. He is a complete shill.
if he were to
Fake
do that,
Glovers look stupid,
right,
bro.
people like me would just go steal it and put it out for free anyway. So it's kind of counterproductive.
Yeah, so all my live streams are free, but and I don't make any YouTube ad revenue at all. So you've been refuted on both fronts. But I will. Well, you can't actually be heard right now because I have priority speaker on, so nobody can hear you talking.
Coolest thing ever. I'm so
No,
glad you have
yeah.
it.
So this is just to say real fast, bro. Are you suggesting that I don't actually think the Earth is flat?
Absolutely not. I think you're just here to convince enough people here to get their money, to get subscribers, to get attention, and it's just another way. Like, this guy always wanted to be a YouTuber. He couldn't break through the YouTube algorithm, so he decides to infiltrate this very niche marketplace, and he creates a whole YouTube channel
You got a lot of
around
hate in your
this.
heart, huh,
This
boy?
dude is
And then he
the
does this all
dumbest
the stuff.
motherfucker I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah, but just let him
This
get
is
it all out,
exactly
man.
what
It's his
he's doing.
beautiful recruitment for
This
Flat
is
Earth.
exactly what
Yeah, exactly.
people like Jainism, people like all these people that you subscribe to. These are entertainers. These are not people who actually believe in what they're saying.
You're crazy, man.
Okay, now you're muted, right? Because you're gonna have to like keep it somewhat concise instead of just constantly monologuing the literal same exact thing over and over and over. Okay, so you said I don't believe that the Earth is flat, but I can assure you that I definitely do think that the Earth is flat, and I've actually tested the Earth myself, and I actually had lost a 6-figure job offer because I had flat Earth videos on Facebook. And I didn't try to make YouTube videos and break through the algorithm, but I couldn't. That wasn't true. I had to be talked into doing YouTube by Bob from Globebusters and told him I didn't want to over 20 times. And he just consistently asked me to and urged me to. And then, of course, lastly, if I was just trying to be famous on YouTube and get through the algorithms, why would I pick a subject that is literally suppressed by the algorithms?
Hey, what's it? I got a question.
Okay, I have two demands from you.
Man,
Okay,
fuck this
if you
stupid
are
argument, man. It's
wait,
one
wait,
possibility
just
we all
let me
fucking know.
respond to him.
Fuck your
I just
fucking
wanted to
argument and wits and maybes and fucking ifs
let me
and ands
respond to him.
in the room.
and candies and nuts, man. Witness said don't come out unless you sure. That means he's sure. He just came out with it. Leave it the fuck
Let
alone.
me no. I'm
Dude,
not finished.
don't
I'm
get
not
mad at
finished.
this guy.
I,
Like
I would
Witness
like
said,
you to be
he's
finished, though.
Let
big
me respond to
advertisement
him.
for flat Earth. He's
Let me
such a
respond to
put
him. Let me
on,
respond.
and he's so fake that you almost have to guess that he knows it's flat, and he's just saying the opposite to troll us. That's how
No.
fake
Did you
this
hear what he just said? He just said he lost a 600K. I don't know, 600K. Did you say, or did you
No, I
say
said six
six
figures.
figure? He said that he lost a 6-figure job, right? I want
Job
proof
offer.
of that. Hold on, I want proof of that. So that's one thing I want. I want
It
proof
was a
of that.
job offer.
And then second, I
Proof of
want
what?
proof of
What
your.
piece
Wait,
you're
let me
at?
finish.
Nobody
Let me
cares.
finish. Let me finish. The second thing I want is proof of your YouTube history because I want to see what kind of videos you watch. That's how you know what type of personality this guy has. Because if you look at his YouTube history, you'll probably know how this guy thinks.
You're kind
So
of a
I
psycho,
want
aren't
those
you?
two things. Give me proof of that job offer and give me proof of your YouTube history, and then we'll settle it there.
Okay.
Yeah, this
so-
guy actually came on and said he was diagnosed as a sociopath.
That
Yeah,
makes
clearly,
sense.
like you're super creepy. I'm not sending you anything. My YouTube history is all kinds of truther videos or whatever I look up to do my stream that
Fine,
day.
he's completely
But it
bullshitting.
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter
Bullshit.
because if you
He's
think
just
I'm
gonna
about to
talk about
like send you my YouTube history, you're really weird. I think that you may be kind of obsessed with me. And I think that the truth is you can tell that I'm not stupid when you watch my debates and stuff. So as a coping mechanism, you've had to try to convince yourself that I actually don't believe the earth is flat and I'm conning people because you have to admit that I'm not stupid.
It is so stupid all the time. He's just so dumb. He doesn't know. I mean, come on, man. What they want to pick on? One out of fucking 50 things that they say fucking is some loose ass fucking radical theory, and then they'll say, oh, well, he doesn't know what he's talking about because he doesn't have a hard theory on this one thing out of 50 million awesome things that he presents. God bless.
Be very
Mango.
careful. All I'm saying is be very careful with people like this guy. Okay, just be very careful.
Hey, Mango.
Thank you so much for your heartfelt one.
Hey,
Hey, what's it?
hey,
You worked hard on your presentation that you did.
But wait, I think
Or-
Joe was trying to say something.
I
yo,
was
hey,
gonna say
Mango.
real- I was gonna say real quick, Larry. You can go next. I'll just say, Mango, you sound like a caricature.
Yeah.
What was the word I was gonna use? Oh yeah, you sound like an avant. It sounds like you're playing like an avant-garde character. Like you're trying to come in from this angle that is so sort of absurd. It's like absurdist comedy almost, and it's
Right.
wrong
Yep.
what you're saying, and it's like almost you know what's wrong, but you're making these claims that are just so dramatic.
Totally.
Gio, I'm being dead ass. I've seen characters like Wit before,
Character.
and they will come and exploit you and manipulate you into
Mango.
believing everything this guy
Dude, who
says.
hurt you?
This
He's
guy
like the
is
bad
evil.
actor in high school that's putting like the Shakespeare play comes up and he gets the part and he just overplays it so much it just makes the whole thing suck.
But it's funny to I don't know. Personally, I think it's like kind of. I think the worst thing you can do is like get all worked up or something. Like my question for you is, if I just do this for money, then how come I've turned down over 30 or 40 different offers to play an advertisement on my YouTube channel? The last of which was show a 60-second clip trailer of a new video game coming out, and that I could get $10,000, and if I wanted more, I could get more for showing a 60-second clip. And I turned it down because I actually don't believe in promoting video games. What do you say about
Show me the proof.
that? Okay, I literally will show you the proof to that one.
Hey, Mango. Hey, Mango. I just want to tell you, thank you for bringing awareness and talking about giving him money. And I did send him $5 through Cash App. So thank you, Mango, for reminding me that I
Bringing
should
awareness.
be donating
You are
to him
foolish.
Fucking
for
great.
his cause.
Oh, you did. Thank you, brother.
Yeah, I did send it. I know. I wasn't a fucking line.
We should have a mango awareness day. Yeah.
Everyone should be aware of this clown. Yeah, we should have a mango awareness.
Well, I remember when he one of those times where he called Jaren, and Jaren was like laughing and kind of going with him for part of it. Then at the end of it, Jaren was like, "Man, you're just playing a character." He's like, "You're just acting. You're out of here." At the end of it.
Remember when he
the
came
guy
in?
that
He
said
told us that
delusionment?
oh, maybe yeah.
Delusionment,
The
not
guy that told us
disillusionment.
he met the real humans and that we're all hybrids, and he met the real humans and they can't kill each other, or it's impossible for them to kill each other, and
That
all
makes
that
way
kind of
more
shit.
sense than heliocentrism, doesn't it?
Actually, it does. Not that it makes sense at all.
I'm actually going to post this email. Not that I have to or anything, but I find it very interesting that they're willing to pay so much. I remember I used to wonder why I get like offers because I'm like a really small channel. You know, like I think I have 16,000 subs now, but I've gotten like 3,000 in the last month and a half because I did that Caleb podcast and stuff like that. Like I don't grow at all. And I was wondering why like I get so many offers. And so I just ignore them, but I add, because I feel like, for one, and this is sad to say, like flat earthers would like harass the hell out of me for doing that, for one, and two, which is sad, right? Like you would literally like try to bully another flat earth content producer because he played an ad. There's no doubt, right? I'd be a sellout Mason shill, blah blah blah. But secondly, really more so, it's like all the stuff that they offer, I don't believe in. So I'm not gonna like promote something that I don't believe in. You know what I mean? And so I was asking like, why are you asking me? Why did you choose my channel to do that? And I'm like really small. And they said because it's actually because of the analytics and like the viewer duration. So it's like the viewer retention and duration. So like how long the people watch the videos once they click on them. And yeah, that's what it is.
That's funny. I bet that ratio is all upside down for you versus every other YouTube making clickbait, huh?
Yeah, it's actually
right?
Yeah,
Because
really
people
crazy.
who come to you will want to watch your 3-hour stream till it's fucking done, typically, right? People like
Yeah,
me.
which is insane, right? That's like super long.
Yeah, I was, you know what? Nathan Oakley's videos still get suggested to me, even though I've unsubscribed to him when all that shit went down with you. And today I noticed, actually, I clicked on it because there was a video about gravity I'm going to post actually in a minute. That is so funny about the time dilation that they were laughing at. But he had like 45 viewers on the show, and you had 300 over 345 at least on your live stream.
Yeah.
Yesterday or earlier tonight or whatever.
Dude, every time I watch a Wizard video from any account and any computer, YouTube thinks I need to see Not Professor Dave right after.
I know.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, no. Here, this is what you want.
Yeah, it's so weird.
I typed his name one time to get that Brenda call in that was so bad. And now ever since then, yeah, all these suggested videos by Professor Dave.
Dude, I've had people tell me recently that like they'll actually be in the middle of watching my video and it'll just like start playing like a NASA video. Like an ad, but it won't be an ad. It'll just switch to the other video.
That's like the step up from shadow banning. It's like shadow trolling.
Yeah. It's like forcing you to not watch it.
Like a shadow redirect.
Yeah.
Yeah, shut down mid-video. I watched your video after you had done it, the one about the Murcielago or whatever. And when it was like halfway through or somewhere like that, like it shut off and said that you made it a private video. Did you?
No, yeah. I made that. I made the one that I did last night.
Yeah, you made it private?
Yeah, I made it private, and then I realized people could still see it, and I just deleted it. And then I deleted it off Rockfin too. Because I realized that I told my wife I didn't want her to watch it, and then I had like this epiphany that like if my wife can't watch it, I shouldn't have it on YouTube. That's just my opinion. Like I'm like I just think I showed too many images, too many graphic images, and I just didn't want to. Yeah, I just made my own personal decision on that. I already had like a pushing 2,000 views, but yeah, I just took it down.
Okay, I was trying to ask you a while ago, like, did you work hard on that presentation, looking up all those quotes that you turned into memes? Real nice.
Oh yeah.
You work hard on that? They look really good, right?
Yeah, it took me forever.
Yeah, I just want to say, Witsit gave me that shit for free. I just asked him, like, hey, can I get your sources? He just gave it to me, so now I have the chance to, like, go through it one by one and see, you know, the context to the quote and get a larger understanding. Thanks, Witsit. I appreciate that. For free.
Yeah, bro.
Weird that it would not be
Notice that,
free.
what's his name? Did I hit
but
peace on you? Yeah.
I forgot all about Libra Mango's interaction. Sorry, you go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, did you see the, what's his name? Mr. Sensible did a hit piece on you about the Antarctic Treaty. I'll post it in the live stream now.
Oh yeah, we watched that.
The reason that it's good
is that at the very beginning, we played the beginning because you're doing your rap that you were trying to remember the other day. That you used to go into like Jim Pandas and drop. In the very beginning, he has your whole rap that you do.
Oh, no way.
We
Yeah.
streamed that whole hit piece on my server the other day. I think a New Perspective was there. We had a ball laughing at it.
Bad here. I just posted it.
Oh, that's when I had Sun.
It's really just like a sad, please, I didn't lose. I'm not this stupid sort of plea the whole time for like 30 minutes.
Yeah, it was like they can go there. They can go there. You're wrong. Of
17.
course, there's going to be places that are restricted. You can't just go to any other country without a license to go there. And so, why is it any different?
Because you really should just entitle it the Antarctic Apologist video.
Yeah, like well, he had to pick on that point rather than something substantive that he totally got wrecked on during the debate that he didn't have any reply to. So he makes a video about some technicality that he thinks he got you on with the Antarctic Treaty.
Yo, that's fire, actually. I'm so glad that he did that because now I was thinking I wanted to remember these so I could this could be my opener in the next debate.
There you go.
This is awesome.
You
I'm
gotta
obviously not
trim-
watching this 17-minute video.
Yeah, no, you got to trim out like 9 minutes of his nonsense, and there's like 6 minutes of you in there that he does play.
I can kind of just say, I mean, so in the rhyme, I just said private exploration is forbidden with the cooperation of every major nation. So he's probably like, exploration's not forbidden.
Right?
That's all 6 minutes.
But this is recent.
Dude,
I just
it's a
did a
promotion
stream.
for
I
you.
just did a debate with him where I exposed him on Antarctica. His little what the?
Well, yeah, this was
He's
right
going
after
on
that.
it now, trying to say that you were wrong.
Yeah. This was
Because
his like.
whatever reason, you're right but wrong. And he doesn't. I mean, anything that you said was totally right, but he tries to make it seem like you were wrong because of the absolute that he, and tries to make your sentences sound or whatever.
Oh, I don't remember this debate. I got a bandana on.
Oh, it's from another debate, from an old debate, and it's just
He's
a
got
recent video.
He's got a
pulled
debate in
clips.
here where I have
Yeah.
a bandana on.
I like the one where you destroy you went against McToon and you're with McToon and someone else. He has that one too in there. That was a good one. You both. I think that was your wife, right? In there too.
Yeah.
And that chick on the other side.
destroyed McToon. That was funny.
That chick
You guys
was
both
fucking
did.
awful. I forget her name. McToon's partner chick.
She was asking what air was.
Yeah, for like 20 minutes. Do you know what air is? No. You know what air is? No. I'll tell you what air is. No, you know what air is? Oh my God, honey, spit it out.
Yeah, it was like a compilation of gases.
She Googled it for 20 minutes to come up with a one-line definition as if it was a mic drop. It was hilarious.
Dude, in that debate, Kai scolded McToon.
Yeah,
in
you
one
did.
of the moments. I can't remember what it was, like correlation and causation. And then I don't know because we've done it. Have we done it more than once? I can't remember. But the funniest part, we were actually in her apartment. But have you guys seen the moment where we just like lose it? We start laughing so hard.
Yeah, you guys both
Yeah.
because he said something and you guys look at
That's
each other. And you
hilarious.
guys just start laughing like what an idiot.
Yeah, like we told each other like we're just gonna have fun because when someone watches it, like they're gonna like migrate to the side having fun, you know?
Yeah.
Well, that wasn't just intentional. That was like uncontrollable. That was hilarious. In fact.
No, yeah. Like, I was asking him about the geometric horizon. I'm like, so do we ever see the actual curve of the Earth? And he just keeps like shucking and jiving and ducking the question over and over. And eventually he says, we never actually see anything. Yeah.
We're not actually having this debate, in fact.
I don't even remember this debate. I need to add this to my debate playlist. So this has already been beneficial. I got the rap and this other. I mean, I'm sure I did all right in this debate. I don't really remember this debate. Oh, that's in the RV.
Yeah, some Globetard came into Shane's stream and was linking that as if it was a gotcha, hoping to try to arouse
Yeah.
you off the mute or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah. That's why we decided to make it a thing and just watch it collectively as a stream. It
Yeah.
was pretty fun.
Laugh at it.
Okay, I found it. Nice. I'm just going to assume I did decent. I'm just going to add it to the playlist.
You ever go through and watch your old debates, like, and just like do a sampling, see how far you've come?
You should do an honesty
I mean, I
video.
definitely
Are
don't
there
go
any things
watch a
that
whole
you
debate.
changed your mind about as far as the details go? Like you're not so strong on some point, some things being the case. Like we've talked about a few of those things. You should do that just to like, because people are calling you like con man, manipulation master, whatever, you know, like this Mango dude thinks or says at least. You should do
No,
like, oh,
nobody.
these are some things I said in past debates that I'm not so sure about being actually the case. I've got a better argument now or whatever.
Well, I would say watch like your first McToon debate because that's one I recently saw, and then watch like the one you did over on my server when you popped in and surprised the shit out of him. I think there's a huge contrast between those two.
Yeah, for sure. That was like the first time I ever did a debate, and I had like
Right.
all this stuff typed out in my computer, and I didn't get to any of it. I didn't get to say anything, and I was I was like on this really old laptop, and I was just I don't know, I was like really naive.
I feel you because I did my first debate against him in very similar circumstances, dude, to vastly different results. So yeah, I feel.
Yeah. Yep. And then we got into the moon landing, and I didn't realize that people had so many like specific excuses for the moon landing, and I was really rusty on it since I was like 13 when I looked into the moon landing. So I really lose that part of the debate. And then I get on Facebook and I'm like, I gotta admit, I took an L on that one. I
You remember it?
underestimated my opponent, and he
You remember it
screenshotted that and
vividly.
he posted
Yeah.
it nonstop. Yeah.
Yeah, that's his thumbnail for his version. That's actually how I found the video with that screenshot as a thumbnail.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Crazy.
man. So you remember it vividly. You should give it a watch, right? And see like as your first go round, and then when you watch when you wipe the floor with him, dude, it's a pretty succinct symmetry.
There's
Yeah,
got to
man.
be a little mini movie made of your. I was thinking actually I could help with that maybe if you want at some point. A little mini movie made of your cross the country trip with a lot of those little
Oh yeah, I
moments.
should. Yeah.
Definitely.
I did like that. You
Is
saw
that-
my response to my haters video.
Yeah, one of them. You mean to that? You mean response to the haters of the? Oh yeah, I did see that.
Yeah, it's
some
like a
clips
minute.
from that.
Yeah, like when I did that, I was like, damn, I need to do a video that recaps that tour because just seeing like the different scenes is like kind of nostalgic, you know. I'm like, damn, dude, I forgot like how epic that was.
Yeah, I tell that story to people. I'm like, you got to hear this story. This kid went across the fucking country, and this girl goes and joins him, and it's like a fucking, just storybook fucking awesome romance where they go and they're having a kid year after that. It's like I kind of vicariously, felt like that's just so awesome to see.
Oh yeah, thank you, man. It's really cool. You know, I will say that all like really solidified like my faith. You know, like I'm not like big into religion and stuff like that, but dude, like the creator is so real, bro. Like it's like insane, and not just because of Kai, but just like that whole tour, bro, was like it was crazy, bro. Yeah, like I wouldn't trade it for anything. Like I did run through all my savings, and it was a lot. It was hectic, but it was like crazy what it did for like my faith. I strongly believed in the creator already, but like it was just really crazy. Like what I found is when you test your faith, as in like when you like really put your faith to the test, like you're like, I'm gonna trust the creator whole. I'm not scared of the Secret Service person. I'll walk right up to him. I'm not worried about getting shot in the city. I'm not worried about these people that are clearly following us in all black. Like I'm not worried about these blacked out Suburbans. Like I know that we don't have the money to get to this city that's 400 miles away because it's going to cost like hundreds of dollars every time you fill the RV, you know? I'm like, but I know we're going to find it. Right? Or like it's like every time, bro, when I just like trusted the creator, like Chris be like, what are we going to do here? I'm like, we're going to trust Yah. Like we're going to like the creator is going to, and he always would, bro. It was really a crazy experience.
But everything has to be through you. Like he has to work through you. Because I heard somebody on here last night or something, and their point was that you still have to do the work, even if you're praying for it. Like a lot of people maybe interpret it as like you just pray to the creator, and the creator makes it happen. But you have to make it happen too, right? It can't just be one way.
Yeah, something else a lot of people I don't think really got to see is the debate I had with the NASA employee at the rocket launch.
Never heard of this. What is this?
Yeah, so I did. There was a rocket launch, a SpaceX rocket launch at like 3 a.m. or something. So we parked the RV camp there. We had some buddies from Florida come meet us, and we were documenting the rocket launch. And the first time I was there, Nathan Thompson was there, and it was terrible. It was awful. He was like literally drunk, screaming at people, wouldn't even record it. It was insanely lame. But anyway, this one just so happened to be that this guy was running behind. He had something pop up, and he wasn't able to get into the clearance area in time. He was like a photographer that works for NASA. He does astrophotography and stuff like that, and he works for NASA. And so he was watching it from like the public access point because he couldn't. He got there a little late and couldn't get in because they're like really strict about the rocket launch. You know, like you got to be there plenty early, and once it's closed for anyone, no matter who you are, basically. So anyway, I ended up just debating this dude for like 2 hours about flat Earth, and dude, I like broke that dude's freaking like worldview live time, bro. Like he was so like he's like space till I die at the beginning, and you know he's got his NASA mask on, the whole nine, bro. And then by the end of it, I like start hitting him like with this like real like. I'm like, look, man, I know, like, I get it, bro. Like, I get it, and I empathize with you, bro. I know it's a lot to take in, but I'm just telling you, like, out of love, bro. Like, it's okay. Like, you didn't do anything wrong. Like, it's not like you were spreading this lie. You know what I'm saying? It's all right. Like, I was just hitting him.
Wait,
on
did you
that
get any of
level.
this recorded?
Yeah,
Did
I
you
just I don't think I've released it, and he started tearing up. And I gave him a hug.
Holy shit, that's hilarious, dude.
Yeah, it was crazy.
How
Because it
much
was
of that
like,
did you get?
really
Did you get
like
the hug
a
on?
good moment.
Did you get it all on fucking? Did you get recorded the hug?
Yeah,
and
I
all?
think I have different angles and everything. I think yeah.
That's epic, dude. You
It
got to
wasn't
get
the
his
best
permission.
lighting because it was like 3 a.m, but yeah, I mean there was some light, and you can definitely see the dude, and you can see me hug him.
Anyway, now he was in NASA. He was supposed to be there to officially film it, right?
Yeah, he was supposed to be one of the people to officially film it, but they have plenty, right? And that's what I was saying. That's one of those situations where I honed in on that guy, like respectfully, because and that's why I hit him with such like a real like personal thing at the end, because the way that mindset I was in the whole tour was like the creator put that dude here. You know, like I literally believe that to this day. Like I'm like, you must be doing something right, or like the creator wants you to realize what you're working for, right? And like put you where you're just late, you miss it, but you're over here still trying to get good shots with you and your buddy,
Right.
and then like your just whole worldview just implodes.
How did you approach him? What was your first line? So you think that's real?
I can't actually remember how it started. I think that Frank was just like, "What's up, man?" I don't know. We were just kind of casually talking to everyone.
Was Nathan Thompson there?
No.
Oh, that's why you were able to go so far with it. That sucks.
Yeah, that's why we were able. Like we were talking to everyone like on a real chill, respectful way.
Yeah, that sucks that you can't put more of that part of it. If I made the documentary, I'd probably try to leave as much of that ugliness out of it.
No, it's terrible. I don't even consider that. That's why I renamed the tour, and it's like, yeah, that doesn't even count really.
But it was kind of what boosted it in a weird way.
Yeah.
Did you say you did not release the video, or you?
So I think part of it's still in the live stream I ran that day, but it's like I can't remember what happened. I don't know if like the service went out or like the stream ended and I kept talking to him or whatever it is, or you couldn't really hear it. I can't remember, but I know that like people haven't really got to see it. And then my friend had his phone and was taping it as well with like way closer, way better quality and stuff. And I think also Chris had it on the GoPro. So I think I have 2 additional angles I haven't released. I actually have I probably have like 20 hours or 30 hours of like me doing like activism about the jab and about the pandemic that people haven't seen as well, because I couldn't put that on YouTube. That's really epic too, because when I did that, dude, people would like gather around. You know, Flat Earth, it's like people were embarrassed for people to even see them listening. But this was like people would literally circle around, and you would have the people get really triggered and stuff, and then just get like smoked. And like they would clap for me when I got through.
Nice.
The entire audiences of people, man.
Yeah. Yeah, they got
Really
better
powerful
as
shit.
it went on. Yeah,
I didn't
dude.
see any of that tour. I barely even know you did it to her. Doing all this shit retroactive.
Yeah, and of course, you
When you
know,
were
it's like
at
I
the
say a
Arch,
lot of the
what
same
was
stuff in a lot of the videos.
Well, so that was like your refining of your arguments publicly in a public forum to become the orator that you are now, maybe.
In a way, yeah, like it got to where it definitely made me like be able to retain like a lot of the information, like in a pretty crazy way. Like said it so many times, you know.
made your comebacks quicker, that's for sure,
You
because you knew what they were gonna.
trauma-based mind control yourself into flat earth.
Basically. I'm also like not even slightly nervous to talk in front of people at all now. Like it's like when I
Right.
was at the NBA finals, it was like there were tens of thousands of people everywhere. So it was just like, yeah, I don't know. I don't think I could really get nervous. I mean, if there was like a huge debate, say I was supposed to debate Neil deGrasse Tyson on national TV, like I would have a moment of being nervous, right? Because of how much is on the line and stuff like that. But like publicly speaking, I'm like not nervous at all now. And dude, when I first started, the tour wasn't supposed to be that at all, right? And then I just randomly did it when I'm like, oh, I have like a speaker, and I started doing it in DC with one of my friends from DC. That's a flat earther. I would just like start freestyling about flat Earth as we walk through the streets, with the thing that wraps around my waist, the speaker, and I'm like, whoa, this is a game changer. The people down the street have to hear me. So then I went and bought a speaker, and when I first did it, it was at the White House. So the first time I did it was at the White House, and you can maybe tell that that was my first time, but I naturally just kind of like could do it. When I realized that like I had a way to read people and kind of captivate them in a way, I was like, oh, if I just can kind of get used to not being nervous or anything, right? Then this is a way better way to do it, even though you're never going to have like people flock around you talking about flat Earth. Yeah, you're just not. Like it's a social deterrent, dude.
You're never gonna have a moment as epic as when you're outside the NBA Finals in Milwaukee. I'm gonna post the clip right now for everyone that hasn't seen it. You have to watch it. It's the funniest thing that ever happened in Flat Earth almost. When that black chick walks up and she's like thinking you're official because you have a microphone and a speaker and stuff, and she's going to you like, oh, she's gonna get interviewed in something important.
Who's
She goes,
flat?
yeah. He goes, what's flat? And he goes, the Earth. She goes, Earth is flat. And he's like, yeah. And then she goes running down the street, Earth is flat, Earth is flat, like telling her friends. And that was the funniest thing I've ever seen. I laughed at that. Actually, I have a recording of Flat Earth Dude and I laughing at that for 20 minutes. Just playing it over and over again. I'll put that in there
Dude,
too.
that was hilarious. You literally told her, and she went shouting it from the rooftops like Paul Revere.
Yeah.
It's flat. It's flat. It's
It was
flat.
only that easy, right?
Yeah, the context is too that like a lot of like the black people were kind of like, damn, this white dude like kind of gets it, right? Like I would start like working flat Earth lyrics into the Post Malone song in rhythm right off the top of my head, and they're like, they kind of tell, and I was kind of talking to them in like a way that I could relate because like most people there were black, and so I would just like honestly, if you're like a white dude that's kind of cool, then like you have like this huge advantage to connect with people that are like from like an urban community because they're like you're like an anomaly, you know. So anyway, let's just say that because I had seen her and her group of friends had like been listening, like vibing to me and stuff for a while. So it was me like kind of remixing Post Malone song they were playing in the background, stuff like that. So when she came up to me, she like was clearly younger and like a little buzzed, and so she had already like decided like, wow, this guy is smart and he's actually cool and he knows what he's talking about. So she like took what I said like as the gospel, you know what I'm saying? And she just took
immediately.
That's funny. That's funny to hear the backstory because that's exactly what it looked like with none of that context.
Earth is flat. I
She
wonder
went,
what
oh
she
shit.
now.
Oh shit, it
I
is.
wonder if
I said
her
it.
friends are still giving her shit about that. No, he said it. Oh, just because somebody said it, that's what you think now?
It's funny, dude, because as Witzik keeps saying, like the people generally in the world, in the public, not here and not on YouTube, are much more receptive to the basic logic of our argument, dude, right? It makes a lot of sense to them. And we are in here all day arguing it with nonsense with idiots for hours and hours about ground-based observations, and we get jaded.
Right. Yeah, like it should be obvious. I mean, that's why it works against it too, because people are like, oh, that's too obvious. I couldn't have missed that, or that's just it can't be because it's so complicated. They wouldn't make up all that complicated shit if it wasn't right, or But the Occam's razor cuts pretty deep when you say the reason you don't feel like you're spinning is because you're not. Nobody can say that doesn't make any sense.
You know what's funny when you type in McToon versus Witsit or McToon Witsit, you get my Rushmore video, and then Professor Dave debates podcast number 6 is the Earth flat. Like, well, and then you get the other one from 2 years ago. It's like I just did one with them. Why did I not get it?
Try it on BitChute, Odysee, or Rumble.
Well, yeah, I'm just adding to my YouTube playlist of debates.
YouTube filters you out. Nobody else does, dude.
Yeah, I believe it.
Plus, I also kind of put you on all those places myself, so I know it's there. But I'm definitely not the only one.
A lot of people ask me, dude, you can't even find, like, I don't know. It's like they know he lost or something.
What's that?
Who lost?
Hold on.
You're really low. He says, I'm not being arrested.
I think he's doing a drug deal. Okay. Dude, I've heard Democ do like 7 drug deals in my server. Like he'll just leave himself off mute. Yo, can I get that? You got the 20? All right. Oh, I gotta get the door. Slam. And then like a couple of times the people that he's either buying from or selling to will get on the mic and we'll talk about Flat Earth. It's pretty funny.
Thing I hate that when I post this McToon debate to the playlist, it's like 4 hours long and I'm not in it till an hour and a half. I don't know how to show people that. Maybe I should download it and clip it out.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm trying to work on this app. I gotta get this business finalized to open the app. But I'm gonna have a nice little app that's gonna be pretty cool. It's gonna have all my stuff. I don't know if a lot of people will actually download it though, but I mean it'll be free.
Where's it gonna be?
Android and iOS, and then I'm gonna have a matching website. And then it's gonna have it has an integrated player function for mobile devices and for the PC, and it's fire, bro. It's legit like better than YouTube player almost. Like it's
So-
like yeah, it's really fire.
You got to, make the QR code, right, to link it, and then sell it like Weiss does it, and then his app can feature your app. I'm almost certain, right? So that'll get it out there, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean I'm not gonna like it's gonna be free, but yeah. Because like I said, like I just feel like the creator will provide for me, bro. I'm not gonna charge money for stuff. I will like create a paywall on my website. So like say there will be certain
Liebermango was right. Lieberman. Right. Go
yeah.
ahead.
Like there will be certain perks or something for like behind the paywall, but like all my content's free, right? Like pretty much everything is free. Like right now everything is. So I can't imagine like say if I give people 10,000 hours of content for free and then like I charge for a few hours, like do you really have like a position to complain? I don't know. I don't think so.
They don't, but they will anyway.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, I'm about to start doing a bunch of different interviews and podcasts at different like what Dave does.
You should. He gets everywhere.
Yeah.
Right. So his answer was when he got shadow banned and censored was, all right, fuck you. I won't be on my show. I'll be on everyone else's show. Stop that. Did you get your logo done yet?
No, man.
Did you see that 3DP made me a new one?
Mm.
I was joking with him and we were messing with yours. And then I'm like, hey, since he does like arts and shit and like graphics, I'm like, want to make me one. Here's what he came out with.
Oh, nice. I see it. The Taurus in the hand. Like
All
your
right, guys. If I get killed or I'm just missing, and I'm giving a guy a ride home, stranger, but I'm doing a good deed. Just to let you know, that's why I'm not talking as much for the next 20 minutes.
I just thought you were selling someone weed.
It's pretty cool, bro.
All right, he threw it together. He's a really artistic guy with the skills that I don't have. Right? Like all my thumbnails for videos are like logistic. They fit. They're like squares. I don't have any artistic or creative bone like that. Disney still in here? Do you hear 3DP?
Yeah.
Oh, well, thank you, man.
Just listening in the background. Yeah, wait, if you want me to have a go at yours, just give us a shout.
Okay, I may take you up on that. I kind of already promised I would let Yoru do it and pay him. So if he says no, then I'll definitely hit you up. I don't want to like renege on him.
Yeah, don't worry.
Although he's taking his freaking sweet time.
Yeah, I threw it out to 3DP and he had this the next day, right? Not for nothing. I mean, I get commitments, but he's a good guy.
Well, yeah, Yoru's my boy. Like I told him I'd pay him because like $100 goes like a long way for him, you know. And like that's just my boy. Like he hooked us up with. He's like you know, he does it like professionally. So if he does it for me, he'll like go all out with the video and all this stuff. It's like it's worth it. It's worth a shot.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, like he made the Mount Meru intro and it's super fire, dude. Like I'll drop it. Yo, I feel like why are so many ballers so like mad at life, man?
They live in a fantasy world spinning out of control in a galaxy with a billion things just like them. Wouldn't you be upset?
No.
A lot of them get mad, like even on like in social media apps, if you post shit about flat earth, like they get angry, like they're mad, like I don't know, it's just weird. Like it's like you personally offend them and then they have to say something, very vile sometimes, and it's like, who hurt you, man, as a kid? Like what happened? Like why are you so mad that someone has an opinion on something? And then they'll say like, "Oh, you guys are just lying to everybody. You're just lying, and you're spreading disinformation, and you guys are all liars." I'm like, dude, why are you? If anything, I'm the one that's like that. I'm the angry one that these guys are still lying, even though the truth is right there in front of you. Like I don't know, it's funny to me now, man. These guys are ballers, are idiots.
Yeah, it's crazy. They try to use the whole like the cover story that they're like being virtuous by combating us, you know, to try to cover up how obvious it is that it's really lame that they're so emotional about it.
Yeah. And then it's funny how they flip it. They're like, you guys have all these doctored videos and pictures, and I'm like, what? That's welcome to NASA's portfolio. What are you talking about? Like everything you guys have is doctored and fake, and it's I don't know, man.
Dang, there's the Mount Meru intro, but it didn't. It's like I'll try to compress it. It's worth watching though. It's pretty fire. Like he's dope. He made all that, from scratch.
I'm still just wondering. I mean, I know they were talking about it earlier about that how from Artemis the moon's very small, and from 1968 the moon was pretty big, and they're like, oh, they just had a zoom, that's it. And it's like they're like, oh, you must not know how cameras work and all this nonsense. But I'm like, dude, I think you're missing the point. Like, if the moon looks that big from where we are, and we are way bigger than it, then how can the Earth look that small? Like, it's so stupid. Like, man, things go over their heads and they don't get it, they don't grasp it, and I don't know, man. It's like a veil's put over their eyes, and their ears there's like fingers are going in their ears without them knowing, and they just don't hear or see. It's just so weird to me, man. How do they not get it? Like, a kid will understand it. A child will get it. Why don't grown men and women get it? Why are they arguing? Oh, you just don't know how cameras work. Like, what? Are you not understanding the argument? It frustrates me.
You know what's crazy? So like I'm trying to look up torus fields, and they're like trying to suggest me all these black holes. And dude, it looks like what the Earth would, or like the flat Earth would. They're black hole animations.
I haven't seen them.
I'll drop one.
Hey, so you guys, I'm giving this guy a ride home, like I said, and I'm trying to tell him that the Earth is not a spinning ball. I don't think he believes me. What would you say?
Have you ever felt the Earth moving?
He knows about 9/11, by the way.
Yeah. So you know how can you hear me?
He's like, wait a minute, I got a lot of problems tonight, man. I don't want to have another problem on top of my frickin' shoulders. I'm going home with this information.
Well, you know how the government always lies with all their like federal agencies, and they're always lying. Well, it's as simple as NASA is not the only agency not lying.
There you go.
I think we missed it. What was that?
You know how the government always lies? Well, it's as simple as NASA is not the exception to all the agencies lying.
720, you said on YouTube. Monte Vista. Type in 720 Monte Vista. Oh, okay, for how to get there. Yeah, I don't think he's wanting to deal with a flat Earth truth tonight, maybe, but we kind of maybe planted a seed, hopefully.
That's all it takes.
You already get it? You already get it, huh? Moon landing for fake, huh? Fake as fuck. Oh shit, like that. Oh, you got fake moon landing tattoos? Pretty much. Oh shit. All right, sorry to interrupt. You guys can go back to your regularly scheduled program.
No worries.
Yo, I might just like try to use these black hole depictions, bro. You guys tell me what you think. Oh, it's super big. Oh man. Never mind. Let me put it in a Canva. This is pretty wild. I didn't even think about this.
What's Vit's problem, man? Why is he coming here and just like say the things he does and then like, what's wrong with that?
Oh man, so much. Just not a very happy person, man.
Just comes in here, just spews some nonsense, talks crap. Just like has nothing to offer anything. Not a part of any intelligent conversation. It's just trolls, like just constant trolls. From the looks of it, dead air as well.
Yeah, this is just tripping me out because I'm like looking at these black hole animations and it like it legit looks like what the Earth could look like. Yeah.
Did you post them?
I'm downloading it right now. It was like 200 megabits, so I'm trying to change this stuff. There you go.
Wow. Is that what the
Yeah, like a torus field and then the plane through the middle.
Yeah. That reminds me of the biblical the drawing where it shows the earth above and then Sheol in the underneath. The underworld kind of resembles, kind of reminds me of that.
That looks like that graphic they used for Interstellar. Have you seen that film?
Oh yeah, the
I've
movie.
not.
That was a good movie. Yeah. Looks pretty cool though.
Yeah, this website's called Envato Elements. Envato. It's like super fire, man. It's got like pictures, videos, and music. I mean, I have to pay like $10 a month. It's like crazy good videos. That's how I made my little astronaut dancing video.
When you are talking about these black holes, doesn't then that invoke space and all the other fantasies of beyond?
Wait, say again. What was your question?
When you like when you get into discussions with some of them about black holes and the deep space and have they ever like turn that against you, like, oh, so you do believe that the earth is not what you guys think it is and that there's deep space? Have they ever like came at you that way?
Oh no, I mean I don't ever like claim black holes like that. You know, like
You just get into the conversations of them?
not even. No. I was just saying that I was looking for a torus field and it suggested me black hole animations and it looks like the Earth. Like
Okay.
the only time, yeah, I address black holes, it's like I'll say, well, it looks just like the magnetic field does under a ferrocell, which has a black hole in the middle. So, I mean, there might be that on the Earth, and if it was in the sky, it'd be magnetic. But of course, relativity can't explain black holes at all. It can't be applied to a singularity, so they can't even use relativity to math a theoretical black hole. So I'll shut that down real quick.
Yeah.
Shut it down in the girls' night tonight. Thank you, Witsit.
I missed it. Sorry.
It's okay. It just means that I learned from you and your wife. And I appreciate you guys for letting me know about girls' night. And I shut the theory of relativity down tonight.
Oh, girl, I heard. Okay, nice. That's what's up. I didn't hear what you said, but that's cool. I hope you. I forgot about that girls' night.
Are they still doing that over in 24/7?
Well, I guess so. She just said she did it. I should tell Kai to remember to go jump on sometime.
There wasn't a lot of girls. There was a lot of guys, actually.
Yeah, it seems like all the baller guys want to come in on girls' night.
They did kill it. There was one guy in there under the name Lucifer who was bringing up something of his own experiment. He's some sort of physicist, and he got shut down by the guys. So we appreciate him that shut him down. So I don't care.
It's just funny that they like always want to come out of the woodworks when it's the girls' night.
It was a good girls' night, even though there was just 2 girls and a bunch of guys.
That's a cool though. I think it was a really good idea.
I'm a little late to the game. I saw your debate with Kai, and she had said something about girls' night, and I jumped on that big time.
Nice. We'll have to get it popping back. It used to be where you'll have like 30 girls in there.
Well, just tell your wife I said thank you very much. I don't have any, not a lot, but any flat earthers around me, so I really appreciate her.
Yeah, of course. You guys should she doesn't really Discord anymore. But yeah, I'll tell her for sure because I think she could relate. It's hard to
Yeah, I don't
connect with
have any social. Sorry,
people.
I don't have any social media. I'm Southern. I'm from Alabama. I just I don't have any social media other than YouTube and Discord and Rumble. That's it.
Nice. Yeah, she doesn't have any social media either.
I do music, so I play guitar and sing. So I'm on YouTube a little bit, not a lot. I don't put a lot of stuff up. I entered into a contest this year, but
Oh, you should send me
not a
your
lot of
stuff.
stuff. Yeah, it's under my name. I never hide my name, so it's Kim Hopkins. If you search Kim Hopkins in YouTube, I think that it'll pop up one of the first things. So
Okay, cool. Yeah, maybe you guys could do something together or something.
would love to. The Day is the name of the song that I entered in recently. Probably the best song for the days, the times that we're living in, anyways.
Oh wow, you're really good. I
Oh,
already heard
me?
your voice. It's very good.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah. You and Kai should do something. You guys can make like a really pretty song about the earth or like where we live or something like that.
Yeah, I got the folksy, bluesy, anything like that, or anything really. I kind of cover a wide range. Anyways, I would love to do something with Kai. She's got a beautiful voice.
Yeah, that would be cool. I mean, we'd have to do it virtual, I'm sure, of course, right? But you should just do whatever like you feel the most comfortable with, like whatever you think you're the best at, and then she could just try to play off that with you, and you guys could, feed off each other. I think that'd be dope.
Yeah, I've got a song that I'm like trying to write right now, so I would love for her to kind of have. Yeah, absolutely. I will be in contact.
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
You can DM me on here or email me, and I'll show her this video, and I'll tell her you guys should work together.
Sounds good. I'll do that.
Sweet. That's definitely one thing I think Flat Earth could always use more of is musicians and music and like girls. So all right, everybody, I'm actually going to call it a night. I have a busy day, but nice kicking it as always. Peace out.
Cheers, work.
Did everybody stop talking, or is it dead in here, or is my phone not working right?
Quiet time.
Quiet time. Okay.
Yeah.
I,
You put your
right away.
head down.
Yeah. What's up, Snack? Do you remember,
Hey.
remember you gave me a shout out earlier?
What? What?
You gave me a shout out a little bit ago.
You gave me a shout out? Oh, no way.
Yeah.
I'm sure I'll enjoy why. No, why?
Let's see. I was talking about cathexis. I was talking about Poncho P taking over Breach End from you. And we were talking about people going too hog wild with transgender inspections.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think these hogs, they're like, these hogs are fucking men. These hogs are saying that they're women.
These what?
These hogs are wild.
Yeah. Hog wild, right?
Mm-hmm. I bought some of the videos.
Yeah, the hog wild transsexual videos.
Yeah, hogs gone wild.
Hog wild hogs gone wild.
Yeah. They get them on spring break, and it's like, what are these hogs doing? Like,
What are you gonna watch these hogs pig out or what?
do you know how much tuition they have to pay? And then they're doing it. It's like, I got yeah, I don't know. No, I got a new lens. I'm excited about.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like broken. It's broken, but I can fix it, so it's fine. But like it was like $100, and but the lens is like a $1,200 lens. So I'm like real excited. Get my broken lens. What's that?
Rectilinear? What kind
It's
of lens
actually
is it?
it's actually yeah, it's a square lens.
Sweet. You
Yep.
tried it?
Yeah, it looks good.
Good depth of field.
Yeah.
Do you use it in combination with lenses like you were doing with those other ones, or just
Yeah,
on
same
its
kind of
own?
lens. Yeah, it's like it goes on the front of a lens.
Right on. Sweet.
But yeah, it's neat. It's the first square one I got. Whatever fucking who cares. I don't know why I'm talking about it.
I
I'm
just
just
gave a
excited.
guy a ride home.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
A who guy? What guy?
I was at the gas station and the guy walked up to my car and asked if he could please get a ride home. He's got in a fight with his wife. She took his wallet. He had no phone, no wallet. He scratch on his face. Clean cut guy, you know, but didn't seem like a dangerous person.
He had a clean cut scratch.
He had a clean cut face with a nice clean scratch on it. That's for sure. But he's gonna help me with some favorite. That's
Oh, that's nice.
tried to tell him the Earth is flat. He knew about 9/11, but he didn't want to hear about the Earth is flat on top of the night he's had. I don't think. He's like, wait, I don't need more problems right now.
That's what he said.
It's like I got enough stress. I don't need to hear the Earth's flat quite yet, but he did know the moon landing's fake. He just didn't want to acknowledge the whole flat Earth thing very, very willingly at first, at least. But
He's like, I got enough relationships issues right here.
yeah, exactly. My wife's not gonna want to hear me talking about flat Earth. That's for sure.
That would be the best. Like, you're like, honey, I know we got in an argument earlier, but this thing happened to me, and I realized something.
That'd be like the best like diffuser. Actually, might be the perfect thing. She'd either be like so taken back by it, or
You got like a yeah. That's how she'd be. She'd be like in 3/4 of a mile.
right. It's directions on here.
You're hot GPSing, dude.
Hot GPSing, yeah. It's funny. I don't think I've heard anyone call that out before, but it's happened.
You're gonna go to the hot GPS room.
You go what?
You're gonna go to the hot GPS room.
Yeah. Gonna move me. Mango was in here earlier. Gave a nice performance, a nice overly acted Shakespearean bad accent from like who knows where. Attack on Witsit, even though he totally was being a fan last. We saw him type. That guy. Last night was funny. What was his deal last night? He was trying to say, I don't know. What was his deal? Same thing. Oh, he's trying to say he worked for a satellite company. On the other channel, he was saying he was an astrophysicist, I think, too.
Oh, okay.
Professional LARPer, I guess.
He was here like 3 days ago, maybe, and he was on about, I don't know. He's like I'm from California, and you know, he was like quasi flat Earth that day, arguing for truths and stuff. What a funny guy he is.
What he was saying, he was a flat earther from California.
Something like that. Not a flat earther, but I don't know. What he was just arguing to well, like, some days he'll be like, like people shouldn't talk, people shouldn't think, he'll say stuff like that. But this day was like, it's like we can think whatever we want. I can. He just wakes up like a totally different person every day. It's like, okay, here we go.
Yeah, he's pretty good at not cracking. Like you can't detect him laughing at himself too many times. Sometimes you can tell he's like putting on like he's trying to hold back a smile. Like you can hear him smiling. I mean, if he's actually if his convictions are real, that's even worse because it's so fake sounding. See, Marty's talking. Probably listening. After you come on and declare that ignorance is bliss and no one should try to investigate anything, I'm not sure that you can really give people advice after that on what to investigate and what not to investigate.
Yeah, I don't know about him.
In 1,000 feet, merge on.
It's possible Zanuck might be cloned, and that like a new Zanuck takes over the next day. They just like high five each other. It's like, hey man, you gonna go talk on the thing? Yeah, I'm gonna go do that. And the other guy just goes and just like passes away. But there's like always a new, fresh Zanuck. It's unlikely.
It is like a Zanuck Bot 3000 type thing going on. It's like, here, I'm the new and improved Zanuck that totally disregards everything the old Zanuck said yesterday. And I think I believe in space time today, and I'm going to totally defend it no matter what you say. But I'm excited if it's flat. That's a really great possibility that I would totally embrace. Yet I'm going to fight tooth and nail to make sure that nobody else thinks it's possible until that day happens.
Yeah, something like that. Kind of what I was
Yeah,
thinking.
he gets his I mean, the stuff you learn that he knows, which he has a lot of knowledge. I'll give him that. I don't know if it's knowledge necessarily. If it's not true, what would you call it? Information. He's got a lot of information that he's memorized and he knows about. So I'll give him that. But it's his time to shine because, who would care that he knows this unless this happened, right? We got to try to uncover the American Gladiators episode he was on. Someone's got to dive deep and figure out who he was. Did you know that was a thing? He was actually on that show.
Like he's like intellectual gladiator. Like he's turbo in his mind. Like he's laser. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Right?
Like he's
Got to look for the
like Xanax
characters.
bringing out the intellectual tennis ball cannon on you. That's what he tried. Just wants to look pretty in his spandex jumpsuit onesie. What's wrong with that? Nothing. Gladiators.
A gladiator. There you go. He's actually pretty good. He plays guitar. He's not a bad guitar player. So he's not like a total loss, I guess, in a lot of ways. I got him to jam with some flat earthers on another channel one night. There was a bunch of people really resisting it because they didn't want to like get along with him.
What kind of music does Zanuck like?
I think he likes blues and rock, classic rock probably. He was doing some blues riffs and like maybe a little bit of alternative. But I bet he likes I bet he's a Queen fan. Or I bet he's a Styx fan.
You're a Styx fan, man. I can understand.
Well, now he's a Dr. Phil fan since Freddie Mercury became Dr. Phil.
I saw Styx play, and they had a sick guitarist. He had an eye patch, and the dude was so in charge, and he just had an eye patch, just rocking the fuck out. And I was like, man, that is the coolest eye patch wearing dude I've ever seen.
Eye patches are like cool for a weird reason, huh?
He looked like a pirate, but he played like a rock and roll god. I was like impressed, highly impressed.
Is he always with the eye patch?
I guess he just has a legit eye patch situation.
Is that why they're called Styx? Because he got poked with one in the eye?
I don't know. That's pretty mythical, man.
The real reason we're called Styx has nothing to do with Hades.
Continue on Red Hill Avenue for 3 miles.
Oh, we got you. We got you tracked, man.
It was
Got
an
you
incident.
triangulated.
I was a kid with a stick, and ever since then, I just embraced it, Gotta do what you
What do you like? The VH1 behind the music on the guy with the eye patch.
I'm sorry?
You can forget it.
Did
Don't
I
worry.
get that wrong?
No, we got it. We got it. It was perfect.
All right.
Where in the Hades is everybody?
Where in the doggone 80s is everybody? If you don't know Kansas, you don't know the 80s. If you don't know Don Henley, you don't know the 80s. What's another good one?
Wow. Yeah. Shit. Is that true? Like, do you have to vibe? Like, it took me so long to vibe with Don Henley. Like, it took me years and years.
Right? It sucks because you don't want to like any of his songs, but some of them are like okay, enough to like say, okay, well, I don't hate it. But
What
you
do you
don't
go
want to
with,
like
like
it.
solo Don Henley though? Like, that's a toughie.
Yeah, solo Don Henley. It was a little bit tough. And he ended up playing with the Grateful Dead, and so I had to like him a little bit.
Like, what's that one he does with Ronnie Ronette?
I don't know him that well, and I'm proud to say so.
Take Me Home Tonight.
I know
That's
that
solo.
song. Sure.
That song, I hate that song.
It's one of the most overplayed bad songs ever, actually.
It's like it's like a throwback to a better time in a worse way, and we get to hear it all the time. I like listening to the radio because I hate the radio, and I don't know, it does something for me. If I just pick stuff I like, it's boring. I like the challenge of finding something I can listen to on the radio. Sometimes it's only one song on the entire radio, and sometimes not. And then I just wind up listening to people speaking in Latin. No, Latin music. They're speaking in Spanish. That's what's happening. You ever do that? You wind up on a Spanish station that's speaking Spanish, and then you realize like you have no idea what they're saying, but other people are like listening to you, listen to that, and then they think that maybe you speak Spanish.
You're like kind of like zoning out on it, kind of mystified by it,
Right.
without unconsciously mystified by the
Like,
language.
you know, it's like what? And then you were just like, now what?
How could you make sense of words like that? That's amazing.
So fast. But you hear like people
Right.
speak Chinese on that bitch, and it's like, what?
Right? You
Dude,
think
it's
that it
like,
would
bro,
take an acute awareness to even understand any of it, even if you knew the language, right?
经常在跑这下才出发的在，跑到这家问题跑，把这分这变种啊，这
Yeah. So
like, are
mumbled
you serious?
together.
Like,
How the hell do you
why would you
understand?
even think that would work? Who's gonna know what
Right?
you just said? Nobody.
Well, that they must think the opposite of us. Like our language sounds so like slow and
Amer- Am-
literal.
American is the best language. Anybody can get it.
American.
Right.
Speak
Right.
American.
I speak
I
American.
speak American.
I learned. Wow.
America does have a lot of words for words and in place of words. You can manipulate American like language very well, where other languages can't.
True.
All right. That was sensible.
Go on.
Like with examples.
Yeah.
No,
Other
I was just
languages that sound funny.
any other
Yeah,
witticisms like
I'm very bumpkin. I get it.
no, we weren't making fun of you at all. We were appreciating your comment, hoping for more.
No, oh yeah. Well, the American language can be manipulated in many ways. Like you can say jabba dab dab instead of you know what, or you can that kind of stuff.
Sure. Right, right. Lots of play.
Well, you could do that with any like. There's whatever
Yeah, like how
poetic
would the
devices.
Chinese
You could
do
do that.
how would the Chinese
It's
do
just
babble?
not so easy with other languages that have like definitive um, ways to say things.
Yeah, it becomes like slang or something.
Yeah, right. But even our slang is way more liberal than other languages can have slang.
Maybe.
Oh, well,
Things
that's
rhyme
what
and
I hear around the block.
okay. I'll go with it. Yeah, it's just a lot of syllables you hear in other languages where it's like, wow, that's a lot of syllables.
We make it very hard to learn our language because we can manipulate it so well, and like you can somebody that learns the English language can be very led astray from your slang, whereas I guess like Spanish, you can learn their lingo and their slang a little bit better.
Yeah. I don't know. I guess it's just like English, maybe even American English, is like more grainy. It's got like bigger chunks of sounds in it. And I find some other languages really, really fine. Like it's just so many like little uh, bits in there that's you know like we're more expressive to some degrees. Other languages just hear somebody like say a paragraph and you're like, holy cow! I don't even know where to start with that. That's all.
Yeah, I'm trying to study the original Hebrew and Greek text for the Bible actually. So it's not easy to learn other languages, that's for sure. But to hear that the English language is the hardest, that's something and humbling.
I guess it is. I mean, but I know people that have like learned English like through like watching television. You know.
Well, that's even us. That's what we do. We learn the English language by watching, television or
Like,
just like anyone.
I mean, you could. I don't know. It's. I'm certainly not gonna like learn Chinese watching like Chinese soaps or something.
I've learned a lot of Japanese watching anime.
Okay, go on. That's cool. Yeah, yeah. That's maybe a little easier. Because like anime doesn't have like super fast dialogue necessarily.
Well, the
Yeah.
fact that you can watch it with subtitles or anything with sub, I did get into a phase before I woke up watching like Korean and Chinese dramas. I'm a girl, so dramas. And I learned a little bit from there. I mean, not enough to speak it, but maybe to understand it if it's spoken to me.
Yeah, like I get you. Yeah, it's kind of like me in Spanish radio. Like I have enough Spanish to like where I can pretty much understand what they're saying.
I can speak in Spanish, like the entire American Pledge of Allegiance in Spanish because of school.
Whoa.
You want to hear it?
I don't even know. Shouldn't it only be an American? I'm just joking.
I
Uh,
agree. It should only be an American, but I know that I'm from Alabama. I mean, they made me stand up for an exam and say the entire Pledge of Allegiance, American Pledge of Allegiance in Spanish.
okay. Go ahead and give it a shot, and we'll give you your citizenship at the end.
Would you like to hear it?
Go for it.
Yo prometo lealtad a la bandera de los Estados Unidos de América y la república que representa una nación bajo Dios indivisible con libertad y justicia para todos. That was it.
All right. Sounds maybe like a magic spell. Not really sure.
That's muy bueno.
Oh yeah.
It's muy bueno. Go.
Well, it's a little mistranslated. Like yo prometo is like I
You
promise.
permit or you
I promise.
promise.
Lealtad a la bandera de los Estados Unidos de América. It's just it's translated in such a weird way. So
So Kim Hopkins, I don't know if I've talked to you before.
I don't know if you have either.
You flat earther?
I am.
Nice. Haven't seen you around.
I'm
Welcome.
new. Thank you.
How long ago did you figure out that you're not on a spinning ball?
Oh man, it's been a while. It's been maybe since like January or February of this year.
Oh, that's not that
So
long.
it's
How'd you
really
learn about
not
it?
that long.
Yeah, not
Uh,
that long.
it was my search for truth. I have a whole testimony, so this is a long testimony if you want to hear it.
Go ahead.
It may not be to your liking though, because a lot of people don't accept me because it's still like somebody versus somebody, you know.
You don't have to worry about us.
You say that, but once I give my testimony, maybe you won't say that.
Well, why? I mean, it's your testimony. Why would I judge your testimony? That makes no sense. Everyone's
Yeah,
got their personal
I guess
journey.
you're right. Well, in last year, my husband surprised me. Let me just say this as a preface, okay? I've never thought that you needed a vaccine for anything ever. I've never had a vaccine for anything ever.
Just don't
Never
don't
have
use
I.
the, hold on real quick. Don't
You
use the
Paul's so
actual.
insane.
You have to use code
What's
words
that?
because they don't like us using the actual V word.
Oh, okay.
So
I'm so
just
sorry.
if you're gonna tell the story, just use code words. So we kind of like use Fauci ouchie or GB jab or something like that.
Gotcha. Okay. Well,
Minestrone soup is another way of
I've
saying it. We say.
I've never had any reason to ever believe that I needed any, what. And and I've always been fine. Never got any of those, what. And my husband surprised me in the middle of everything for my birthday last year with one of my favorite artists, Tierra Farrell. I went I went to go see her with him. Anyways, we had some friends that got tickets with us, and it was for my birthday. So you had to be fully, what. And
Did you say Perry
I
Farrell?
came up, huh?
Did you say Perry Farrell? Like from
No, Sierra Farrell.
oh Sierra Farrell. Okay.
Okay, yeah. Um, she's awesome, by the way. I mean, some of the things now I'm not so keen to because I've woken up, but we're gonna go ahead and say back then I didn't think that. And I he surprised me with tickets to it that like a couple of months in advance, and I had to be fully, what, to even be able to go. So I was
Smart.
trying to come up. I've always been a pretty honest person. Thought that I was too smart to believe in a creator or anything like that. So, like I said, it's a pretty long testimony. I'm sorry, guys. um, thought it would. Uh, I thought of many reasons to come up with that I could give at the door to not do it, to not do the fully thing. And I didn't feel like they would accept me in, and it would be futile. Ended up doing it. So I got fully, 2 times. And after that, I started having, it was after the show. It was a great show, by the way. I snuck out back of that show and met her personally, and she sang happy birthday to me. That was pretty cool. Um, After that, I started having some complications. I know now it was like arrhythmia, heart arrhythmia. And I tried to go to the doctor about it, and they treated me like I had leprosy. And they were also dressed like they were about to perform surgery, which was pretty odd to me. I don't just go to the doctor all the time. So the fact that I did that and that was happening, I was pretty alarmed. So I started looking into it, and other physicians and um, medical doctors were also talking out against it. So I deep dived, researched into it. I found our creator through that, and then I found the flat earth, knew it by discernment that it was true. Thank the creator for that one. And so on and so forth. I've gotten discernment more than anybody else around me. So if anybody else has been jabba dabba dude around you, don't discredit them. It's not just us versus them all the time. So I encourage others to at least look in to the truth. The truth is what matters. It's what prevails. Yeah, that's all I was going to say.
Wow. I'm in a garage. Can you hear me? Am I roboting?
I hear you.
Oh, okay. Thanks for telling that story. That's awesome. Not very awesome if you're still having problems. Did your husband have any problems or anything like that?
He has this cough, but yeah, no, I don't have any problems anymore. It subsided after a while. I did go to the doctor about it, but it was to no avail, and nothing ever got done about it. I never went back. So I'm all about natural healing. I can eat dandelions for my heart, actually. If anybody has any need for heart medication, you can just go eat a dandelion out in your yard, by the way. And what's funny about dandelions, Roundup is the leading killer for dandelions, and also invest, or let's just say that the investors of Roundup also invest in the leading heart medication that is poison, pharmakia, sorcery, by the way.
That's interesting. Huh.
Yeah, I believe anybody can heal from anything. We were given God-given bodies that can heal from a lot. So it's pretty cold here in Alabama, and I'm outside, so I'm not disturbing my family inside. So sorry if I sound like I'm shivering.
No, you're good. I was just making a bunch of noise, so I'm muted. That's cool that you ended up coming to flat Earth through figure. A lot of people are finding out these deeper truths through some of the obvious deception they've been.
Yeah, I'm just not
Court.
surprised anymore. So
Yeah.
the deception goes so deep. It's unreal. Like I can't post anything because I haven't been here long enough, but as soon as I can post something, I cannot wait to post this diagram. It's a crazy diagram where the Canaanites from the Bible, where they started the human sacrifice and Baal worship, it branches off to a crazy degree. So it's a diagram that's worth looking into. It's like it's the the army of the adversary. I know that not everybody that believes in flat Earth are biblical, or I don't know what can I say. But from the Canaanites, it branches off like equally to pharaohs of Egypt and the kings of Babylon. And from that, it branches onto the Roman Empire, and Judea, the Second Temple period. And those branch to the Vatican, which branches off simultaneously to the Knights Templar and Khazar, which both of those branch onto Switzerland, and that branches off to the Freemasonry and the Jesuits, which branches on to simultaneously the Illuminati. So everybody's always like, it's the Jesuits or it's the Freemasons, but it's like kind of like a both of them go into the Illuminati, and that ends in the diagram at the United States. So we are supposedly the new Atlantis.
Yeah, that's pretty.
Nice.
Close.
You can DM it to me, and I can post it for you. Or I might even be able to give you perms. I'm not sure how to do that quite yet.
I'm not even sure how to give it to you. How do I do that?
I'm trying to get my headset working.
Which one are you?
New perspective. Very top.
Okay, hold on one second. I'll try to send it to you.
I think it's like what you're saying is right because like it goes back to like the Canaanite god El, and a lot of the other like gods that came after that, which is like this goes to like Sumeria. But everything else that comes after that is like if it's in that umbrella, it's like they're seraphs of um, the god El that become other gods, really. Like after some appreciation, some time, or depending upon the nature of the city that they're the guardian of, because there have been like these. I don't know. That's just how it goes. So that's why this like variation starts happening because of these centers of commerce and people and technology and whatever trade and religions, like all kind of keep spreading around and have reason to respond and react to each other. So I don't know. Essentially, like just like a huge portion of the existent religions, I think, go back to that as a basis.
I sent it to you. So did you get it? A new perspective.
Let me look. Yep. I'll post it. Oh yeah, I posted this one in there before. I've got some other ones that are like this too, actually, that I'll post right after it that you can download. This one's crazy, yeah.
This is like the army being built, the adversary's army. It's like a blueprint of it.
Right.
That's how I took it. When I read it, I'm not trying to say that God spoke to me because, I mean, in a way he did, but in a way he didn't. It was my discernment. I was like, this is the army here,
Well,
right here.
yeah, the adversary though, I'm not certain of what you mean in that regard.
Well, I think that as I can't pronounce his name,
within some of these.
Azazel. It's not what people
Okay,
think.
right,
It's not
right,
Sultan.
right, but
It's not Lucifer. It's not like that. It's
but this whole concept of the adversary is the adversary to not it's the adversary to God because the God of the time that this is built to is a pretty unfair God. So the adversary is actually like trying to
but
help out the
if
other.
you place it on their heart, they're being pretty ignorant in
Trying to
front of
flip a
us.
world like that right away, huh, Snack? You're gonna do that to her right now. I'm just gonna flip it all up.
What do you mean?
All I'm saying is that the
You're
adversary
saying the
is
adversary
being
trying to help us.
if you're going back to Cain, then you're talking about things that like have to do with like Mitra and Prometheus and those concepts, and they're not like
I've been studying the
you're kind of
Bible.
like recycled into this. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, I've been studying the Bible from like the original Greek and Hebrew text, and things that we are seeing in the King James Version are very poorly translated in a lot of places. So a lot of the biblical sightings and stuff that you hear about are absolutely true. Like the Mount Sinai is actually in Saudi Arabia. It's not in Egypt, which is crazy that anybody would believe it would be because they crossed the Red Sea into Saudi Arabia. And It's Mount Jala, or I can't remember exactly how to pronounce it, but I know that's somewhere along the lines. But that's the real Mount Sinai. Like there's a burnt top to the mountain where the fire was in the Old Testament. So it's true. And Ron Wyatt actually found a lot of the true biblical sites in the Bible and even there's a place where there's that was
Did you say Ron
taken
White?
out. Ron Wyatt. I know I'm
Oh, okay.
bumping. I'm sorry. I know I'm
No,
hard.
Well, it was Ron White, the comedian.
No, not Ron Wyatt, but Ron Wyatt.
Right.
He found a lot of the true biblical sites. So I'd look into that if anybody's interested in it. He found a lot of sites that are not going to be put on mainstream media or just the history. Actually, one of them was put on the History Channel, but you can't find it now. And that was one of them. So finding the real Mount Sinai was one of them. So it's really hard to find. But if you know that the finder of it was Ron Wyatt, you can find it right now. So if you're interested in finding out biblical truths, I would look into it if I were you.
Ron Wyatt. Okay, Ron Wyatt. I got him at the YouTube channel here. He looks like straight out of Little House on the Prairie.
Yeah, he's been persecuted by the church a lot because he's one of those Seventh Day Adventists, because the church changed the Sabbath day to Sunday because of the Roman Catholic Church, and the Sabbath day should be the seventh day, and so he's kind of been just censored out of existence almost in the church, and anybody just on your regular everyday basis, nobody's heard of him.
Hey, look in the live stream real quick and download the blue maps. I'm gonna have to delete them now that I think about it because it mentioned something about the election. So they don't take kindly to election stuff from this this here server. But check out the blue maps, and then above that I put a couple things that were kind of Kabbalah type diagrams, as well as another couple tweaker maps above that are similar in their prediction quality that you were talking about. This is all kind of predictive programming. These maps and things are years ahead, but that's because they have a metascript, it seems, that they run.
Yeah, they like to tell you the truth, and even in the girls' night, sorry, even in the girls' night tonight, there was some people helping us with this guy who was under the name Lucifer, by the way. That was pretty funny. It was ironic, anyways. And
What was it, Lucifer Tim? Couldn't be Lucifer Tim. Who was it?
it was just Lucifer, but the S was a symbol. So yeah,
Was he
I
a
don't
ball?
know. He was a baller, yes. He was claiming to be a physicist, but he was only in his yeah. Anyways, it doesn't matter.
24/7 ladies' night.
Yeah.
I'm
It
glad they're
was.
still doing that. I haven't heard a good ladies' night over there in a while.
Well, that's where I was tonight because I was pretty interested in being in a ladies' night for Flat Earth, but not a lot of ladies were there. Many guys were there, but there was one other girl, and then another girl, and then so there were three girls, like including me, but one girl wasn't there after a while, so it was me and another girl. I do not. I do not.
Yeah. Well,
My
it's
bad.
good that they're still doing it. That was a cool thing to tune in for on Friday nights.
Absolutely. I had such a good time. And I was the only, not the only one, because I had another girl helping me talk this guy down about relativity. And I owe it all, my side of it anyways, to Witsit. So that's why I came in and chimed in about Witsit earlier.
Oh, sweet. Okay, yeah, we were talking about having some people figure out the anonymous spinning ball through him. He's good, isn't he?
Well, yeah, he is very good, but he also made just because he has to explain it and dumb it down for people that
Right?
are on the opposing side so much.
Right. It's a
I
role
can
model.
understand it after the second time, and they don't seem to understand it because they don't listen. So
No, because if they did, they'd have to like open the door a crack. If they open the
they would
door a
have to.
crack and see the light pouring in, and they're gonna freak the fuck out. They're like kind of nervous. They're on the edge of a nervous breakdown pretty much all the time. I like to say we're just giving them therapy.
Yeah, I was using the knowledge that I learned from Witsit. I'm not going to
Nice.
say that it's like necessarily verbatim him, but in my own terms,
Tell us what
from
you think about
what I
relativity.
understand.
Yeah.
But
Let's
I
hear your
still shut it
what's
down.
it?
Yeah,
Let's hear your witch spiel. Did you get those maps, by the way? The COVID maps, that
I
stuff on
I did.
5G. Okay, I'll
I
delete them
did.
if anybody wants them. Get them quick.
Yeah, I did. I saved them.
All right.
Thank you.
I might be able to give you perms if I can figure that out.
You
Let's hear
if we
your
could just
relativity.
not use the
Your
C word.
relativity.
What
Oh yeah, I
what's
didn't mean
that?
to do that either. C word. I use the C word. You use the V word. We're dead. They're gonna get us.
Oh no.
Don't use the D word either.
You can't use
Go
the
ahead.
dead word either.
Don't.
Because if you say dead,
You
they
just
might
did it
think
again.
I don't know. I'm in another
You're
even if
doing
you
it on
say
Discord.
purpose.
dead, you're implying that people are dead from this thing that they did.
Stop using
I
the
don't
D
know.
word.
I'm
Okay.
in another Discord called the Assembly of the Body of Christ, and we expose all this to each other. We talk about it all the time, and especially flat Earth. So I don't know. Maybe it won't be. Maybe it will. Maybe it won't. I don't know. You guys are pretty
Well,
popular.
we're live on YouTube is a problem too. That sometimes that matters, but we're running it now. I guess Gio's running it actually. Letting it run, like as long as possible so that they don't have a upload to check for anything that's against the rules. But just for safety's sake, we try to keep it kosher as much as possible.
I'm so sorry. I didn't know that.
No worries. Just letting you know. I'm probably guilty of it more than anybody. I talk about stuff I probably shouldn't.
Well,
For this
truth
live stream, at least.
truth has to be something that you talk about overall, anyways, in my opinion.
Gio would rather have no censorship, of course. So at least he's cool with that. He's probably one of the most crazy idea guys you'll ever talk to. In fact, in some ways.
All right, all right.
He's the server. He's the guy that started the server. I don't know if he's listening or not. What's up, Gio? If you're there. We got Pete Shea in the house talking about the D word is dodo. Dodos are us. Never fails.
I think it's very important to talk about truth. So I'm
For sure.
always down.
That's why
If
we're
I
here.
have to use, if I have to use any kind of lingo, I will do my best to figure that out as I talk. I'm a bumpkin, so you got to give me some credit over here.
Oh, that's cool. You don't have to. Yeah, I'm down with the pumpkins. I like all my family's from, or some of my family's from the South, and I've always been able to.
Some of them ride horseback, right?
Some of them still do. Some of them ride horseback out to the outhouse to have a little time to themselves. So,
I'm from the
the
Alabama.
meme.
Do some
By the way,
reading.
Shane, shout out to Shane for making the meme for me that I said that they have to do after we were talking about Kanye earlier. I said they have to have Kanye in the. If he's gonna go flat Earth, you got to get Kanye in the fucking Tesla car and going in front of the fake Earth.
I
It's gonna
hope
be
Kanye's
rolling.
coming over to our side, but also I worry about that because at the
Yeah.
spotlight that he's in, he's risking his life literally.
Well, yeah, I think he's pretty.
Doesn't
I
have
don't know.
to.
I guess he's scripted, but he doesn't have to now.
No,
He's friends
well,
with
no.
Benjamin. Yeah.
I think it'd just be easier for us if he didn't. But go ahead. Yeah.
In some ways, I think you're right. Yeah.
Things are just gonna happen what they do. Yeah.
It'd be the worst and best thing to happen for flat Earth all at once.
Oh yeah.
My face contorts thinking about it.
Yeah, it's kind of a tough subject for me too because I know about the the Bolshevik Revolution with Operation Trust, and where they did lead their own opposition, and they
Yeah,
led that opposition to a T to not only lead people into the narrative they wanted them to, but also
yeah,
to pinpoint out the ones that would not like concede
yeah,
and would, yeah. So
yeah.
that's kind of something that I have in mind too. So I'm not.
Well, yeah, we could be in the middle of Operation Trust the Plan. That's what I always say. Yeah, you're right. That's right on target. You know what you're talking about there, I think. It's
Yeah,
either
I don't
that or
believe. I don't.
maybe it's the opposite this time. Who knows? You can't tell with these people. Maybe they're gonna have
You
a
really can't. Just like all the
they're
truthers thought
they're
that
gonna
Trump would win again, even though they didn't trust Trump. Luckily, they didn't because he is the epitome of Operation Trust. Plus, Q is Operation Trust. Like all of these
Operation
things
Trust the
are,
Plan. Yeah,
yeah, all of these are in, like the psyops of Operation Trust, and you don't know what's going to lead
there's a lot of
into
truth
it.
mixed in. There's a lot of truth mixed in with some of what they're saying. That's the
Yes,
key, of course.
that's the whole point. That's the whole
Yeah,
point is to either lead the people that are waking up into the narrative that they need them to, or
yeah,
seed the people out that aren't and that are more weary of what they're saying. So
yeah. That's why Kanye going flat Earth could be the most obvious or most craziest way of them taking it mainstream in a way that doesn't work for us in the long run, but at the same time in the short run seems to. I don't know. Yeah.
it's really
Anyway,
hard to
we're talking.
tell. Yeah,
Yeah.
because he could also lead a lot of people to the truth at the same time. But wolf in sheep's clothing is what I keep in mind. So
Yeah.
when you have a wolf in sheep's clothing, they're leading a lot of people to slaughter. So
Yeah. It seems almost too obvious, and that's why I like to hope it's not that because it's too
Suppose
obvious.
he just lost some clothing contracts though from Adidas, so I don't know what that means.
I agree. Like it's really hard to tell with him. It really is.
Yeah, like he's not in bed with them at all because he lost those contracts. He must be totally anti-establishment, right?
I don't think he's going to be hurting for money though. So it's not like that. That means a lot to me because we heard in the CC narrative that a lot of people got, or either disassociated themselves with certain platforms for certain things. And
Right.
did it
Yeah,
really
he got
hurt their
kicked off
career?
Twitter. Well, he got
It's just
kicked
like
off. Yeah, it helps actually. Negative
it's
press
just
is definitely good press for him right now.
right. But it seems like we've got better free speech, but we just have better social engineering.
Exactly. Yeah, they're gonna make fake news the thing that is like the worst. Like they're gonna militarize if Trump were to get back in office, if they were to
Oh,
put Trump in office,
like
you know, they would
I,
militarize the truth, and the fake news could be what we're saying right now because it's not the official truth. Well, go ahead.
my
What
head,
are you gonna
my head's all spinning now.
say?
I'm on timeout. Let Kim
Talk
talk.
about
Kim credit
wolf
to Kim. She's out there. She's out there. She's uncomfortable and cold. So you go ahead and talk. Keep you warm.
All right. Okay. So
I came
No.
inside for a second to warm up.
yeah, it's gonna be a couple crazy years. 2024 is gonna be something to stick around for, I think, for sure.
Right. Right. I think about the second half of 2024, the economy is actually going to recover.
Right. Just because Trump gets back into office, right?
Oh boy. but yeah, the economy's in the shitter. It looks like crypto's like all shit. Like everything that was trending up is not good.
Yeah, it's taking a big dip, but then it's going to go back up.
Mm-hmm.
They just got manipulation going on to the extreme.
Yeah,
Well, if you
anybody
really
who's like,
know, our economy is just an invention, anyways, because our money means literally nothing.
right?
Well, it
Well,
means
no,
everyone.
it's like it's made. I think. Well, initially when this all started happening, real estate started spiking like crazy. Stuff got real valuable, and so now the cracks are going to start to show on that. And then people are going to want to get the fuck out of those contracts, so they'll sell down to somebody else. So it's just like another absorption scenario. So I think it's a lot of it's been real estate dependent. You know, a lot of this economy that we have, because it's like one of the
Well, the
few
whole
things that have value. Go ahead.
no, the whole stock market though is just like it's a scam. It's a scam. It was supposed to be about you investing into companies that you could make profit off of as they make profit. And then in the long run, it ended up being you invest in a company and then sell your share and then make profit off of selling your share. And it ended up being a total fallacy in the end.
Yeah.
So stocks are going to plummet. They're going to plummet. That people are going to pull out of stocks. The 10% of people that own stocks are literally the only ones that profit off of it. So you can invest in stocks, but you're pretty much throwing your money to the elite at that point. So it's not even worth it. But people have been doing it for years now, and trying to figure out the stock market and and you always get vague answers like, oh, it depends on this and that depends. It really is just there's a word for it and I can't remember what it's called. It's called starts with a P. Somebody help me out here.
I'm sorry. What was it you're trying to figure out? Explain it again.
The whole stock market. There is a
You're saying it's a
word
Ponzi scheme.
for the scam that
Ponzi.
it is.
Ponzi scheme.
Yes,
Ponzi sauce
yes.
I
That's
got
the word
Ponzi
I'm
sauce
looking
all
for.
over. Yep.
The Ponzi scheme.
everywhere.
Ponzi. Yeah.
Sticky. Yeah,
It's the Ponzi scheme. Everything you just hit
it's
it
the
with you just
Ponzi
hit the
scheme.
jukebox with the fist,
The
and everything goes
Ponzi.
to
The Ponzi. The Fonz.
shit.
Hey.
Hey,
Hey, sorry you lost your money. Hey, it's all right. Oh, don't get your hairs out of
it's a
place.
high risk investment. Okay.
Cunningham in my office. Yep. So it seems like something's gonna go really wrong before anything goes really right. But things we thought were gonna go like completely to shit.
Well, did you not think that
Didn't.
things have already gone pretty wrong?
Yeah, they have gone pretty wrong. But I'm saying I thought it was gonna be like Armageddon sooner than this.
I
Then it's
just
like a
think
slow,
It's
slowly.
always the threat of Armageddon.
it's
The
one
threat
of
of
those
Armageddon is
things.
all we really have. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things that they are very they just string us along this very hard and torturous journey because there's lulls in between things that we suspect, and then as soon as we try to predict something they'll do the opposite. And by they I mean the people that the hidden
Yep.
hand are the ones that are lobbying and running the policies that are being um, forced through not just our government. So we have to be vigilant to other foreign policies being passed too. So um, uh, it's kind of one of those journeys that you take through the truther's journey. You have to really keep yourself informed and vigilant. more so than anybody else around you is. It's kind of one of those, you say it like Globers tell us that we have to have the burden of proof. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Do you realize the burden that we have already with this
Yeah.
deception that's going on and all of the things we already have to keep an eye on? You want us to have the burden of proof for something that we've already debunked? Come on now.
Right, right. There's
We
no
don't have it.
extreme
We
claim.
don't know.
The extreme claim is that your reality is the opposite of what it seems. That's a given. That's the extreme claim, even
Yeah,
though the
because
evidence.
the
I
flat
like what
Earth is a big one. It's a big one. It
I like
is
what
Yeah,
the
Kim
one.
I like what
It
Kim's
is the one.
suggesting that there's like a burden of knowledge.
yeah. Burden of
It's
knowledge.
just
Yeah,
yeah.
that's what it is.
You have to be able to understand that yeah, you have been deceived, and there has been a prediction of the deception for you, but you refuse to believe it. And the prophecies that have been prophesied for you, you refuse them, and you you expect the burden of proof from us instead of researching and thinking on your own.
Well, you got to admit they use that to their advantage too. Like they kind of make scripture a self-fulfilling prophecy to give it more power. At the same time, take power away from it
Oh, there
by doing.
is there is some self-fulfilling prophecy going on right now, and I'm so glad that you said that because that is
Yeah.
something that I don't think that a lot of truthers are willing to accept.
Is it being
Yeah, they're going to use it to
self-fulfilled,
their
or does that mean that
advantage.
nobody can fulfill prophecy or group
All,
being
all
said?
I'm saying is that you
Play
can
on words. What is
also,
it? What would you call it?
I'm just saying. I don't.
if you can dry up rivers and have the answer waiting in the wings with the technology to make water out of thin air, but you dry up those rivers before you present that technology, I would say that self-fulfilling prophecy is something that you need to look at before you think that the drying up Euphrates is actually the revelations drying up
Oh wait, they
Euphrates.
did
You
it
know
on
what I
purpose.
mean?
I haven't heard this one yet. I haven't heard this one. So
Yes,
they did it on purpose.
yes.
How they do it again? You said?
Not the angel coming out and pouring out the drying up. You know what I'm saying? Like
Uh
if
huh.
that happens, it's going to happen. It's going to happen very fast. It's not going to be gradual over amount of years or whatever. When that happens, like don't underestimate the creator. Is all I'm trying to say. Is if he
Well, what if
sends an
it
angel down to
goes in
pour,
cycles?
huh?
I was gonna say, what if it goes in cycles and they know that like they've had like longer period of time to like keep track of the cycles,
I
thousands of
mean,
years, you know,
I didn't read that
and
in
they
scripture. I
say
didn't
that.
read that it was going to be done in cycles. I heard
No,
or
I
I
know, but
read in scripture.
I'm saying, what if
Right.
what if it goes in cycles and that what's written in scripture could possibly be because they know the cycle's going to happen, so they attribute it to something a little more miraculous than it might be, and the cycle happens, and then people think it's supposed to be this angel doing something, but it could just be the cycle. Who knows?
Yeah. No, I'm not discrediting what you're saying. I'm not
Yeah.
trying to do that. I'm
Or
just
no,
trying to
no, I'm
bring
not
up.
discrediting what you're saying either. I'm just trying to say it could be a lot of these things that are played
Yeah,
upon,
I
even
could
back then.
never. Right. I could never just be like, oh, this is it. You know. So
Yeah,
when people are telling me that this is it, I'm like, they don't know. How are they supposed to know? So that's why I question it
that's good.
because they assume that they know, and that gives me the discernment to question it. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Like I'm seeing it
Yeah.
all over the place, like the drying up Euphrates, and the caves underneath, and blah blah blah. I'm like, this is propaganda. That's my initial thought. Like the thing that pops into my mind, I can't see it. I don't know. So I think it's propaganda. So other people are buying it and they're eating it up. They're eating it up like it's just if you leave man alone, like when Moses was up for on the mountain for 40 days, and all of the Israelites already reverted back to paganism, like it's one of those things. Like you gotta wait a second and question it and have some discernment first.
For sure. Yeah, and that's what I say. Like even with flat Earth, like it could be that they're using it to sell us more lies at some point, right? They're gonna have like in Scripture the great truth being revealed. You know,
Well, if
I
you
can't think
read,
of anything better than flat Earth for to match that, right?
right, well, if you read some scripture, the flat Earth and stuff were prophesied in the good Enoch's uh, prophecies, and he had the sevenfold doctrine of his whole creation prophecy. And I believe that what
You're
we're
talking about
living
the
through
book of
right
Enoch.
now, yes, I
Hmm.
believe that, but I'm talking about the not evil Enoch, the good one.
Uh-huh.
So the sevenfold doctrine of his whole creation is the realization of the true creation that we're living through right now. This is the prophecy that we're living through right now, and that a lot of people are coming to the realization, not by their own accord, because you have to at least concede to the fact that some people have been brought to it and don't accept it. So some of us do, because it's objective truth and we see that. But some
Yeah.
people
So some
refuse
people.
to.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like even like with your skepticism about the Euphrates River, some people have skepticism about flat Earth just because they see that it's being played into to some degree. You know, it doesn't make it a gimmick, but it makes people skeptical of why it's become a thing all of a
The,
sudden.
the flat earth is the reason why the drying up of Euphrates is why I question it. Because it's happening right now while people are waking up to the actual like earth. And the sevenfold, there's seven folds of the creation. So you have to go through that. What is that? Like the shape of the earth is one, the ether is one, so that's two. I don't know, like the sun, the moon, the stars, that's five. There's seven of them. So we're all figuring out all seven somehow, you know. So once all seven of them are figured out, that is the prophecy.
Interesting. There's the seven seals too, right?
Indeed. You know, the creator loves the number 7 or 40.
Right. Well, some people have speculated whether like the seven seals being broken could be like 9/11, and then
I
we
don't I
have
don't think that that's I don't think that that is the same. No. But you know, that's me. So I'm not trying to
I'm
be like,
saying it's
oh,
not.
what I'm
I'm
saying
not
is true.
saying that that's happening because of scripture, but they could be in their own esoteric minds having that interpretation that they're enacting, that they're just trying to manifest it or manufacture. What's the difference between manifest destiny and manufacture destiny? Is the question, right? They say
Well,
like they're manufacturing.
I'm gonna go ahead and make a prediction right now is that Witsit is figuring out one of those 7. So if not all of them, he is figuring out one that is obscured to us. So the electromagnetic stuff,
The ether, yeah.
the North Pole, yeah, not even the ether.